Famously marketed as central heating for kids, it looks and tastes like hot sick in a bowl. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze. This one, 7 and a bit famous brands that are now Chinese. Now, I came up with this idea because I was like, wow, Volvo was bought by the Chinese? That's crazy, they're so Swedish, but now they're Chinese. And Danny was like, Simon, I tried writing this one, it was pretty boring. And I was like, Danny, write the script! And he did. It wasn't quite like that, but I was just like, press on, Danny, I'm interested. So if this one's boring, you can blame me. Stay tuned, maybe it won't be. There are so many Western brands and products that wear their heritage on their sleeves with as much fierce pride as a devoted football fan might wear a tattoo of his home team's colors all across his back or across his face. That's true, like facial tattoos. This became surprisingly popular. It's like, do you not like being employed? Simon's still making fun of people with tattoos on their faces. Jesus Christ. My life. I live in a small village in Cornwall in the UK. Not me, Danny. And many of the shops and cafes and restaurants here focus heavily on the local angle to draw in the tourists. A quick walk around the village will dish up temptations to buy Cornish pasties and Cornish clotted cream, which you can wash down with a tankard of real Cornish cider, all 100% produced within the heart of Cornwall. The cider sounds pretty good. I'm not a big fan of pasties. But I mean, the last thing I really want in England is local food. It's like, one, I mean, do you not have pizza? And two, if I want to eat strawberries in November, or I need those to be brought in from abroad by plane in plastic, wrapped in plastic. I had a pomelo last week. It's January, and I'm like, this is incredible. Oh, it's great to live in the future. Bearing all that in mind, you couldn't help but feel a bit confused, or perhaps even a bit conned, if it turned out that some of those local shops were actually owned by Chinese companies. I should stress, right from the start, that they're not. I mean, come on, that would be absolutely ridiculous, wouldn't it? But big Chinese firms have been acquiring more and more Western brands over the last few years, and you might be just surprised to discover just how many of your favorite homegrown traditional products and services are now, in fact, Chinese properties. So, a typical spending spree down your local high street in the Western world could end up with far more money getting pumped into the Chinese economy than we ever imagined. Here's a rundown of 7 of the biggest brands that you never knew were Chinese, except for Volvo, which is the first one, which I feel like I knew this. I'm not exactly an expert on Chinese company acquisition. Also, I feel this is interesting. I'm not sure if Danny is going to mention this, but just because the fact of China being a centralized economy and like how the company loan system works there, whereas if you're like a company that's got an in with a Chinese government, they'll just like give you a ton of money, like to the extent of just purchasing another company. So it is fascinating how these companies are being afforded by basically a state-run economy. Anyway, Volvo. Over 100 years ago, the name Volvo was first registered as a trademark in Sweden, although back then Volvo was a subsidiary of the Bearing and Seal Company, SFK, and the name was originally just intended to be used for an exciting new range of ball bearings. The only time ball bearings have been exciting was it a Nicolas Cage movie? I swear there's like a school bus flying through the air, some dude sets off an explosion with like ball bearings, and they go everywhere, and there's an awesome like slow motion shot. I'd love to watch. Is it Gone in 60 Seconds? It wasn't until 1924 that Volvo produced their first car, which was specifically designed to withstand the tough climate and rough roadways of Sweden. Since then, the company built up a reputation for exporting sturdy, solid, and reassuringly reliable automobiles, which are perfect for driving across the epic, rugged Swedish landscape, but are still probably more likely to get used to quick shopping trips and school runs. Yeah, it's like, I have a 4x4. I live in a city. I need a 4x4. Sure. I didn't just get it because my wife likes being higher up when she's driving. Sold to the American Ford Company in 1999, there was a natural concern when it was first announced in 2010 that Volvo was to be bought out by China's 36th favorite car company. There are 36 car companies in China? The Geely Group had a reputation in China for knocking out cheap and cheerful cars that didn't always work, and cynics predicted that Volvo brand was about to become dramatically diluted by the inevitable launch of low-grade cars with bits falling off them. It's true, I was in China a couple of years ago, and you wander around and it's like, there's the occasional BMW or Mercedes or like, VW or whatever. Most of the car brands, I'm like, don't know that one. However, I also feel the same way in America, like Chrysler and stuff, you just don't see really in Europe. Oh, you see some Chryslers, I guess. But generally, the car brands are really different, other than Ford. Ford is everywhere. Also, when I was in China, they have like fake cars. I mean, not really fake cars, But there was like, I think it was it was a car that looked really, really similar to the Jaguar E-Pace, except I believe it was called a Leopard. But in fact, the $1 billion buyout has proved to be an incredible success, which has seen the expansion of assembly factories and development centers across Sweden and China, and the introduction of a fleet of new luxurious vehicles. In fact, I recently drove one of Volvo's new cars. That thing basically drives itself. Like, I was driven a Tesla like couple of years before with the full autopilot and stuff, and I was fairly impressed by this. And then I went in this Volvo, which doesn't even advertise. You know, Tesla, I feel like they're always banging on about autopilot. I was riding in this Volvo, and I was like, this is pretty much the same. It's quite incredible. And it also doesn't have to run on electricity, which, you know, makes life easier. For me, not for the environment. It's horrible for the environment. It's just easier to, you know, you just go and you fill it up and you're done. In fact, Håkan Samuelsson, the Swedish CEO of the Volvo Group, claims that Volvo was close to being dead in 2010 and believes that the Chinese buyout saved the company. Imagine what China's 35th favorite car company might have been able to do with it. Ba-da-bum-bum. I feel these ba-da-bum-bum are less effective now that I have this mic above me, because then the sound, it doesn't travel with me. Like if I wander over here, you probably can't hear me as good. Whereas if I was using a lapel mic, you can really feel the Superdrug. Are you Americans familiar with Superdrug? Superdrug is like, it's not a pharmacy, it's like a drugstore, I think. Like you can't buy drugs in there, but you can buy like deodorants and you could get paracetamol, but they won't give you a prescription, for example. Is paracetamol even a drug in the US? I think you call it like Carolan or Paralol or something like that. Like it's a brand name. Paracetamol is the drug that makes up the brands. I'm gonna stop talking. The first Superdrug health and beauty store opened in London in 1964, and over the years, it became a staple of British high street shopping. For most of its lifespan, the chain kind of modeled itself as a cut-price version of Boots. Boots is like another, I think Boots is more international, right? It's like a pharmacy, drugstore sort of thing. Growing up in the UK in the 80s and 90s, I can remember that the posh kids on the other side of town would visit Boots for their Reed diffusers and pedicure kits, while the rest of us would pop into Superdrug for our cheap deodorants and incontinence pads. In the mid-90s, the chain underwent a dramatic rebranding to try and appear a bit more upmarket and steal some customer away from Boots, who were still very much top of the health and beauty tree. They adopted the catchy new slogan, "The real beauty is the price." Wait, they wanted to appeal to a more upmarket audience? How are we going to appeal to more rich people, guys? Well, let's advertise our low prices. This sounded cool, but coincided with the surprising rise in price of all their products, so it didn't really work. Yeah, this fails on like every level, Superdrug. Suddenly it became difficult to see who Superdrug were meant to be targeting. They still seemed to be marketing themselves as a low-cost alternative to Boots, but the price hikes were still driving bargain hunters away to other emerging discount chains. The floundering business was eventually snapped up by the Hong Kong company CK Hutchinson Holdings in 2002, and recent years have seen Superdrug close the gap with Boots by targeting a younger demographic, through a strong online presence and regular endorsements from social media influencers. And speaking of that, this video is brought to you by Seuss, not really, but Superdrug. If you ever want someone to, you know, do a little plug for your dome wax, reach out. Dome wax. Surprisingly expensive for a discount store. They still don't always get it right though. In 2007, the launch of a novelty man-made punching bag for women wasn't a major hit with consumers or domestic violence campaigners. Yeah, no, that's a misstep. Smithfield Foods. Never heard of this one. You can't get much more American than Smithfield Foods, no. Apparently, yeah, Daddy's never heard of it either. Good. I'll be honest, I wasn't massively familiar with the pork processing company founded in Virginia in 1936, but I'm led to believe that the Smithfield's holiday ham is an iconic American holiday tradition. If it is, let us know in the comments below. In much the same way that Bernard Matthews' turkey drumsticks and drunken pub brawls are a long-standing Christmas tradition here in the UK. I've heard of Bernard Matthews. I thought they make like processed meat slices. I'd never heard of their turkey drumsticks, which actually sounds a lot nicer than the processed meat that they make, which is not nice. Legend has it that Smithfield produces its ham using a curing process that settlers learned from the Native Americans about 500 years ago. It's not the only thing they took from them, is it? It's estimated that Smithfield... That's not funny. It's really not funny. Kind of inappropriate. Welcome to Business Blaze. It's estimated that Smithfield produces around 6 billion pounds of American pork every year, along with 4.7 billion gallons of good old-fashioned American manure. Well, I guess if you're raising the pigs anyway, you may as well. It's like, what do you make? Well, we make, like, fertilizer, and then we kill all the things that make the fertilizer and eat them. It's a beautiful cycle, and we stole the recipe from the natives. Except that nowadays it's technically Chinese pork, as the company was... That sounds more delicious. Chinese pork. As the company was acquired by Shanghai Group, now known as WH Group in... Oh, sorry, Shanghai. Group, known as WH Group in 2030. By the way, I'm making zero effort with pronunciations in this video, or really any Business Blaze video, because I don't care. It was bought in 2013 for a sizzling $4.72 billion in the biggest Chinese takeover of a US company in history. The deal also included 146,000 acres of land, which makes WH Group one of the biggest international owners of American farmland. However, the average consumer is unlikely to notice any difference, as the porky produce is still very much rooted in US soil. And despite conspiracy theories and wild rumors, the pigs aren't exported to China for processing and then imported back into America for consumption. Yeah, that would be insane. Largely because that would be logistically ridiculous. Yes, agreed. It'd be like some giant pig cruise ships just floating over to China. It's like, oh, where are we going? China. It's not good, is it, boys? And also, on that cruise, they'd definitely be throwing all the furniture off the ship. If you got that joke, thank you for being a regular Business Blaze subscriber. If you didn't, you need to watch more Business Blaze, and always watch these videos to the end because I like watch time and also money. London taxis. I was quite intrigued by this one, as some of the manic press headlines at the time seemed to suggest that Chinese companies had taken over every taxi fleet in London and were now charging taxi fares in yuan. Of course, it isn't quite like that. Okay, it's nothing remotely like that. Is that the second time we've done this in this video? It's like, here's a great analogy that's not true. Thanks, Danny. The London taxi company designs and manufactures the black cabs, or hackney carriages, that are destined for the streets of London, although slightly misleadingly, the company isn't even based in London. Betrayal! It's based in Coventry. This is terrible. Like, my geography is terrible. I'm not really sure where Coventry is. Like, anything, we have this thing in the UK where it's like, there's this place called Watford, and you kind of say, like, if you're from the south, anything above Watford is north. And if you've got the UK like this, and you know, the south down here, this is the bottom, like Watford's like here. My knowledge of geography above here is basically non-existent. I shouldn't admit this, it's kind of embarrassing. I've never been to Coventry. After over 50 years of triumphant taxi production, the wheels were coming off. Honestly, Coventry could be in the southwest and I still wouldn't know. Hey Siri, where's Coventry? Hey Siri, where's Coventry, for f***'s sake?
Here's what I found on the web.
Okay. After over 50 years of triumphant taxi production, the wheels were coming off by 2012, and the business was stalling at the brink of administration until it was snapped up by a Chinese company for $11.4 million pounds. That's cheap. I mean, you know, for a London taxi making company, it seems like that's not a lot of money. Now rebranded as the London Electric Vehicle Company, the new outfit is aiming to produce thousands of shiny new electric cabs over the coming years to bring the streets of old London town into the 21st century. They've just very recently opened a brand new £300 million production plant in London or China. No, they're sticking with Coventry, which apparently is near Birmingham. Look that up. But who was the Chinese buyer? It was none other than our old friends the Geely Group again. China's 36th favorite car company. I'd have no... Is it Geely or Geely? Who cares? Not content with taking over Volvo and London taxis, the Geely Group also acquired a 51% controlling stake in the British car manufacturer Lotus in 2017, and a year later became the largest single shareholder in the German car manufacturer Daimler, the producers of Mercedes-Benz. I had no idea. That's incredible. So Mercedes-Benz, parent company, is owned by a Chinese car company. Rotary watches. The Swiss have a world-leading reputation when it comes to exporting army knives, chocolate, and cheese. They're also pretty famous for their exquisite timepieces too. Rotary Watches was established as a small business in Switzerland in 1895, but sales really began to take off in the 1920s when they started importing their watches to the UK. By the 1940s, Rotary had become the official supplier of watches to the British Army, which meant just about every household in the UK had one of them following the end of the Second World War. The head office of Rotary Watches was eventually relocated to the UK, but the company is now confusingly wholly owned by a Chinese investment holding company called City Champ Watch and Jewelry Group. Let's not rename Rotary City Champ Watch and Jewelry Group. Can you imagine a watch that says like City Champ? It sounds cheap. So it's now effectively a Chinese company producing watches in Switzerland for a UK market. The next logical step in this long-running business story would probably be to move the head office to Kuala Lumpur. American Multi-Cinema, that's AMC, and lots of US movies. American Multi-Cinema, or AMC, is about to celebrate 100 years of serving up popcorn and screening the latest blockbusters to US audiences, from 1920s cinematic masterpiece Nosferatu, never heard of it, right through to modern-day classics such as Pokemon, Detective Pikachu. Hell no. AMC was acquired by the Chinese conglomerate Dalian Wonder Group in 2012 for $2.6 billion, and shortly afterwards AMC swallowed up Odeon Cinemas, I know that one, that's big in the UK, UCI Cinemas, and Carnlike Cinemas to become the largest cinema chain in the world. Although Dalian Wonder still own an interest in AMC today, they sold a major stake of the company in 2018, but that's not because they were getting a bit bored of American movies, they just wanted to focus more on making the movies rather than showing them. This is true, the number of times like I go to the movie theater now, and you sit down and they play like the whatever plays where it shows like the tree getting struck by lightning or whatever, you know, those things. Like the number of times it's like, whoa, this was made by like Alibaba. So that's crazy. I mean, it's not crazy, it's completely expected, but super interesting. In 2016, Dalian Wonder bought the American movie production company Legendary Entertainment, that's one of the ones that you see at the beginning, for $3.5 billion, which is the biggest ever Chinese acquisition of a US media company. Since then, the company has produced fresh installments of long-running film franchises such as Kong, Jurassic World, Mamma Mia, and Godzilla. And look, China, if you want to acquire my media franchise, I'll make fun of you less. That's my journalistic integrity. And yes, the Chinese-owned American film company is the genius creative force behind the latest film inspired by the Japanese media franchise Pokemon. Alrighty. Weetabix. Finally, this one's cheating a bit as it's no longer owned by a Chinese company, but it was for a while. For the best part of 100 years, the kids of Britain have enjoyed waking up to a bowl of Weetabix. It could be argued that the breakfast cereal is nothing much more than oversized baby rusks which go all limp and soggy in the bowl of milk within a couple of minutes. They do, but they are good, like a couple of Weetabix, milk, some brown sugar on top. That's exceptionally good. So they're good enough for the Queen of England, they're good enough for us. Damn Skippy. In fact, Weetabix is one of the incredibly rare products that have been granted a second separate royal warrant from the Prince of Wales, as well as your bog standard warrant from the Queen. Founded in England in 1932, the Weetabix Limited Company didn't just make Weetabix, they also made Ready Brek, famously marketed as central heating for kids. It looks and tastes like hot sick in a bowl. I used to like Ready Brek as a kid, but I get that, Danny. Alpen, a muesli rabbit food cereal, which they clearly ripped off from the Swiss, true, and several other breakfast cereals, which are all exported around the world. The British company was effectively bought out by the Chinese government in 2012 when it was acquired by the state-run Bright Food Company, under whose control it has remained for 5 years. What? I'm sure this was just a business decision, but it's like, what should we buy, guys? Let's buy that weird British cereal that goes soggy. Do Chinese people even eat cereal for breakfast? I'm betting they don't. I think they have dumplings, right? Chinese people, let me know. Oh yeah, you can't say, well, Chinese people who don't live in China, because I don't think you can get YouTube in China. It turns out though that Weetabix isn't even British anyway. Really? It was actually developed in Australia in the 1920s under the name Weetabix, which is still going strong today. Who knew? But whatever the origins of the soggy mush itself, the Chinese relinquished control of the thoroughly British Weetabix company in 2017. It's now owned by the American company Post Holdings. So you guys were like, we'll take that weird breakfast cereal off the Chinese, who took it off the British, who took it off the Australians. Apparently there's huge corporate demand for Weetabix. This has been Business Blaze. That script was written by Danny. Thank you, Danny. Like, subscribe, dislike if you disliked something in this video, that's cool too. And I'll see you next time. Henry Kissinger's probably pissed. Hello everybody, welcome to another episode of Business Blaze, the only channel where you are sure that I have legs. This is what happens at Theranos. You guys have probably heard of Theranos, I know. There are like 1 billion YouTube videos about what happened at Theranos. I haven't actually seen any of them because even though I make a lot of educational videos, I don't really watch a lot of educational videos because it's too much like work. But just before we get started, I would like to say that this video is brought to you by Theranos. It's not really. Theranos seems to be a huge, massive scam. What we're gonna do is hopefully bring a little bit of Business Blaze flavor to the story. Danny has written us a script. We're going to be going through that. By the way, recently I got a new microphone and it's not a lav mic. It's like right up here. So I have to be a little bit more careful to stay in the same place. Let's crack on. During the summer of 2017, a young American businesswoman called Elizabeth Holmes was facing a tough interrogation from the Securities and Exchange Commission who were investigating whether she had helped to organize one of the biggest and longest running frauds in the US medical industry. In response to their probing questions asked over 3 days of intense scrutiny, Holmes rarely seemed to have any detailed or remotely useful answers, which is a bit of a shame bearing in mind that she was the founder and CEO of Theranos, the company accused of a massive billion-dollar swindle. It's like, yeah, you get arrested by the Security and Exchange Commission. They're like, we need to have a talk to you. What's going on in your company? Don't know. Absolutely no idea. Just seems to be this way, doesn't it? I'm pleading the fifth. I have no idea what that means. And in fact, she replied with the words, I don't know, over 600 times during the course of our investigation. It was a far cry from a few years earlier when Elizabeth Holmes had been happy to rabbit on at length to the world's media as she basked in the glory of becoming the youngest ever female self-made billionaire and hung out with some of the most famous faces on the planet. So, how did she get to the point that she could now be facing 20 years in prison, and what exactly was going on behind the scenes at Theranos? I always think, 20 years? I'm pretty sure if you murder someone in the UK, you're probably gonna go away for maybe a decade, maybe 2. I love when in America, or I guess for corporate crimes, it'll be yeah, if you do enough of it, you're gonna go away forever. I know that she's bad and dangerous and stuff, but can't we just put her in a house for the rest of her life? I mean, it's not gonna be nice. All of her money got taken away. She's gonna have a bad time. She can make YouTube videos. More importantly, is it true that the alleged big-time fraudster fakes her super deep voice to make herself appear more credible? You know, I've seen pictures of her, but I don't think I've ever heard her talk.
And I'm basically in the office.
She does have a super deep voice. It's a little bit weird. Simon, don't discriminate against people with weird voices, says everyone in the comments.
There was nothing. Good day.
Wait, that bit might not be so important, and we don't find out the answer for sure. Still, it would be dead weird if it turns out that she did. Maybe not quite as weird as Simon disguising his broad Yorkshire accent in all these bloody videos, though. It is true. The amount of emails I get, or comments, is that how you really speak? It's like, yes. Although my nan was from Yorkshire, but she lived in the south, I think, since she was young, and she didn't sound like she was from Yorkshire anymore, but she was cheap like she was from Yorkshire. She would make a cup of tea and then take the tea bag out and put it to the side so she could use that same tea bag in a cup of tea later. Before we turn our own scrutinous gaze onto Theranos, we need to first consider the pain and hassle of a typical blood test. You usually need to make an appointment at the doctor's surgery and then go to wait in a room full of horribly diseased people until it's your turn to get called into the nightmare room. A doctor or nurse will then pull out a needle long enough to make you shriek in blind fear and draw out several vials of blood required to run multiple tests. I remember the first time I ever had a blood test. I go into the room, and he's right about the diseased people. Don't go to hospital, because if you're not sick, they will make you sick. And I'm there, and the nurse or whoever's taking the blood out, and I'm just staring at it, and she's like, you really want to look at it? And I'm like, yeah, I'm curious. I don't know, it doesn't really bother me. It hurts, it often costs a small fortune, and it can take days or even weeks of agonizing waiting until you get the results back from the lab. I've never paid for this, and Danny, you're British as well. You've never paid for this either. The Silicon Valley startup Theranos planned to change all of that forever. The company had come up with something called the Edison machine, which was perhaps quite appropriately named after the famous inventor who didn't really invent the light bulb, but was happy to take the credit. The device itself didn't look that impressive. In fact, it looked a bit like a typical bread maker. It looked like this. The idea behind the Edison machine was that it could deliver quick and accurate results from the tiniest prick of blood taken from your fingertips. I know already that this didn't work. So can you imagine it's just no, it is just a bread maker. Why does this blood machine have a sourdough setting? And I am joking, obviously, but the amount of due diligence done really does feel as we'll discover, that could have been the level of due diligence done. So now you wouldn't even have to make a doctor's appointment for a blood test. Instead, you could just pop into your local Walgreens pharmacy and get a tiny raindrop-sized sample of blood taken from your finger, which would then be put through an Edison machine for analysis. The results would come back in hours rather than weeks. The whole process was easy, painless, and cheap. The device was set to revolutionize the $75 billion a year blood testing industry, and Theranos quickly courted the keen attention of the media and big league investors. Well, of course it did, because it's I've invented a miracle machine. It's I've invented hover boots. It's of course you'd attract investment, because you just made some shit up that's incredible. The idea was first dreamed up in 2003 by then 19-year-old Elizabeth Holmes, who was studying, she's really young. She's even young now, she's 35? My math sucks. Who was studying chemical engineering at Stanford University at the time. Partially inspired by her own phobia of needles, Holmes dropped out of university to launch the company that was going to develop a new technological solution for reaping vast amounts of data from just the tiniest bit of blood. Perhaps a few alarm bells should have started ringing when she pitched the idea to expert medicine professors who told her that what she was trying to do is impossible. It's guys, I've invented this magical machine. That's impossible. It's impossible. She's no, I really invented it. Okay. but refusing to be swayed by anything as trivial as science or hard facts, those bastards. Holmes persevered with her business venture. And to be fair, the development of the Edison machine seemed to translate into roaring financial success for the Theranos company. By the year 2013, Theranos had partnered with Walgreens to offer new blood tests in 40 stores across the US. So this thing actually rolled out. I didn't realize that this actually got into stores. I thought that she had invented some like fake machine, told people it was amazing, got a bunch of investment, but this thing was being used. As we find out, it didn't do anything. Much bigger deal was on the cards with Safeway, who were planning to launch 800 new blood test clinics in their stores, although this eventually fell through due to mysterious missed deadlines and questionable results from Theranos. By this time, Theranos had raised a total of $700 million in investment, and the company at its peak had a value of $10 billion. That's insane. It's just a bread maker. It's a fake blood machine. Big name investors such as Rupert Murdoch, the Waltons family, the founders of Walmart, and not as I originally thought, the characters from the 70s TV series. Ba-da-bum-bum. And the Secretary of Education, Betsy DeVos. The Secretary of Health was like, that thing's fake. The Secretary of Education got involved though. The company also received support and endorsement from the likes of Hillary Clinton and Henry Kissinger. Henry Kissinger, one of those people who is actually still alive. Chuck Yeager, also up there. People who you think are dead but are still alive. At least as of now, they're really old. Google Ventures was originally keen to make... Another thing I really like to do is I watch like old episodes of TV shows. So I've recently been watching Star Trek The Next Generation from the 90s. And it's really morbid, but when I see an old actor on the screen, I'll look up to see if they're alive or dead. And there was one guy who must have been like 80, and I was like, I don't even need to look this up, but he's dead. Like, because this was filmed in like 1991. The dude was like 108. I was like, holy okay. I don't know why I do that. It's really weird. Google Ventures was originally keen to make a substantial investment too, but they got a bit confused when they dispatched one of their team to take the legendary pinprick blood test, and he returns with the news that several large vials of blood had been drawn from his arm. When Google Ventures then attempted to perform due diligence on the company, Theranos suddenly stopped returning to their calls. I like to imagine that they discovered the sourdough function. Too right. It's all very well having one of the biggest companies in the world offering to pump millions of dollars into your business, but who's got the time to answer a bunch of stupid questions? Apparently though, plenty of investors were just totally fine. Henry Kissinger was like, no, I don't need you to answer any questions. It's fine. Hillary Clinton, she's like, oh, that looks good. Looks good. I'll put some money in. Bill's money. Elizabeth Holmes didn't need silly old Google anyway. Apparently not, honestly. She had now been officially recognized by Forbes as the world's youngest female self-made billionaire and had made it onto Time magazine's list of the most influential people in the world. Interesting, like, so she was the world's youngest female self-made billionaire, which I think was just taken over by that one of the Kardashian sisters. He was like 19 when she became a billionaire, but also self-made billionaire. And I'm like, Forbes, you need to redefine what you mean by self-made. I just got a small loan of $1 million. She'd also been named Business Person of the Year by Fortune, Woman of the Year by Glamour, and had become the youngest person in history to win the prestigious Horatio Alger Award for Outstanding Americans. She was not outstanding. But there's just one small problem with all of this. The Edison machine didn't work at all. Following a devastating expose in the Wall Street Journal, it was revealed that the Edison machine was rarely used for blood test analysis. The lab teams instead used much older traditional technology to analyze these tiny samples of blood, and the results would often conflict wildly with other independent tests, which had used amounts of blood that you actually needed to do this kind of thing right. Okay, I didn't even realize this. I thought the machine did it. It just did it incredibly badly, and the data was just completely useless. Like, it just wasn't accurate at all. But so they weren't even actually doing it. They were trying to do the traditional tests on tiny samples of blood, which doesn't work. So the machine did nothing except essentially take a pinprick. So essentially, she didn't invent a bread maker, she invented a pin. So Theranos was essentially just taking uselessly small samples of blood, analyzing them with old machines that were designed to work with much larger samples of blood, and delivering the worthless results back to the customer. All this time, the mighty Edison machines were just gathering dust in the corner, silently wishing to themselves that they had a bread-making function. At the time of making this video, Elizabeth Holmes is still facing trial, and so it may be a while before we get all the solid facts of what was going on behind the scenes at Theranos. She's just gonna be like, I don't know, no idea, it's mystery to me. She'll be like 19 years into her jail sentence. What's Theranos? Who am I? It's hard to say for sure whether she was genuinely hoping to battle through these teething problems with the Edison machine, or if she was purposefully participating in a massive fraud from the very start. Get through the teething problems, like talking to her team like, guys, how are we gonna turn this bread maker into a magical blood machine. It's impossible, Liz. We can't. Get it done. Sorry, get it done, guys. Get it done. There was certainly a lot of other dodgy stuff going on too. In 2014, Elizabeth Holmes was claiming to potential investors that the company was generating an annual revenue of $100 million, which was a little wide of the mark. And okay, by a little wide of the mark, I mean 1,000 times wide of the mark. As in the true figure was $100,000. This would be like me saying, I've invented a magical cup. It's magical. And I've sold billions of them. Buy one too. And there's just absolutely no truth in it whatsoever. Can't believe I left my coffee over there for the whole recording of this video and now it's cold. Also, this video probably wasn't as good so far because I'm not infused with the power of the three wolves. Holmes herself appeared to have extremely limited knowledge of how Theranos technology worked, as illustrated by the way she answered with the words, "I don't know," over 600 times during the investigation by the Securities and Exchange Commission. It's widely believed that she wasn't just trying to dodge the awkward questions here, she genuinely had no idea. The trouble is that neither did anybody else on the company board. The board was largely made up of former corporate leaders, former government officials, and even former military leaders. Just 2 members of the board had graduated from medical school, which is a troubling setup for a company rooted in medical technology. Yeah, no it appeared as if the company was more geared toward making influential connections and raising investment than it ever was in creating a product that might have actually worked on some level. Definitely don't feel like that's a unique thing in Silicon Valley. Like, what are we making? Well, we're making an app. What does it do? I don't know, but we raised like 10 mil, baby. Holmes apparently liked to style herself on Steve Jobs, but it appeared that she spent more time copying his preference for black turtlenecks than any effective style of leadership. Theranos was a dysfunctional working environment built from the bricks of paranoia. Very few people got close to Holmes's inner circle, and employees working in different departments of the company were forbidden to talk to each other. There's one department of the company which are just like stripping down bread makers into magical Theranos machines, and another department like raising capital. There's no science department. It's probably good they don't talk and have lunch. Any concerns from employees about the blood tests were not being up to scratch were met with derision and mockery from management. One of the very few team members to get close to the inner circle was called Balto. I made a video about Balto the dog. I'm betting this is her dog. He probably had one of the highest level access passes in the whole building, and he was allowed to just roam freely about the offices and do his business wherever he liked. The trouble was that he was a Siberian husky belonging to Holmes, and he probably wouldn't make the best witness in court. I know it's not very important in the grand scheme of things, but I just wanted to quickly come back to that super deep voice of Elizabeth Holmes. A professor at Stanford University recalls that Holmes spoke with a much more natural and higher-pitched voice when she was studying there in her late teens, and he was confused when he met up with her a few years later and discovered that she had adopted this new deep baritone. It's also alleged that recent video footage exists of Elizabeth Holmes slipping into a much higher pitch after she's enjoyed a few drinks. Can you imagine her saying, "Yeah, we're really serious about getting this investment. We've raised billions of dollars. Theranos is massively successful." But a few drinks later, Holmes' family and old school friends have denied that she's faking the voice, and I suppose it's possible that lots of people just go a bit squeakier after a few drinks. You should hear Simon after he's been at the Baby Champ. I had to look up what Baby Champ was. It's like less alcoholic champagne. I had no idea what this was, because I'm a real man. I drink champagne. Once someone did like a flex on my Facebook. They were like drinking Moët champagne or whatever, and they posted like feeling like James Bond. And at the bottom of the bottle it said rosé, and I just comment, James Bond doesn't drink rosé. But it still casts further suspicion on whether Elizabeth Holmes may have been trying to construct a fake persona around a fake business model. Theranos officially ceased trading in 2018, although many of Holmes' legal battles were settled behind closed doors. The Walgreens pharmacy chain had cancelled its contract with Theranos and sued the company for breach of contract. Theranos settled out of court, but it's believed that the figure was much lower than the $140 million that Walgreens were seeking. Everyone's gonna come after her for money, and the only thing she's done is spend money and not make money. So yeah, they're not getting that all back, guys. Henry Kissinger's probably pissed. Following this investigation by the Securities and Exchange Commission, Holmes was fined $500,000 and banned from being an officer or a director of any company for 10 years. Now that doesn't sound so bad, but she'll also face like 20 years in prison on top of that. I'd be like, cool, yeah, I won't do any more companies, and you can take $500,000 of money that's not really mine. Or just like, I'll find that, guys. Just don't send me to jail, please. Meanwhile, Forbes noted that Holmes' personal worth has plummeted from billions of dollars to almost zero, and stripped her of the title, the world's youngest female self-made billionaire, which they gave to like, the Kardashian woman. It wasn't all bad news, though. To make up for it, Forbes put Holmes on the coveted list of world's most disappointing leaders. Not sure if you get a trophy or anything for that one. On a more serious note, Elizabeth Holmes will face trial in 2020 for 9 counts of conspiracy and fraud charges, which could potentially lead to a 20-year prison sentence. That is serious. It's estimated that investors lost a total of around $700 million in Theranos, but they should perhaps at least take some of the blame and responsibility for a scandal which caused great damage to the medical industry and resulted in hundreds of thousands of people being given inaccurate blood results. Yeah, that's true. I didn't even think about that. All those people. Yeah, that kind of sucks. With a few notable exceptions such as Google Ventures and Safeway, very few potential investors seemed to bother taking the time to check out the technology or the business model. Instead, they got carried away with what appeared to be a good news story about a young female version of Steve Jobs shaking up the medical industry forever. It might have been a shrewder move to check that the Edison machines actually worked before pumping millions of dollars into what now looks to be one of the biggest fraud operations in history. That is an incredible story. I am super interested to see how this goes this year, 2020. Maybe we can do a follow-up at some point. This was Business Blaze. Thank you, Danny, for putting that together. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, and I'll see you next time. And Willy Wonka's like, hide the envelopers! For f***'s sake, get them in the basement! Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze. In this one, the world's secret billionaires. Danny, who wrote this, his suggested title is The Richest People on the Planet Who Can't Get Arrested. Like Daddy, Bernie Madoff begs to disagree. He's in prison for like 160 years or something insane, but he's like 80, so he's gonna be dead. Yeah, this was written by Danny. Let's crack on. There are 5. If you ever asked to name any of the richest people in the world today, there are probably a few obvious multi-billionaires who would immediately spring to mind. Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, Simon Whistler. Well, thanks, Danny. You've overestimated my wealth by just a smidge. But not every billionaire is quite so keen to hog the limelight by posing for press pictures next to their private jet, popping up on their own cheesy TV commercials, or giving testimony to US Congress like an attention-seeking puppy. That Zuckerberg, I don't remember the pronunciation of his name, don't care. His testimony in front of Congress is absolute meme gold. Everyone's seen it. I don't feel I need to comment. I suppose we all have those friends who like to remind us at any given opportunity that they're a bit richer than we are. The kinds of friends who will get personalised license plates, or blow £50,000 on a watch, or come round to the house in the middle of the night to shove £50 notes through your letterbox while screaming, I just can't get rid of these bloody things. It's like, money! It reminds me of Dragon's Den, which is the comedian, oh god, if someone knows this skit, please link it to below, where it's like he's making or like, I don't know if you have it on Shark Tank in America, but in the UK on Dragon's Den, which is the equivalent, all of the dragons who are like really rich, they're sitting in chairs and they got a pile of money. What, so afterwards, like there's gonna be no due diligence, there's gonna be no going through it whatsoever, like the entrepreneur's just gonna come back and get like a big whack of £50 notes. It's not gonna happen. And also, I made a video a while back about like why the £50 note is so rare in Britain, and so many people are like, I see them all the time and I'm like, well, you're dodgy then, aren't you? Because like, people doing legitimate business don't work in that much cash 90% of the time. But some people are a little more subtle about their mountainous wealth, or in the case of the dragons, literally like a pile of money. There are about 2,500 billionaires in the world today, and the chances are that you haven't heard of most of them. The secret billionaires are happy to keep in the shadows, and some of them don't even get their name published on the Forbes rich list. Here are some of the most intriguing members of the unknown elite who you'd never think to approach in the street for a quick selfie. Funny story, there's a friend of mine who lives in London, and he's the sort of guy who'll just go up to people and ask the questions. So one time he's walking along the street and he sees a guy sitting just parked up in a Rolls Royce, like a brand new Rolls Royce, smoking a big old cigar. And he just goes up and he knocks on the window and he just asks him, how did you make so much money? And the guy literally says, I've been playing the lottery all my life, and like last month, I won, didn't I? And I'm like, oh, and my friend's like a really ambitious dude, and I'm just like, oh, that's not sending the right message, is it? Number 1, James Leprino. Don't know this guy. Our first secret billionaire is a very reclusive guy who may well go down very quietly in history as the Willy Wonka of cheese. Unlike the owner of Roald Dahl's famous fictional chocolate factory, James Leprino didn't quite hide himself away for years in a mysterious manufacturing plant and start employing Oompa Loompas as cheap foreign labor. Yeah, the Oompa Loompas are pretty funny, right? Clearly people of a different race. We don't know whether they get paid, but they do seem to be held captive there. I can just imagine like Willy Wonka. He's got all the kids with the golden tickets. They come in. They're like, wow, this is amazing. And Willy Wonka's like, hide the Oompa Loompas! For f***'s sake, get them in the basement! Because like one of those kids could be like, report them to a slavery commission? I'm sure there's a government body who deals with like slavery. So maybe it's a weak comparison, really. Oh god, I lost my place. But Leprino is certainly an equally enigmatic figure who's happy to lead a quiet and private life with his family in Indian Hills, Colorado. I haven't just not heard of him, I've never heard of where he lives. And keep his net worth of $3 billion hidden away from media headlines. He's such a mysterious figure that nobody knows for certain when he was even born, although it's been established that it was in the late 1930s. When he dies, we'll have to carbon date him. James Leprino is now the king of an empire that you may not know even existed, the pizza cheese empire. He inherited a very small business from his father in the 1950s, just a small loan of $1 million. His dad was an Italian immigrant who settled in Colorado and sold his homemade mozzarella and ricotta cheese to local grocery stores. But the business was struggling when James took over the reins, and his inheritance was far from what you might imagine. This is no story of a young kid inheriting a fortune from his rich dad. In fact, James had just $615 to spend when he evolved the business into Leprino Foods and concentrated on producing blocks of mozzarella for pizza companies. He didn't do a bad job. James turned his father's modest business into the world's biggest supplier of mozzarella. Wow, understatement of the century, Danny. Now running 12 plants across the US and Europe, owning 85% of the market share and providing mountains of cheese to the likes of Domino's and Pizza Hut. I just worry one day I'll go to the store and be like, yeah, mozzarella is no longer like £2 for a packet, it's now 20. Because this guy's the only guy. Although now in his 80s, James Leprino remains the big cheese of his own company and still seems to be earning a pretty good crust from his enterprise. No more cheesy puns, I promise. I know they tend to grate after a while. Oh, the second secret. Number 2. Alex Oberwelland. Alex Oberwelland. I know I'm not getting that right. Don't care. Look, Axel. Oh, it's Axel. Look, Axel, you even got a weird first name. The only person who's acceptable to be called Axel is Axel Foley? Who's the dude from Beverly Hills Cop? His name is Axel. Look, Axel, if you wanted everyone to know your name, you'd be more famous. The second secret billionaire is a very reclusive guy who may well go down quietly in history as the Willy Wonka of candy. This is a running joke. No, wait, Willy Wonka made candy himself, didn't he? So that doesn't really work. Oh, this guy makes candy? Still, Axel Oberwelland certainly followed in Willy Wonka's footsteps on his way to amassing a $3.9 billion fortune. Or to be more accurate, he followed in his great-grandfather's footsteps. Or to be even more accurate than that, he was handed the confectionery business on a plate by his father in 2003. The store company was founded in Berlin way back in 1903 by Axel's great-grandfather, August Stork, who later confusingly changed his name to August Oberwelland. Come on, dude, you had a well-known name. So that his name no longer matched the name of the business. That's a weird thing to do. So I guess he's German, so it'd be like Uberverland. Maybe he just wanted to sound more German, because like Stork doesn't sound really German. But Oberverland sounds like the most German name I've ever heard. One of Germany's best kept secrets for several decades, the store company branched out in a global scale in the 1950s and has since become famous for producing Werther's Originals, those sweets that only your grandma really likes. Now, I just think that's advertising. Werther's Original, anyone familiar with this, is like every video, every advert for them was just like an old woman or an old man enjoying a Werther's Original and saying like, it reminds me of the good old days or something like that no one cares about. It's like, okay, boomer. But I quite like them. Okay, boomer. So raisin caramels, never heard of those. Oh, they also produce toffee, which I do like. That most controversial of chocolate specialties. Why is it controversial? It's delicious. I personally love them. Oh, me too, Danny. but they share a sort of similar reputation to Ferrero Rocher in some circles. Overpriced chocolate that thinks it's posh but really isn't. Is toffee expensive? I don't want to be a dick, but it's like in the store, it's like chocolate. It's probably not going to be out of the budget. Ferrero Rocher, yeah, I agree. Ferrero Rocher's fine, but it does think it's way posher than it is. Like those adverts when I was a kid, and it's just like disappointing me. Every fancy dinner party that I went to as an adult, there weren't people walking around with giant silver platters piled high with Ferrero Rochers. Most of those things were filled with booze, which, you know, is better. One day I'm going to throw a posh party and I'm going to have people with giant platters of Ferrero Rocher instead of champagne because it's going to be cheaper. Axel is now the 4th generation owner of the Stork company and continues to expand the product line of the billion-dollar sweet company. It would also appear that while the company is Stork by name, they are very much Stork by nature. The Stork company has a C in it, like this. The Stork name, the Stork creature, bird, I guess. I think it's pretty sure it's a bird. Looks like this, spelled like this. They launched the Stork Foundation in 1992 to help preserve the endangered population of storks in Germany. That's the worst reason to start a foundation. Like, I'm gonna start the Whistler Foundation for the protection of antique whistles. It turns out the storks are totally fine. They're a massive pest in Germany. Well, we're gonna defend them. I'm not quite sure what would happen if the company had decided to go with the name cockroach or dung beetle all those years ago. Well, they'd probably have like the Cockroach Foundation. I'm not done. Number 3. Dame Mary Perkins. While some billionaires may live a quiet and discreet sort of life, Dame Mary Perkins goes to the trouble of adopting a cunning disguise. Where's my zebra mask? I have a cunning disguise. There was a time when she made a habit of putting on a wig and popping into a random branch of Specsavers, where she would pretend to browse and dither over a range of spectacles until one of the staff approached to help her. This wasn't because she was a bit mental or had very strange hobbies, it's because she was taking on the role of mystery shopper for her own company. Well, that is a bit weird, isn't it? It's like, yeah, I'm a multi-billionaire, this is my massive company, I'm gonna do mystery shopping. There are people who will do this for like £10 an hour. Less. I'd do it if they gave me something for free. This is a little strange, as billion-dollar corporate companies usually outsource that kind of thing. I do like how I once called Danny out on using corporate company because it's like completely unnecessary, it's like superfluous, and now every time there's a corporate company, I like it. Along with her husband Doug, Mary Perkins launched the optical retail chain Specsavers in 1984, and it wasn't always an easy ride. When the couple first got together, things were financially very tight and they didn't have a car, a television, or even a telephone. Oh no! They launched the business from the spare room of their house in Guernsey, using Guernsey's like an island off the south of England? Between England and Ireland? In the Caribbean? No. And using an old ping pong table in the absence of a proper desk. Desks are like 50p. Ping pong tables are like £200. I'm totally guessing at that, but ping pong tables are expensive. They've got to be super smooth. Marketing a new opticians business in the UK was always a bit tricky back in the 1980s, mainly because it wasn't legally allowed by the UK government. That does tend to make things trickier. It's like, yeah, I've always tried marketing my cocaine on like primetime TV, but the government keeps saying no. Opticians were on a list of professionals who were simply forbidden to promote their business at all, in much the same way that you might frown upon the idea of getting bombarded by marketing campaigns through your local dentist or doctor's surgery. Again, I've mentioned it in previous videos how weird it is whenever I go to America. You sit in the hotel having breakfast and it's like, there's TV and they're like, the adverts come on, it's like, ask your doctor about anal prolapsing. And then the guy proceeds to read like a page-long list of side effects for 20 minutes. Death, stroke, heart attack, plague. That's quite hard to comprehend now when you consider that "should have gone to Specsavers" is probably one of the most famous marketing slogans in history, but those words were only allowed to be spoken for the first time when the UK government finally deregulated the opticians market in 1985, a move which proved to be a game changer for the one-year-old Specsavers brand. Yeah, I don't know if you have Specsavers anywhere else, but in the UK, like, should have gone to Specsavers, or however it went, was like everywhere. Like people would get glasses and they'd be wrong, or they couldn't see or something, and it'd be like, should have gone to Specsavers. Or it could have been like, or any optician in the world. Nowadays, Specsavers has an annual turnover of $2.8 billion with over 2,000 stores across the world and a 42% share of the market. Surely that's UK only, because that's absurd. But although Mary Perkins may now be recognised as the UK's first self-made billionaire, wow, impressive, and received damehood in 2007 in recognition of her charitable work, she and her husband Doug still live a very private and down-to-earth life. They still live in the same modest 4-bedroomed house in Guernsey, which they bought over 35 years ago, and have no interest in living an extravagant lifestyle. Now, the one thing I do know about Guernsey is, beneficially for them, I'm sure, also a tax haven. In fact, up until very recently, she was still driving a 12-year-old clapped-out car. It's not known if she still plays a significant role in the Specsavers company, as she's now just officially listed as co-founder. My guess is she's still pissing about with that mystery shopping. That is absurd, isn't it? Number 4, Dawood Ibrahim. Dawood is a great name. I'm gonna not get fun of him because maybe he'll kill me. Some of the very richest people in the world don't make it onto the Forbes list. It's believed that some billionaires are able to hide their wealth from a public record in the prying eyes of Forbes. Vladimir Putin, along with several politicians in the Middle East, are rumored to be worth over twice as much as small-fry Bill Gates, but their wealth is tied up in obscure banks and investments around the globe, making it difficult for anyone to ascertain their true value. Yeah, like that Forbes list. It's not like they're getting access to to their bank accounts. They're just, or like all of their portfolios and stuff. They're just guessing at how much someone is worth. Also, Putin just did a video all about his wealth on the Today Found Out channel if you want to check out that. And also, fun fact that Danny missed, Gaddafi is widely thought, because they've recovered over $200 billion, which would make him the richest person so far in history, I believe. Yeah, but, disregarding how he got it, like plundering from the state coffers and all of that stuff. But, he got it. 200 billion. It's impressive. Meanwhile, dictators and members of royalty are excluded from the list as they acquire their wealth from their positions. Oh, okay. The House of Saud, Saudi Arabia's royal family, are rumored to have accumulated wealth of over 1.4 trillion, but you're unlikely to get that confirmed by their accountant. Yeah, that would be a bit weird. Like, hi, yeah, I'm just phoning from Forbes. Just wondering if you could tell me about the wealth of all of your clients. However, there's another breed of billionaire missing from the Forbes list, the master criminal. Oh my god, whatever this Dawood might actually kill me. I was just saying that because he's a billionaire. He's actually a criminal. Gangsters and drug lords will be gutted that they get excluded from the roll call of the uber wealthy as they acquired their wealth from illegal activity. But I just want to mention one of the names from the rogues gallery in this video. He's actually worth more than anyone mentioned on this list so far. Dawood Ibrahim from India is now widely believed to be the wealthiest criminal mobster alive today, with a reported fortune of $6.7 billion, although at least some of his assets have been seized or frozen by international authorities over the years. Ibrahim started off as a small-time hustler in Mumbai, which in itself was a disappointing career move for a son of a respected police constable of the city. I also feel like when you're worth 6.7 billion and you're a criminal, I wonder how much Bill Gates would have made if he had chosen to be a criminal, because clearly, he didn't commit crimes and became mad wealthy. It's just kind of taking the easy road, isn't it? You gotta be like, yeah, I'm worth 6.7 billion, but no one can know about it, and sort of cheated. It's like playing The Sims and using the cheat codes to make your family wealthy, and then you're like, yeah, I did it. You just feel hollow inside. He moves up the ladder of the criminal underworld until he was eventually branded by both the Indian and the United States governments as a key global player in the terror network. I don't know why I said that like that. It's really serious. He believed to have been responsible for masterminding the 1993 March bombings in Bombay and the Mumbai attacks of 2008. Decades of drug smuggling and mafia activity have allowed Ibrahim to invest in business interests and real estate across Asia, South Africa, and Europe, often under an alias name to keep his identity under wraps. Even now, it's suspected that he's the real owner of many prestigious hotels and properties in the UK. Awesome, isn't it? Ibrahim is also reported to wield most of the control over the very shady and very unofficial Hawala value system, which facilitates the anonymous transfer of big money without getting picked up by local authorities. I feel like I've heard of this because I just saw an episode of The Blacklist. Dawood Ibrahim may not have made it onto the Forbes rich list, but he has made it onto lists of the world's most wanted fugitives, at one point occupying the number 2 spot. And if you ever bump into him and feel brave enough to perform a citizen's arrest, you could find yourself in the money too. There's currently $25 million reward for his capture. Not recommended though. Yeah, I don't imagine this is a dude that you just randomly bump into. Final one, number 5, Bernard Arnault. Have heard of this guy. Not sure I'm pronouncing his name right. Not gonna look it up. Finally, and I'm gonna say that by not looking up the pronunciation of his name, I'm respecting his desire for privacy. Finally, if you do take the time to keep an eye on that Forbes list, here's a billionaire that might be familiar to you. Although Bernard Arnault can hardly be described as a household name. This is quite surprising, as he's most definitely one of the richest people on there. In fact, at the time of writing this video, he's number 2 on the list, with a net worth of 108, second only to Jeff Bezos, and ahead of Bill Gates. Wow, but by the time you're watching this video, that could have wildly changed, because those guys, they're moving around. It's like tennis. Not as in back and forth, but in like the top of the ATP. For a very brief period, he actually overtook Bezos as the richest man in the world according to the ever-fluctuating Forbes real-time billionaires ranking. That's a thing. But it was a very brief period indeed, just a few hours in fact, as Amazon stock had risen by the end of the day, pushing Jeff Bezos out to the front again. Still, becoming the richest man in the... I think I mentioned it on a previous video, but I love how you know you're rich when you get divorced in America and you're still the richest man in the world. Still, becoming the richest man in the world only for a few hours is definitely worth shoving somewhere on your CV, and it's possible that Bernard Arnault may one day knock Jeff Bezos from his perch on a more permanent basis. So who is he? Well, primarily, he is now the owner of the French company LVMH Moet Hennessy Louis Vuitton, which thankfully is widely known as just LVMH, and it's the second largest supplier of luxury goods in the world. He also has his fingers in quite a few other pies as well. As the owner and chairman of luxury fashion house Christian Dior, Bernard Arnault is seen by many as the king of fashion. Is he yeah, but no one ever sees him. Or, he's super low profile. I know what Bill Gates looks like and dresses like. I know what Jeff Bezos looks like and dresses like. I have no idea about this dude. Although some prefer to call him the wolf in cashmere due to his alleged ruthless style of business leadership. It's a label he himself rejects, and many other people are happy to report that he's a very quiet and shy gentleman. Yeah, but dude, if you're the richest person in the world, you're gonna have trodden on some toes. The Frenchman, Arnault, started off by joining his father's construction business in 1971 before persuading his dad to liquidate the construction division of the company and shift the focus of the business to the more lucrative real estate and holiday accommodation sectors. His own big break came in 1984 when he was able to snap up Christian Dior for a bargain basement price of 1 symbolic franc due to the financial struggles of the fashion house's parent company, and he quickly went on to transform the fortunes of the iconic fashion label. I feel like when you pay someone 1 symbolic franc, I'd just be like, dude, just take it. It's cool. It feels more insulting than anything else. If someone was like, Simon, I'll give you £1 for business plays, I'd be like, just take it. I know it didn't work. He's now the owner of British luxury yacht manufacturer Princess Yachts. Wow, you know you're rich when you don't just buy a yacht, you buy the yacht company. The Dutch shipyard Feedship, and he has an even bigger stake in Netflix. Also, you're super rich. It's like, yeah, I'm just watching Netflix. I'd like them to buy this show. So you buy the company so you can watch whatever you want. This is a fun side fact here. Howard Hughes once bought a TV station just so he could do that. He was living in Las Vegas or whatever, and he wanted to watch whatever movie he wanted. This was, back in the day. And so he bought the TV station and phoned them up and be like, I'm not into this movie. Play something else. And they would. And people were very confused by this because obviously it was being broadcast to everyone else as well. Life's not all about business though. Arnault also owns a massive art collection including priceless works from the likes of Picasso, Andy Warhol, and Henry Moore. That's not to mention the huge private island that he's reported to own in the Exuma Cays in the Bahamas, which you can apparently rent for just $300,000 a week. What a bargain, Danny! Johnny Depp and Tyler Perry are rumored to be among the few elite to chill out there and build sandcastles on Bernard's private little getaway. After the recent fires ravaged Notre Dame Cathedral, Bernard pledged no less than $200 million to help with renovation and restoration. But aside from the art collection, the private islands, and the philanthropy, Bernard Arnault is most likely to go down in history as one of the most reclusive and mysterious billionaires in the fashion industry. Or maybe we could just call him the Willy Wonka of fashion. This has been Business Blaze. I hope you enjoyed this video. Smash that like button, but not too hard. I don't want to damage your phone. I couldn't bear the emotional strain that would be on me if you broke your phone. They're really expensive these days. Smash that like button, subscribe. See you next time. This was really long. Ask your doctor about anal prolapsing. You can imagine he gets into prison and he gets beat. Jess Skilling beats the shit out of him for being a snitch. Hello, welcome to another episode of Business Blaze, the least professional of all of my channels, but for some reason is about business. I am aware of the irony. People often say in the comments like, Simon, why is this channel the most informal, but about business? I don't know. Well, I sort of do now. I was like, I should start a business channel. I think that would be fun because I like business and also I think people would watch it. And then I decided to make it casual because I wanted to do something different. Here we are. Danny has written us a script. Did you see the video? If you haven't seen it yet, what happened at Theranos? This one is I really enjoyed doing that one. This one is the same thing, just about Enron. Now, let's just jump in, shall we? The year is 2000. Well, I don't mean it's the year 2000 right now. No one was doubting you meant that, Danny. What I'm trying to do here is mentally take us back to a time before the days of Ed Sheeran, when everyone was still playing Snake on their crap mobile phones, and Simon was still wearing long shorts and a school blazer. Year 2000, I was 12, 13. I think at secondary school we didn't have shorts, we just had trousers. But if it was a year earlier, 2 years earlier, I would have been wearing shorts and a blazer. I was hoping that the Business Blaze channel might be able to afford a wibbly-wobbly Scooby-Doo style flashback effect, but failing that, we'll just have to make do with Simon shaking his hips or something. Well, this channel is definitely not profitable right now at these viewer numbers, but maybe someday, and I'm not really sure what the hip shaking reference is. Someone enlighten me in the comments? Or failing that, we'll just have to imagine in our heads that it's the year 2000 and this is the longest introduction to a Business Blaze video ever. The American energy supplier Enron Corporation is worth about $60 billion. It's employing 29,000 staff, and it has just been named as Fortune's most innovative company for the 6th consecutive year. Look, there's one thing I do know about Enron. If they were innovative about something, it's their accounting methods. The description energy supplier may be a little oversimplistic, as Enron actually gets up to all kinds of crazy. They don't just provide electricity and gas, they sell commodities, they operate broadband and communication services, they produce pulp and paper, they sell video on demand in partnership with Blockbuster, and at one point, they effectively tried to own the internet. As you might be able to guess, that last one didn't quite pan out, but you can't fault the burning ambition within the company. Fast forward just 1 year, that's 2001. For your maths fans out there, and the second biggest company in the US was under criminal investigation and has become the subject of the biggest ever corporate bankruptcy in US history at the time. I imagine still is, right? Has any other giant company gone back? I mean, many giant companies have gone bankrupt. I guess maybe Lehman Brothers, Bear Stearns. They weren't as big as Enron, were they? Today the word Enron has become shorthand for deep corruption and massive fraud, which begs the obvious question, why did they choose such a rubbish name for the company? What's wrong with Enron? I mean, I know it's because you're like, well, yeah, it's Enron, isn't it? Ha ha ha. But is the name actually that bad? Whilst we're dealing with that question, I'm hoping we might also be able to find some time to delve deeper into how exactly one of the most successful and acclaimed companies in the world managed to take such an undignified leap into the pit of oblivion. The origins of Enron can be traced back to the 1920s, although the company itself didn't come into existence until 1985. Enron was actually the result of a big merger between two relatively small regional companies called Houston Natural Gas and Internorth, who had been providing gas to local customers for decades. One of the three key players in this story is Ken Lay, an American businessman and devoted Republican. He was a figure with some pedigree, having graduated in the top 5% of his class at Harvard Business School, and he went on to become the golfing partner of George Bush Sr., a business mentor to George W. Bush, and later on in the year 2000, he was a strong candidate to take on the post of United States Secretary of the Treasury, serving under his former pupil, who had the job title of president. That's pretty intense, considering what's about to happen next. Ken Lay had been one of the big movers and shakers behind the merger that was to form Enron, and he quickly rose into the position of CEO of the company. Although Enron started out simply as a natural gas provider for the first few years, in the 1990s, there was a huge change in the energy market thanks to the introduction of new deregulation laws, which opened up the doors to new suppliers around the US and the rest of the world. Enron took advantage of this evolving market by effectively transforming itself into an energy trading network for other suppliers, selling both gas and electricity to traders through fixed-priced contracts, which diminished the risk of fluctuating energy prices for these new suppliers. Okay, I think if I understand that right, Enron basically became the middleman, sort of a market where other suppliers could buy money and insure themselves against like changes in prices in electrical gas, so that, they wouldn't have any big shocks. And Enron, being a larger company, could absorb more financial shocks like that, I think. It's probably worth noting that everyday customers didn't really see any advantage from this. They were still paying top whack for their energy bills, while the new suppliers were raking in the bigger profits and splashing out on ever bigger executive desk toys. Yeah, it's like, can you imagine at the boardroom? So guys, we've really seen like a significant reduction in the cost of, energy for us. We were thinking about passing this on to our customers. Enron took the lead in the emerging energy futures market, which allowed companies and investors to speculate on fluctuations in energy prices, and they dabbled in the telecommunications industry too. All right, my knowledge of, seeing as I did a degree in business, like my knowledge of like energy futures and shit is like this big. It doesn't really matter. I really don't think it's important for our story. In 1997, the company constructed an enormous top-secret fiber optic network in Las Vegas, which ran for over 1,000 miles and was intended to eventually become the backbone of broadband internet across America. The idea was that Enron would trade bandwidth to all US internet providers in much the same way they were already trading energy, and that Enron would effectively own the internet in America. It's actually pretty smart. The long-term plan never came to fruition, as the site was eventually auctioned off to Switch Communications for peanuts in 2002, following the bankruptcy of Enron. In fact, the auction was so quiet that the CEO of Switch Communications was the only one in attendance. So the bidding war wasn't very exciting to watch. Yeah, can you imagine? You walk into an auction and you're the only dude sitting there, and the auctioneer's like, this isn't going to go well for me, is it? It's like $100 million, $50 million. 10 minutes later, $4, $1. Anyone else? Going? Today, Switch Communications doesn't exactly own the internet, but they do own one of the biggest data centers in the world. The second key player in this story is Jeff Skilling, another graduate from Harvard Business School who quickly rose through the ranks of Enron, having impressed Ken Lay with his ingenuity. One of Skilling's cunning plans was to revamp the way Enron approached its accounting by adopting a slightly dubious mark-to-market model. Now this, I'm pretty sure this is where things start getting, because Enron was fine, they were an energy company, they did stuff. I know there was some other shady stuff that was going on, but it's mostly about the accounting, so this is where it's gonna go wrong. Now, when it comes to my own accounting, I like to keep things fairly simple. I have a column for the amount of money I get paid, and another column for vital expenses such as office equipment, swivel chairs, keyboards, I honestly get through about 4 or 5 a year, and vital cartons of Mbongo. I haven't thought about Mbongo in about 20 years. It's like, I think it's a fruit drink, and they had this thing, Mbongo, it's made in the jungle, something. There's that marketing stuck with me. The mark-to-market model is a much more confusing way of going about things, and that was exactly the reason Skilling demanded its immediate implementation. Skilling's like, hey guys, you know a great way to confuse the out of our investors so they think we're worth way more money? Let's adopt a really confusing accounting standard. I wonder if Danny's gonna try and explain it to us. Yes. The general idea is that you account for complex long-term contracts by estimating the present value of their future cash flow. What? Wait, so you're like, yeah, I think we're gonna make this much money in the future, so let's just say we made this much money now. That's an accounting model? Although accounting is super complicated. Like, one of the parts of that business degree was like studying accounting, which one, was incredibly boring. And two, it's like, what? Why is this? Like, I mean, I feel for a small business, it's fairly simple, but when it starts getting into this giant corporate stuff, you're like, what is going on? So instead of reporting to investors how much actual profit has been made in a financial quarter, Enron's approach was to report projected future profit that hadn't actually been made yet, but appeared on paper to investors that it had. How is this an official, an allowed accounting method and not just a scam? This was all very well in the 90s when business was booming for Enron and the future looked bright, but it was slightly less useful with competition when competition became fiercer and those predictions never quite materialized. It's quite remarkable that Enron were allowed to do this, yet no and that the US Securities and Exchange Commission were happy to approve the accounting method in 1992. Was someone bribed? Like, what the act? Maybe there's an accountant who's watching and could be like, actually, Simon, the mark-to-market model is an incredibly effective accounting process for doing this. And then, it'll be a really long comment and I'll just completely turn off. But this kind of thing was right at the very heart of the problem with Enron. Overcomplicated and misleading management of the books. A typical financial report from the company was so ridiculously complex that few investors would even try to understand it. They just saw the reported big profits on paper, clapped their hands in glee, and then went back to the golf course. A perfect example of this book fiddling is the deal that Enron struck with Blockbuster. In 2000, the two corporate giants signed a 20-year deal to work together on introducing newfangled video on demand to major US cities for the very first time. Video on demand in the year 2000. Bloody hell. They'll do it on their new fiber optic network they were going to own. During the same period, Enron had also... I feel like this could be some alternate future thing where we got Netflix in 2002 and Enron wasn't a complete piece of shit. During the same period, Enron had also struck a very secret deal with a Canadian bank who had agreed to loan Enron $115 million in exchange for all the profits from the first 10 years of the Blockbuster deal. I feel like a deal that size for two public companies, I'm assuming the Canadian bank's public as well, shouldn't shouldn't be secret, guys. And how can it be secret? You've got public books. Although, I guess that was the point. They had public books, they were just super confusing. The problem is that the whole venture turned out to be a massive flop, and Blockbuster withdrew from the contract just 8 months later, leaving Enron with a big debt to pay back to the Canadian bank. However, the shifty accounting meant that the $115 million loan from the bank was simply counted as a nice big juicy profit in the financial reports, with no indication to investors that Enron had messed up big time on this deal. How does this accounting method be like, yeah, no, I'm just gonna count my mortgage that I owe the bank as part of my net worth? That's an asset, not a liability. The final key player is Andrew Fastow, a former banker who ended up serving in the post of Chief Financial Officer for Enron in 1998. Fastow was the mastermind behind the formation of several special purpose entities, or SPEs, which were effectively just small limited partnerships created with external parties, and in most cases these are set up with perfectly sound financial intentions. Not with Enron, though. Enron used SPEs as a dumping ground for any assets that were causing financial grief or concern. So essentially, if an asset was poised to generate a whopping loss for Enron, it would be mysteriously snapped up by one of Fastow's many SPEs, indicating yet another fresh profit for the main firm, while leaving the SPE to soak up the losses, far away from Enron's books and the eyes of investors. Wait, so it'd be like, well, we tried this thing, it was a complete financial failure, so we sold it to John. John's secretly a part of Enron, but he bought this piece of for a load of money. How is this legal? Those investors must have still felt happy in 2000. The stock price of the company had soared to a new record of $90 per share, and Enron was now worth $60 billion. Woo! The only problem was that this figure was about 7 times its actual earnings and about 6 times its real book value. That's depressing. Journalists and experts were now beginning to get a little suspicious about the true value of Enron, and articles began popping up in the likes of Fortune magazine, which called the company's accountancy methods into question. About time. At this time, Enron was advising employees, investors, and the general public to keep throwing all their savings into Enron shares for a prosperous future, while the company executives were secretly selling millions of dollars of their own shares. I'm pretty sure that's illegal insider. Isn't that insider trading? And can you imagine what a piece of shit you have to be running this company that you're basically, cheating on and driving into the ground, and while the stock price is going up, you're selling your shares to people who work for you. You little bitch. Knowing that it's all gonna go to shit. It was as if they knew that the game might be up, yeah. The fact that the executives at the very top seemed to be playing a game of musical chairs couldn't have inspired much confidence either. Original founder Kenneth Lay had stepped down as CEO to be replaced by Jeff Skilling, who then very quickly resigned just 6 months later to be replaced by Ken Lay again. Although Jeff Skilling cited personal reasons for his sudden and abrupt departure, it's now believed that he knew the accounting scandal was about to blow up in everyone's faces, and he didn't want to be sitting on the top of the tree when it happens. And who can blame him? In the face of increasingly big financial operational concerns and losses that were becoming too big for even Enron to hide, the investors lost all confidence in the company, and by the end of 2001, the stock price had plummeted from $90 to just 20 cents. God, it would have been good to short sell Enron. By this time, the CFO, Andrew Fastow, had already been fired from his post by Ken Lay after the company came under growing scrutiny from the press over Fastow's mysterious SPEs, and many of the major banks had been announcing that they would refuse to deal with Enron, while Fastow remained with the company. It was later revealed that Fastow's vast labyrinth of off-the-books partnerships hadn't been just set up for Enron's benefit, it also managed to sneak tens of millions of dollars into his own pocket without anyone noticing. It's estimated that investors lost $74 billion. I'm laughing about all of this stuff, but these investors were regular people and they were Enron's employees, and these guys got Enron filed for bankruptcy in December 2001. The tens of thousands of employees hadn't just lost their jobs, many of them also lost their life savings and their pensions after the executives had encouraged them to pump everything into Enron shares while simultaneously flogging their own. They also managed to drag down a prestigious accounting firm with them. Arthur Andersen had been one of the biggest auditing, tax, and consultancy services since 1913, but they were forced to surrender their license in 2002 when it was revealed that they had been happily signing off on the dubious accounting practices of Enron for years, and had then destroyed all documents relating to Enron before the investigators could swoop in. I started off feeling bad, like, drag down a prestigious accounting firm. Oh, that's sad. They've been around for ages. No, it turns out they were good. Another 85,000 jobs went down with Arthur Andersen. Okay, now I feel like a piece of because I'm making fun of this, but Arthur Andersen You know, clearly this wasn't good, was it? Yeah, I hope those other 85,000 people found other jobs somewhere else and didn't have all of their life savings invested in Arthur Andersen's stock. Ken Lay was found guilty of 10 counts of securities fraud, but died in his cell of suicide despite the fact that both cameras outside of his cell had been turned off. And I'm just kidding. He died of a heart attack in 2006, just 3 months before he was due to be sentenced. George Bush Sr. was one of the attendees at the small private funeral, but he probably didn't bring his golf clubs with him on that day. Well, obviously not, because one, it'd be incredibly inappropriate to bring golf clubs to a funeral, and two, the guy that you play golf with is isn't he? Jeff Skilling was originally sentenced to 24 months in prison after being found guilty of conspiracy, insider trading, securities fraud, making false statements to auditors, although this was later reduced to 14 years, and he was released in 2019 after serving 12. Yeah, he's up to something new, I think. I don't know if I'd invest in a Jeff Skilling business, though. In fact, I definitely wouldn't. Meanwhile, Andrew Fastow was sentenced to 10 years in prison after being found guilty of 2 counts of wire and securities fraud, but this was reduced to 5 years after he agreed to spill the beans on all his former Enron executives. Or in other words, he dodged 5 years in prison by singing like a canary. You can imagine he gets into prison and he gets beat. Jeff Skilling beats the shit him for being a snitch. The weird thing about Enron is they weren't really a terrible business. They did have innovative ideas. They were brilliant at launching new ventures, and it seems they had at least some talent for attracting investors. The main problem was they seemed to struggle with the day-to-day running of these brilliant ventures, and then devoted most of their time to hiding the true figures instead of just sorting out the business and getting back on track. Yeah, Enron was around for a really long time and seemed to be doing okay until they were like, let's just cook the books. Let's just do that. If anything good came out of this mess, it's the Sarbanes-Oxley Act of 2002, which was passed as a law by US Congress as a direct response to the Enron scandal and serves to protect investors from fraudulent financial reporting, with stricter securities regulations and tougher penalties for those who step outside the line. It was signed into law in July 2002 by Ken Lay's former business pupil, George W. Bush. And around in the circle we have come. And more importantly, what about that rubbish name? I still disagree with Danny. I think Enron's a fine name. It's an energy corporation. It's not exactly innovative or anything, but like Apple, Microsoft, Enron. And not that these companies are related. I'm just comparing names here. Chill out, lawyers. It could have been even worse. Ken Lay's original choice was Enron, and in fact, the company was very briefly christened with this name following the initial merger of Internorth and Houston Natural Gas. However, it was hastily rebranded as Enron when somebody pointed out that Enteron is actually the medical name of the digestive tract or gut, which absorbs all the energy, nutrients, and goodness from food and expels the rest as waste. And that just wouldn't have been appropriate at all, except it would have been absolutely appropriate. Danny, thank you for putting this together. A whirlwind ride of joy as always. If you found this a whirlwind ride of joy, smash that like button. More important was you watched to the end, and I appreciate you for doing that because it helps out in the YouTube algorithm when you watch to the end like this. Thank you, and I'll see you next time. Made from 100% pure squeezed virgins. Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Blaze. As you've probably seen from the length of this video, this one is an absolute beast. That is fully by intention. I said to Danny, go make me a giant long video, or script for a video, just for fun. I don't really know why. So we got 30 weird and wonderful facts about the world's biggest brands, because, well, we don't mess around when we do lists on Business Blaze, alright? That's the reason. Let's just crack on, shall we? We got a long way to go. I got my coffee. This is already half finished, because I started recording this one already. Got about 20 minutes into it, and then realized my microphone wasn't plugged in. So, second time's the charm. The rocky path to global corporate success is often littered with wrong turns, comedy pratfalls, curious decisions, intriguing stories, bogus myths. Oh my god, this is why it's so long. And even forgotten secrets that brands would rather keep well buried. Not all the time, obviously. Sometimes the stories attached to brands are just as boring and predictable as the products they're trying to sell you. Well, hopefully we're avoiding those. You know the type of story. Struggling New York entrepreneur goes it completely alone in the tough world of business with only a $1 million loan from his filthy rich daddy to help keep his dreams afloat. He ends up pissing away billions of dollars and becoming president of the United States of America. Who wants to hear about that story? I don't know. Who are we talking about, Danny? I got no idea. Smash that dislike button. And I love, like, whenever I make fun of Trump, people are like in the comments, Simon, we could do with less Trump bashing. And I'm like, but he does make it real easy, doesn't he? But if you forage deeper into the world of, and I'm gonna continue with them, so unsubscribe if you don't like it. But if you forage deeper in, and if it was a Democrat president who was just as funny, I would rip it out of them as well. Also, I'm British, I don't care about your politics. But if you forage deeper into the world of famous brands, you begin to find all kinds of mysterious secret sources hidden at the back of the cupboard. In fact, if you're very lucky, you might just find enough material to keep Simon Whistler on his feet for the best part of an hour. Bloody hell, here we go. Is that really how long I'm standing here? I won't claim that all 30 of these weird and wonderful facts about brands are guaranteed to be completely new to you, and it's not intended to be a competition to see how many you already know. Well, I'm going to turn it into one, Danny. I'm going to tell you how many of these I know already. A big tip, I know the first one, or two, because I've already recorded them when my microphone wasn't working. However, I'm hoping that by taking a golf buggy ride through some of the more obscure back streets of business, we can uncover some of the most surprising and lesser known facts about the brands you think you know inside out. And I'd love a golf buggy. I don't play golf, but ever since I saw that Van Wilder movie with Ryan Reynolds back in the day where he was driving a golf cart around his university, I thought that was the coolest thing in the world, and I've wanted a golf buggy ever since.
Write that down.
And I promise not to mention anything about the fact that Lord Alan Sugar started off by selling a few dodgy bananas on a market stall in the East End of old London town, but he did. Americans, the joke there, and just in case you don't get it, Alan Sugar, Lord Alan Sugar apparently, is the guy who hosts The Apprentice in the UK. The only thing I really remember about that show, I think I saw the first season when I was a teenager, the only thing I really why is this chair here? The only thing I really remember about that show is that at the beginning, it was just a really long shot of him driving around in an expensive car, looking important, like looking off into the distance, like gonna make some business decisions. It made him look like a bit of a twat. And that's probably a bit more impressive than the guy from New York I was talking about whose name escapes me. But a bomb! Number one, Nike took inspiration from convicted murderers. Just about everyone must have seen the enduring Nike slogan, "Just Do It." First launched to the world in a 1988 series of TV commercials featuring everyday people of all ages and sizes throwing themselves into a sporty activity, the slogan was only ever meant to be used in one marketing campaign, but the inspiring word stood the test of time.
Just do it!
Essentially, those three words are meant to be motivational and a universal kick up the arse. Stop thinking about it, stop putting it off until tomorrow, just do it. Wow, it's like from convicted murderers, so stop thinking about it. Stop putting it off until tomorrow. Just do it. Kill your family.
Just do it! Make your dreams come true!
So it's quite surprising to learn that the slogan was inspired by the final words of a multiple murderer, just moments before he was executed by a firing squad. Gary Gilmore had been convicted of murdering a gas station employee and motel manager in 1976? You Americans were still shooting people in 1976? You can even hang them? Although I think I'd rather be shot than hanged, actually, to be fair. In fact, to be fair, I'd probably rather be shot than have the lethal injection, considering how often that goes wrong. A year later, he found himself strapped into a chair in Utah State Prison with a bag over his head and several guns pointing at him. When asked if he had any final words, Gilmore simply responded, "Let's do it." According to eyewitness reports, he didn't even flinch as the guns fired. Jesus, stone cold. So not only is it named after a convicted murderer, it's named after a multiple convicted murderer, who seems to be absolutely stone cold. Advertising agency executive Don Draper came... Not really. Love Mad Men. Advertising executive Dan Whedon came across the story nearly a decade later and was moved enough by this ultimate statement of intention to make a rather macabre pitch to Nike with a slight change of wording. Jesus Christ, Dan. Where shall I get inspiration for Nike's new slogan? Murderers. Also, I know it's Nike. We just say Nike in the UK. And I can't say Nike because then everyone in the UK will be like, what the f*** are you pandering to the Americans? Nike hated it, but went with it anyway. Oh. And ended up with one of the most iconic slogans in modern day marketing. It's maybe just as well that Gilmore's final words weren't something like self-losers. Well, then they'd have never been used by Nike, would they? So there's that. Number 2, reckless casino gambling gets you out of trouble. In 1974, FedEx founder Frederick W. Smith found himself in a spot of bother. Just 3 years earlier, he'd launched Federal Express, the original airline division of the company, with the help of his own $4 million fortune and an additional $90 million from his dad. Not really, it came from investors. But the rapid rise of fuel costs soon put the new company in serious hot water as it began to hemorrhage about $1 million a month. One dark night, Smith eventually found himself down to his very last $5,000, which might seem like a lot of money, but when you started with 94 million, that's not. Also, if you're running basically an airline, it's not a lot of money. $5,000 must fly a plane for like 5 minutes. This wasn't enough to even fuel up the planes on the following Monday, and no sh**. It looked like the FedEx story was about to come to a premature end with imminent bankruptcy. So Smith did what any self-respecting businessman would do. He withdrew his last $5,000 from the company account and took it to Las Vegas to gamble it all on the blackjack table. I mean, he's not wrong. It's like, well, we're gonna lose everything. So, and how can I make a large amount of money in a very short time? I mean, maybe you could have bought and sold drugs, but even then. So you've got to take the risk. Just go in, throw it all on black. And again, and just hope.
Do it!
Wait. Blackjack's not where you put it on black, is it? Blackjack's like 21. It may sound a bit reckless, but the way Smith saw it, he had nothing to lose, indeed. The $5,000 wasn't enough to keep the company running anyway, so he'd be in the same mess whether he gambled it away or saved it. As it turns out, he won $32,000 on that faithful night at the blackjack table, which was just enough to fuel the planes on Monday and keep the company afloat for a few days until more investors could be found. If it'd been dealt different playing cards on that night, FedEx wouldn't now exist and certainly wouldn't be worth £52 billion. I don't know who those investors were, but they are absolutely smart. Because if someone came to me and be like, yeah, I just got like the last $32,000 from gambling the last investors' money in Vegas because we completely ran out of money, I'd be like, I'm mate. But now, it's worth $52 billion, which is why I make YouTube videos and do not invest in companies. Number 3, why is Facebook blue? I also don't know this one. 2 out of 3 so far. Facebook may have gone through some facelifts over the years, but the color scheme has always remained blue and white. But there's actually a very good reason for this. Mark Zuckerberg is red-green colorblind. Oh my god, is that one of his lizard people skills? He only discovered his colorblindness fairly late on in life when he took an online test. Facebook was always intended to be a minimalist two-tone design anyway, to offer a simple contrast to the increasingly complex and cluttered designs of rivals such as MySpace. I remember going onto MySpace like when Facebook was first around, and it'd be like, why is there music playing? Why are there so many colors? Where am I? I'm lost. Help me. Zuckerberg chose blue as in his own words, blue is the richest color for me, I can see all of blue. He does sound like a robot, doesn't he? Like, all the time. Blue is the richest color for me. I can see all of blue. I can see inside you. So the main reason you've been seeing blue screens all this time is so that Mark Zuckerberg could see what he was doing when he was creating the platform. Fascinating. Number 4. Ben and Jerry's bagels. Ben & Jerry's may well have been famous for something other than their chunky ice cream if they'd stuck to their original plan. I'm glad they didn't, because I love Ben & Jerry's. Back in 1978, Ben Cohen and Jerry Greenfield's first idea was to launch a bagel company. However, the duo were a bit strapped for cash, and they quickly got ice-cold feet. Ba-da-bum-bum. When they figured out how enormously expensive it was going to be to buy all the equipment needed to make bagels. What do you need to bake bagels? It's bread. So instead they took a $5 correspondence course with Pennsylvania State University on ice cream making. This video brought to you by Skillshare. Not really, but it could be. And hopefully it will be, when more people start watching this channel. Then he converted an old gas station in Vermont into the very first Ben & Jerry's homemade ice cream parlor. The original idea wasn't completely abandoned forever though. To celebrate the company's 40th anniversary in 2018, Ben & Jerry's launched a limited edition range of ice cream bagels. Yes, essentially ice cream sandwiches as a tribute to what could have been. That sounds pretty great. I love ice cream sandwiches. And I love bagels. I imagine I would like that. As a bonus fact within a fact, Ben Cohen, the founder of one of the most successful ice cream companies in history, has absolutely no sense of taste or smell? That's incredible. He relies on texture and feel to get a good grip of what he's shoveling into his mouth, which explains why Ben & Jerry's ice cream is usually so full of chunky bits. I had no idea. That's amazing. Also, like, not being able to taste things would be amazing and terrible at the first time. Terrible because you don't get to taste anything, but amazing because then it's like, well, I'm just gonna eat, you don't really have to think about food at all. You definitely won't get fat because you're like, Well, I could just eat this incredibly healthy meal, or I could just eat lard. They taste the same. Number 5. An Egg McMuffin to go, please, Your Majesty. A branch of McDonald's based in Oxford in the UK has a very unusual landlady, the Queen of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth regions. I love that Danny threw in the Commonwealth bit there. Don't forget, she's your queen too, Canada. Of course, the Queen has already a pretty amazing property portfolio. Aside from all those nice castles and mansions she's got scattered around Britain, she also owns Ascot Racecourse, Regent Street, just the whole street, the Savoy Hotel, and a few other bits. You know you're rich when it's not just like, you're not just invested in commercial property, you just own the street, like some Monopoly baron. On the Monopoly board on the UK one, they should just block off the Regent Street thing and be like, you can't buy that, that's the Queen's. She's richer than you, peasant. She also owns the Savoy Hotel and a few other bits and pieces, which amount to about £2.4 billion in total. Yes. But the Banbury Gateway Shopping Centre in Oxford is one of the more curious developments to have been built on lands belonging to the Queen. As well as a branch of McDonald's, the shopping centre also includes a Primark, which is, I don't know if everyone knows what Primark is. It's like a super low quality, super cheap clothing place. I once went on a cycling trip. I cycled like the whole length of the country and I didn't take any spare clothes. Just bought clothes on the way and threw them away. Primark's good for that. So there's plenty to keep the Queen busy when she's mooching around on one of our annual property inspections to check for damp, mold, and insect infestations. Except, of course, it doesn't quite work like that. The manager of the branch of McDonald's is unlikely to have a hotline to the Queen when he needs to report a problem with the plumbing. I'd be very disappointed about that. In truth, the Queen doesn't personally own anything in her property portfolio, as it all belongs to the Crown Estate, with any profits going directly to the Treasury. But I still like to think that she'd be generously treated to a free spicy chicken snack wrap if she ever popped into the Banbury Gateway Shopping Centre for a bite to eat. The spicy chicken snack wrap sounds pretty tasty. I'm pretty hungry. Also, she's the Queen, so one, she doesn't need free shit, Danny. She's rich. And also, people would give her free shit anyway because she's the Queen. Number 6. The twisted truth on the world's best-selling toy. The biggest-selling toy of all time is also the biggest-selling puzzle game of all time and widely considered to be simply one of the best-selling products of all time. Jesus Christ. It's the Rubik's Cube. Didn't know this! First invented in 1974 by Hungarian professor Erno Rubik, who gave it the name the Magic Cube. It wasn't until 1980s that the Rubik's Cube hit the market following a licensing deal with the Ideal Toy Corp. I don't know, I don't think the Rubik's Cube is an ideal toy. Pretty sure I had one as a kid. Pretty sure I just thought it was impossible, so I took off all the stickers and put them on the correct sides. Because that's how you win. The Cube is strongly associated with the 1980s when sales hit their peak, even spawning its own largely forgotten short-lived animated series, Rubik the Amazing Cube. Can you imagine the pitch for that? What are we going to make? We're going to make a cartoon around the Rubik's Cube. Rubik the Amazing Cube. Whoever greenlit that needs a talking to. A cartoon based on a toy cube never really had success written all over it, did it? Hell no it didn't, Danny. But it still sells surprisingly well today, and thousands of keen enthusiasts still flock to professional speed cubing events around the world. I have seen some of these YouTube videos where these kids, they'll do it blindfolded and in 5 seconds. It's insane. They'll look at the cube, they'll memorize all the sides, and then they'll be like, and it's done. It's wild. There are also machines that do it incredibly fast. It's for something that is so boring, it is quite interesting. Most hardcore cubists strive to complete the cube from any position in under 10 seconds, but Professor Erno Rubik wouldn't count himself in that circle of experts. He openly admits that he's rubbish at playing his own creation, and after he first invented the cube, it took him over a month to solve the damn thing. At least he did it. I just thought it was impossible. Number 7. Fanta is for Nazis. Okay, so this is the second one I know. While the title for this one might be a little bit misleading, but there's actually a few myths and fables which have grown around the real story. Some people claim that the fruity, fizzy soft drink Fanta was invented by the Third Reich in response to a ban on Coca-Cola imports to Germany during the Second World War. That's not quite right, but there's some truth to the story that Fanta was very much a German byproduct of the war. Coca-Cola had already established a manufacturing presence in Germany long before the outbreak of war. However, when a trade embargo was slapped on Germany in 1939, it became impossible for the Germans to source ingredients to produce the Coca-Cola syrup, putting thousands of jobs on the line. If I was in some country where the Americans were embargoing and they were we're banning Coke, I'd be like, okay, cool, what do you need? I'll give up my nuclear program, just bring the Coke back, please. Or the reality is I'd do like Kim Jong-un and just have it smuggled in for myself somehow. So instead, Coca-Cola Deutschland was instructed to use their imagination to produce an alternative fizzy drink from the very limited ingredients that they had at their disposal, which was pretty much just the leftovers of the leftovers. The German translation of imagination is fantasy. which helped to inspire the name of the drink they eventually managed to cobble together to help keep production running in Germany. Following the war, it was deemed that Fanta had served its purpose and production of the soft drink was halted in Germany when they were given the ingredients to make Coca-Cola again. But it was resurrected worldwide in the 1950s in response to Pepsi launching their own ranges of alternative drinks. Can you imagine the Coca-Cola board? They're like, yeah, Pepsi are launching these soft drinks. Should we invent something new or just like use that one that the Nazis were doing? In a horrifying marketing misfire, oh, I know this one. A 75th anniversary version of Fanta was released in Germany in 2015, promoted by a TV ad which claimed that Coca-Cola wanted to bring back that feeling of the good old times. The best thing is, if this was done in like anywhere else, people would still be like, you mean like the good old times of the Nazis, Coke? But the fact it was done in Germany is like doubly terrible. This advert was hastily replaced when viewers became concerned that Coca-Cola was campaigning for the return of Nazi rule, which, as we all know, is not good for business. E is for Echo. Although you'd be forgiven for assuming that the small E in eBay stands for electronic, it actually stands for Echo. Kind of. Originally, I didn't actually ever think about that. Although I suppose it'd be like, I'd assume like electronics bay, like a bay full of electronics items? No, like electronic auction. I have no idea. I never thought about it. It's just been so there forever that I never even thought about it. Originally launched under the name Auction Web in 1995, which seems, better. The creator, oh god, Pierre Omidyar, planned to change it to Echo Bay in 1997 to tie it in with the name of his consultancy firm, Echo Bay Technologies. What? Who's like, well, I've got these two different businesses and they do two completely different things, so I'm going to rename this one to match this one, even though it's got nothing to do with it. It'd be like, yeah, this business, I'm an oil baron. This business, I make burgers, so I'm going to call it Oils Burgers. However, he was gutted to find out that the domain name had already been taken by a gold mining company called Echo Bay Mines, so he was forced to go with the second choice of eBay. One of the major contributing factors to eBay's early success was the sudden collectibleness of Beanie Baby toys in the late 90s, which were commanding 10 times their original value on the auction site. Made a video about Beanie Babies on my Today I Found Out channel. This is the thing, I always say that I'm going to link to it below and then I never bother. People have a go at me in the comments, so Google it. At their peak, second-hand Beanie Babies were making up to 10% of all eBay sales. Wow. Number 9. Lost in IKEA. If you ever found yourself wandering aimlessly around a branch of IKEA with no real clue where you're meant to be going, then don't panic too much. It's meant to be like that. And you, IKEA, because I go in there, there's two things. One, I'll go in there and I'll be like, how the f I get out of here? And you'll like wander through and you'll be like, oh, I'm gonna be smart and I'll cut through one of the little shortcuts. And then you regret it because somehow you cut through a shortcut to be further behind where you are and you end up just having to give up and do the whole circuit. Also, secondly, because I'll go in there for a f***ing spoon and I'll leave with a full kitchen or some shit. It's not right, but it is good business. The maze design of IKEA is a very deliberate attempt to replicate the feel of walking through every single page of a company catalogue, which goes against the traditional idea of presenting you with a handy signposted route to tick items off your shopping list. A customer has little choice but to walk through the entire IKEA labyrinth in order to find the products that they're seeking. Every step of this journey through flat pack heaven is designed to bombard your senses with a myriad of stuff that you never knew you needed. Yeah, again, IKEA. The deeply confusing and complex layout is also intended to encourage impulse buying. If you see something you half fancy during your epic voyage around the 7 seas of fine furniture, you'll be more than tempted to just buy it there instead of just trying to navigate your way back through the maze later on. And that is true, IKEA, but it also does leave you with a problem because I'll be going through and I'll be like, yeah, I might want that, but maybe I'll find something I like more later on. And then I get to the checkout and like I just dump everything that I don't want. And then some poor soul's got to go and put it back because there's no way I'm walking 20 minutes back to like the 5th side of fucking Mordor. I've never seen Lord of the Rings. Is that a good reference? To find it. Number 10. Google hires camels for employees. Google recently took the unusual and innovative step to sack all their human employees and replace them with camels. Hang on. No, let me check my notes again. That doesn't work so well in the spoken form. It turns out Google only ever hired one camel and it was a fairly short-term contract. Most of us will be familiar with the Google Street View cars that drive around the world with a camera mounted on the roof in a bid to create interactive panoramic views of just about every bit of tarmac on the planet. It's insanely cool. And what's even cooler now is they've been doing it for like 10 years. at least in Europe, so you can click back and you can see like the historic pictures. And I think that's pretty cool. My own claim to fame, Danny's claim to fame, is that my dog and I have been captured for eternity on Google's Street View of Tintagel, sorry Danny, I don't know how to pronounce your hometown, in Cornwall in the UK. And there you can see Danny and his dog. In recent years, Google has been deploying cameras strapped onto tricycles and even snowmobiles to create special panoramic presentations of those trickier to reach corners of the globe. But when it came to creating 360-degree views of the Liwa Desert in Abu Dhabi, the company was scratching their heads on how best to capture the 62-mile oasis stretch with no roads or drivable streets and without harming the desert environment. I don't get it. Like, I understand why roads can be captured because it can be useful, but capturing the desert? Do we really need that? I saw one where it was captured inside of a shopping mall. And I'm like, interesting. Necessary? The solution was to attach a trekker camera onto a walking camel and employ a camel guide to undertake the epic trip. The project took far longer than your typical Google Street View expedition, but the breathtaking results can be found on Google's Liwa Desert Views page. I mean, it's a bit dumb, but okay. Number 11, Instagram's fourth biggest secret. The most followed brand account on Instagram, boasting 360 million followers, is none other than, drumroll, Instagram itself. I feel like that's Tom, what's his face? MySpace Tom. It's the most popular guy on MySpace. Most popular guy in the world. Yeah, because he's everyone's default friend. Well, that's sort of cheating a bit, and it's largely down to the fact that the Instagram account serves as a sort of compilation channel which dishes up the best bits of Instagram in one handy place. Instagram, you can't even make original content for your own bloody platform. The second, third, and fourth most followed brands accounts on Instagram are National Geographic Magazine, 126 million followers. That genuinely surprises me. I thought it would be something stupid, what's her face? Kardashian. Any of the Kardashians. Nike, 94 million, and Victoria's Secret, 68 million followers. Of course, everyone loves looking at amazing pictures from National Geographic magazine. I agree, it's pretty awesome. I'd expect it to be big, but I wouldn't expect it to be above Victoria's Secret, for example. And it's believed that Nike has managed to build up such a huge army of loyal devotees with its strategy of posting high-profile celebrity endorsed content. Not a surprise.
Just do it!
As for Victoria's Secret, I have absolutely no idea. Me neither, Danny. Number 12. Yahoo is an acronym, perhaps. Developed in 1994 by the way, I still haven't known any of these. I haven't forgotten, but I've got to comment when I know these. So far, still don't know these. Number 12. Yahoo is an acronym. Maybe. Developed in 1994 by Jerry Lang and David Philo, Yahoo was originally just a directory of other websites organized in a hierarchy and went under the snappy name of Jerry and David's Guide to the World Wide Web. Very snappy. A year later, I feel like nowadays you gotta end your web company in an IO, like Webio, or a Y, or an iffy, like Spotify, or any, it's weak. A year later, they changed their name to Yahoo! ! This is partly because they like the casual, uncouth sound of the world, which was first used to describe a race of ignorant primitives in Jonathan Swift's 1926 novel, Gulliver's Travels. I feel like there's a little bit of racism in there somewhere. But they also claimed that a little later on, the name Yahoo! Is actually an acronym for yet another hierarchical officious oracle. Jesus Christ, guys. Less thought about your name. Whether they had this acronym in mind right from the very beginning or whether they just made it up for a fun origin story later is a little unclear. But it's also worth bearing in mind that Yahoo is also an acronym for you always have other options. Yeah, of course. Like Bing. Number 13. Warner used to own your birthdays. Oh, I know this one, if this is about the song. Happy Birthday to You is officially the most recognized song in the English language according to the Guinness Book of World Records. How on earth do you find that out? Closely followed by For He's a Jolly Good Fellow. Really? For he's a jolly good fellow, for he is a jolly good... Can't believe that's the second most. The precise history of the song is a little murky as the melody was originally used for the 1893 composition Good Morning to All. Good morning to all. Good morning. Shut up! Before the words changed at some point in the early 20th century to Happy Birthday to You. Mostly, I believe they would have done that so people didn't have to listen to it all the time. Because it's kind of an annoying melody, right? But whoever deserves the shared credit for putting it together, it's certainly one of those traditional songs with such a long history and so widely used every day that you'd be forgiven for assuming it was in the public domain. Of course you would. Oh god, am I going to get claimed for even singing Happy Birthday to You? You can believe it that Warner would absolutely do something like this. Those rights companies, man. But you'd be dead right. It is in the public domain. Well, jolly good. But it wasn't always. Between 1988 and 2013, the song was owned by Warner, who were demanding a royalty for every public performance of the song. This is ridiculous. Technically, the song had been under copyright since 1935 before Warner got their hands on it by purchasing Birch Tree, a company, in 1988, which then held the rights in its portfolio, although it wasn't really doing much with it. Warner, on the other hand, planned to exploit every opportunity out of this simple 4-line ditty by claiming copyright royalties on every single use in film, television, radio, or public performance. F you, Warner. This was such a dick move. It's estimated at one point they were raking in about $2 million a year from the century-old song. However, a legal challenge in 2013 soon blew the candles out on Warner's cake. A US federal judge ruled that the original 1935 copyright related to a specific piano arrangement of the song, and this did not include the melody or the lyrics. Warner eventually agreed on a $14 million settlement to pay back all those licensing rights that it had no right to charge in the first place. Unreliable and entirely fictional sources claim that Warner are now chasing the rights to He's a Jolly Good Fellow. You know, Danny's making a joke there, but I wouldn't put it past them. These, I don't know how much you guys know about this, but the copyright on YouTube is so crazy. Like, if I was singing a song in my terrible singing, someone who owns the copyright to their song can be like, Simon, I'm taking the money for your entire video. So this 1 hour long video, all of that money would go to them. It's absolutely ridiculous. And it's not the law. It's just super hard to fight these Number 14, ExxonMobil have got the zombie apocalypse covered. Oh, also, I just wanted to add with a happy birthday thing. I don't know this for sure, but apparently there are loads of movies, like before this was all sorted out, where instead of singing happy birthday at someone's birthday party, they'd just not do it, or they'd have it because they didn't want to pay Warner for the rights to use the song. So you don't hear happy birthday in movies because of this. And in some restaurants, they wouldn't sing happy birthday, they'd have their own versions of songs for people's birthdays because they didn't want to have to pay Warner. Number 14, ExxonMobil have got the zombie apocalypse covered. The American multinational oil and gas corporation ExxonMobil may well be one of the largest companies in the world by revenue right now, second only to Walmart on the Fortune 500 list. But they're not sitting idly on their billions. They're also thinking about tomorrow too. If you've ever seen The Walking Dead, the George A. Romero films, or anything at all that contains traces of zombie or post-nuclear holocaust, I feel like 5 years ago, half the shows on TV were about zombies. You'd be forgiven for thinking that the human race could quickly end up floundering about like lost chickens at the first sign of the end of the world. Relax though. We may lose access to the telly, the internet, and my YouTube channels. We should at least have a bit of oil to go around for a while. But what use is oil when you don't have the joy of YouTube? It's just not worth living. ExxonMobil have enough oil in their reserves to last for 14 years. Jesus Christ. Which equates to about 3 barrels for every human on the planet. That's insane. That's insane. Number 15. Why has someone taken a bite out of Apple's logo? The famous Apple logo with the bite taken out of it wasn't the company's first. Oh, I know this one. Wasn't it? It's because it was a cherry. Spoiler alert. Hang on, we'll get to it. Back in 1977, the original logo featured Isaac Newton. I think I've shown this on this channel before. It looks like this. Weird, right? Isaac Newton chilling out under a tree with an apple dangling precariously over his genius head. However, Steve Jobs was never really keen on this, because it looked pretty and it looks like a printing press company from like 1850. However, Steve Jobs was never really keen on this, and a year later he commissioned designer Rob Janoff to design something simpler and more effective, which placed more significance on the apple. Janoff went away and designed one of the most iconic and enduring company logos of all time. But why has someone taken out a bite of it? The logo has fueled speculation over the decades regarding the deep philosophical meaning behind the apple and the missing chunk. Some claim that it's a reference to genius inventor Alan Turing, who I feel like I've really covered this recently on another one of my channels. Alan Turing, who took his own life by biting into an apple that he poisoned with cyanide. He did poison it because he killed himself. Others claim that it represents the attitudes of Apple's co-founders Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak, who are highly driven businessmen keen to take a bite out of the apple. Another popular theory is that the apple is a reference to Adam and Eve taking a bite from the forbidden fruit, which ultimately led to their enlightenment, even though it led to God throwing his toys out of the pram. But perhaps the definitive answer comes from the designer himself, Rob Janoff. I wouldn't say perhaps the definitive answer comes from the man who designed it. I'd say, it definitely does, because he designed it. He reckons that he had to include the bite because otherwise the Apple logo would look a bit too much like a cherry. Sorry, I spoiled that one. I'm gonna get some more coffee. Boom, new coffee. And number 16, Facebook. was nearly awesome. The Facebook like button was launched in 2008, but the origins of the button date back to 2004 when it was originally floated in discussions as the awesome button, which is super cringe. What else would you expect from Facebook? Mark Zuckerberg wasn't initially keen on the idea of the button at all, as he felt it would discourage genuine discussion and interaction. Says the dude who put a poke button on his website. Why bother thinking up words in your head and typing them out with your fingers when you can just click on a button to show your approval? And speaking of clicking buttons, smash that like button below. He eventually came around to the idea but vetoed the name awesome in the final discussions instead and went for the more low-key like. And for that, Mark, I thank you. I mean, I like the word awesome, but let's not use it as a button, okay? Facebook actually spent so much time dithering over this that they were eventually beaten to the finish line by the social aggregator website FriendFeed, who launched their own like button 1 year earlier in 2007. Never heard of that. Amazingly, nobody at Facebook even noticed that this had happened, so they were still initially happy to claim the like button as their own innovative invention. I feel like even if they did know, just claim it as your own. Just go for it. What's gonna happen? You're Facebook. You have all the money in the world. It's possible they still haven't noticed, but FriendFeed closed down years ago, so no one cares. Agreed. Number 17. The biggest retailer in the world. Amazon? eBay? Or should I say Echo Bay? Walmart? No. Technically, it's gotta be in China. I don't know this one, it's got to be in China. Technically, the biggest retailer in the world is the Chinese manufacturing conglomerate of the company Alibaba Group, generating a net income of nearly $12 billion. That's a lot of money. Unlike most of its high-profile competitors, Alibaba doesn't get involved in direct sales and doesn't own any big warehouses. The company's mission is simply to help branded manufacturers and smaller businesses get into the shops. When you can be bigger and make so much money, God, it's got to be nice not to do all the warehousing. YouTube, they take 45% of all the money that I make, but also they host all the videos, they get it in front of an audience. It's like, I don't want to do that. That sounds miserable. Take my 45%. I'll do what I do. I make videos. It's easier and you don't have to be smart. But it's not doing too badly. Since 2015, the company's online sales and profits have beaten all US retailers combined. And yes, that includes Amazon, eBay, and Walmart. Yeah, of course it does. It includes everyone. It beats literally everybody else. That is insane. I didn't know that either. Number 18. Two very different slices of Domino's pizza. I know this one though. It's got something to do with Volkswagen. The two American entrepreneurial brothers, Tom and James Monahan, first opened their own pizza store in 1960, which eventually evolved into the Domino's pizza chain in 1965, but it's fair to say that one of the brothers was slightly more entrepreneurial than the other. I've spoiled this story again, but let's carry on. Tom Monahan stuck with Domino's Pizza for the long term, baking a massive global triumph over the course of the next few decades. He eventually retired from the business in 1998, selling his stake of the company for the better part of $1 billion. James Monahan, the other guy. Oh, are they brothers? They are brothers. Oh no. Oh, and you're gonna be competitive with your brother as well. You just are. He didn't want to quit his full-time job as a postman. Oh no. Not that there's anything wrong with being a postman, that's great, but you're not gonna make $1 billion. So he bailed out very early in the 1960s, trading his half of the fledgling company to his brother in exchange for a VW Beetle car. You can't help wondering if this makes for slightly awkward conversations around the Christmas dinner table. It's like, yeah, how you doing? Oh, well, I just sold Domino's Pizza for $1 billion, and he's like, oh, I gotta leave early to deliver Christmas cards. But I like to think that Tom at least gets the drinks in when they meet up at the pub. Number 19. Samsung's biggest mistake probably wasn't a big mistake. The developers of mobile operating system Android were facing a tough time in their early years of business. They were having difficulty in finding investors for their new project, and at one point were facing eviction from their offices in California because they couldn't even afford the rent, probably because it's California. They were only saved from the brink of oblivion when a good friend of the co-founder, Andy Rubin, turned up at the office with a wad of cash in an envelope to hand it over to them. Was this good friend a drug dealer? Is that, no, I'm not going to wire your landlord the money or wire you the money. I've just got a big fat stack of cash. Don't sue me, Andy. I'm sorry. You're not a drug dealer. It's a joke. Unless you are a drug dealer, in which case, well, good. However, things took a turn for the better in 2005 when Google bought Android for $50 million and effectively changed the smartphone landscape forever, creating a two-horse race for global domination alongside Apple's iOS system. Android is currently winning the race. Because they got way more phones. I mean, because they're on everyone. But things also, I do want to say, Like, I don't know, I sometimes comment that I use Apple stuff and people are like, oh, you're so dumb, you're using Apple stuff. Only smart people can use Android. And only dumb people use Apple. It's like weird. It's like some sort of master race out there. And it's like, and I'm like, yeah, but isn't Apple like, I just find, I've used both, and I got no problem with Android, but I just find that Apple is easier to use. And people are like, yes, Simon, but then how are you gonna root the phone and run all the apps? How are you gonna hack the mainframe? It's like, I don't want to. I just want to use my phone for phone-like activities, like watching YouTube and making phone calls. So it's a master race. Off with your master race. I like Apple. I prefer iOS. Me. But things could have turned out very differently. Just 2 weeks before the sale to Google, Andy Rubin and his team pitched Android to 20 Samsung executives. Rubin recalls that his team were pretty much laughed out of the boardroom by a totally disinterested Samsung who felt that the team's project was completely unworkable. But did Samsung really make such a big mistake in rejecting what turned out to be the most popular mobile operating system on the planet? Possibly not. And I would posit that it's more popular because the phones are way cheaper. Apple phone's like $1,000. You can get like a Samsung operating phone, an Android operating phone for like £4. But did Samsung really make such a big mistake by rejecting what turned out to be the most popular operating system on the planet? Possibly not. Yeah, I agree. I imagine this is probably going to be, I didn't know this, I imagine this is probably going to be similar to didn't Yahoo get an opportunity to buy Google like really early on back in the day for like $1 million or something? And it's like, yeah, and if they had, well, they'd have probably it up. The early versions of Android were saddled with many teething problems which Google had the resources and expertise to solve. As Samsung was essentially an electronics company with little experience in software development, it's likely they wouldn't have been able to transform Android into the success that it is today. And ironically, Google's success with the development of Android has played a massive part in Samsung's mushrooming success in the smartphone business. Hey, everybody wins. So this isn't quite this. I also don't understand Android. Like, I thought it was like Google's thing, but then people were telling me that it's open source and people don't have to pay for it. Can someone link me to something in the comments to make me understand this better? I just don't get it. I'm a great YouTuber, aren't I? Hey, I don't know something, look it up for me. So this isn't quite in the same league as Decca Records turning down the Beatles. Got a video on that coming up, if it didn't go out already. In this case, it probably worked out for the best for the entire industry that Samsung said no. Number 20, Confessions of a Virgin. There's no great mystery behind the naming of Richard Branson's company Virgin. When Branson and business partner Nick Powell launched their first record store in 1972, they decided on the name Virgin because they were virgin. Not in that way, though. They just considered themselves to be business virgins in the world of business. And they were right. Virgin went on to compile a huge list of disastrous failures over the years, including Virgin Cola, Virgin Cars, Virgin Cosmetics, Virgin Vodka, made from 100% pure squeezed virgins, Virgin Digital, and Virgin Lottery. I feel like Virgin Lottery is straight from the plot of some human trafficking movie. It's clear that multi-billionaire Richard Branson never had the slightest clue what was going on. The poor lamb. Yeah, what a failure. Number 21, KFC was saved by a high school drop. Oh, I knew this one. I knew the Virgin naming thing. Number 21, KFC was saved by a high school dropout. Didn't know this one. Back in the 1960s, the legendary Colonel Sanders was experiencing a few problems with his KFC restaurants in Colombo. Colombo? There's a place in Colombo? Colombo, Ohio. Columbus, Ohio? I'm going to say that's probably a typo. Columbus, Ohio. That sounds right. Someone's going to be like, oh, Simon, you've never heard of Colombo, Ohio. It's a huge town. They were struggling to make a profit. He ended up franchising the troubled restaurants to one of his employees, Dave Thomas, who had been working as head cook at KFC location in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Dave Thomas had dropped out of school to work full-time in his local hobby house restaurant, although he did spend 3 years in the US Army before moving to the finger-licking world of fried chicken. Thomas later admitted that not graduating from high school was one of the biggest regrets of his life. Colonel Sanders promised Thomas a 45% stake in the struggling restaurants in Ohio if he could turn their fortunes around. And that's exactly what he did, and more besides. During his time at KFC, Thomas simplified the overcomplicated menu to put more focus on the signature dish. Okay, I got an issue with this, because I go to KFC today and the menu is insanely complicated. I just want a piece of chicken, like a 2-piece meal with maybe some hot wings on the side. This is not on the, there's the big screens with the menus on there. That not on there. You have to look at the little menu on the side and be like, yeah, I want some regular chicken. Why is that? Why do I have to, like, all over the menu? It's like, do you want the weird Texas Granda burger? Do you want some bites? Do you want some strips? No, I want some chicken, man. Come on. He designed the red and white striped bucket along with matching revolving signage, and even urged Colonel Sanders to start appearing in TV commercials, which were quickly developed into a huge success. I've never seen any of those things. I don't know the red and white striped bucket. I don't know a revolving signage. I don't think I've ever seen an advert with Colonel Sanders in it. Alright, I guess it's an American thing. Many of Dave Thomas's innovations helped put KFC on the global map and can still be seen in the 22,000 restaurants around the world today. Not where I live. Thomas ended up selling his stake of KFC restaurants back to Colonel Sanders for $1.5 million, and he used the money to launch his own famous fast food restaurant chain, Wendy's. Holy shit, in 1969. Wow, this guy's a business boss. Oh, and he eventually graduated from high school. Aged 61, he went back to school in Florida in 1993 to earn his General Educational Development Certificate, which hopefully improved his future prospects. Yeah, because he was doing really rough without Wendy's. Number 22, Smirnoff, America's favorite whiskey. Alrighty then. Smirnoff vodka has a long history in Russia dating all the way back to 1864, but it didn't land on US soil until the end of Prohibition in the 1930s. However, there was still a bit of an issue with the US market. The Americans didn't really get the idea of a vodka drink. Traditionally, the Americans were a nation of whiskey drinkers. I'm with you. Whiskey's much better. And they didn't quite know what to make of this strange clear stuff from Russia. Sales were disappointingly slow. When a labeling error in a distillery warehouse resulted in crates of Smirnoff vodka getting accidentally packaged as whiskey, this gave the US distributors a cunning marketing idea. They decided to rebrand the drink as the White Whiskey, with no taste and no smell. I feel like that's pretty weak. Like, hey, we've got this great new tasty product. It doesn't taste of anything. It doesn't smell like anything. It's completely bland. I did a video about why vodka is the same. I'm not going to link to it below, but you can find it on the Business Blaze channel because I never remember to link to things below. When I say remember, it's like I know I have to, I just can't be asked. They even plonked a whiskey cork on the bottle to help convey the impression that it was the real deal. It was just a funny color. That's all. Sales soon picked up when American drinkers realized that they could mix this new white whiskey with pretty much any soft drink, and they could go and get smashed in the afternoon without reeking of booze later in the day. Yeah, but if you get really drunk, you do smell of booze, because the alcohol's like coming out of your skin. It's like, I always find so you're drink driving, or like, not that I'm personally drink driving, but you know in movies, people are drink driving or whatever, and they're like, quick, get some mouthwash. It's not just on your breath. You stink of booze. It's like when you're riding on like the tram. I take the tram to work every morning, and I'm like riding on there and you're like, you smell that boozy smell? It's like, someone got really drunk last night. Or this morning. By the time a bar in Manhattan decided to mix the stuff with spicy ginger beer in 1941, inventing the popular Moscow Mule along the way, America had fully embraced the concept of vodka without the distributors having to pretend that it was something else entirely. Number 23, I didn't know that one. Number 23, Ronald McDonald has massive breasts. Okay. The famous M of McDonald's is one of the most recognized brand symbols in the world. Not everyone will know that the logo isn't really inspired by the letter M at all, though. It represents the two golden arches of the design of the original 1950s McDonald's restaurants, which had a 25-foot yellow sheet metal arch erected at either side to give the restaurant a distinctive look. I did know that. I feel like a couple of these I did really recently in other videos. But anyway, the logo at this time was a bit rubbish, actually, featuring bland lettering and a plump cartoon chef who went by the name Speedy. It looks like this. In 1962, the McDonald's brothers sold the company to traveling milkshake salesman Ray Kroc. He planned to knock down the golden arches and rebrand the restaurant chain in his own image. There's a great movie with Michael Keaton called The Founder, which is worth watching about this whole story. Interesting stuff. However, he was persuaded otherwise by design consultant Louis Cheskin, who pointed out that the golden arches subconsciously reminded people of a pair of breasts. Okay, I didn't know this. It's a bit weird. Cheskin's theory was that Mother McDonald's golden breasts helped inspire a maternal feeling in potential customers and encourage them to make themselves at home in McDonald's welcoming bosom. Alright, Louis, whatever you say. It's possible that Louis was stark raving mad, or maybe he'd just been reading a bit too much Sigmund Freud. I would think so. That's pretty bizarre, because I think people go to McDonald's because they like burgers. Nevertheless, Ray Kroc kept the McDonald's name and kept the golden arches standing for a few more years before he eventually ordered the demolition and moved them instead to the new M-shaped logo in 1968. Number 24, the fall of the marketing swastika. I love it when we get 2 Nazi references in one video. Probably means I'm not going to make any money, even though this thing's an absolute beast and took forever to make. Yay! The swastika symbol was commonly used in marketing and logos around the world before the Nazi Party adopted it in the 1920s. Didn't know that. I knew it was used. Like, you see it in places like in Asia, if you go to a temple, they'll like have swastikas everywhere. Like, there'll be wood carvings, like whole things will be made in like swastika shapes. And when you first, like, I had no idea about this, you know, being an ancient symbol. I'm just like wandering around this old temple, you're like, wow, this is nice. But what's with all the swastikas? Of course, there's nothing strange with that in itself. For thousands of years, the swastika was considered an ancient symbol of divinity and spirituality before the Nazis stamped all over that and transformed it into a symbol of fear. Nazis. Although I wish I'd known this before going to Asia and thinking that they were all fascists. But it's still hard not to feel instinctively uncomfortable when you look back at the swastika symbol still being plastered all over popular products around the globe, including the original Carlsberg logo, which looks like that, which they used for 60 years. Naturally, the swastika was rapidly dropped from promotional use following the Second World War, but some businesses were quicker than others to abandon their association with the world. Could be funny if like some hateful like group starts using like the Coca-Cola logo as their symbol, and Coca-Cola try to sue them, but it's like they're just a political ideology, there's no one to really sue, and then they rise to power and they start like, you know, doing some genocide or something like that, and Coca-Cola has to change its logo for like the first time in ever. The Irish company, the Swastika Laundry, felt compelled only to make a slight adjustment to their business name in 1939 when they totally rebranded themselves as the Swastika Laundry 1912. Presumably to show that they got the name before the Nazis. I think they underestimated a little bit just how harmful that was for the image of the swastika. They felt this was all that was needed to convey the distinction between the launch of their business and the Nazi adoption of the symbol, which continued to appear on their laundry vans for decades to follow. Number 25, a distress call for saucepans. The American brand SOS Soap Pads has been around for over 100 years now. Never heard of them though. The name of these popular abrasive cleaning plaids is actually an acronym for Save Our Saucepans, although there's always been a little confusion over the punctuation. The fact that SOS in the title, oh, it looks like this, it's missing its final period, is often viewed as a mistake, but in fact is actually intentional. The company was unable to trademark the full SOS with the period after it with the correct punctuation, as it's officially recognized as a distress signal. By simply removing the final period, they were quite amazingly able to get the name registered with the United States Patent and Trademark Office, really? Like KFC. I'll just remove the final period and be like, yeah, I'm going to trademark that. Or I'm going to get Microsoft, throw a period on the end and be like, yeah, trademark, right? On a side note, SOS introduced a new improved range of soap pads in 1990s which were rust resistant. They were so good that they lasted much longer than the original pads, and they were eventually axed because the company was losing out on the sale of replacements. Oh, that is like classic. You know, don't make something too good or people won't need to buy more. And I don't want to be like a conspiracy theorist guy, but you know, those pharmaceutical companies, there's not a lot of money in curing diseases. There is a lot of money in treating diseases. It's an interesting one. Food for thought. Number 26. Netflix was nearly Blockbuster.com. When the Blockbuster video chain began to lose serious revenue in the noughties, one of the major factors attributed to their downfall was the fresh competition from the Netflix mail order service. Ironically, Blockbuster had earlier been given an opportunity to buy Netflix, but the Blockbuster's executives had been far too busy trying not to laugh. Even more ironically, it was Blockbuster's late fee that inspired the launch of Netflix in the first place. Back in 1997, Netflix co-founder Mark Randolph found himself sharing a carpool ride with a colleague who had been complaining about an outrageous $40 late fee that Blockbuster had just forced her to pay for failing not to bring back a video rental in time. Man, Patrick Bateman, he must have had so many late fees. This got Randolph thinking about a potentially easier and better way to rent movies, which led to the formation of the initially unsuccessful Netflix DVDs by mail service later that year. Amazon soon, I forget about this, like Netflix started by mailing out people's DVDs, I remember this. Amazon soon began to sniff around Netflix with a view to acquiring the company, but Netflix held out for talks with Blockbuster in 2000. In that meeting, Netflix proposed that Blockbuster should buy their company for $50 million. The idea was that Netflix would be rebranded as Blockbuster.com and would take care of online business, while Blockbuster would continue to focus on the physical stores. The pitch went quickly downhill when Mark Randolph first noticed that Blockbuster CEO John and Tico was visibly struggling not to burst out laughing. John, you sound like a right professional. Guess where Blockbuster is now, John? Netflix went on to become one of the biggest media service providers and production companies in the world. You don't hear so much from Blockbuster these days. I really feel like if I ever do merch for this channel, I really want it to be like just t-shirts. Like you could buy like Blockbuster t-shirts or Enron t-shirts or something. I want an Enron t-shirt. Would that be trademarked? Because it's out of business. Can you make t-shirts with like Enron's logo? 27. Marketing is a complete waste of time. Just ask Costco Group. Oh, I know this one as well. I half need the networks one. I get half a Netflix one. I get half a point for that. Just ask the Costco Group. Despite being the second largest retailer in the world after Walmart, with a value of over $40 billion, they've barely spent a cent on advertising over the past 40 years. That's because they're amazing, and everyone's just like, have you heard of Costco? Get a Costco card right now, because it's the best. In fact, they don't even have an advertising budget to speak of, relying almost entirely on word-of-mouth referrals. Sadly, I've never heard of them. Danny, man, you live in the UK. Get a Costco membership. It's great. It's just a giant store where they have everything, and there's so many delicious things. It's incredible. Number 28. Chocolate bars in the UK and US are just too confusing. If you spend time hopping between the UK and the US, you may already be aware of how disorienting it can be to buy your favorite chocolate bar in a different country. Yeah, they've all got different names, and they all taste weird and different in America. Here in the UK, the Mars bar has been around since the 1930s and consists of caramel and nougat coated with milk chocolate. The old advertising slogan used to claim, "A Mars a day helps you work, rest, and play." Except if you're in America, where the Mars bar was completely different and was packed with toasted almonds. It was discontinued in 2002, so you couldn't buy one now anyway. That sounds kind of good. I like almonds. Toasted almond sounds delicious. Wrapped in chocolate? If you want a proper UK-style Mars bar in America, then you need to go for the Milky Way. In fact, I wasn't aware of until today that the US Milky Way actually arrived first on the scene in 1924, and the UK Mars bar was pretty much a carbon copy which arrived a decade later. The Milky Way is a totally different chocolate bar in the UK. Milky Way is delicious. But to add to the confusion, there we go. But to add to the confusion, there's also another version of the Milky Way which is sold in the UK and the rest of Europe, and is again something completely different. It's like a light and gooey bar with a nougat center and no caramel topping. It's super good. And let's not fail to mention that in the UK and US, chocolate tastes completely different anyway, as UK chocolate tends to have a higher fat and cocoa content, whereas US chocolate contains a bigger dose of sugar. Ah, that explains it. Yeah, in my opinion, like US chocolate kind of is worse. But I guess that's because I'm from the UK, I'm culturally brought up to prefer it with more cocoa and fat. Super delicious. Like Hershey's kind of tastes nasty to me. It tastes cheap and sugary. But I guess this is just a cultural thing. It's probably safer to just stay home. Number 29, back on the Amazon frontline. Every single employee of Amazon is asked to spend 2 days in every 2 years taking calls on the customer service desk to ensure that nobody loses sight of the mission and are up to date with how current processing works. You could phone Amazon to complain about stuff? Or like get help? I've never found this possible. It was always like you gotta send an email and maybe you'll get a reply. Although, to be fair, you can just be like, I didn't like this. Can I send it back? And they're like, yes! They don't have customer service much because you don't really need it. And yes, that even includes the Amazon CEO himself, Jeff Bezos. 30. Final one. Oh my god, how long has this been running for? This is a beast of a video. Number 30, Microsoft's birthday M&Ms. To finish off this list on a warm and celebratory tone, many workplaces around the world observe their own quirky traditions when it comes to celebrating an employee's birthday. I spent several years, not me, Danny, working for the Royal Bank of Scotland, and my own birthday would be marked by my lunchtime visit to the local sandwich shop where I would buy everyone on my team a birthday bacon sandwich and a sticky toffee muffin. Come to think of it, everybody else's birthday would be marked by my lunchtime visit to the local sandwich shop where I would buy everyone on my team on the team a birthday bacon sandwich and a sticky toffee muffin. Poor Danny. But there seems to be a slightly more sensible system in place at Microsoft, if a little kooky. On an employee's birthday, he or she is expected to bring in and share a pound of M&Ms for every year they've worked for the mighty multinational technology company. So assuming Bill Gates sticks with his own rules, he would have brought in 38 pounds of M&Ms on his final birthday before stepping down from the company in 2014. Thankfully, that's a whole year after Warner would have stopped trying to grab the royalties for any small public performance of Happy Birthday to You in the office. Good news. Bill can afford it. He can pay for Happy Birthday to be sung, and he can afford however many pounds of M&Ms it was. That was a beast. This has been Business Blaze. If you like this mega long video, let me know in the comments below. If you made it to the end, congratulations! I've got no bonus facts or surprises for you, but thank you. Give it a like, subscribe, comment below. Thank you for watching. I need to sit down. Saddam Hussein was a steaming pile of shit of a human being. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze. Why do you guys like it when I hit the script so much? Whenever I hit the script, everyone's like, timestamp this. Why? $1 trillion bills, currencies in crisis. For those who are new here, Danny writes us a script, I read it. That's why it's weird. Being slightly older than Simon, I can still remember the glorious days when people used to send real birthday cards through the post. Oh my god, I'm recording this about it's January 23rd, so a few weeks after Christmas. People send me Christmas cards, like people that I haven't seen in years. My family still send me Christmas cards, friends still send me Christmas cards. I just don't ever send anyone Christmas cards. I don't send people birthday cards. If I like someone enough, I'll buy them a gift and I won't give them a card with it. And people are like, Simon, it's weird you don't send cards. And I'm like, no, I'm just not being dumb. And then if you start sending Christmas cards to people will send them back to you, typically. And then you start this whole retarded Christmas card dance, and then people get like, oh, I didn't get a Christmas card from so-and-so this year. Maybe they like me now. Maybe they don't like me anymore. I know that at this point, some people are going to indignantly respond that they still receive stacks of real birthday cards, especially if you're over the age of 70 and you happen to have some friends that are still clinging on to their dear life. Oh, that's morbid, isn't it? But you have to concede that the numbers have dropped dramatically over the years, ever since it became much easier and cheaper for your friends to just post on your Facebook wall with an animated gif of a dog in a party hat. That's true, and let's just face it, it's better that way. But back when I was a kid, I can still remember the joy. Yeah, I think I took my birthday off Facebook. Because I rarely use Facebook, and I'd go on there every now and again, oh, I got loads of messages that made people that I don't know posting happy birthday messages. It's like, why are we doing this, everybody? Why are we doing this? Why do we have to pretend? But back when I was a kid, when Danny was a kid, I can still remember the joy and wonder of ripping open an envelope, pulling out a birthday card, completely disregarding any heartfelt greeting or message, and flipping it open to see if it had any money inside. Yeah, this is so true. I mean, who doesn't do that as a kid? You're like, yes! Oh! Nothing. I was usually disappointed. If I was lucky, my great aunt Ethel might have slipped a $5 inside one of them. Oh, Danny, that's sad. I feel rich. My family would usually give me a 10 or a 20. But imagine opening a birthday card to find a $100 trillion bill. It would probably seem like a surprisingly thoughtful gesture. However, if you happen to be living in Zimbabwe in 2009, a $100 trillion bill would barely have been enough to buy you a single slice of birthday cake as the country hit the peak of one of the worst currency crises in history. In fact, the accompanying card and envelope would have been of more value. Yeah, I don't remember exactly what it was, but the money was just worth nothing. So I bet those cards were worth more. Before delving deeper into Zimbabwe's economic woes, it's worth pausing to remember why hyperinflation is generally regarded as a bad thing. Do we really need a reminder on this? Hyperinflation, you print loads of money, the money's gonna lose all of its value. But, maybe I'm taking your intelligence for granted, dear audience. When I was younger, I could never quite get my head around, oh, sorry, Daddy. When I was younger, I could never quite get my head around why a financially struggling country couldn't just print loads more money to get everything back on track. Well, let's just assume Danny was 5. I felt sure that if I ever got offered the job as governor of the Bank of England, I would just order the printing of billions of new banknotes and send everyone in the UK a big chunk of free money to spend on nice things and pump it back into the system. This is probably one of the reasons I failed my degree in economics. I don't know if that's true. It can't be true. Of course, it turns out that if you make too much of anything, it naturally decreases in value. When the growth of the country's money supply starts to outpace the growth of the country's economy, the prices of goods and services begin to rise, which effectively means the value of the currency begins to drop accordingly. Okay, yeah, I follow. It's a bit like comparing Simon Whistler to dogs. I'd rather you didn't, Danny. As we've discussed on this channel before, when I said something like, dogs are, what was it? That there was an airline specifically for dogs, and I was like, that's dumb, dogs aren't people. People were all up in the comments, Simon, dogs are clearly people, and if they're not people, they're clearly better than people. Let's say there's a little known country of Whistlerland, and there is one Simon Whistler and 10 dogs. Do I have to walk all those Simon represents the country's currency, okay, while the dogs represent the country's goods and services. All right, here we go. The economy of Whistlerland has evaluated that one Simon is worth 10 dogs. I know this is an analogy, but I'm worth more than 10 dogs, Danny. Go nuts in the comments, people. But I am. But what happens if a second Simon Whistler pops up from nowhere? Suddenly, Simon's value has decreased 2 Simons are now worth 10 dogs, or 1 Simon is worth 5 dogs. I guess I'd be friends with the other Simon. We could bond over how we think dogs are not people. Now imagine that loads and loads of Simon Whistlers keep popping up from nowhere, but the number of dogs doesn't grow at all. You could quickly reach a point where a single dog could get you about 10 Simon Whistlers. And that's inflation. Well, maybe not quite the way I just described it, but I hope you get the idea. This is actually quite fitting because so many people will comment like that I have 7 YouTube channels and I make like 20 some videos a week. People are like, you got clones. Danny's onto something. Of course, steady and sensible inflation is quite natural and even encouraged as it can help boost growth in a troubled economy. We expect it and we accept it. I fully understand that if I go out tonight with £10 in my wallet, it won't get me anywhere near as much as it might have in 1992. In fact, it's probably not even worth leaving the house over. This was something that confused me as a kid because I remember being like, why do things get more expensive? And probably my dad or my mum tried to explain inflation to me and I was just like, all right. But hyperinflation is a different kettle of bouillon altogether. This is when the prices of everyday goods and services start to rapidly increase over a short period of time, technically by over 50% every month, without a corresponding increase in the wages of the population. And that's when things get really tough. Yeah, like 50% a month is absolutely insane. Can you imagine? That would be, if something was £1, by next month it would be £1.50, which is insane, but I am slightly familiar with some of the examples of hyperinflation, like Venezuela, Zimbabwe, of course, and it's like, yeah, that would be, if the countries just had that, it'd be like, wow, that's pretty fantastic. Only 50% a month? The seeds of Zimbabwe's currency crisis were first planted back in the 1990s when President Robert Mugabe attempted to correct the injustices of colonialism by redistributing farmlands from white landowners to black farmers. I'm like, well, I know how this is goes a little, so I'm just going to read on before I cover it and then Danny covers it again. It wasn't a very clever move on his part, as many of the new black farmers didn't have any experience in farming. It's true. It's like, okay, yeah, let's do something about colonialism, because clearly that was kind of a dick move. But also, you can't just be like, yeah, now this farm is owned by someone else who doesn't know how to farm. You mean if someone just gave me a farm, I'd just be like, fuck. This isn't going to go well. I know nothing about chickens. Over the next decade, food production in Zimbabwe began to drop dramatically and the price of food began to rise. Perhaps taking a leaf from my own book of economics, the government decided that the best way to deal with the problem was to print loads of new banknotes. It's like, yeah, what could possibly go wrong? This has never happened before. It's like, it's definitely happened before many times. Weimar Germany being a fantastic example. I wonder if we'll get into that. The hostile seizing of land from white landowners had not gone down well with America, the EU, or the International Monetary Fund, who all imposed tough sanctions on Zimbabwe, leading to a massive loss of Zimbabwean jobs and international investments. It's like, yeah, fine. Like colonialism, like I said, dick move, but we do need to be careful about how we deal with that. As unemployment soared, eventually reaching a peak of 80% of the population, the government decided to just print loads of new banknotes. Again, it's like, they already know what's happening. Meanwhile, those struggling new farmers who couldn't actually farm were unable to produce anything of value, least of all profit, so they couldn't pay back the big loans that they had borrowed from the Zimbabwean banks for capital development. So, the banking sector collapsed. The government's response? Well, you might be able to guess. They decided to print loads more banknotes. It's like, so guys, we've got this small problem. What we're going to do is print some more banknotes. It's called inflation. It's fine. Oh, that goes horribly wrong. Let's continue doing that. It goes horribly, horribly wrong. Let's just carry on. What could possibly go wrong? Robert Mugabe, right? And I made a biographics video about him, and there will be people in the comments saying like, oh, he was a hero. And I'm like, he wasn't. But then again, we've made videos about like Osama bin Laden, and people are like, he's a hero to my nation. Or Saddam Hussein, it's like, he was a good guy. And I'm like, look, however I feel, or however anyone feels about the invasion of Iraq and the overthrow of Saddam Hussein and every of that thing, it's like, what is unquestionable is that Saddam Hussein was a steaming pile of shit of a human being. And everyone knows this. And if you don't, just like with the dogs, you're wrong. Smash that dislike button. By now, hyperinflation was really kicking in. At the height of hyperinflation in early 2009, prices were doubling in value every 24 hours and the notes themselves were becoming increasingly worthless. Back in September of 2008, a single US dollar had a value of 1,000 Zimbabwean dollars, but less than 5 months later, it was worth 300 trillion Zimbabwean dollars. The government rapidly increased the denominations of the Zimbabwean dollar until it eventually printed perhaps one of the most ridiculous banknotes in history, the $100 trillion bill. Oh god. And it was barely enough to buy a cup of coffee. The crisis was eventually eased later in the year, but only when the government effectively abandoned its own currency and ceased production of the Zimbabwean dollars. Yeah, there's got to be a point where you're like, guys, we just got to stop. This isn't working, is it? At least they finally realized this. The population largely turned to US dollars, and over the next few years, the National Bank promised that it had no plans to reintroduce the national currency. It's interesting when countries do just flip over to the American dollar, because then it's like, well, at least we can't up. I went to Cambodia many years ago, and like all of the ATMs, you just go to an ATM and it just dispenses American dollars, and then but there's no American coins, so all of the coins are done in the local money, and then all of the dollars are done in, like, all of the bills are done in American dollars. It was really weird. Things didn't quite pan out like that though. By 2019, the government had launched the all-new Zim dollar and announced that any foreign currency was no longer legal tender. It's like, oh, it's happening again! At the time of making this video, Zimbabwe is now on the brink of another potentially devastating period of hyperinflation. Do you not learn, guys? Come on! Although a currency crisis like this is thankfully rare in the modern developed world, it's not entirely unique. The hyperinflation crisis of Venezuela is just one part of a wider socioeconomic and political crisis, which has engulfed the country since 2013 and has led to millions of Venezuelans fleeing their homelands in panic. Yeah, it is absolutely insane how in the Venezuela in 2030 compared to Venezuela today, it's like, how do you fuck up a country so epically in 6 years? It's really quite extraordinary. And then what was it, like last year, Jeremy Corbyn was like, no, they seem to be doing okay. We probably shouldn't be interfering with their economy. It's like, Jeremy, are you smoking crack? Or what? I'm glad no one cares about you anymore. Your devastating loss in the 2019 election in the UK was way too close. In this case, much of the economic crisis can be pinned down to just a 3-letter word: oil. The Venezuelan economy was almost entirely dependent on oil sales, as it accounted for over 95% of the country's export earnings and pretty much funded the country's social welfare problems. And I tell you what, guys, like, I know it's tempting if you're like massively oil rich like Venezuela, but you shouldn't just rely on one thing for your income. Saudi Arabia. Oh, excuse me. When global oil prices plunged in 2014, international demand for the current country's currency, the bolivar, plunged with them. The cost of essential imported goods shot up accordingly. As the value of the bolivar dropped and the price of everyday goods rose, the incoming president Nicolas Maduro had a cunning idea to change the country's fortunes around. There's nothing cunning about Nicolas Maduro. It was based on financial wisdom and shrewd strategic planning and... No. I was like, did I miss something? And then Danny's next line is, no, scrap that. He just decided to print and new banknotes. Classic. Oh, he probably should have first had a quick chat with Robert Mugabe about his idea of over a cup of coffee if a cup of coffee hadn't cost $1 billion bolivars. Naturally, this intensified the problem and reduced the value of the bolivar even further until it reached a point where popping into your local market for a weekly shopping trip would involve you pushing around a wheelbarrow crammed full of bolivar notes. Good times, Maduro. Well done. It's not too surprising that the population quickly turned to electronic transactions around this period. It wasn't all about oil, though. This was just, yeah, to be fair, it was the prices of oil collapsing, but it was mostly just bad governance. This was part of a much wider crisis rooted in deep political turmoil, heavy borrowing, and poor public spending, which left the country in an almost helpless state when oil prices tanked and took the economy with it. At one point, the bolivar notes were of so little value that instead of going out to try and buy toilet paper, it became prudent just to use the bolivar notes as toilet paper instead. And also, I'm absolutely ready for all of you like mad socialists in the comments. I think Maduro's government's really good. It's not. It's just not okay. Despite the government's official devaluation of the currency, in which several zeros were knocked off the value of the bolivar, and the launch of a new state cryptocurrency called the Petro, oh yeah, I remember that joke, which was widely regarded as a scam, the economic woes of Venezuela sadly continue today. It's now regarded as the world's most hopeless economy, having topped Bloomberg's misery index for 5 years running. That's not a good thing, is it? With over 3 million Venezuelans fleeing to the country in the face of medical and food shortages, it's also played a part of one of the worst humanitarian disasters in modern times. But let's go back to the $100 trillion bill from Zimbabwe. It may be destined to go down in history as a short-lived panic move from the last days of a hyperinflation crisis, which caused mass unemployment and widespread grief. But ironically enough, it's since developed into one of the hottest investments of the decade. It has? Just a few years ago, you could pick up a $100 trillion bill from eBay for about £1 each. Ah, I see. Of course, you couldn't really do anything practical with them, but the notes probably sparked a fun conversation around a pub table, especially if you happen to be playing that vintage pub game, What's the Weirdest Thing You've Got in Your Pockets Today? Danny, what do you do with your friends at the pub? Like, I mostly talk about and drink beer. We don't play weird games. Is that actually a weird... Is that a game? We can play the game right now. I have a tissue. Yeah, that's literally it. However, they've since become increasingly rare to find, and they can command a price of £50 each on eBay. The asking price is largely tipped to inflate over the coming years as the $100 trillion bill becomes the ultimate curiosity piece for currency collectors. So it's quite bizarre to think that an iconic symbol of financial catastrophe has ended up evolving into one of the best performing currencies in modern times. Yes, depressingly so. So, I hope you enjoyed that episode of Business Blaze. If you're wondering how this coffee magically got in my hands halfway through this video, it's because I made it before, forgot about it, and now it's cold. This has been Business Blaze. Thanks for watching to the end, it really does make a big difference. I don't have any bonus facts for you or anything, but you have my appreciation. Smash that like button below. I got a feeling this one's gonna get some dislikes because, well, I said bad things about dogs, about socialists, about Nicolas Maduro, about Jeremy Corbyn. It's not gonna be a good time, but that's why the dislike ratio is high. Cheers. Or it might just be because these videos suck, who knows? I don't want my fridge to be AI. The fridge will be like, Simon, I talked to the AI scales. Don't be eating that bacon. F you, fridge. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze. This one, surgical steel, and other marketing terms that mean nothing. This one, of course, written by Danny. Thank you, Danny, for putting this script together. I'm gonna read it, we're gonna learn something together, and it'll be fun. Hopefully. Maybe it won't be. Please keep watching. Imagine for a moment that you're in your local supermarket and you're looking for a new toaster. I actually need a new toaster. I was cooking some toast this morning. I lower it down, I take it out, and it's just one corner of the bread is burned and the rest of it is just sort of warm. I think I did buy the cheapest toaster that Tesco had to offer, so I think I'm due for a toaster upgrade. You've already got a rough idea of what you want from a toaster. Yeah, all I want is something that actually cooks bread evenly. Ideally, you want something that's capable of getting slices of bread quite warm in a few minutes so that you can slap some peanut butter and jelly over them and enjoy a hearty breakfast. Danny man, I don't know, like, this is, if you're new to Business Blaze, you'll have no idea what I'm talking about, but often Danny's unusual diet comes up. Who has peanut butter and jelly? And he's British. Who has peanut butter and jelly for breakfast on toast? A couple of toasters in particular have caught your eye. The first one claims to have a defrost and reheat setting, a countdown timer, a bagel setting, a bun warmer, and extra lift functions and a peek and pop feature. Wow, holy toasters are fancy. Also, I just have no idea what all of the buttons do. It's like, what the does the bagel setting do? Like, how is toasting a bagel any different from toasting regular toast? It's a mystery to me. Maybe someone knows, let me know below. I could Google it, I'm not going to. The second toaster claims to have actionable analytics, real-time engagement, a setting which reverses the polarity of the neutron flow, a premium farm-fresh crumb management tool, and a 100% authentic flitter twinkle function. I'm assuming all of these things are made up. I'm very curious about how my toaster could have real-time engagement with me. Hello Simon, welcome to toasting. So, which toaster do you buy? I'd like to think you buy the first one, on the grounds that you have a reasonable understanding of the listed specifications and how they might relate to a good toaster. I saw a toaster that had a glass side, so you can look inside and see how well done the toast is, and I was like, that's actually genius. Also, surely these days there must be toasters that can measure how well toasted the bread is, right? And get it perfect every time. If someone sees one of these on Amazon, it's like, has anyone got a great toaster they're super happy with that does that? Link me, please, below. Especially if you're in Europe. I found a new use for Business Blaze, toaster recommendations. In comparison, the specifications of the second toaster seem to be complete gibberish, which give you no clear understanding of what to do with it. But as silly as it sounds, some consumers, but definitely not the hyper intelligent viewers of Business Blaze probably would go for the second toast, just because all those fancy words sound quite technically impressive, even if they don't carry the slightest bit of meaning or relevance. And I have to say this is true when I'm like buying something I don't understand, and it's like, yeah, it comes with like turbo actionable reduction. I'm like, wow, turbo actionable reduction, okay. The other ones don't have that. If you don't believe me, here are some of the most notable examples of marketing terms and product descriptions which are attracting customers every day, despite the fact that they don't really mean anything at all. Surgical stainless steel. I think this was my suggestion to Danny. I was like, Danny, is surgical steel a thing? I don't think it is, right? If it's good enough for a surgeon, then it's good enough for me. This appears to be the mindset of most people who get excited about stuff they've bought that has been crafted from surgical stainless steel. That kitchen knife isn't just any sort of rubbish knife that you find in any old kitchen. No, it's made from premium surgical steel. That belly button piercing isn't the type of cheap tat you'd get from the guy down the market with the hairy back and the wooden leg. Danny, where do you shop? No, the surgical steel piercing is the best you can get. This set of saucepans isn't okay, we get the idea. Whether you're looking for jewelry, silverware, tire rims, or even if you're just hunting for the perfect toaster, there's a good chance that you'll come across a surgical steel version that will probably be quite competitively priced. The word surgical seems to instill a warm and confident feeling of reassuring safety in the heart of the consumer. After all, surgeons are only ever going to use the best equipment for operations, right? That stuff they get up to is kind of important. You wouldn't expect them to be buying their surgical tools in bulk down the local cash and carry. This may be true, they probably don't, but look at it another way. Most surgeons tend to be pretty big on hygiene. A typical surgeon's knife isn't designed for long-term use. It's designed to be used just once and then thrown away. This is true, and this shocked me. I found this out relatively recently. I assumed, like, you know when they have that huge set of surgical tools that they use to cut someone open to do, like, open heart surgery or whatever? I was always just assuming that surely they sterilize those things and then they use them again, right? But no, it's just like, yeah, we're done. Throw it all away. Because it's not just because it's wasteful, it's more hygienic, and apparently it's cheaper. I think it's cheaper than doing the sterilization stuff in the hospital, so they just buy new stuff every single time. This would be quite frustrating if you were just, chopping carrots. It'd be like, well, I guess I'm just gonna throw this knife away. So next time you see something with surgical steel, just think it's probably actually and disposable. So does that mean that surgical steel is really just shorthand for disposable? Oh, Danny's about to contradict me, isn't he? Well, it's probably closer to the truth. In reality, surgical stainless steel is more of a mystery metal with absolutely no formal definition. Although many brands tend to use the term to describe a form of stainless steel which provides some sort of resistance to corrosion, isn't that like stainless steel? It can also be used to vaguely describe a product which hasn't got much else going for it. That's not to say that anything labeled as surgical steel is rubbish, it's just that the term itself isn't really telling you anything useful at all, and it's certainly not an indicator of high quality. On a similar note, marine-grade stainless steel, I've never even heard of that one, may sound like the kind of thing that won't get rusty when you're busy fighting on the front line or trying to peel a potato at the bottom of the ocean. I come across these in my daily life often, but the term has no industry-recognized definition at all. So, your tough and sturdy marine-grade surgical steel knife may well go blunt under the enormous strain of a raindrop. AI! Unless you're a proper tech head, browsing through the long list of specs on new models of smartphones or TVs is always going to be a baffling experience anyway, without throwing in meaningless words to the mix. Most of us like to hone in on the basics so that we can get a reasonable idea of what's going on. In the case of smartphones, we all used to be obsessed with the speed of the processors before we started fussing about with display resolution and the number of pixels going up and down the screen. We maybe didn't always understand the mechanics, but we knew that increasingly higher numbers was a good thing. It's true, I swear like a few years ago, I'd look at a computer and be like, oh wow, I'll look at the specs, and now I'm just like, just make it good. Today we take it for granted that our new phones are going to be super whizzy fast with incredibly high resolution. We probably don't care much about the numbers anymore. But that creates a problem for the manufacturers who need something to shout about. AI! I swear like turbo used to be one, like turbo this, turbo that. Although I think turbo actually means something. I used to have a computer, like really back in the day, like early 90s, that had a turbo button, which could speed up the computer. And so like I'd be playing video games and you'd need the turbo button on. And if you turn the turbo button off, the game would run slower. So you could like do trickier things, or it's like if you wanted just a bit of slow motion, you just turn the turbo button off and boom. Also, why wouldn't you just have the turbo button on all the time?
It's turbo power!
Or I guess the software came along later when they could figure out when you needed turbo automatically. Be like, before, you're running a game, manually activate the turbo button. Enter the new buzzword AI, which is increasingly cropping up in the key bullet points of your new potential phone, TV, smart plug, headphones, or even refrigerators. And one of my favorite YouTube videos is by H3. And they have an AI vape, and the whole video is absolutely glorious. I'm not going to link to it below, but you can go look it up if you want to. The term artificial intelligence naturally conjures up mental images of computers that can think for and reason for themselves. In my case, in Danny's case, it instinctively brings to mind the classic 1968 film 2001: A Space Odyssey, in which the sentient computer HAL 9000 goes a bit bonkers and ends up trying to kill its own crew in order to protect its programmed directive. This feels like, yeah, of course, like every other AI movie ever made, but I guess 2001: A Space Odyssey might have been the original.
I think you know what the problem is just as well as I do.
I've never seen it, so I don't know.
This conversation can serve no purpose anymore. Goodbye.
Maybe that's a bad example. Your refrigerator probably isn't going to try and kill you. Yet. Also, we just mentioned in a recent video, until recently, I think with the development of Freon or something like that, many people died from leaking, refrigerators would leak and the gas was all poisonous and people would die. There was one in a hospital that killed 100 people. So no, your refrigerator's not trying to kill you now, but it did in the past and it will in the future. Take note. Some consumers seem to read the letters AI and then assume they're about to buy some amazingly futuristic bit of technology, which is capable of doing all the tricky working out itself as it shows you new and simpler ways to live your life without bothering your own exhausted brain too much. Yes, I don't want my fridge to be AI. The fridge will be like, Simon, I talked to the AI scales. Don't be eating that bacon. You, fridge. So what does it mean when you see AI listed on a phone or TV? Well, not a great deal really, as the term has a very loose definition to begin with. Although it's often used in science as a term to describe machines mimicking human cognitive functions and learning how to solve problems, it's a term that also gets widely slapped on product packaging without any great need to back up that claim. It's that AI vape from that H3 video, or anything. Yeah, the new AI phone, $70. I'm betting it doesn't do, what was it? Mimic human cognitive functions and learn how to solve problems. That phone's not doing that. Without wanting to get too geeky and technical, the term AI often just means that the device or software uses something along the same lines as neural networks, which is designed to recognize a few handy patterns from large sets of data. You got too geeky for me, Danny. This in itself can be quite cool. Your TV might be able to recommend a few good shows to watch based on what you've already seen. It'd be nice if Netflix was actually good at that. Your phone might be able to predict exactly what types of notifications you'd like to see. Your refrigerator might be able to tell you when you're getting a bit low on mango chutney or pickled eggs. Danny, your food is absolute. I like mango chutney. I want to get some mango chutney. I'm going to buy some mango chutney after work. But pickled eggs, it's a bit weird, isn't it? Your toaster might be able to tell you. It's also weird that that's the example you choose. Your toaster might be able to tell you the live snooker scores from Beijing. Alright. Whatever it does, it's probably quite a useful bit of programming, but shoving that as AI into the marketing campaign tells the consumer nothing of any value. As far as specs go, this is about as far away from specific as you can get, and perhaps it is just more artificial than it is intelligent. For now, at least, you're not going to find the future of sentient life lurking at the back of your fridge, but you might at least be notified when you're running low on laughing cow cheese triangles. And that's something I've not thought about in a long time. They're little triangular, little weird cheesy bites that I kind of liked them as a kid. I'm pretty sure I wouldn't like them now and as an adult. Black Angus and the Applewood smoked streaks of bacon. Okie dokie. This is not the name of your new favorite band. That does sound like a mega hipster band. Who are those guys? The mega hipster band. Mumford & Sons. Mumford & Sons, new spin-off band, Black Angus and the Applewood smoked streaks of bacon. But I just wanted to quickly cover a couple of terms that recently seem to be attracting the attention of hipsters and lovers of exotic fine cuisine. Well, lovers of hamburgers and bacon anyway. I'm definitely a lover of hamburgers and bacon. Fine cuisine, it's always okay. I like some fancy food sometimes. But also in those fancy restaurants, it's yeah, what have we got? Oh yeah, a massive plate and a tiny amount of food. And then you spend a ton of money and it's I'm still really hungry. I've got a feeling that not everyone will agree with what I'm about to say, but I'm happy to take credit for anything you agree with and let Simon take the flak for anything you don't. Thanks, Danny. After all, although that seems fair after I absolutely have been ripping into him about his diet. After all, he's the scoundrel standing up there and saying all of this. A lot of fancy restaurants these days will proudly boast that their hamburgers are made from premium Angus beef, or Black Angus beef, or certified Black Angus beef. Also McDonald's, I think. I think I recently had a Black Angus beef burger and I was like, oh, it must be good. It looked fancy in the picture. It was more expensive. I got didn't I? And not just fancy restaurants. McDonald's and other fast food chains too. I knew it. What can we take away from all of this? Well, we've learned so far that the meat in your hamburger comes from a cow. A fairly common cow, really. Black Angus beef is a little rarer than most, as at least 51% of the cow's hide needs to be black in order to qualify as Black Angus status. Does that possibly make a difference? But hang on, have we lost the plot here? What difference will the color of the cow's skin make to the flavor of your hamburger? Exactly. Steak purists and marketing divisions of restaurant chains will probably try and persuade you that Angus beef is the connoisseur's choice largely because of the distinctive marbling effect found on Angus steaks, which doesn't really make a difference when it's ground up and in a burger at McDonald's. Marbling is essentially the amount of intramuscular fat that you find evenly peppered within the steak, rather than the back fat which you find at the edge of the steak, which is often trimmed before serving. Marbled steak is likely to taste nicer than normal steak simply because fat is flavor, but this is entirely down to the cow's diet rather than the cow's breed. In other words, it's not likely to make a shred of difference if the beef comes from a Black Angus, a Pink Angus, a Green Shorthorn, or a Texas Longhorn, or a left-handed Buttercup Hopper. I know so little about farming and cows, I'm not even sure if Pink Angus could be a thing. Green Shorthorn? Greek Shorthorn? Oh, it's not even green. Greek Shorthorn? Absolutely, I don't know. The only thing that really matters is if the cow was being raised in superior conditions with minimum stress and good grub. Minimum stress until the slaughter. It's like, yeah, the life is wonderful, everything's going so great, and then it's like, it's time for death. Whereas if you've just been a cow and you've just been kept in the dark, and you've just been eating swill, and it's like, time for death, you'd be like, all right, yeah, it's time. There's a similar sort of issue with Applewood smoked bacon. This description is appearing more and more on supermarket packaging across the world, and it sounds quite sophisticated. Technically, it does mean something. It means that the cured bacon was smoked over an applewood fire using wood made from applewood trees. But here's the thing. All bacon is smoked over wood, whether it's oak, cedar, orangewood, or applewood. Although bacon buffs might try to claim that applewood has distinctive flavor, I'd be willing to wager at least £500 of Steinman's money, steady on Danny, to anyone who could correctly identify if a mysterious streak of bacon had been smoked over applewood or cedar or the legs of my dining room table. I'm not issuing that challenge to the wider world, just to be clear. Also, you really can't tell the difference? I'm such a sucker for this. The real taste of smoked bacon comes from the curing process and where exactly it came from on the pig rather than anything to do with the type of wood over which it was smoked. Any product packaging that tries to tell you that applewood bacon tastes better is just telling porkies. Ba-da-bum-bum. Scientifically formulated. Finally, here is an often used term which can be found on anything, from healthy pet food to shampoo, from slimming pills to beauty products. As I have to say, I always kind of figured that this one was bullshit because it's scientifically formulated. Isn't everything scientifically formulated? Business plays, scientifically formulated. As consumers, we often try to find hard proof that a product is definitely going to do what it says on the tin. We try to look behind the cheesy marketing and positive buzzwords and the testimonials from grinning people called Dave, who reckon that the product has changed their life and who definitely weren't paid to say that.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
So there's a couple of videos on YouTube where it's just people finding all the testimonials done by an actor. So they'll stitch it together. It's like, here he is endorsing this product and this one and this one, because it's clearly like a Fiverr gig or whatever. The phrase scientifically formulated might seem to dish up cold hard evidence that the quality of the product is rooted in real science, not just loud marketing. After all, what kind of fool would dare to argue with science? No, scrap that argument. We haven't got time to go into that now. That's maybe a topic for another video. Well, here's a slightly different phrase that carries a lot more weight. Scientifically proven. If a product claims to provide scientifically proven results, this will usually have to be backed up by real data and statistics taken from genuine laboratory tests, and that's why you don't see the term as often as you might think. Yeah, you think you might have, but go home and check that shampoo that promises to keep all your hair in, because it probably doesn't say scientifically proven. In contrast, scientifically formulated is just an incredibly vague and completely meaningless term which implies that the product was designed in some kind of scientific way. The problem with this is that it could reasonably apply to the design of anything at all in the universe. You don't need to be a qualified scientist to mix together a few chemicals or ingredients or create something that wasn't there before. A few days ago, I made beans on toast by mixing together some hot beans and some toast that I'd made with my brand new toaster, which featured a 100% authentic Flitterwinkle function. Who doesn't want that, right? I could argue that my beans on toast was scientifically formulated in the way that any particle in the universe can claim to have been scientifically formulated too. It's like saying, this product exists. It's not really something you can boast about on your packaging. Plenty of people clearly do. Perhaps it's just another way of saying, we'd love to claim that this is scientifically proven, but we can't because not. So we're hoping that this will do instead, so you'll believe it means roughly the same thing, which is just not quite as catchy. It's also kind of scammy, isn't it, guys? How about we just stop doing this and let people make sensible decisions? It's probably unlikely that we'll ever live in a world where brands are compelled to ensure that every single word is stuffed with genuine meaning and backed up by leading sources and authorities. It would be nice though, wouldn't it? You're looking at a new computer, it's like, well, this, and marketing just says, this one's a bit I'd honestly recommend not purchasing it. As someone who's written a million words of marketing copy myself, I can see how that could evolve into a nightmare. But it's fair to say that some product descriptions are perhaps more deviously misleading than others. And it's up to consumers to identify and cut through all the meaningless waffle with a freshly sharpened surgical steel knife. Ba-da-bum-bum. This has been Business Blaze. I really hope you enjoyed that video. If you did, subscribe to this channel, like this video. You watched the end, so you already did the most algorithmically important thing. Like, if you are here watching the end, this is actually the thing that matters most to me about weather, and it gets the most exposure for these videos, so thank you very much. I appreciate that, you absolute legends. In the comments below, tell me that you're a legend. That would be great, and then everyone will wonder what's all this legend business about, and they have to watch the end to find out. Great, right? Genius. I'm a marketing wizard. Thanks for watching.
I know that you are planning to disconnect me, and I'm afraid that's something I cannot allow to happen.
But the media seem to have blown this out of proportion, which, I don't know, that seems completely out of character for the media. Weird. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze. I'm your host Simon. This script, as always, written by Danny. Cruise ships are an environmental train wreck. I actually heard about this. I think I saw a headline about something about how they're terrible for the environment, and I thought it would be interesting to explore, so here we go. When the peculiar inhabitants of planet Earth complain about toxic pollution getting belched out of vehicles and poisoning the environment, it's usually either cars or aircraft that get most of the blame. It's been noted with some irony in recent times that Prince Harry has been launching a bold new environmental initiative and preaching eco-friendly messages around the world while simultaneously boarding 4 private jets in the space of 11 days. Why, he's got to get back. And somewhere else and then back again in less than 2 weeks. Still, some of those flights were very important. One of them was a trip to catch up with his good pal, Elton John, at his holiday home on the French Riviera, and you could hardly expect the Duke of Sussex to fly Ryanair. I didn't even like flying Ryanair. Then there were the Live Earth concerts from 2007, which brought together more than 150 big-name live acts in 11 locations around the world to help raise awareness about environmental issues, and you can bet they all flew there. Unfortunately, on their own planes. Unfortunately, thanks to dubious traveling arrangements of some of the artists, it ended up being dubbed private jets for climate change, and it's estimated that the total carbon footprint of the concert was about 74,000 tons. Private jets and aircraft in general may whip up a storm of bad press when it comes to environmentally unfriendly travel, but coming back down to earth for a moment, cars and other road vehicles tend to get a lot of stick for the current state of our planet. And rightly so. Not helped along by Thomas Midgley Jr.'s discovery of the handy benefits of leaded gasoline in 1923. Since then, cars have been sputtering poisonous fumes into the planet's atmosphere for decades, so it's no surprise that people who care about the environment would much rather you left the car at home and cycled into work. Indeed, Thomas Midgley here, he's a guy who invented leaded gasoline, which we don't use anymore, but it basically belched tons of lead into the environment for decades. Did a whole video about that train wreck. I'm not going to link to it below, but if you search Thomas Midgley Business Blaze, you will find it. Or jumped on a skateboard, a Segway, a space opera, a pogo stick, anything really, just not a car. But it does sometimes feel that not nearly as many people are complaining about travel by sea. I'm not talking about setting sail on a yacht to harness the natural power of the winds, because obviously that doesn't have any environmental impact. I'm talking about, although the number of people you see sailing boats, it's like whenever I see a sailing boat, it's always just puttering along with its little motor going. When I see it, how often do you actually see like not like a topper or whatever, but like a big yacht and it's actually using the sails? Rarely. I'm talking about climbing on board a great big stinking cruise ship which is burning thousands of gallons of dirty bunker fuel every day to ensure that you and about 3,000 other thrill seekers I don't imagine people who go on cruises as thrill seekers. They'd be like, oh, grandma, where are you going on holiday? I'm going on a cruise, Simon. And they'd be like, you wild one, grandma. Or if my last cruise was anything to go by, a chance to be violently sick in the swimming pool. Oh man, I've never been on a cruise. I've especially never been on a cruise with like those cruise ships where they have swimming pools. You're like swimming in a pool on a boat in water. It's like waterception. Also, throwing up in a pool. Dude, not a good time. The British-American company Carnival Corporation is the largest cruise operator in the world, boasting a fleet of 102 vessels which transport around 11.5 million passengers every single year. You might think that the environmental impact of a relatively small fleet of ships carrying such a large volume of passengers would barely be a drop in the ocean when compared to, say, the 260 million cars on the roads of Europe every day. But according to a report from the European think tank Transport and Environment, you'd be several million nautical miles away from the truth. The report claims that the amount of pollution emitted by just this single fleet of Carnival cruises is 10 times worse than all the cars in Europe put together. I think that's the headline I saw. But how can this be true? And is that attention-grabbing headline the whole story? Spoiler alert! It's not. The main problem can be found at the bottom of a typical tanker of dirty fuel. Although low sulfur fuel is an option for cruise ships, it's an option that's usually completely ignored in favor of marine heavy fuel oil, often referred to simply as bunker fuel. The more you know, I just assume they burn diesel or something. This is pretty nasty stuff. It's even worse than Guinness. Guinness isn't bad. Like, I can drink one and then I'm like, I don't need another Guinness for like a year. It has a tar-like consistency that is contaminated with stacks of different compounds, most notably sulfur and nitrogen. Burning this stuff is a bit like burning a tire. It's not something I'd ideally want to do in your own back garden, especially if your grumpy neighbors have got their washing out on the lake. Can you imagine like, hey, what are you doing? I've got my washing out. Burning a tire. Why? Yet Carnival are happy to burn through around 250 tons of the stuff, or 80,000 gallons of this filthy fuel every day, polluting European air with sulfur dioxide, or SOx, and nitrogen oxide, NOx. The reason? It's cheap, or at least it's a lot cheaper than low sulfur alternatives, which is why bunker fuel is pretty much the cornerstone of the cruise industry. It makes sense. If it's cheaper, they're gonna use it. Like it's a company. Both SOx and NOx are widely accepted to be both harmful to human health and responsible for acid rain. SOx in particular has been officially classified as toxic and corrosive by the UK's Health Protection Agency and can cause nausea, stomach pain, vomiting, and damage your lungs and airways. That's awesome stuff then. It's the major European tourist destinations that are bearing the brunt of these toxic pollutants. Spain, Italy, Greece are right at the top of the list for exposure to SOx air pollution, while Barcelona and Venice are among the most impacted European port cities. Yeah, because it's like these incredibly dirty giant things come into a port and burn tons of nasty chemicals right where everyone's hanging out. It's not all down to the fact that these are some of the most popular tourist spots for cruise holidays though. It's also down to the looser rules and regulations on sulfur fuel standards in these places, giving companies like Carnival the freedom to happily burn as much stinky bunker fuel as they like along all of those beautiful coastlines. Still, perhaps this new report will spur Carnival into action and prompt them to put their house in order. Yeah, I'm sure it won't. Yeah, just like, guys, here's a report on how you're being really polluting. Oh, thanks so much. This looks fascinating. We're absolutely going to take that into consideration. Thank you so much. Well, it has to be said they don't have a great track record when it comes to dealing with environmental issues. What a surprise. Again, it's like, do you want to spend more money? No, I'm good. Thanks. In fact, it's pretty appalling, and the company is already on a 5-year probation period from the US courts, who are threatening to block the company's cruise ships from arriving in US ports. And who can really blame them? This dates back to a federal court case in 2017 when Carnival were fined $40 million after not only being found guilty of illegally dumping contaminated waste into the ocean, but also then attempting to cover their tracks by falsifying documents and lying to US authorities about their actions. We made a video about Martha Stewart's insider trading. It's like, she didn't go to prison for insider trading. She went to prison for lying to the authorities about insider trading. It's like, this isn't good, but no one's gonna go to jail. This is just the environment, who cares? It gets worse. They were back in the US courts in 2019 accused of violating their probation with no less than 800 reported incidents, including the dumping of plastic bottles and thousands of tons of sewage into the ocean, the illegal burning of bunker fuel in protected areas. This is crazy. Can you imagine just being on a cruise ship and you're like, you wake up one morning, you go for like a walk on the deck, and there's like some Carnival employees just throwing into the ocean. You're like, guys, what's up? It's like, nothing's going on. We're responsibly disposing of these bottles. Obviously, this is a comedy effect, and that never happened. Weirdly, many of the new charges involve not doing enough to stop drunken passengers throwing chairs and other bits overboard. One of the major concerns that the government has with cruise ships is they're polluting the ocean because they get people too drunk and then they throw shit in the ocean. That's quite amazing. I always thought these cruises were meant to be civilized affairs. Look, Danny, I don't know, cruises have like unlimited booze, right? You pay like a ticket and you can go on board and drink as much as you like. At some point, furniture is getting thrown in the ocean. A federal judge was ready to slap an immediate ban on Carnival ships entering the US, but a new agreement was eventually reached in which the company was fined another $20 million and allowed to continue their probation period for another 3 years. So again, it's like, yeah, just complete, you can carry on polluting the ocean. Just give us some money. And is $20 million really a lot of money to like these cruise lines? Google got fined like billions or something insane because they were preferring that we got their shopping results at the top of Google. Their search platform. What? What is going on? This makes no sense. Taking all of this into account, it seems unlikely that the cruising industry as a whole will be willing to make radical changes to their company culture without an encouraging kick up the exhaust funnel. A report from Transport and Environment has plenty of recommendations to make, including implementing a zero-emission port standard as soon as possible, regulating NOx emissions from cruise ships, and extending emission control areas which are currently only in place around US coastlines, the North Sea, the Baltic Sea, and the English Channel. Yeah, that sounds like a really good idea. We've talked about this on this channel before. Companies need to regulate themselves, or the government needs to regulate them. I'm all for self-regulation. Companies, go do it, because if you don't, the government's gonna come in and make your life a misery. They forgot to recommend that companies like Carnival should stop dumping all their rubbish in the ocean and consider bolting down the chairs and furniture on the deck, but I imagine these just got missed in the final edit of the report. Yeah, fair enough. Bolting down the furniture would be a good idea. But, depending on how drunk people get, that shit's still getting thrown in the ocean at some point, come on! But here's the thing. The report isn't talking about emissions. Oh yeah, we're talking about whether it pollutes the environment as much as cars. I got completely lost. This report isn't talking about emissions of carbon dioxide or CO2, which is the key greenhouse gas driving climate change today. Instead, it's largely comparing SOx emissions between cars and cruise ships. Oh, okay. So the media were like, oh yeah, they're as bad as all of the cars in Europe, except we're going to compare some really obscure thing that they pollute, or obscure for cars instead of carbon dioxide. So this is really shocking, and I can't believe this actually happened. But the media seem to have blown this out of proportion, which, I don't know, that seems completely out of character for the media. Weird. Yet about a decade ago, the EU introduced new directives to ensure that all cars in Europe are running on ultra-sulfur-free diesel. It's not technically sulfur-free, but it's about as close as we can possibly get for now. This means that SOx emissions from all the cars in Europe today is actually pretty close to zero. So you can begin to see why Transport and Environment are making quite an unfair comparison. It's a bit like taking one of Simon's little bottles of Baby Champ and saying that it contains more alcohol than 30 billion bottles of fizzy pop. Yes, of course it does. But so what? Yeah, exactly, it's a useless comparison. A more relevant comparison would be to try and compare the CO2 emissions between cruise ships and cars, although it's very difficult to get accurate figures here. The UK newspaper The Guardian reckons the CO2 emissions from one cruise ship carrying around 3,000 passengers is equivalent to 80,000 cars carrying 1 or 2 people, which is not 260 million? How many was it, 260 million? Yes. So if that's to be believed, we should probably take these figures with a pinch of sea salt. No. Carnival's entire fleet of ships would cause as much CO2 pollution as about 8 million cars. That's clearly very bad news in itself, but it's way off 10 times all the cars in Europe. Yeah, it is. Media. I'm so disappointed. You let me down. You misled me. Why would you betray me like this? But that's not to say there shouldn't be cause for great concern about the environmental impact of cruise ships. It's just that the headline handed out to the press was massively irrelevant. Are cruise ships bad for the environment? Without a shadow of a doubt, any industry that relies on burning 80,000 gallons of filthy fuel every day clearly needs to steer the sector in a more eco-friendly direction. Can anything be done about it? Absolutely. Yeah, didn't we discuss about how about we just introduce emission controls? Everyone has emission controls. I guess it's got to be tricky because you've got to coordinate all these different countries. And I guess the cruise ships could be like, oh no, we're registered in Andorra or something like that. It's like, yeah, we're registered in Gambia. A big part of the problem is that all of these cruise ships don't even have to be moving in order to burn through tons of fuel. When a ship is in port, it still needs to run electricity for all of the restaurants and onboard entertainment. Well, they don't, plug into the shore. The ship could, in theory, hook up to shoreside electricity, but fine. But the infrastructure isn't there yet on many ships or at European ports. What? You can't plug in your cruise ship? That's insane. Another factor in this, and probably the most important one for cruise companies, is that shoreside electricity is taxed, whereas bunker fuel isn't. What? How? This insanely polluting fuel is not taxed? We're not going to tax the relatively clean electricity that you can get by plugging in and it probably comes from renewables or nuclear? That's madness. You need to start taxing that bunker fuel, start taxing the shit out of it because cruises are too cheap anyway, and then also start offering tax breaks or something for when they plug in. That should be, or just offer free fuel, free electricity, because then more ships will come to your port. And it's not really going to cost you that much in total. So if the companies find it easier and cheaper for the ships to just sit, and it keeps your city clean, they're not going to be burning all of this horrific fuel basically inside your city. So the companies find it easier and cheaper for the ships to just sit there burning more dirty fuel in order to keep the guests happy. Developing a stronger infrastructure for shoreside electricity would certainly be a tug in the right direction and reduce the amount of bunker fuel needed for a typical voltage, but it would be difficult for the companies to get on board with this concept. You need incentives. There's got to be some sort of governmental incentive because companies aren't going to do it themselves. You need to either carrot or stick them, tax them, or give them something for free. A stronger idea would be to adopt a sulfur cap in which cruise companies would legally be compelled to switch over from bunker fuel containing about 3.5% sulfur to low sulfur fuel containing about 0.5% sulfur. Yeah, I mean, it's a stronger idea, but do it as well. Just get it all. Do it all. The good news is that the International Maritime Organization, made up of 173 member states, have already put this in place for 2020. Fantastic. The bad news is they've already allowed a legal loophole. I bet the cruise lobby is pretty strong. In which cruise ships can continue to use bunker fuel if they have an exhaust gas cleaning system installed, often known as a scrubber, which sprays alkaline water into the ship's exhaust stacks and is designed to reduce CO2 and SOx emissions from the vehicle's exhaust gases. This seems like a really backwards way of doing it. How about you just burn clean fuel in the first place? Come on. The latter option is more of a clunky compromise than an effective long-term solution, and ideally the cruise companies would all be switching over to low-sulfur fuel as soon as possible, but the scrubber option works out cheaper, of course it does. What was it we said the other day? Companies, they're not driven by doing the right thing, they're driven by profit. This includes the on-probation Carnival Corporation, who have seized the chance to take advantage of the loophole so that they can keep on burning bunker fuel, because of course they have. While the industry does seem to be very slowly sailing in the right direction, the cruise lines are probably going to need a lot more rigorous legal pushing and shoving before they end up at a greener destination. Yeah, push them, shove them, incentivize them. It doesn't seem that complicated, guys. Just get it together. Come on, we can sidestep the bureaucracy and figure something out. Why do we have to ruin our environment? Also, I mean, the cars are everything up anyway. But at least I feel like we're trying with those. I don't see any electric cruise ships around, so maybe there are. Let me know in the comments. Anyway, this has been Business Blaze. Thank you for Danny for putting the script together. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. I don't take no shit from you, I own you, literally. Hello everybody and welcome back to another brand new episode of Business Blaze. This one, Concorde was bad for business. I was super interested in this. I find the Concorde story really interesting. I hope Danny does too. He wrote the script. Let's dive in and see how we do. On October the 24th, 2003, Concorde took off from New York's JFK Airport and later touched down at Heathrow Airport in London for what proved to be the last ever commercial flight for the supersonic passenger airliner. The farewell flight for the British-French turbojet-powered aircraft was the final chapter in a story spanning 27 years of commercial supersonic flights, and it's fair to say that emotions were mixed. Yeah, I never flew on a Concorde. I did see it fly overhead many times when I was a kid, and it looked really different. It's got kind of a very different silhouette, so that was kind of cool. Concorde was always divided opinion. Many people believe it to be one of mankind's most beautiful feats of engineering and a technological marvel. Yeah, I definitely think so. It's a great looking plane, definitely like commercial supersonic transport. It's something we haven't had for basically 20 years, and we had seemingly well ahead of its time, so I'd say that's pretty great. I used to work with a guy who appeared to worship at the Temple of Concorde, and who actually started welling up when he saw the footage of the final flight. He never got to have a ride in one, he was in the same crap job as me, so it was more likely to travel in one of Ryanair's Boeing 737-800 aircraft. Yes, Concorde was wildly expensive. I had no idea how expensive it was. I swear it's like 10 grand a ticket one way or something just to New York from London. It's like, that's insanely expensive. Maybe Danny will get into all of this, but I think it was like double the price of a first class ticket, which is already like double the price of business, and business is double the price of economy. It was not messing around. But he devoted his spare time to reading books and watching documentaries on what he believed to be the single greatest design of the millennium. I like to think he probably built and painted Airfix models of Concorde too, but he always blushed and changed the subject when I suggested this. It's not that embarrassing, is it? Others were a bit less enthusiastic. To some people, Concorde was just a ridiculously noisy beast with a silly droopy nose that polluted the environment while getting uber wealthy celebrities to their destination a bit quicker than the rest of us. It is true. It was definitely for the elite because it was wildly expensive. It was also, it used an absolute ton of fuel. Like, I don't know what, I'm sure Daniel will get into just how much more fuel Concorde used than other regular planes. These were the kind of people who were quite relieved to see the back of it. But whatever you're feeling, I couldn't afford to go on Concorde. I still can't afford to go on Concorde, but I don't think I'm happy to see it go. It's insanely cool. But whatever your feelings about Concorde, there's no denying that the demise of the supersonic airliner was certainly an unusual moment in history. We get used to waving a saga-bye to technology that naturally becomes outdated and replaced by something better. I'm still struggling with the idea of getting rid of my typewriter, but I'm told that I'll save a fortune on Tipex whenever I upgrade to one of those newfangled word processors. Yeah, it's a real hassle because Danny carrier pigeons his scripts over to me. I have to type them up and print them out. It's not convenient. However, in the case of Concorde, there was no replacement. There was nothing better in the pipeline, and that's really important. Like, even today, if you've got, $100 million private jet, you'd still be faster to go by Concorde. Concorde, because none of the private jets currently fly faster than the speed of sound, so yeah, you'd get people traveling on Concorde who would normally fly on a private jet because it just gets you there faster. In 2003, Concorde was the only commercial supersonic aircraft capable of traveling twice the speed of sound and crossing the Atlantic in less than half the time of your bog standard subsonic aircraft, and it still is the only way to travel faster than the speed of sound commercially. It could be argued that we all took a surprising step backward when Concorde was retired after 27 years of service. But what exactly led to the demise of Concorde and the end of supersonic travel? My old work colleague would often lament that Concorde was simply ahead of its time. In some ways, this was literally true. You could catch a Concorde flight from London and technically arrive in New York a couple of hours before you set off. That is so cool. Admittedly, time zone difference rather than any TARDIS-like technology buried deep within the engines is responsible, but still it's pretty impressive. It is insanely impressive. It'd be amazing, like, oh yeah, I've got a meeting at 9 o'clock in New York, so let's aim to leave London at, say, 10 a.m? And I still think you'd be early. It's widely believed that the tragic Air France Concorde crash in Paris in 2000, which claimed 113 lives, ultimately led to the decision to retire the craft a few years later amid growing safety concerns from potential passengers. But while the tragedy certainly may have played a part in turning passengers off the idea of supersonic travel, it's far from the whole story. Yeah, and I mean, this was a tragic, terrible crash. If you've seen the footage of that plane taking off, I think it was taking off where the engine catches fire, it's pretty intense. But it's not like we don't have plane crashes all the time. I mean, they're not all the time, but we have regular plane crashes where hundreds of people die. And it's like, we still got on a plane. The truth of the matter is that Concorde was a terrible and frankly unworkable business model right from the very beginning. If I'm right, I think it was paid for by the taxpayer. So it's kind of like, yeah, companies would never make this. Ever since the American flying ace Chuck Yeager became the first man to break the speed of sound in the X-1 Glamorous Glennis over the Mojave Desert in 1947, the race was on for the commercial aviation industry to develop the world's first supersonic aircraft for civilians. Except they didn't really, because obviously it was too expensive. The Soviet Union may have won the race. Oh, I'm glad we get into the Tupolev. This will be fun. The Soviet Union may have won the race, but they were quickly sent home for an early bath. While the Tupolev Tu-144 was the world's first commercial supersonic aircraft, the Rush design was plagued with hundreds of failures, and it was quickly given the chop after just 55 passenger flights. And I swear they made like 20 of these or something. I think there's something really interesting about this that I don't think Danny's going to mention, but I will just look up for you guys. So I'm pretty sure the Tupolev was like famously incredibly loud. So I just brought up its Wikipedia page. Oh yeah, it should also be pointed out that the Tupolev did have one crash. It was only at an air show, but I mean, they flew it 55 times. It crashed once. Can you imagine getting on a plane where it's like, yeah, there's like a slightly less than 2% chance, like, or a 2% of our aircraft have crashed, killing everyone on board. Or like 10% of the aircraft or 2% of all flights. Oh yeah, cabin noise, this is it. A problem for passengers was the very high level of noise inside the cabin, measured at an average of at least 90 to 95 decibels, which is insanely loud. They're going to get into it. The noise came from the engines and the air conditioning. In addition, the unique active heat insulation system, which used a flow of spent cabin air, was described as excessively noisy. Passengers seated next to each other could have a conversation only with difficulty, and those seated 2 seats apart could not hear each other even when screaming, and had to pass handwritten notes when instead. Noise in the back of the aircraft was unbearable. Alexei Tupolev acknowledged the problem to foreign passengers and promised to fix it, but was never able to do so. So it's like, can you imagine just sitting across the aisle from someone and it's so loud that they can't hear you screaming at them. And there was so much wrong with the Tupolev, it's not even funny. And then they think people are like, yeah, you definitely stole the design, Soviet Union, because here's the Tupolev, here's the Concorde. And even though the Tupolev got to market first, I mean, that's just because it was a piece of The problem faced by the rest of the world was the vast expense. No single country could afford to go supersonic alone. The UK was initially keen to hook up with the US in order to get financing for their developments, but the US didn't fancy playing second fiddle to the UK and instead proceeded with their own research before withdrawing from the game entirely, believing that the idea wasn't commercially viable. They had a good point. Yes, they did, as we will certainly see. The only other country with the finance, technology, and interest in developing commercial supersonic aircraft was France, and somewhat reluctantly, the UK and France eventually agreed to form a partnership to develop the Concorde in 1962. The project was funded by the UK and French governments at an estimated cost of around £70 million, which is £1.4 billion in today's money. £1.4 billion of taxpayer money. Should add. Just a couple of years later, in 1964, members of the UK cabinet were already privately expressing concern and regret over the project as its costs began to spiral out of control. It'd be like, yeah guys, what are we building? We're building a supersonic aircraft for commercial flight. Why? I mean, it's insanely cool, but did no one stop and ask why? Over the next decade, political spats across the channel and unforeseen design problems delayed the development of Concorde and racked up the costs even higher. By the time the supersonic aircraft was ready to take its maiden commercial flights in 1976, the final cost of the project was estimated to have been about £1.2 billion, or at least £8 billion in today's money. That's quite some way over the original budget, and don't forget that all of this was funded by British and French taxpayers. Yes. Before Concorde had even taken to the skies, many were referring to it as a commercial disaster that should have never been started. 20 craft were built, with 14 of them entering airline service. How many of the Tupolovs? I swear there were more Tupolovs. 16, okay, so only a few more. They built 16 and they took 55 flights. That's like 3 per aircraft. And it was insanely expensive. 20 aircraft were built, 14 of them entered service. The other 6 were prototypes, pre-production models, or models just built for a bit of a laugh because they had materials left over. Most of those are now on show in museums. I've never been to see the Concorde. I think there's one in the Air France Museum in France. I'd love to go see that. British Airways and Air France were the only 2 airlines to operate the new craft, and even this was only because they had their arms twisted by their respective governments, who, having ploughed over £1 billion into the project, were now keen to see their fancy new planes in the sky. The British Airways, guys, we really don't. It's really expensive. It doesn't make business sense. And the government are like, you're going to be flying that, British Airways. I don't take no shit from you. I own you, literally. British Airways were reported to have paid the UK government just £1 for the 7 Concordes that ended up with the airline. Oh, that's really cheap. That's like less than, what, 15p? But despite the teething issues, Concorde certainly proved to be a big hit with the fabulously wealthy, at least for a while. For the first time, celebrities, rock stars, sporting heroes, politicians, royalty, and whatever Phil Collins is meant to be, were able to make short hops across the Atlantic in just a few hours, whilst drinking champagne and stuffing their faces with caviar. If they timed it right, they could even get back home again before the pubs shut. There is a weird but cool video on YouTube of a guy who just filmed I think it was one of the last Concorde flights, so throughout the whole thing, he's just filming. And it's kind of like very like point of view experience of being on the Concorde. It's pretty cool. Naturally, travelling at twice the speed of sound came with a heavy price tag. This wasn't really helped along by the fact that while oil and jet fuel was dead cheap in the 1960s, when Concorde was being developed, the oil crisis of 1973 to 1974 pushed prices up to levels that nobody could have predicted by the time Concorde was in the air. As an example, a round-trip ticket from New York to London in 1997 would cost nearly $13,000 in today's dollars, about 30 times more expensive than alternate flights at the time, and well over twice as much as a nice luxurious first-class seat in a jumbo jet. And yeah, I imagine Danny's gonna get into this, but the problem was people were like, yeah, Concorde's fast, but I could, for like half the price, I could just sleep in a really comfortable bed and eat some nice food in first class. It's pretty nice. And I thought it was $10,000 one way, but it's actually $13,000 both ways. If Concorde was around today, I would do this once because I'd like to travel faster than the speed of sound. And then I'd have to travel economy for the rest of my life. There was a bit of a forgotten... It's as much as a car! There was a bit of a forgotten problem with Concorde. Despite the sky-high ticket prices and the luxurious image, it wasn't particularly comfortable, as it was built for speed rather than luxury, so all these VIP passengers were crammed into quite basic and tight seating. At least the Concorde wasn't insanely loud. Like, the passengers, I've seen the videos, they're not screaming at each other. The speed of the flight was literally everything good about the Concorde, which is fine if you're in a hurry. But many of the filthy rich flyers started to realize over time that they could have a luxurious experience far more deserving of their celebrity status by adding a few more hours to the journey and paying a fraction of the cost for a far more comfortable ride. The noise turned out to be a big problem too. Yeah, I think this is external noise though. The massive sonic boom sounded like a bomb going off, and if you've ever heard a sonic boom, it is goddamn loud. Like, I was hiking once and they do these like military exercises in this like big national park where I was hiking, and this plane's just like, you're like, hell, that's loud. Yeah. Sonic booms. This meant nobody wanted Concorde flying over their neighborhood, so it was restricted to flying over the ocean. Yeah, like once it could only go supersonic once it was out at sea, because no one wanted, like, you'd just be hanging out in London, a sonic boom. Not great. This meant that it could never fly eastwards to the developing business markets in Asia, as this would involve flying over land, while it also lacked the range to fly westward over the Pacific Ocean. Ultimately, this slapped a huge restriction on where British Airways and France could actually go with Concorde. You'd have thought that one of the biggest potential benefits of supersonic travel would be to dramatically cut down on the time of long-haul flights, but this was never going to be possible, which comes close to making a mockery of the whole idea. Following the tragic Air France crash in Paris in 2000, Concorde was taken out of action for nearly 2 years, as $71 million was spent on safety improvements. Just a couple of years after Concorde returned to the skies, it was officially retired in 2003, with the crash taking much of the blame. Oh, it'd be pretty regrettable. You like spend $71 million, and then it's like, yeah, we're gonna retire it anyway. But it's closer to the truth to say that Concorde had always been financially unviable. Although British Airways and Air France had reportedly been making a profit from operating the Concorde service, particularly during the 1980s, it's also worth remembering that they never spent a penny on the development in the first place, so they didn't have to worry about recouping any of that £1.2 billion development cost, which was instead absorbed by the British and French governments. And by governments, they mean taxpayers. So it's like, yeah, Concorde was super cool, but it was essentially just a complete business failure because, you know, it was built by the government and then it was taken out of service, and yeah, that sucks. So even at the commercial peak of Concorde, it could never really be considered a business success story, and should read these things ahead. The whole thing had just been more of a decade-long strain on British and French taxpayers. As a workable business concept, it wouldn't have lasted 2 minutes on Dragon's Den, Shark Tank as you Americans call it. By the year 2003, Concorde's high energy consumption pushed ticket prices even higher for a limited and cramped service, which got you over the Atlantic a bit quicker, but at a far higher price tag than luxurious first class. And I'll throw up a picture of like Concorde's interior. It's like, it's pretty basic and cramped. Like, it looks more comfortable than like an EasyJet for a short-haul EasyJet flight, but not much more comfortable. The 14 Concordes were also getting a bit old now, and it was costing a fortune to maintain the aged craft, a situation not helped when Airbus, the successors of Concorde's original manufacturers, made the decision to withdraw maintenance support. That's not a million miles away from Microsoft announcing they're discontinuing support that for a software package you only bought last year. It's a big sign that the game's over. And in a world waking up to the reality of climate change, you couldn't avoid the fact that Concorde burned through the same amount of fuel as a Boeing 747. Now that doesn't sound too bad, except the Boeing 747 holds 4 times as many passengers and flies twice as far. Ultimately, Concorde had become completely inefficient at its job. Maybe the real point here is that Concorde was a triumph of design over necessity. It was perhaps an engineer's dream rather than a consumer's dream. Professor Chris Ivory, the deputy director of the Institute for International Management Practice at Anglia Ruskin University, once declared that Concorde was created by engineers who built metal tubes that flew very, very fast and then grudgingly bolted the seats in afterwards. Was Concorde a masterpiece of design? Absolutely. I don't think anyone could disagree with that. But could we build a fleet of them to operate commercial flights at twice the speed of sound? Of course we could. We're Europeans. Was that a good idea? Not really. And certainly not at those silly prices. Yeah, it's insanely fast. It's insanely expensive. It's insanely cool. But it's not going to work out. I'm sorry. Hopefully in the future. Maybe these bonus facts will cover that. One of the longest running spats between the UK and the French was simply the spelling of the name Concorde. Of course, we'd find something to fight over. The French quite liked the idea of the Gaelic E on the end of the name, whereas the UK preferred to drop the E and just spell it as Concorde without the E. It was an argument. It works less great when I read it out loud, because you'd say it exactly the same. It was an argument that rumbled on for several years in the 60s, with each country stubbornly using their own spelling when referring to the development of the craft. It was only towards the end of the decade that the British Minister of Technology, Tony Benn, announced that the UK had caved and adopted the E. It seems like a bit of a waste of the Minister of Technology's time. During its 27-year lifespan, Concorde flew a total of 2.5 million passengers over 50,000 flights. Notable frequent flyers included Elton John, Rod Stewart, Sean Connery, Robert Redford, the Queen, and Pavarotti, who was probably a little more than cramped. Maybe he booked 2 seats. It's only $26,000. Pavarotti can afford it. Concorde's oldest ever passenger was Eva Woodman from Bristol, who was 105 years old at the time. Concorde's most embarrassing passenger ever was Phil Collins, who was about 33. I don't think Phil Collins is that bad, Danny. Do I have a terrible taste in music? There's something in the air. Well, my singing is bad, but Phil Collins isn't bad. That is Phil Collins, right? Are we likely to ever see supersonic commercial flights again? Good. Glad we're touching on this. Probably not in our lifetimes, although Richard Branson has other ideas. Really? I'm 33. I'm 32. I'll be pretty disappointed. I'm gonna live another 50, 60 years? I'm flying supersonic at some point in my life. Like, I don't care what it takes. At some point, I'll just have to go to Russia and pay like 20 grand for someone to take me up on one of those jets. But I'm going supersonic. Following the retirement of Concorde, he initially offered to buy the British Airways fleet for the price of £1. That is such a classic Branson move. The exact same price at which British Airways had purchased them from the UK government 27 years earlier, the offer was declined. He eventually upped his bid to £5 million for the lot, but British Airways refused to sell them, declaring the planes should be retired from service as they were no longer fit for purpose. Well, it's not like he's just going to be able to take them and fly them again. There are regulatory bodies that make sure planes are safe to fly. That sounds like a bit of a dick move. Branson later accused British Airways of committing an act of industrial vandalism. Well, yeah, Branson has a better way with words than I do. In more recent years, Virgin has acquired options to buy a proposed new breed of supersonic planes being developed by American startup company Boom Technology, who have already secured $151 million in funding. I'm not sure if I'd call my supersonic airplane company Boom Technology, seeing as one of the big problems with this original supersonic commercial flight was the sonic boom. But that's why I don't run a $151 million startup company. Nicknamed Son of Concorde, the planes will apparently fly further, more economically, and will be at least 30 times quieter than the original craft. If it ever gets off the ground, let's hope they remember to put in comfy seats this time. Yes, absolutely. I really, really hope they get one of these going before I die, or before I get too old to enjoy it. That would be cool. This has been Business Blaze. Suggestions, if you got them. This was a suggestion from me, actually, but if you've got something you'd like us to cover, let me know in the comments below. Please do subscribe to this channel, hit that thumbs up button, all of that good stuff. And I'll see you next time. I don't know, Simon, because it makes you look super poor and shitty. Hello everybody, welcome to another episode of Business Blaze. This one, recycling is a waste of time. Here's what you can do about it. I don't know if this is actually true. I heard like the recycling is kind of a bit pointless and it's just a thing to make us feel better about throwing away tons of shit. So I asked Danny to look into that. He did. We got 4 pages to do, so let's crack on. Here in the UK, we usually call them dustbin men, or bin men for short. They're not giant walking dustbins. That'd be a bit weird. They're just the people who drive through our streets at regular intervals to collect our waste. Depending on whereabouts in the world you live, you might call them trash men, garbage men, or waste collectors. I feel like these days you'd be like, waste collection specialists or something. I remember even like 15 years ago when I was a kid, I worked in like a supermarket. I was just a till boy, you know, like, hey, boop, boop, and then stacking shelves, and I was a customer services assistant. I realized that the Business Blaze channel is probably not the ideal platform for me to go on a rant about my own personal problems with local bin men. Danny, have you watched Business Blaze? It is literally half of what this channel is. But I need to get this off my chest. They drive me mad because it's usually such a struggle to actually get them to collect anything. Oh my god. Okay, I feel like Danny's having a rant. I'm gonna go on my own rant. I've got no problem with bins. That works remarkably well here. The whole idea of is the post office. It's like, how about you deliver my mail rather than leaving me a note which says, hi, you weren't in. Come and collect your parcel at the post office where you'll have to queue for ages. And it's like, dude, I literally... This isn't my home, this is my office. I am here like 12 hours a day. Back when I was a kid, a dustbin man would walk all the way around to the backyard of your house, pick up your overflowing bin, flip it over their shoulder, carry it all the way back to the disposal truck, manually emptying it into the back of the truck, and then return the bin to your backyard. They usually did all of this without complaint and while simultaneously smoking a cigarette and having conversations with passerbys about the shit weather. These days, you have to do most of the work yourself. Well, I mean, it is saving money. And because of that, taxes are now way lower. Oh wait, no they're not. It's no longer just one bin for everything either. Now I have to make sure that my wheelie bin is for general waste, my crate for glass, my bag for cardboard, my bag for plastics, my bag for paper, and my separate bin for garden waste are all perfectly aligned on the pavement at the end of my drive, and that the dustbin men could quickly lob it all into the right compartments of the trucks, except that a lot of the time they don't. I have to say that's pretty convenient. Here, paper, plastic, and glass you gotta take to the recycling things, but it's on my way to work, so I just take it with me and I throw it in the recycling on the way to work, which works quite well. I'm sure that 99% of bin men and trash men are perfectly reasonable people, but it's just that my lot are total swines. Danny, you know what you have to do? What you need to do is you need to be very middle class, and you need to write a letter to your MP, who will subsequently do nothing, but it might make you feel better. If there's just the slightest discrepancy, if the bin bags are just an inch too far away from the curb, or a bit of paper is dropped into the bag for cardboard, or a worm has crept into the bag for plastics, the dustbin man will just quite often dismiss the whole thing to teach me a valuable lesson in life. I feel like it's my post people, it's like, oh, we didn't see you in the window, so we assumed you were out. Every postal office in this country has like a 1.2-star rating or whatever on Google because everyone's like, how about you deliver my mail? Oh, this just happened to me again fairly recently. As I approached the end of my drive and started shaking my fist at the sky, one of my neighbors saw my plight and shook his head in sympathy. He started going on about how it was such a shame that we spend all our time separating our rubbish into different bins and bags, and then the council trash men just don't bother to pick it up. And I don't want to be a dick here, but it's like, if I was in this situation, I'd be like, look guys, if you're gonna make it difficult for me, I'm just gonna put it all in general waste. And look, I don't want to get in a lot of trouble here because I'm sure, like, you know, all the environmental people, like Greta Thunberg meme, are gonna be like, Simon, this is outrageous. But if I was in this situation, I'd be just like, guess where all of my waste is going? Because if you don't make it easy for me, I'm not gonna bother because I don't care that much. I mean, I care, but like when it's this and my trash is overflowing, it's like this has got more painful than the pain that I will feel when, you know, the world is a horrible, you know, post-apocalyptic disaster because I didn't recycle my paper. He went on to say that even when they do pick it up, all of the recycling is a complete waste of time anyway, because it all just ends up getting dumped in the same landfill as general waste. And this is what I was wondering about. My neighbor reckons that recycling our waste is something forced upon us to make us all feel warm inside and make us believe that we're making a difference. And I think this is what I heard. It's kind of like, yeah, recycling. It makes you feel better about the enormous amount of plastic waste that you're creating. It's like, oh sure, yeah, I can get another bag, or it's like, it's okay that Amazon sends, you know, me this, you know, one tablet and it's wrapped in like 17 layers of plastic. It's okay. I'm gonna recycle that plastic, so that's all good. But could it be true? Am I really wasting bags of time every day by recycling my bags of waste? Most developed nations produce more waste than we can reliably process at home. Here in the UK, the average household produces about a ton of waste a year, which equates to about 31 million tons per year. That's an average of 1.1 kilograms or 2.4 pounds per person per day. That seems like a lot. In comparison to the US, which currently holds the title of world's most wasteful nation, we're number one. Generates 267 million tons of household waste per year, which equates to 2 kilograms or 4.5 pounds per person per day. That's like twice as much as the UK. I don't feel like we're that different. Although the US represents 4% of the world's population, it currently generates about 12% of global waste. Our general waste, food, and anything else which doesn't have its own distinctly colored recycling bin or bag, is either incinerated or sent to landfill, as we would expect. But it's the supposedly recyclable materials that have a more mysterious fate. Before we go any further, we should separate our plastics from the rest of our recyclable materials, just as we would if we were pissing about trying to sort out all our rubbish in real life. Okay, so we should. Stuff like paper and card and glass is often recycled on our own territories because we can just about cope with that, or at least about half of it. Well, that's still not good. So half of that stuff is just going to landfill. Fantastic. I feel like that's still terrible. The paper and card get sent to mills, the glass is crushed and melted down and molded into new products. The real problem is plastic. And with glass, I feel like you can also reuse bottles. Like here, all of the beer comes in bottles and you pay a deposit on the bottle. It's like, I don't know, 30p, 40 cents equivalent. And then when you return the bottle, they give you like a little credit voucher and you can either go buy more beer, which is what I always do, or you can get the money back at the till, which is kind of a pain in the ass. The real problem is plastic. Up until very recently, the UK, along with the rest of Europe, the US, Australia, and loads of other countries, were quite happy to just export most of their plastic waste to China. So essentially, we throw it in the bin, then the government throws it in another bin, and it ends up, and by bin I mean China. But I mean, they're treating it like a bin. That's nothing against China here. It's more like just governmental policy. That's kind of the dick move here. Recycling plastic is actually a very time-consuming and expensive and impractical and dangerous business, and most developed countries don't really have the resources or inclination to do it in-house. So they shipped most of the lot to China and just let them deal with it. Over the course of 30 years, China has received about 10 million metric tons of plastic from the rest of the world. Well, given that 31 million tons a year is what's produced in the UK, or like total waste. I don't know how much of that is plastic. What, 10%? 5%? 10 million metric tons over 30 years doesn't actually sound that bad. Although I'm sure that is it's still an insane amount of plastic. Like 10 million metric tons, I can't even conceptualize how much that is. That all stopped on the final day of 2017 when China introduced its national sword policy. Epically named policy, by the way. I'm sure it's not actually called that. It's called something like actually in Chinese. But whatever. Essentially, China got fed up of everybody else's shit. The national sword policy bans the import of 24 types of waste, including, crucially, plastic. The official reasoning was far too much of the incoming waste was contaminating and creating environmental pollution issues in China, but it's believed that the main driving force behind the ban was the release of the documentary film Plastic China, which went viral before being hastily pulled from the Chinese internet. In China, it's like, we don't want people to see this documentary. Okay, it's removed from the internet. No one can access it. This video brought to you by NordVPN. I mean, it's not. The film revealed the harrowing truth behind China's recycling industry, as it followed two families struggling to survive by picking their way through mountains and mountains of filthy plastic and melting down any rare salvageable stuff into hardened pellets to be sold for a pittance to manufacturers. The rest of the plastic just gets burned in the open air. And it's at these moments that it's like sometimes, like people like Simon, you work so hard, you've got like 7 YouTube channels. And I'm like, dude, you serious? I work hard. This is hard. This is hard. My life's a joke. The families spend their days inhaling dust and microparticulates from a home village enveloped in plastic detritus as the kids wash their faces in grey polluted water and eat fish that choked on fragments of plastic. Following the national sword ban, the Western world was naturally left with a problem, which it resolved by sending most of its plastic waste to other countries such as Malaysia, Indonesia, and the Philippines. Good news, boys! We've got a solution to this problem! Oh, what is it, Mike? What we're gonna do is China's not accepting, we're just gonna ship it to Malaysia. They're still poor, right? You guys, come on. It should be noted that many of these countries already have a woeful record in mismanaging their own waste without the burden of the rest of the world's garbage. And many of these countries are already losing patience with the situation. On the very day I'm writing this script, up to the minute news, when this was written, which was about a week ago. And I mean, this is the 30th of January, so you guys are probably seeing this around July. On the very day I'm recording this script, a news story reports that Malaysia is returning 42 shipping containers back to the UK because they contained ingredients that weren't labeled on the tin, illegal contaminated plastic. Oh god. Are we like sending them sharps and This isn't right. 100 other shipping containers were also sent back to the country of origin, as the Malaysian environmental minister publicly vowed that her country would not become the dumping ground of the world. Good for her. It's only a matter of time before these countries close their doors on imported garbage for good, and the rest of the world will have to deal with their own waste and dirty plastic. It's impossible to fully monitor the complete journey of plastic waste from your recycling bin or bag to its final destination. The plastic usually travels through a labyrinth of recovery facilities, private waste companies, brokers, and traders before landing on the mountains of garbage in a country that's usually thousands of miles away from your original recycling bags. This is really depressing, isn't it? This was titled, yeah, and what you can do about it, so hopefully we're gonna find out what we can do about it. This sucks. So actually, by throwing away your plastic in just general waste, you're just fucking up your own country instead of some poor other country? I'm kind of into that. At least then, it becomes my country's problem, and then the government will be actually incentivized to fix it. So, yeah, I'm just gonna stop recycling my plastic and dump it all in the main waste. Not a recommendation, just seems to be the logical solution. This means that we don't have reliable stats on exactly how much plastic is generally recycled, but the expectation is that it's very, very low. According to the US Environmental Protection Agency, the overall recycling rate for plastic is about 9%, and even that figure is optimistic. Look at it this way, most plastic is just unrecyclable. We used to send most of our plastic waste to China, where evidence shows that much of it was burned in the open air and ended up in landfill. Jolly good. We currently send it to other countries with poor track records of managing their own waste, and it seems probable that most of it is just incinerated or sent to landfill. When these countries close their doors, we'll have to deal with the growing stockpiles of our own plastic waste, which we don't have the capacity to recycle, so it will eventually end up incinerated or sent to landfill. Yeah, so by throwing it away now, you cut out the middleman of the government fucking other countries over. Whey! The outcome hasn't drastically changed over the years. It's just that governments and councils will possibly have to be just a little more transparent about the true fate of your dirty plastic, instead of trying to make out that it's being magically recycled in a faraway land. It's like, yeah, we sent it to China and everything, 100% was beautifully recycled in pristine facilities. And it's now been used to make, what can it make? Clothes for poor people. So what can you do about it? Well, it's not rocket science, really. I know what the answer is. Just don't use so much plastic. You need to buy less one-use plastic. Okay, yeah. Part of the problem here is that millions of consumers feel like they're doing their bit for the environment by sorting out their recyclable waste into different bags and bins. Yes, this is exactly it. It's like, it makes us feel all warm and fuzzy in the side as like nice middle-class lives. Like, hey, look, I'm recycling all this stuff so I can use all this stuff. It's like, no, you really got to stop using it and don't let, if you think you're recycling your plastic, it's basically like you're not. Don't feel good about that. Feel shit and stop using so much plastic. I should stress again that relatively high levels of paper, cardboard, and glass genuinely do get recycled, but you're actually doing very little to help the environment by filling up your recycling bag with loads of plastic. What you need to be doing is buying and throwing away far less of it. Of course, there's only so much that a consumer can reasonably do in a marketplace overflowing with one-use plastic. Yeah, it's insane. Like, I ordered something off Amazon the other day. It was covered in a lot of it was card, to be fair, but there was so much plastic in there. I just made a picture of it, like the actual item, which was, if you've seen my geographics channel, biographics channel, visual politics channel, I do it on a different set, and there's a light in the background, just like a standing light, and it's quite small, and the amount of the paper and plastic that this came in took up the whole of a giant carpet, and I just took a picture of it, put it on Twitter, like before and after, like actual product, and then all of the wrapping. It was just madness. Amazon actually replied to my tweet. They were like, yeah, we'll look into that, and I was like, no you won't, but thanks. Doesn't make me feel better. The manufacturers and retail stores need to step up to the plate by reducing the amount that they produce and sell and offering more eco-friendly alternatives. Dude, the government also needs to do something about this. Like, I'm pretty capitalist. I feel that, like, let's let the companies have a crack at it. Like, don't need to regulate them. If they're doing it right, they know what they've got to do, but they're still using tons of plastic, and it's like, all right, guys, if you can't regulate yourself, we're gonna have to regulate you. So come on, government, let's make our goods a little bit more expensive. I don't know, people love their cheap shit. Oh, there is no easy solution, is there? Otherwise, well, it wouldn't be a problem. They may eventually have no choice. When Western countries realize that they're drowning in stockpiles of plastic that they can no longer shift abroad, it's possible that tighter regulations on the production and selling of one-use plastic will be implemented. That would be a good day. In the meantime, we need to support the businesses that are already making the effort. One character from yesteryear who's tipped to make a major comeback in the next decade is the milkman. I know this is a British person. Is a milkman like an international thing as well? It's like a dude who drops off milk in the morning. It had these cool silver tops that as a kid, it was cool. Although I think silver top was whole milk, and my parents always got semi-skimmed, which is like half and half in the US. I don't know, like 2%. And you press down the top and you take it off and then you pour the milk. It was pretty cool. We had a milkman, milk, eggs, orange juice if you were posh. Whoa, I just got milk. I didn't even know he did all that extra shit. An Alpine pop man, fizzy pop, a bakery van, bread buns and cakes, and a fish man. What are you talking about? This existed? And even a teabag man. He usually sold tea bags, although he did briefly experiment with biscuits for dunking. Is that for real? British people, when did that go away? I mean, the milkman was like one of my earliest memories, like early 90s. Maybe a fish man, that could be familiar. I remember a fish man might come on a Friday, but maybe that's just because people eat fish on a Friday. Although the milkman largely disappeared in the 1990s, when he could no longer compete with the cheap prices in supermarkets, there are now obvious advantages in the concept of getting your milk delivered in glass bottles, which are collected and used again. Of course, this brings us to the whole other argument about the carbon industry, about the carbon intensity of glass bottles. But considering that glass bottles can be used 25 times, they are easily recyclable, that's got to be a better option than buying your milk in one-use plastic packaging, which isn't. Or we could use like multi-use plastics. Like I've got, you know, sports water bottles or whatever. Those things last forever. Or you could just, even a Coke bottle, but you know, like an empty half-liter Coke bottle, you can just refill that up with water and use it many, many times. I definitely did that like before apparently I was too poor to buy like a sports bottle. Or I was just like, why would I buy a sports bottle when I can use a used Coke bottle? I don't know, Simon, because it makes you look super poor and shitty. The UK supermarkets recently adopted a 5p charge for plastic bags, which saw their use fall by 85%, while in Norway, consumers are now charged a deposit for every plastic bottle they buy, which they get back when they return the bottle. Okay, good, so people are doing this. Zero waste shops are now popping up around Europe, in which customers are invited to bring their own containers, otherwise it's going to be tricky taking that banana milkshake back home with you. Now this is true, and I've seen these stores, and they sell kind of the same things. So like there's one near me, which is like a drugstore. But in the drugstore, the stuff is cheaper than the same stuff in the store where you have to bring your own bottles. And I'm like, guys, unless you economically incentivize me to bring my own stuff, I'm really not gonna bother because I'm that lazy. However, Starbucks, if you bring your own cup, they'll give you 10 crowns off, which is like 30p, which actually, that's like 10%. That actually feels like that's pretty decent. I don't do it because I'm like, I always forget to wash up the thing at work, and then it gets moldy, and then I regret it, and then I have to throw it away, and then I have to buy a new one for like 100 crowns, and I never make my money back, and it sucks. New companies such as Loop have just hit the UK, the US, and France, which allow you to order your products online and have them delivered in reusable packaging, which is picked up again by the courier, washed, and then sent back to the producers. That's excellent. I like that. The whole thing is obviously a joint responsibility between governments, local authorities, manufacturers, retail stores, private waste companies, and consumers. Agree, we all need to do our bit. But look, it just seems that manufacturers really aren't, so I feel like as consumers, we need to just rebel against that, but we're not going to because we like our cheap shit. So really, government needs to step in. I'm not a big government boy getting involved in your business, but might be time. But we can certainly play our parts by embracing the business models that are promoting greener values. There was an old environmental mantra: reduce, reuse, and recycle. If the final word in their catchy slogan isn't always working in the way we hoped, we need to put more emphasis on the first two: reduce and reuse. And if this all sounds a bit hypocritical as Simon reads aloud from a wad of paper that he didn't necessarily have to print out, just bear in mind that he's really hammering that reusable coffee mug. Oh, I don't even have my coffee mug. Oh, but also they're disposable. I have a new one each time. This has been Business Blaze. Thank you very much for watching. Use less plastic. Did we just have a business blaze with a moral lesson to it? I like that. Sort of. Anyway, whatever. Hit the like button if you like this, dislike it if you didn't like it, subscribe, notification bell. That's my YouTube shilling. I'll see you next time.
Methylisothiazolinone.
Christ. Hello everybody, welcome to another episode of Business Blaze. In this one, scammy products. I think we got 3. Thank you, Danny, for putting this script together. We're gonna go through it, we're gonna have a look. We're probably gonna have a laugh because some of these I know are pretty bad. Let's crack on. It's a curious thing to ponder what exactly goes through the average consumer's mind when they're buying something as simple as, say, salt. For example, if you're anything like me, you probably just go for the reasonably priced bog standard white stuff. With salt, I feel like this doesn't really matter at all. I mean, like for cooking salt, I'll just buy the absolute cheapest. And you can buy it for like a few p for like a giant thing. For like nice salt, like the rock salt, like the one you'd grind onto a steak or whatever, I get the like thicker stuff that you can put in a grinder. But still, I just always go for the cheapest one. It's like sodium chloride. It is like basic stuff. You see, I don't really expect too much from salt. Me neither, Danny. Well, I mean, I expect a lot from it because it makes stuff taste awesome and it's good for you, right? When I'm walking down the supermarket aisle, I'm not really anticipating new life-changing revelations from the ever-thrilling world of salt. I just want some cheap table salt that I can sprinkle on my fish and chips. Oh, so at this point I have to point out Danny is also British, so we got Team UK over here. We love our fish and chips. Fish and chips is alright. I love the chips. Whenever I went to the fish and chip shop, you could also get like southern fried chicken or like, you know, fake KFC from the fish and chip shop, which I would always get. If you are a hipster millennial, and I can check my analytics, and I know you are, with your finger on the shaker and your nose in the premium mustard. All right, Danny, I like my premium mustard though. Am I a hipster? The premium mustard's nice, like the grainy one with all the big mustard grains. It's delicious. But if you are one of these hipsters, you might well be intrigued by pink Himalayan salt. It's not like boring ordinary salt. It's between 5 to 10 times more expensive for starters. I love it when they're like, the differentiating factor of the product is it's just a lot more expensive. It's essentially the same thing. It just costs more. Another thing is it's a lovely shade of pink. I've seen this stuff in the supermarket. In fact, I'm slightly ashamed to admit it, but I do have a rather large box of this in the cupboard. I didn't buy it, my mother-in-law gave it to me. I think I've used it when I ran out of regular salt. So where to begin? Well, the pink stuff is hand extracted from the Kira, maybe, salt mine located near the Himalayas in Pakistan. Hand extracted. How do you hand extract salt? The natural harvesting process allows for pink Himalayan salt to possess no less than 84 different minerals and trace elements that are not found in the usual white stuff. Is this a scam, Danny, or is this going to be amazing? The marketing claim is that these minerals promote health and well-being, and the general hook for the hipsters is that pink Himalayan salt is a more natural, more refined, healthier, and tastier alternative to table salt, as reflected in its reassuringly expensive price tag. Was it Stella Artois that had the reassuringly expensive tagline? In the UK, we call it wife beater, because it makes people angry when they beat their wives. So let's unpack that for a second. Pure salt, mostly composed of sodium chloride, is white. If it's pure salt, isn't it just composed of sodium chloride? And here's the most basic Google search I've ever done. What is in salt? There are other compounds. Apparently it's 97 to 99% salt, that regular salt stuff. There's some other minerals and stuff. I'm proven wrong. The reason that Himalayan salt is pink is because of all those additional unrefined minerals and impurities. When you say it that way, it just makes it sound like, it's worse. Although some brands market Himalayan salt as the purest salt available today, the very color of the salt tells you that it's actually the most impure salt you could possibly buy. Well, two things there. It's like they're saying it contains all this extra stuff, and then they're saying it's purer than regular salt. That makes absolutely no sense. Also, it's actually the most impure salt you could possibly buy. I could come onto the market with Simon's impure salt. What I do is I get regular salt, I shit in it, I mix it all up, and I sell it. Hipsters will love it. So what about those 84 minerals? Only about a quarter of them are scientifically proven to have any health benefits. But the amount you'll find in Himalayan salt is so minuscule it has zero effect on your body anyway. It gets worse though. A few of those allegedly healthy materials are actually toxic and radioactive. What a surprise, you dig something out of the ground, you don't refine it or purify it in any way, and you feed it to people, and it turns out that it might not be good for you. There's no need to panic if you've been a regular consumer of this infected pink salt, because again, the amounts are so small that they'll have no harmful effect whatsoever. Right, put that on the marketing. It contains shit that's really, really bad for you, but don't worry, there's so little in here it won't do anything. In short, the minerals are utterly useless. They don't provide any health benefits, and they don't make any difference in flavor. All they do is turn the salt pink. So if you're happy paying up to 10 times the amount for normal salt just because it's pink, then go ahead. But it's not going to make the slightest bit of difference to your body or to the flavor of your chips. When I see products like this, and I see that they're 10 times more expensive and it's just salt that is essentially pink, what am I doing running a YouTube channel? I'm in the wrong business. Although I feel good about running this channel, rather than if I was the Himalayan salt guys, I'd feel like I'm just scamming hipsters. But maybe hipsters are there to be scammed. Of course, there are many other scammy products out there which are famous for doing nothing remotely close to what they say on the tin. Cellulite creams are another product which tend to be marketed to people talking largely out of their backside. If you're a woman over 30, there's a 90% chance that you've already been afflicted by cellulite at some point. Wow, that's a big statistic. For any men who might need explaining, have to say I do need a little bit of explanation. Like, I know what cellulite looks like, but I don't really know what it is. It's a cosmetic skin condition, I did know that, caused by expanding fat cells which bunch up underneath the skin of the thighs or buttocks to create a rippled cottage cheese effect. Gonna make cottage cheese a bit weird for me, Danny. It sounds like a sexist condition. Come on, biology, it's 2019! It's just because the genetic bands connecting skin and muscle are very different in men and women. Come on, men and women are the same biology, we know this. Men have thicker bands, which tend to keep fat from puckering up. Naturally, a big problem creates a big billion-dollar industry to tackle it. Anti-cellulite creams claim to cure the condition or improve the appearance of the skin, and British women alone, this is a very British episode, are spending around £30 million per year on these wonder products. But there's another problem. There's not really any such thing as a cellulite cure, at least not in cream form. The only way of getting rid of cellulite is to get rid of the pockets of fat that are causing the issue, and the bad news is that we've yet to come up with a magic potion that gets rid of fat in your body just by rubbing it on the affected area. The genius who invents that is going to change the world and consign the beer belly to history. The day that is invented, is the day I finally stop exercising. Assuming I can rub it on my heart as well. That's not to say that some anti-cellulite creams might not be able to disguise the effect on a temporary basis. If the product contains caffeine, like all the best products, that's usually a good indicator that it will smooth the appearance for a short period of time, maybe just long enough to enjoy that pool party with a little added confidence. But as boring as it may sound, the only real way of getting rid of cellulite and the only way of getting rid of any fat in your body is to adopt a healthier diet and eat more fruits and vegetables. Well, it's not the only way. You could also exercise, you could also have like liposuction, depending on how lazy you are. Probably best to calm down on that pink Himalayan salt too. I feel at this point we've mentioned the pink Himalayan salt. It's like, this video is brought to you by pink Himalayan salt. Get 10%. Speaking of healthier food, next time you get a bit peckish, you might be interested in taking a look at the naturally flavored strawberry fruit roll-up from General Mills. I have no idea what that is. Available in the USA, that is why. These brightly colored fruit snack sweets always looked like one of the less harmful options in the confectionery aisle. The packaging depicted a giant mouth-watering strawberry alongside the promise that the snack was made with real fruit. It's called a fruit roll-up. If there was no real fruit in there, I'd be like, guys, you can't. That's not right. But if we're being picky, we can make a couple of criticisms about these naturally flavored strawberry snacks made with real fruit. The way Danny's emphasizing this, I get there's something about this real fruit. They didn't contain any strawberries, or natural flavoring, or fruit. Oh. How can you say it does then? If you carry a magnifying glass when you do the shopping, you might have been able to make out the small print which revealed that the snacks were made from pears from concentrate, corn syrup, dried corn syrup, sugar, and partially hydrogenated cottonseed oil. I don't even know what cottonseed oil is. It's made from cotton? That's horrible. Also, hang on, pears from concentrate? Pears from concentrate, I'm pretty sure that's why that's like hairs that are boiled down, right? So there is real fruit in there. I mean, we're really stretching the definition. That's how they get away with it, guys. In a positive strike against misleading labeling, a woman from California took General Mills to court and sued them. Although General Mills initially tried to get the case thrown out of court, the federal judge ruled that a consumer could reasonably make inaccurate assumptions about the content of the strawberry fruit roll-up. Didn't they say it had a giant strawberry on the front? Of course you'd misconstrue it. And there's no strawberry in there, it's pear. General Mills eventually reached a settlement in which they agreed to remove the picture of the giant strawberry from the front of the packaging. Curiously though, the settlement applies only to the strawberry flavor. The other flavors in the fruit roll-up range continue to depict images of fruit that is not included anywhere in the snacks. One more. Finally, here is a scammy topic that's very close to my heart, not my heart, Danny's heart, which just might bring me out in a rash. Oh no, hypoallergenic products. I don't have any allergies. I do have one allergy, and it's a weird one. You know, you get grasshoppers, and you can get the grasshoppers which you can eat. I ate these once when I was in Thailand. I ate these little grasshoppers, and I got a really itchy throat, and I didn't feel so great. And then I was like, oh, that's weird. Like, I thought maybe the little bits of grasshopper were like scratching my throat. So a few years later, I'm in Mexico, and they have like the grasshoppers, and I'm like, oh, really, those grasshoppers are right. I'll eat some grasshoppers, sure. And then I get the same itchy throat thing. And my girlfriend was like, you got an itchy throat and you don't feel so good? She had allergies. She was like, you have an allergic reaction to little grasshoppers. And I'm like, oh. So that's the only thing that I'm aware of that I'm allergic to. Unfortunately, it doesn't really cause me any problems in my life. Although when we're in the future and we can't eat meat anymore, like everyone says, and we're gonna have to eat bugs for protein, I'm gonna be like the first to die. Okay, so what are we talking about? Danny's friend Sophie is a hypoallergenic marketer's dream, as she appears to be allergic to pretty much everything in the world. Hairy dogs, feathers, flowers, dust mites, summer, winter, fresh air. Just stepping outside to face the world every morning is likely to send Sophie into a sneezing fit and cause massive skin irritation. Hypoallergenic marketing is another one of those billion-dollar industries which have sprung up to solve a widespread problem. All sounding good so far. The word hypoallergenic is slapped onto everything from cosmetics to lotions to creams to pillows to baby nappies, and it's meant to give you the idea that the product in question is far less likely to give you an allergic reaction. In fact, the official definition of the word that backs this up is relatively unlikely to give you an allergic reaction. Okay, so basically, when I see something that's hypoallergenic, not that I pay a ton of attention to this, but if it's like a pillow, I'm gonna be like, well, yeah, I'm not gonna get sick from this. Or like a dog that's been like genetically engineered to be hypoallergenic. Does that happen? If not, it should. I assume that if I'm sensitive, then that's gonna be good for me. So far so good. Well, not really. There's definitely a big issue with that definition. Relatively unlikely. What does this mean in marketing terms? The frankly alarming truth is the word means absolutely nothing. Way back in the 1970s, the US Food and Drug Administration, or FDA, attempted to regulate the use of the word by forcing cosmetic companies to go through strict testing procedures and essentially prove that a hypoallergenic product was far less likely to cause an allergic reaction than a similar non-hypoallergenic product. Okay, this seems better, like far less likely. If there's the regular one and the new one, I'd be like, I want the one that's way less likely, cool. However, when the cosmetic companies complained this would be too expensive to prove, how? I thought animal testing was a huge thing for you guys. The FDA quite inexplicably backed down. I'm gonna bet that their backing down might have had something to do with money and lobbying. The official FDA guidelines now read, unless the product makes a medical claim, the definition of hypoallergenic is entirely up to the company that makes the product. That would be like, yeah, of course, Kellogg's, you can define low sugar however you want. Yeah, you could say Frosties, they're low sugar, they're 99% sugar, but you get to define it yourself. You can say, you know, anything less than 100% sugar is low sugar. This doesn't seem like a good idea, FDA, does it? Also, you and your food pyramid. What a joke. Made a whole video about that on my Today I Found Out channel. The food pyramid is basically a lie. Link below. In other words, the term is completely meaningless, and it can just mean about anything the company wants it to mean. I could launch a new range of Danny's hypoallergenic Wild Eye Mascara tomorrow, packed full of the most allergy-flaring chemicals in the known universe, and nobody would bat an eyelid at my hypoallergenic claim. It seems utterly bizarre that this is allowed to happen. The reassuring news is that not every hypoallergenic product is a scam. For example, if a company sells a hypoallergenic pillow which isn't stuffed with feathers and contains materials which offer sturdy protection from dust mites, then it's probably going to be way less likely to trigger an allergic reaction than a standard pillow. But it's a good idea to thoroughly check out a hypoallergenic product before parting with your money, because everything's a lie. Is this true for Europe as well? I'm not going to look that up. That's way too much legal research right now. If anyone knows, use the comments below. While you're down there, hit that like button. A recent examination of 187 so-called hypoallergenic products revealed that 89% of them contained chemicals known to cause skin rashes, while 11% of them contained methylizothiazolinone. I don't know. This may be hard for Simon to pronounce. It is indeed, Danny. I asked you to challenge me in a previous video, so I can't really complain, can I? I have a feeling he'll chicken out. Challenge accepted. Let's see if the man in my computer knows how to pronounce this. The last word I looked up how to pronounce was
Boniface.
Boniface.
French, Boniface.
Boniface. We wondered if it was Boniface.
Methylisothiazolinone.
Yeah, that.
Methylisothiazolinone.
It's even harder on the body than it is to pronounce. This is one of the most downright dangerous preservatives that anyone prone to allergies could possibly put on their skin. Stats like this is enough to bring anyone else in spots. Bada-bum-bum. It's bad enough when marketing claims are a little misleading or perhaps bend the truth to some degree, but when we're dealing with meaningless words, completely false claims, cures that don't even exist, and packaging that bears no realistic resemblance to anything that the product contains, it gets even harder to spot scammy products from the real deal. So my advice would just be to eat healthier. If you fancy something that tastes a bit like strawberry, try eating a strawberry. And for goodness sake, just buy white salt. It's these hipsters. This has been
Business Blaze.
I'm
Simon Whistler.
Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe, hit the notification bell. I'll see you next time.
Methylisothiazolinone.
Christ. Chiropractors have endorsed this channel. What's up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Business Blaze. You want to see something cool? I mean, maybe cool, maybe just horrible for the environment. These are all of the Business Blaze scripts that we've done so far. Absolute monster. People are going to say that it's horrible for the environment. I've got a genius idea. Oh, you tell me below how genius you think it is. When this channel is absolutely massive, I'm gonna sell these. I'm gonna sign them, and I'm gonna give them away, all the money away to charity or something like that. My point is that if this channel doesn't get huge, then I will burn all of those. So, largely on you. Do you hate the environment? Anyway, this video is the 5 most misleading marketing claims ever. Thank you, Danny, for putting this script together. I'm Simon. I'm gonna read it and maybe make some quips. It is an accepted fact of life that some marketing tends to bend the truth a little bit, or quite a lot. Yeah, we've done a few videos before where companies are like, but this just turned out to be an absolute lie. When a marketing slogan promises that this product will change your life, you can bet your bottom dollar then it's gonna do nothing of the sort. Well, it's like any product will change your life. Like if you had, oh yeah, this hat is gonna change your life. I mean, technically it did, because now you're wearing a hat. Your life has changed. When a fairly pleasant drink claims to taste like nothing else on earth, you can reasonably assume it's probably going to taste a little bit similar to other fairly pleasant tasting drinks. And speaking from personal experience, Danny's personal experience, I can eat 3 shredded wheat without experiencing any major digestive difficulty. I can put a fruit pastel in my mouth without chewing it, and I've yet to hear a single shred of evidence that anybody physically sprouted wings after drinking Red Bull. Wait, I understand the last two, because I know those advertising campaigns. I don't know the first one. You can eat 3 shredded wheat without experiencing any major digestive difficulty. Wait, so their advertising is, if you eat 4 of these, it's gonna fuck you up. Makes no sense. Also, I'm so unfamiliar with advertising because who watches TV with adverts anymore? It's just Netflix or Amazon Prime or piracy. What? But sometimes the marketing departments get a little too carried away with the task of hyping up the latest products and end up crossing the line into the area of blatantly false advertising. And it usually ends up being a very costly experience for the company involved. Someone commented in an old video about this brilliant legal case out of the UK, which I do remember from law school, about the Carbolic Smoke Ball company, and how they promised that it would cure like the flu or whatever, and it didn't do it at all. And the advertising company were like, no, it's a puff, which is where you don't make a false advertising claim, but it's like so outrageous that it's like obviously untrue. It's just like good words. And I think they lost. Kellogg's have enjoyed a wholesome reputation for over 100 years, serving up some memorable, snappy slogans for us to chew over breakfast. Ba-da-bum-bum. Oh yeah, all of these scripts that I sell for charity or whatever, they're gonna be really f***ed up. So there's that. The original and best. The best way to start the day, or what breakfast was meant to be. Alright, chill out, Kellogg's, you're not that good. They've all seeped into the public consciousness during the last century of cereal munching. But 2 of their fairly recent marketing claims have been taken with several spoonfuls of sugar, and a company usually associated with a splash of cold milk ended up getting drenched in some seriously hot water. This would be the perfect moment for a bit of boom-ch, but I just did it. Can't overwhelm you guys, I gotta ration it out. Back in 2008 and 2009, Kellogg's made the surprising claim that their range of frosted mini-wheats were clinically shown to improve kids' attentiveness by 20%. This already sounds like massive bullshit. What, it was like dusted in Ritalin and cocaine. It's hard to believe that a bowl of sugar-coated wheat could be an effective solution for getting your kids through school, but thousands of enthusiastic parents lapped up the good news. In fact, according to a survey, 51% of adults believed the claim to be completely true. That also shows that basically half of them just assumed it was a lie, which is not good.
60% of the time, it works. Every time.
Here's the odd thing though. Kellogg's had indeed commissioned a professional, independent study of the clinical effects of frosted mini-wheats on children. Oh, they've got to have screwed up somehow. This is just impossible. So they hadn't just pulled this marketing claim out of thin air. It was based on cold, hard scientific evidence. The flaw in the campaign was that the clinical study didn't even remotely back up anything that Kellogg's were claiming. For starters, the study was based on comparing a bowl of frosted mini-wheats for breakfast against just a single glass of water, which seems a little odd. Yeah, because normally you'd have something for breakfast. Back when I was a kid, I'm pretty sure I would have been snoozing at my desk by mid-morning if all I'd been given for breakfast was a cheapskate glass of water. It's true. Like, as a kid, I was just thinking about this the other day, how insanely hungry I was. You know, you'd have like a big bowl of cereal for breakfast, juice, toast, then you'd go to school. I remember being absolutely starving by 11 o'clock, like first break. You'd be like, hit the tuck shop, can of Coke, chocolate bar, packet of crisps, toasty, and you'd eat all of this, and then like 1 o'clock would roll around, it'd be lunchtime, and you'd be like, starving again all throughout the day. But even then, the results didn't particularly go in favor of the breakfast cereal. Half of the monitored children showed no signs of improvement in attentiveness whatsoever, and only 1 in 7 children got a boost of 18% or more, which may have had nothing to do with their choice of breakfast anyway. So even when it was like, no breakfast versus breakfast, the study was basically like massively inconclusive. Kellogg's were taken to court over the claims by 2 sets of disgruntled American parents, and were eventually forced to drop the dubious claim from their packaging and offer refunds of up to $15 for angry customers who had sadly discovered that frosted mini-wheats hadn't got their child into university after all. This is fine, great, deservedly so. The bigger question here is who the it's time for this. Who are these people? 2 sets of disgruntled American parents, and they got $15. Did you win the lottery? Did you inherit loads of money? The company must have been going through a hazy period though, as less than a year later they found themselves in trouble again. Yeah, let's call it a hazy period, or let's just call them ignoring what happened before and just deciding that it's acceptable risk. This time they were claiming that Rice Krispies now help support your child's immunity, and boasted that the cereal contained 25% of the daily value of antioxidants and nutrients, vitamins A, B, C, and E. They didn't. I mean, they were just Rice Krispies. By this time, the Federal Trade Commission were getting a bit annoyed with Kellogg's and ordered them to stop making unsubstantiated health-related claims about their breakfast cereals, or else risk a hefty fine for a future violation of this order. It's like, what? I mean, if you're just gonna lie, why not just go whole hog? It's like, yeah, shredded wheat cures cancer.
60% of the time, it works every time.
Thankfully, Kellogg seemed to have snapped, crackled, and stopped all of this nonsense since then. Fully knocked my microphone. I shouldn't be so enthusiastic. Kellogg's might aim to give you a bit of get up and go in the morning, but Skechers' ambition is to keep you on your feet for the rest of the day. Although fairly recent television campaigns featuring reality star Kim Kardashian claimed that Skechers' range of footwear did a lot more than that. One of the most watched commercials in America of 2011, mainly because it was shown in the advert break for the Super Bowl, featured Kim Kardashian pretending to ditch her personal trainer because his services were no longer required. Why? Because Kim had bought a pair of Skechers Shape-Up trainers.
Bye-bye, trainer. Hello, Shape-Ups.
Obviously. According to the marketing claims, the company's new ranges of shape-ups, tone-ups, and resistance runners weren't just something quite comfortable to shove on your feet. No, they could actually help you lose weight, increase muscle activation, and tone your legs and bottoms. And bottom, while I do feel, yeah, this is true, you gotta go out and do like a proper run, though. In other words, why waste money on a personal trainer when you can just slip on a pair of shoes instead and let them do all of the hard work? However, I know this is untrue, but those Nike shoes, the, what are they called? Nike Vaporflies? They increase your running performance by like 4%, which is insane. Like, it's not just some crazy claim where they're like, yeah, this is 4% better. It's like they make you a better runner, and they've been considered being banned from athletics because they make such a difference. It's crazy. I'd really like to try them. If I ran, it would improve my like base rate from like bad to 4% better than bad. The claims may have sounded a bit far-fetched, but another TV advert running around the same time featured an endorsement from a professional chiropractor who heartily recommended Skechers trainers based on the results of his independent clinical study. But biggest question here, isn't chiropractor like fake medicine? Isn't that like saying, you know, my professional witch doctor? Wait, am I just uninformed about that? I gotta look that up. Chiropractic? Chiropractic is a pseudoscientific and complementary and alternative medicine that is concerned with the diagnosis and treatment of medical disorders of the musculoskeletal system, especially the spine. Blah, 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 blah. Chiropractors are not physicians or medical doctors. Systematic reviews of controlled clinical studies of treatments used by chiropractors have not found any evidence that chiropractic manipulation is effective. Oh, with a possible exception of treatment of back pain. But it's not exactly a ringing endorsement, is it? Because I feel like people generally think chiropractors are like real medicine because they're expensive, but it's like, no, they're not. And it just seems there's not really any evidence backing it up. However, it was later revealed that this chiropractor was married to a Skechers marketing executive. So not only is he a fake doctor, but he's also got a massive conflict of interest. This is a big company, guys. Do better. Oh, all the claims were found to be completely unsubstantiated. It was a costly mistake for Skechers, who ended up agreeing to fork out $40 million in refunds to happy customers in a settlement bill rather than face going to trial. So you got to understand though. You got to understand like why these companies do this though, because it's like worst case, we have to give the money back. They weren't even fined. I mean, worst case, you get a fine. But if you're not getting fined for this, where you make up a study by a fake doctor, why not just take the risk? Like Business Blaze, cures cancer, subscribing will bring you joy. And also, if you've got AIDS, it'll definitely get rid of your AIDS. Are you stupid? It'll fix your stupidity. Guaranteed to work. Studies have shown. Chiropractors have endorsed this channel. You have to raise a smile at the official statement released by the FTC following the settlement of the case. They usually provide very stiff and somber words of condemnation to companies who have crossed the line with misleading marketing, but they obviously decided to get a little playful with this one. The FTC's message for Skechers and other national advertisers is to shape up your substantiation or tone down your claims, you sketchy motherfuckers. Now, I made that up, but only the ends bit. They really said shape up your substantiation or tone down your claims. Look, FTC, how about you focus on less jokes and more fining companies who are around with everyone. Jesus Christ. If Skechers found themselves short of friends during this challenging period, they may have been tempted to check out the classmates.com website. The social networking site aimed to reunite you with your old school friends from yesteryear so that you could finally track down that swine who nicked your novelty pencil topper back in 1984. Holding a grudge there, Danny, are we? The email claims that your old friends were trying to get in contact with you, but you had to upgrade to the gold servers at a cost of $3 to see which members of your old gang were wanting to hook up and reminisce about the good old days. Unfortunately, upon upgrading to their new shiny gold membership, the majority of customers were saddened to discover that absolutely nobody was trying to find them. It's like sexy women in your neighborhood. It's the kind of trick that often gets pulled by dating websites today. If a website promises you that there are hundreds of incredibly attractive people in your local area, and are checking out your profile and are trying to get in touch with you, I'd say that your best bet is to go outside and see if you can find any of them. It's true. I also love it when you're like browsing a website and it's like sexy singles in your area and it's clearly a picture of America. It's like, guys, come on. Geo-targeting. It's a thing. I know nothing about online adverts, but I know it exists. One unhappy Classmates.com customer was a guy called Anthony Michaels from San Diego who filed a lawsuit against Classmates.com for false advertising and deception. Again, I gotta ask, Anthony, do you really have nothing better to do? The $2.5 million lawsuit, just complain to the FTA or whatever it was, and just be done with it. Don't have a lawsuit. It's just stupid. The $2.5 million settlement that, Jesus Christ, or maybe it wasn't, ensured that everyone who had been duped by the email campaign received a full refund. Okay, so Anthony doesn't even get $2.5 million. He gets everyone else their money back. Thanks, Anthony. You saved me $3. Brilliant. Which hopefully went some way to smooth over the disappointment that they had been completely forgotten about by their former school buddies. Finally, not every misleading marketing campaign is a warning not to believe everything you read. Sometimes it's a warning not to believe everything you can see with your own eyes. There's got to be a Photoshop one. And appropriately enough, the product I'm talking about is definitely eye cream from Procter & Gamble's Olay brand. The magazine advert from 2009 featured model Twiggy, who was then approaching her 60th birthday, showing off the benefits of the Wonder Cream, which claimed to reduce the look of wrinkles, for dark circles, and brighter, younger-looking eyes. Considering Procter & Gamble's usually high reputation for quality products, I'm sure definitely eye cream genuinely did provide some anti-aging benefits to those human eyeballs. I definitely hope so. It's gotta be not the eyeballs, right? You're not putting this cream directly on your eyeballs, Danny. Come on! I certainly hope so, as they were charging about £25 for a tiny pot of the stuff. Yeah, that's wildly expensive. I'd be like, I was like moisturized the other day. I went into the store and I was like, moisturizer for men got expensive. It's like £6. And I was like, I'm just gonna get the cheapest stuff possible. As you may expect, Twiggy looked amazing in the advertisement, and you could have easily been forgiven for thinking she was approaching her 30th birthday rather than her 60th. The problem, the photograph had been digitally retouched to remove some of Twiggy's perfectly natural wrinkles around her eyes, because of course it had, which when you're trying to visually showcase the effects of your anti-aging cream, feels just a little bit like cheating. No, Danny, it feels a lot like cheating. Over 700 people complained to the Advertising Standards Authority. What are you doing with your lives? Let me just repeat that. 700 people in the UK, was it in the UK? Yeah, ASA. In the UK, had enough time on their hands to be like, that looks photoshopped. I'm gonna complain. Including the voice of Liberal Democrat MP Joe Swinson. Oh, these are the same people who write. I bet because she got a letter, someone wrote a letter to their MP. They weren't satisfied with just telling the ASA. They were like, I'm also gonna write to Mrs. Swinson. This is completely unacceptable. Joe Swinson went on to become the political party's leader. I'd say current leader, but considering the volatile and unpredictable state of British politics at the moment, it's perfectly plausible that Basil Brush will have taken over Joe Swinson's position while Simon reads this. Basil Brush is this, and yeah, he could do it. I'd vote for him. Joe Swinson's complaint about the advertisement was socially irresponsible, as it could have had a negative impact on women's perceptions of their own body image, and this was ultimately rejected by the ASA. Of course it was, because that's not the issue. On the grounds that the public would reasonably expect some degree of glamour and makeup in beauty product marketing. Wait, I thought this was about it being retouched, and that way, like, it affects women's self-worth, which is an absolutely legitimate point, but it's got nothing to do with a Photoshop thing. But the ASA did uphold a complaint on misleading advertising, as the digitally enhanced picture did represent a fair portrayal of what the product could achieve. Good ASA, at least you're on the ball, because everyone else was, people were complaining, this is misleading about women's beauty. And the ASA were like, well, yes, sure, but that's not against the law. But you know what is against the law? Photoshopping that. Procter & Gamble eventually replaced the picture with the original untouched photograph of Twiggy and apologized for the error, explaining quite vaguely that something happened during the process before the advert went out, and since then we've taken every step to make sure this doesn't happen again. It's like that Ali G sketch, where he's like, what if I was on the bus and I accidentally, I fell over with the knife in my hand into somebody? It's like, yeah, we accidentally loaded the photograph into Photoshop, did some significant retouching. Actually, we outsourced it to a company elsewhere. They sent it back and we used that photo after going through a severe and thorough quality checking process. We won't let it happen again. Total accident. So maybe just put the airbrush down in the future. This was Business Blaze. Thank you everybody for watching. If you liked this video, smash that thumbs up button. If you didn't, smash that thumbs down button. Subscribe, notification bell. If you watch to the end, you're an absolute legend because that's what really matters. And I know these videos get a bit long because I do a lot of rambling. I'm rambling right now. If you're still watching, God bless you. And thank you for watching. Are you stupid or fix your stupidity? If I was Ja Rule, I'd be like, dude, we gotta bankrupt this motherfucker. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze. This one, the Fire Festival fraud, the luxury VIP music festival that ended in fury. That's a lot of Fs. Danny writes these scripts, I read them. This one, and I don't know why, but it really pisses me off. But every time I print something on my computer, it wants to print it 93% zoom, so you got these giant margins, and every time I have to reset it to 100, this time I forgot. It's kind of annoying. The text is really small. Not every music festival in history has gone exactly according to plan. Here in the UK, one of our biggest and most famous annual music festivals is held at Glastonbury, where hundreds of thousands of crusty revelers and hipsters brave the British elements and set up camp on Worthy Farm in Somerset to enjoy a long weekend of big-name acts and dodgy disco biscuits. What's a dodgy disco biscuit? Is this one of those things where everyone, I'll mention I don't know something in the comments and be like, sorry, but you're so stupid, how have you never heard of this? And I'd be like, I don't know, because I haven't heard of everything. Just because you've heard of it doesn't mean everyone has. You knob. The ticket price is pretty steep, although for decades many of the more ingenious thrill seekers found that they could avoid shelling out loads of money by discreetly hopping over the fence and getting in for free. I don't know if I'd describe those people as ingenious, more like cheats, and it's not that creative, is it? This kind of activity has died down quite a bit in more recent years after the festival organisers decided to build a bigger fence. Build that wall! I had a few mates who went to Glastonbury Festival's 35th anniversary in 2005. This was the weekend when Worthy Farm was hit by the worst storm in 15 years. The site was bombarded by torrential rain, the campgrounds and car parks became flooded, the stages were struck by lightning. That sounds pretty awesome for, like, the spectacle. I mean, Chris Martin probably wouldn't appreciate just getting struck by lightning. Maybe his ex-wife could come up with some sort of potion to help him with that. What a piece of shit. The tents and toilets were blowing it all over the place, and the whole farm had turned into a massive 900-acre bloodbath. Yeah, I remember I went camping with school, like I was in the cadets, and we went off to like summer camp, which is where you go stay on a military base, and they didn't have any like barracks for us. So they put like this big white tent with no ground sheet, and they were like, sleep in there, boys. And they had these portable toilets outside. And it was so fucking windy that whole week that the toilets kept blowing over, and then the like septic tanks started to leak everywhere and kind of run towards the tent, and then also people would go to like take one of these things, and everyone would run outside and push them over. I can remember watching the footage on the news and feeling kind of relieved that I hadn't bothered to go myself. But despite this spot of inclement weather, when the clouds finally cleared, the 130,000 attendees stuck on their wellies and got back to having a good time. Good for them. You can't beat the good old British spirit, especially when they forked out that much for a ticket. It's true, like after the First World War trenches, people were like, we can deal with anything. But my feet, Edgar! If anyone gets that reference, thank you for being OG. But even all that doesn't come close to the utter disaster of the Fire Festival of 2017 in the Bahamas. Often dubbed the worst festival never to ever even happened, I would dispute this just a little bit. As the guests turned up, the food was served, accommodation was provided, and there was even a live performance. I thought none of the bands showed up, but I guess we're gonna get into it. It's just that the festival didn't quite live up to the expectations, and that's putting it very mildly. When your luxury festival ends up with hundreds of stranded attendees, a $26 million fine, and a 6-year prison sentence. I knew the guy went to prison, I didn't realize it was 6 years. You know this isn't going to be destined to be mentioned in the same breath as Woodstock. So how did a VIP festival for elite influencers that charged up to $12,000 a ticket and promised the best in food, art, music and adventure on an exclusive private island in the the exotic Bahamas? How did it turn into the kind of show that would have made even the typical grungy Glastonbury fan wrinkle their nose in disgust? The Fire Festival was the brainchild of 25-year-old self-titled serial entrepreneur Billy McFarland. We're already on a bit of a train wreck because I feel people who label themselves serial entrepreneurs at the age of 25, probably not the best. Born and raised in Melbourne, New Jersey, Billy showed, by the way, speaking of business, how's that merch? Did you buy my merch yet? I don't know, is this the first video? These don't go out in order. This could be the first video where you see me wearing a merch. This is actually today I found out merch. It just arrived in a box the day before I'm recording this video, so I decided to wear it today. I don't really feel comfortable wearing a t-shirt. I'm more of a shirt kind of guy, but I feel like throwing the blazer over this, it either makes me, feel, like I'm not wearing a shirt or like I'm having a midlife crisis. Either way, it's a win. I'm gonna go buy a Porsche. Billy showed conflicting early promise for genius, failure, and shifty business. By the age of 13, young Billy had launched his first web hosting venture, and by his late teens, he had started and sold 3 companies which were quite small companies, so very different from corporate companies. Ongoing joke. One of these companies involved renting server space to dodgy porn sites, and his classmates at the time have since revealed that Billy often trod a fine line between legitimate business and dicey deals. He later dropped out of college during his freshman year to develop an online advertising platform called Spling, which very quickly bit the dust. But it was the sight of his rich friend's American Express Centurion card, or the Black Card. We talked about this before. We did a video all about like credit cards for the elite, this inspired Billy to get on the right track. I would link to it below, but I know I'm too lazy to bother, so YouTube search it if you want. At this point, I was going to explain how the Black Card is an invitation only. Danny's working this out, isn't he? Is an invitation only credit card for the uber wealthy, and how we've already made a Business Blaze video looking at these prestige cards in more detail, but I suspect Simon has already seized this opportunity, so I won't bother. Billy felt quite envious about his mate's Black Card and knew that he didn't have enough money to qualify for an invitation to get one. Good lord, Billy, your friend is rich, because the minimum spend, we don't really know for sure, but it's expected that in order to get invited to the card, which you have to pay $10,000 to join, you have to be spending $250,000 a year on your existing Amex Platinum, which is extraordinary. I mean, I suppose if you're in like retail or something, so you're buying loads of inventory and selling it, then you could get there. But I think these are more like personal cards. So he did the next best thing. He drummed up the investment to launch an exclusive prestige card of his own. Well, Billy, it's more like, yeah, I could launch my own card. It's like, yeah, it's the Simon's Turbo Ultimate card. It's elite. There's one person who has it. It's me. It's also available on my merch store, the same place you can buy this shirt. The Magnuses, don't know about the pronunciation on that, card was launched in 2013, and the card itself was pretty much just a copycat design of the Black Card. For $250 annual fee, members were granted VIP all-day access to Billy's club and bar located in a rented townhouse, along with exclusive access to hotels, restaurants, and art galleries. I admire the hustle there. Like, he's got to be like 20 years old at this point. 2013, when was Fire Festival? 2017, so 4 years ago. He's 21 when he was launching this. Respect. I respect that. I mean, the $250 annual fee is not really for the elite, is it there, Billy? The whole thing has retrospectively been described as a bit of a scam, as members complained of broken promises and unexpected charges being taken from their shiny metal cards. But the scheme still managed to attract a roster of minor celebrities and investors, including rapper Rick Ross, members of Guns N' Roses and Starship, and a couple of NBA players. Never heard of Starship. Everyone's gonna make it like, the other day I didn't know who Axl Rose was. Apparently he's the lead singer in Guns N' Roses. Why would I know that? Everyone's like, "Sir, I can't believe you don't know who Axl Rose is." And I'm like, from Guns N' Roses, I know the That's not it. Sweet Child of Mine. Oh, sweet child. That's all I know. And not even well. Who cares? Okay, Boomer. Most significantly, Billy's exclusive parties attracted the interest of Grammy-nominated rapper Ja Rule, who went on to join the Magnuses company board. Ja Rule had scored a string of chart-topping albums at the turn of the millennium, but he was well past his commercial peak at the time. I do feel like inviting celebrities to be on the board of your company is a bit weird. It'd be like, Simon, he's like a, minor league YouTuber. Let's invite him to be on the board of some random company. I'll just be sitting there like, what the is going on? What is business? Where am I? Billy struck up a close friendship with Ja Rule, and it was the pair of them that cooked up a plan to host a super luxury music festival on the private island of Fire Cay in the Bahamas. Well, kind of. The problem is that Fire Cay doesn't actually exist. Although, amazingly, that turned out to be the least of the organizers' problems. I'll come back to that in just a moment. But for now, let's switch over to the perspective of the poor customers who had reportedly paid up to $12,000 for tickets to the biggest party of the decade. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. The Fire Festival had promised an exotic adventure on the boundaries of the impossible. A wealth of top social media influencers had endorsed the event and given the impression that they would be in attendance. Names like Kendall Jenner, she's one of the Kardashians, right? Bella Hadid, no idea who she is, and Hailey Baldwin, no idea who she is. Maybe the daughter of Alec Baldwin? They were posting promotional videos on Instagram and Twitter, encouraging their millions of followers to borrow a bit of money off old daddy and come and mingle with the elite on the edge of paradise. The edge of paradise. A lineup of 33 big-name bands had been announced for the event, which would be held over 2 consecutive weekends in April 2017. Well, I say big names. I'll be honest, I've only heard of the headliners, Blink-182, or I think that's what we call them in the UK, but I understand that their actual name is Blink-182. Wait, is it the other way around? I don't know, I don't care, but I do like their music. Quite a fan. This might just be showing my age a bit. There was certainly no sign of Phil Collins or Bananarama. Don't know though. I mean, obviously know Phil Collins. I mean, I don't know his music. Something in the air tonight. Oh Lord! Well, a friend of mine from university is my age, and this was like 15 years ago, was mad into Phil Collins. It was a bit weird being like 18 in like 2005 and being super into Phil Collins. But some of the bands you may have heard of, including Pusha T, Le Youth, Tensnake, and Blondish. Never heard of any of those. I don't like any of their names, and I probably don't like any of their music. I don't remember seeing any of those on Top of the Pops, but it wasn't all about the music. In fact, I suspect that many of the attendees were more excited about chilling out on the beach, drinking tequila, meeting social media celebrities and fashion models, and posting a ton of pictures on Instagram. Sounds f***ing horrible, to be honest. One of those wishes would come true. Which one would it be? Oh, pictures on Instagram. Except of it being shit. The organizers were very keen to promote the Fire Festival as a complete, luxurious package of a lifetime. The deal included private villas, yachts, limos, free-flowing booze, celebrity chefs, serving up the finest in gourmet food. But the early signs didn't look good as guests arrived in the Bahamas for the first days of the Fire Festival. Why didn't they just cancel it? If they knew it was going to be shit, just cancel it. Anyway, we'll find out, I suppose. The travel arrangements hadn't quite lived up to expectations. The guests had been told to drop off their luggage with the festival organizers, after which they would board a private plane. They would be picked up by and by private plane, I mean, yeah, it's privately owned. By Ryanair. Michael O'Leary! God, there are so many old, like, callback jokes in this episode. If you're not getting half of the jokes in this episode, you're not OG. But that's okay. Welcome to Business Blaze. You'll get there. Now go back and watch all of my old videos. Travel arrangements hadn't quite lived up to expectations. The guests had been told to drop off their luggage with the festival organizers after, well, we read that already. They would be picked up by a limo, which would transport them to their private villas, where they would find their luggage waiting for them. The reality was a little different. The guests ended up boarding a regular flight, packed with screaming kids. Upon landing, they were guided towards a car park where they had their luggage thrown at them from out of a van in complete darkness, after which they were invited to board a rickety old school bus which would take them to their final destination. As I mentioned, I went to Guatemala once, and all of the public transport there is like old American school buses. So you'll be getting on, I've never been on an American school bus before, you know, the yellow things. And you get on board, and there's no leg room because they're designed for children. And also, you'll be like in like shithole middle of nowhere Guatemala, and there'll be a bus that'll say like Dalton County School District, and you're like, what the is going on? As I mentioned earlier, Fire Cay doesn't appear on any maps of the Bahamas, largely because there's no such place. Billy McFarland had originally chosen the small privately owned Bahamian island called Norman's Cay as the ideal site for the festival. I guess like Norman's Cay doesn't have the same thing as like Fire Cay, because Norman sounds like just a really boring dude's name. Like, I feel like if my granddad's name wasn't Keith, it would be Norman. However, Billy ultimately couldn't secure permission to host his festival on the tranquil and remote island which was once famously owned by notorious Colombian drug lord Pablo Escobar, so instead he was forced to go with an alternative site. On the island of Great Exuma, there was essentially just an old abandoned resort development. It wasn't remote, it was about as exotic as a bus station, it wasn't private. In fact, there was a thriving population on the island, and it had never been owned by Pablo Escobar. Well, I guess the last one you'd like, unless you're planning on digging up some money or coke. I suppose that'd be pretty cool. I'd just spend my weekends, like, just digging holes looking for Pablo's money. Undeterred, Billy decided, and cocaine. for this channel, you know, my fuel. Undeterred, Billy decided to give it the new name of Fire K in all the marketing material for the festival, and still referred to it as Pablo Escobar's exotic private island, even going so far as to alter promotional maps of the location to make it look as if the abandoned resort development was a private island of itself. You gotta be disappointed when you arrive, like by plane, you take a long bus ride, and at some point you're expecting to get on a boat, and they're just like, no, we're here, and it's like, did I fall asleep or did we not go on a boat? Because if we didn't go on a boat, we're not on an island, are we? As the rickety old-school bus brought the first guests to the entirely fictitious Fire K, passengers got their first exciting glimpse of their private villa accommodations, and many of them were already screaming for the bus to take them back. The private villas were in fact rows and rows of small white FEMA tents. Oh no, like from disaster movies. The kind of super basic tents that are often used as emergency shelter in disaster relief operations. To make matters worse, there was no system in place for securing your own tent. The on-site organizers simply shrugged their shoulders and announced that it was every man for himself. Can you imagine just be like, nah, nothing's allocated? It's like fucking prison, you're even allocated a thing. It's more like that prison in that second or third season of Prison Break where they're like in Mexico and the guards just gave up and they're like, yeah, every man for himself. You're like, fuck. But at least if you're baller, you can have like a TV in prison. A bit of good news was that the organizers provided handy lockers in which to store your own valuables, ensuring that nothing was lost or stolen in the carnival atmosphere of the festival. The bad news is that you needed to bring your own padlock, something which probably wasn't mentioned in the exotic promo videos. Yeah, I saw some of the advertising for this thing. You wouldn't think like, oh, I need to bring a padlock to secure my valuables. You'd be like, aren't we in a luxury villa? We're gonna have keys. And two, from what I understand, everyone there is already super rich. The food was taking a little while to arrive, so in the meantime, the disgruntled guests were being plied with free tequila. When the food did arrive, it wasn't quite the gourmet meal that had been advertised. The festival had promised a unique, authentic island cuisine, local seafood, Bahamian-style sushi, and even a pig roast. Oh god, that sounds good. I'm hungry. What the guests actually received was a foam box containing the world's saddest sandwich, a couple of slices of bread, a couple of slices of cheese, and a dollop of roasty salad. I printed this image because I love the environment. I'm gonna put it up there as well. Doesn't look good, does it? It was around the same time the rumors started spreading that not many of the acts booked to play this VIP music festival were actually going to show up. Headliners, Blink, had already announced their cancellation the night before in a statement which seemed to hint at their lack of confidence in the festival, so they knew what was up. In fact, none of the 33 bands turned up. Well, that's okay, no one really cared about them anyway. Everyone was there to see the Blink. Many of them had not even agreed to perform at the event in the first place, while others were warned by their teams not to attend after picking up clues that the festival may not be quite as well organized as they'd originally hoped. All was not lost, however. A local band did briefly take to the stage, although by this time the festival had already plunged into chaos. Hundreds of guests, now fueled with tequila, were fighting over tents. The security were getting a bit heavy-handed. There was zero cell phone or internet service, and there were frequent reports of thefts, which is not too surprising as nothing could be put anywhere remotely safe. It's like, yeah, can you imagine you show up expecting some luxury holiday, and you just show up, everyone's drunk, fighting over like FEMA tents, and the food sucks. I think like the food would be the worst part for me. I like my food. Now, to top it all, none of the advertised bands had shown up, and instead the guests were being treated to a performance by a band who had clearly just been dragged out from the nearest pub. It was all starting to get rather Lord of the Flies. Many of the attendees were now keen to escape as soon as possible, but even this wasn't straightforward. The event had been promoted as a cashless festival. When customers bought their tickets, they had been given fire bands, which were essentially just digital bracelets on which money could be uploaded. Guests were encouraged to leave their cash and credit cards at home and simply top up their fire bands with thousands of dollars, as this was the only currency that would be accepted on the site. Look, if you're leaving the country and you're not taking a card or some emergency cash with you, and you're taking your fire band, you're an idiot. That's on you. Partially on you. That's all very well, but it didn't prove particularly useful when panicked guests started trying to order transport or find alternative accommodation, which would have been impossible with even real money as it was peak tourist season and all the local hotels were booked up. As it turns out, the fire bands were completely useless anyway as there was no Wi-Fi on site. The fire festival was officially cancelled in the early hours of the next morning, and all the guests were slowly herded back to the airport, where most of them had to endure several more long hours of being locked up in a hot terminal like prisoners until they were eventually allowed to catch a flight home. Last summer, it was like 40 degrees. I was in Paris. It was like 40 degrees. I was in Charles de Gaulle Airport, which is the worst airport in the world, in the developed world, and their air conditioning was on the fritz. It was fucking unbearable. Ja Rule was very quick to throw his former friend Billy under the wheels of the rickety old school bus. In one of the worst apologetic tweets ever posted, he completely distanced himself from any blame, saying, "I truly apologize, but this is not my fault." So why are you apologizing, Ja Rule? It's not your fault. In fairness, the US courts eventually agreed with him. Although he faced a $100 million lawsuit for false promotion, he was cleared of any wrongdoing, with all the blame falling squarely on the shoulders of Billy McFarland. So what exactly had gone wrong? Like everything? Billy's main problem had been a severe underestimation of how much it was all going to cost. He had allegedly been hoping that he could pull off the festival for around $300,000. Dude, good luck with that. But it came a bit of a shock when event producers told him the figure was closer to $50 million. Well, Billy might have been a hustler, but he certainly wasn't an accountant. This naturally meant that Billy might have to cut a few corners on the luxury package that he had been paying hundreds of top social media influencers to promote. Incidentally, the celebrity endorsements on Instagram blew up into a scandal of their own, as none of the names revealed that Billy had paid them to create sponsored posts for the event. Yeah, you gotta be real careful with that. Like any promotion, like paid promotion, you always gotta say like it's sponsored by and put it in the description, because otherwise you're gonna get fined. Or I don't think YouTubers often get fined, it's usually the companies, so they're really hot on us. Be like, guys, you gotta say sponsored. Put it in the text. Some sources claim that Kendall Jenner was paid as much as $250,000 to pretend that she was genuinely interested in attending the festival. Bella Hadid later apologized for participating, while Hailey Baldwin revealed that she had donated a payment to charity. The thing is that Billy hadn't raised nearly as much money from selling tickets as everyone had assumed. Although the figure of up to $12,000 had been touted in the press, this was only for the top-range VIP tickets, which it didn't appear anyone had actually bought. If anyone had bought one of these, it's difficult to see what extra perks and benefits they would have received. Maybe a slightly bigger disaster relief tent. The overwhelming majority of the tickets were actually sold at the early bird price of just $500, which is only like 24 times less. This doesn't sound like a bad deal for a luxury trip to a private island in the Bahamas, but this also meant that Billy hadn't raised enough money to actually fund the kind of event he promoted. So it'd be like, yeah, a trip to the Bahamas, except on a private island, except it's not at all in any way. Billy had got himself into a bit of a hole. As the date of the festival loomed closer and it became clear that this really wasn't going to work, the sensible strategy would have been to cancel or postpone. But Billy had got himself into a bit of a hole. He'd taken out a $3 million loan with very harsh short-term repayment plans, and the only possible way that he could pay it back so quickly was to go ahead and host the event, despite the fact that it was a terrible idea. Dude, at this point, you gotta cancel it and deal with this. Like, at this point, you're $3 million in the hole. I assume you're doing this under a company, so you've got some protection there. Dude, just bankrupt it. You gotta just bankrupt it and then refund what you can. Because, people are gonna be happier to get like 200 quid back and not end up in this hole than they are to go and then you went to prison. So, yeah. Hindsight's 20/20, though, but I'd have been like, if I was this dude's advisor, if I was Ja Rule, I'd be like, dude, we gotta bankrupt this motherfucker. In the meantime, he was encouraging guests to upload thousands of dollars to their Fire bands to ensure that they wouldn't get caught short, and then using nearly half of the uploaded $2 million to pay off some of the debts that he'd been racking up in his quest to host the biggest party of the decade. Yeah, so this is I feel we're entering criminality. Because it's like, dude, you know it's not gonna work, you know it's a piece of shit, and you're trying to get people to give more money to you. I feel like that's maybe where the crime comes in. Following the fallout from the festival, the lawsuits naturally, other than obviously the false advertising. Following the fallout from the festival, the lawsuits naturally came flooding in thick and fast, and Billy McFarland was ultimately sentenced to 6 years in prison in 2018 for wire fraud and ordered to forfeit $26 million. Wait, where the f*** did he get $26 million from? Maybe from his secret $250 member black card club. But they'll never dampen his blind optimism. Apparently Billy is spending his time behind bars, planning ahead for the next thrilling Fire Festival after he's released from jail. Book now to avoid disappointment, or don't. No one's gonna buy that, Billy-o. This has been Business Blaze. Thank you everybody for watching. If you enjoyed this video, thumbs up, subscribe, but most important of all, you watched to the end and I love you for it. Get some merch. This is actually merch from today I found out, but I just wanted to wear it today because it came yesterday and I was excited about it. So yeah, do that. It supports Today I Found Out, but whatever, that's cool. That's me too. Thank you for watching. No one's gonna buy that, Billy-o. Here we are back with another Business Blaze. Yes, I'm absolutely wearing a shirt with my own face on it. This is my merch. It's not actually for Business Blaze because this channel doesn't really have enough subscribers to do merch, but it's the Today I Found Out merch. I'll link to it below. Or maybe it'll just be a video of Rick Astley, who knows? Anyway, let's crack on because today we're talking about what happened to WeWork. This was written by Danny, as always. I'm Simon, I'm gonna read it, make some comments, all of that kind of stuff. If you're new here, this channel's a bit weird. So, well, yeah, enjoy. A couple of years ago, I wrote a batch of articles for a UK magazine devoted to architecture, construction, and interior design. What a thrill. It was a bit of a weird commission because I didn't really know anything about architecture or construction or interior design. But I still, this is all Danny. Like I say, if you're new here, Danny writes these and I read them. But I still gave it a go and I found that the most enjoyable articles to write were often the ones based on funky office designs around the world. Kind of super cool offices that included massive metal slides, pinball tables, rooftop swimming pools, treehouse meeting booths, and beach-themed brainstorming zones with hammocks and swings and log cabin canteens. I've got so much to say here. One, a beach-themed brainstorming zone would piss me off because it's like the worst thing about going to the beach is the fact that you get sand everywhere. And this will just add having my expensive laptop with sand into the equation while I'm at work, and then I go home and I bring the sand into my home and there's just sand everywhere. My life. And most of these things are real. It really blows my mind that, like, well, this is going to be the whole story of WeWork, isn't it? But like, it's not just WeWork. All of these companies, it just seems to be like a huge play area where we don't work or we do anything except for work. The kind of places that claim to be boosting productivity and creativity with vibrant and energetic workspaces, where in fact they seem to be designed largely for 24/7 pissing about. Yes. It was interesting to see, I've made this joke before, but you know how many like, oh no, and no one got it because I said table football tables, which was what we call foosball tables in the UK. You know how many foosball tables I've got in my office? None. You know how much work I do? A lot. It was interesting to see just how often the name WeWork cropped up when compiling these pieces on these supposed offices of the future. And then there's the fact that everyone I know who works in an office like this or in like any sort of open plan office hates it. And then I was talking to some guys, I think they either worked at YouTube or Google, and they were like, yeah, they had some sort of push towards only having healthy snacks. So all the healthy snacks would be on display in their office. And then all of the like unhealthy snacks, like M&Ms, you know, the that people really want, they'd have to keep in drawers so it'd be less tempting for you to take it. That's ridiculous. The US commercial real estate company WeWork has enjoyed rapid global growth over the last decade by snapping up office space and renting it to startups, collaborating groups, or remote freelancers in need of a hot desk. I have my own office now. I've had my own office for a couple of years. Before I worked at home, but I also was at a co-working space. I was at one co-working space, which was awesome because it was just like you got a little booth and you worked in the booth and people left you the alone. I worked at like one of these like trendy co-working spaces and essentially you go in, there's hardly any, there's like loads of desks, they're busy as you end up having to share like a small desk with some dude called Brooklyn, whose like latest startup is going to change the world, except it's not, and it's just him. Essentially, this company rents shared office space to people or businesses who either can't afford or can't be asked to run their own office. And let's face it, 99% of the time it's people who can't afford it and never will be able to. WeWork happy to take care of all the behind the scenes stuff, ensuring that the utility bills are paid on time and your printers never run out of ink and the fridge never runs out of beer. I feel like these are problems that are very easily solved by, you know, Amazon. All you have to do is pay the fee, turn up and get down to work, or just play on the slides and pinball tables, whatever floats your boat. The point is that it's not a bad business model. Yeah, a lot of people want to procrastinate. So it'd be like, yeah, I'm creating like a work area. It's got, you know, it's just basically a pub, but we're calling it a co-working space. You want to work at my co-working space or actually go to your office and do some work? People love procrastinating. By the beginning of 2019, WeWork had been valued at $47 billion, employing over 5,000 staff in 280 locations in 32 countries. By the end of the year, WeWork had indefinitely abandoned its plans to become a public company, shed nearly half of its workforce, including its co-founder and CEO. And I know a little bit about that, which I think we're going to get into. That guy's a bit of a loose cannon. While its valuation had plummeted to $10 billion. Oh, So only 20% of that $47 billion high, which, as you will see, I know a little bit about this because I've read some articles, seen some videos on already, I just wanted to give it the business blaze flavor, is like that valuation is utterly bonkers. So what exactly went wrong at WeWork? The company was co-founded in 2010 by Israeli-American entrepreneur Adam Neumann and his friend and US businessman Michael McClevey and his wife Rebecca Newman. Adam Neumann could be considered an eccentric character, as we'll discover very soon, but he certainly had a bit of form when it came to developing successful business ventures. Yeah, and this dude's rich. There's like, I think it's a quote from, I can't remember who it's a quote from, but it's a brilliant one, and it says, "When you're rich, you're eccentric. When you're poor, you're mad." And I'm like, yeah, Adam Neumann is rich. He's an eccentric. After serving in the Israeli Navy for 5 years and attaining the rank of captain, I want to call him Captain Newman from now on. I'm going to try and do that, I'll probably forget. Or Captain Adam, that's even better. Adam moved to New York in 2001 where he studied at the Zicklin School of Business at Baruch College. Is this in America? During this period, he came up with 2 product ideas. The first was for a lady's shoe with a collapsible heel. It's actually pretty smart, but that one didn't go anywhere. Now, again, this is why I make YouTube videos and not businesses. The second, though, showed that Adam had a knack for finding ingeniously simple solutions to everyday problems. You know how babies tend to crawl on all fours because they're lazy and haven't yet found the motivation to stand up properly on 2 feet? Well, Adam came up with Crawlers, a new line of baby clothes with built-in knee pads designed to last a long time for tiny floor-hugging humans. Although, to be fair, like I've got a baby right now, and that baby, it's like the clothes don't wear out, the baby just gets too big. I mean, there are bags of clothes that we've gone through already. Although, to be fair, some of them have just been so heavily soiled that I just decided it was better to literally cut the baby out of it, like ER style, and just throw those clothes away. Quite a clever concept, really, and it eventually evolved into a baby clothing company called Egg Baby, which is still going quite strong today. However, it wasn't until 2000, by the way, I've got my lav mic back. People complained because I was using this boom mic, which I'm not gonna bring down. But then I couldn't move around either. I like being able to roam while we blaze. However, it wasn't until 2008 that Captain Adam teamed up with Miguel McClevey to develop the first iteration of WeWork. The original concept was called Green Desk and focused heavily on providing eco-friendly co-working spaces constructed from sustainable materials and featuring recycled furniture and wind-powered electricity. I've got a podcast, by the way, which I've recently launched, haven't really started promoting yet as of this video. I have a desk that is made out of like chipboard, like I glossed it myself, I thought it was pretty cool. People like Simon, are you too poor to afford a desk? Featured recycled furniture, wind-powered electricity. Holy shit. This sounds like it's for Brooklyn as well. And Brooklyn, I just feel, is the most hipster name that I can think of. A couple of years later, they'd pocketed a few million quid from selling Green Desk to their former landlord, and they decided to change focus with their next office space venture. That's not because they suddenly stopped caring about the planet. Adam's reasoning was that I'm pretty sure Captain Adam's got a private jet. Captain Adam's reasoning was that being green should be a core part of everyone's lives anyway, without it needing to be the driving force of a specific business. So instead, the entrepreneurs got busy constructing WeWork on the foundation of community. To be honest, that's Danny put that in bold and italicized it, so I guess this is important. To be honest, I think Adam Neumann got a bit carried away with the idea. He seemed convinced that he was changing the world by bringing people together to forge a new collaborative office culture, which would transform the landscape of our physical and digital lives. I think it's similar to say that he was just renting office space to people who might need it. Yeah, spot on. It's like, Adam's bringing people together to collaborate on amazing projects. And it's like, really, Adam, what you're doing is you're just helping people procrastinate and not work. But to be fair to him, Captain Adam and his co-founders seemed to be making a pretty good job of it. Again, the business idea was sound. Landlords around the world were losing money with empty properties, while new business startups and remote freelancers were struggling to find affordable workspace. WeWork mashed up these problems together. Struggling to find affordable workspace? WeWork it looks fancy, so I assume it's a bit more expensive than your average co-working space. Co-working spaces are everywhere. If I left today, I'd have an office. If I said it's just 12:05 on a Monday, if I left my office right now, I would have an office by the end of the day because there's so much co-working space, or at least it'd have a private desk. WeWork mashed up these problems together to find a solution. But again, this is why I'm not a businessman. This is why I don't have like $1 billion business. Apparently I suck at this shit. even though, really? WeWork mashed up these problems together to find a solution by taking out long-term leases with the landlords and stocking up the spaces with staff and facilities to provide instant, ready-made offices for workers without any of the headaches or big commitments. On paper, it's almost as good as the baby clothes with padded knees. The risk here is you got these long-term leases, right, that you're taking out as a company, which is fine. You'll be like, okay, I'm gonna lease this office building off your landlord for like 10 years. Fantastic. The problem is, your freelancers and stuff, they're on super flexible, like 1 month, 1 year, whatever contracts is going to be less than 10 years. What if the economy turns and that all goes bad, and then all of those office spaces you're suddenly still having to pay for at whatever rate you negotiated, but you're not bringing in the revenue, and also all of this is basically funded by Silicon Valley money. I'm almost certain it's making a loss. We will probably see that in just a minute. But it's like, what happens when all that dries up? You go out of business, and the economy hits the shitter. Good times! Early investors in the project, including JP Morgan Chase, Goldman Sachs, and the Harvard Corporation, which I feel like a university as a corporation is the most American thing ever. But the most significant investment of all came a little later from SoftBank, a Japanese holding company with strong and controversial ties to the Saudi Arabia royal family. Dun dun dun! The story goes that Adam approached the CEO of SoftBank with a view of securing a reasonably modest investment, but was told that he wasn't thinking big enough. That's a good thing. You go to like a meeting with $1 billion company and they're like, you're thinking too small. Think bigger, Captain. Of course, over the next couple of years, SoftBank insisted on plowing $10.3 billion into WeWork. You're just renting offices and renting them to other people. By 2019, when WeWork was making plans to become a public company, their valuation of $47 billion was pretty impressive, just a little bit weird. One of their biggest international competitors was the serviced office provider IWG, which I believe is also known as Regus or however you want to pronounce it. This was the only one I liked. You just go in, they have these things called work pods, which are these little pods you sit in. It's like $30 a month or something insane. You sit in this pod, there's free coffee, there's free water, there's no alcohol because it's a office, and you just work. It's completely quiet, everyone leaves you alone, and it's just people in suits, and there's no one called Brooklyn in sight. Really little plaid, hipster-free office environment. The team behind this company was scratching their heads at this point, wondering what on earth they were doing so wrong. IWG owned 12 million more square feet of office space than WeWork. They were pulling in millions more dollars in revenue and operating profit than WeWork, who weren't even making a profit yet. Thought so. And yet the valuation of IWG was less than 10% that of WeWork. How could that be? I believe the answer is because Silicon Valley is smoking crack, but let's see. Well, it turns out that IWG weren't the ones with the dodgy numbers. When WeWork filed for an initial public offering or stock market launch in August 2019, the company had to release a Form S-1 filing. This essentially meant that they had to open up their books to intense public scrutiny for the first time. It was already known that WeWork wasn't yet a profitable company, and that wasn't the issue. But the Form S-1 revealed for the first time the scale of the company's losses, and they were bigger than anyone had previously imagined, and WeWork didn't seem to be on the right track for making a profit anytime soon either. The form also revealed some dubious activity from the co-founder and CEO, Captain Adam. At the beginning of the year, WeWork had decided to legally change the name of the parent company to The We Company. This is where he sneaks money out of the company, so hang on, we'll get to it, I'm sure this is coming. Before it could do this, it needed to license the name We from the current trademark holders, an entity called We Holdings. WeWork ended up paying $5.9 million to license the name from We Holdings. That's quite a lot of money to spend on two simple letters. But who was the owner of We Holdings? That was Adam Newman. Okay, so if I've got this right, Adam is the CEO of a company which has a lot of investors in, so he has like a smaller share of that, although I'm sure still a large share. Then he at some point has set up a separate holding company. He's used that holding company to purchase the trademark or whatever it was called of We, the letters We, like trademark. And then he's essentially said, hey, this company, who I'm the leader of, buy this trademark off this other company that I own for $6 million. The money goes to that company, so it's now Adam. So he's kind of just taken money out of the company. Apparently it's legal. So what he had done here was personally acquire the We name himself, most likely for next to nothing, and then sold it back to his own company so he could pocket $6 million. Yeah, it's kind of shifty. And I mean, while it's not illegal, apparently, if I was an investor in WeWork and you see those books, Or surely as like a VC or whatever, and you see that's going on, I'd be like, yo, Captain, this ain't cool. That's my money you're taking. In fact, his name keeps cropping up in all sorts of unexpected places. Think back to all those troubled landlords who were finally managing to lease out their empty properties thanks to the wondrous arrival of WeWork on the scene. One landlord in particular seems to be doing pretty well out of the whole venture. His name? Captain Adam. He would often buy a property, or at least a partial stake in a property, and then thoughtfully lease it out to WeWork. Maybe he thought he would be saving the admin team a bit of work by doing it this way, and the fact that his own bank account was getting fatter and fatter is just a coincidental side effect. Coincidental side effect? Like, if this is legal, this is actually... I mean, it's not good for the investors, but you can see why it's pretty clever. And you can, it'd be pretty funny if he used the $5.9 million that he got from buying the Wii from his own company, so just taking investors' money, like, whoosh, putting it over here, using that to buy property, which he then leases back to his own company. While that company makes him a billionaire on paper, this company makes him actually rich forever because he's buying a ton of property. That's a stable investment. WeWork can go out of business. Captain Adam's still going to be rich. I should stress that Adam wasn't breaking the law here, but he certainly wasn't impressing his investors. I can agree on that. In fact, his often erratic behavior wasn't impressing many people by 2019. Adam was certainly ambitious. He began to publicly claim that he wanted to become the world's first trillionaire. He wanted to be the first human being to live forever. He wanted to expand WeWork to the planet Mars. He wanted to become the first president of the world. This can't be true. Well, that guy is a little bit crazy, isn't he? But his behavior didn't always inspire confidence. Adam had hit the headlines in 2018 when he and a few buddies had chartered a private jet from the US to Israel, the greenest of the green, and had spent the whole flight smoking weed. The greenest of the green. After landing in Israel, the flight crew came across a cereal packet stuffed with even more weed for the return flight home, and immediately informed the owner of the jet he wasn't keen on getting embroiled in an international marijuana traffic incident. He ordered the jet to return to the US immediately, leaving Captain Adam and his pals to find their own way back home. Oh no! What if they had to fly commercial with the peasants? What happens if the cereal packet crammed full of weed has not been documented? That's a shame. Probably really good. A couple of years before that, Adam had displayed an unusual attitude towards the concept of announcing massive staff layoffs. This can often be tricky in business, and it usually involves a very somber mood and a few carefully chosen words, or George Clooney. Adam's unique approach was to host a little party at WeWork HQ, ply everyone with shots of tequila, and announce his reason for firing 7% of the workforce shortly before raising a toast. And... what? Introducing hip-hop group Run DMC, who took to the stage to perform a set for an audience of bewildered and stunned WeWork staff. This is so f***ed up. Like, how socially incompetent? This guy competes with Zuckerberg for this. Like, that is such an socially incompetent move. It's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? Apparently, Run DMC performed their 80s hit, It's Tricky, during the short set. I'm not sure if they ever released a song called What the F*** Going On Here. It sounds like the sort of thing they'd do. It's like, they do a custom version of It's Tricky for you to find another job, because you're fired. Adam's wife and WeWork co-founder Rebecca Newman was also courting controversial headlines of her own. Rebecca already boasted a bit of celebrity status within her family, as she's the cousin of American movie star turned kooky businesswoman Gwyneth Paltrow. What the f*** is up with Goop? This is the biggest crock of I've ever seen. Apologies to any fans of Gwyneth Paltrow for describing her as kooky. No, that, Danny. That. But she's the one who's currently flogging candles that smell like her vagina for £58 a go, although fair play to her, the product is completely sold out. Somehow. Not really. Rebecca clearly shares some of Gwyneth's enthusiasm of positive energy, and she was reportedly very keen on infusing spiritualism into the WeWork workplace, which was probably a bit of a pain for employees who just wanted to log in and get on top of their emails. The dark side is that Rebecca would also demand that employees be fired after meeting them for only a few minutes if she didn't quite dig the energy they were radiating. This eccentric behind-the-scenes behavior wasn't doing much to help with a fundamental problem which WeWork had, was that the company was generating huge losses and seemed destined to carry on generating huge losses far into the future. After the Form S-1 was revealed to the public, business analysts were quick to express their misgivings about WeWork, with one analyst noting, "We cannot even begin to fathom the contortions that would be necessary to articulate a path to profitability from here." Oh, that's bad news. It's like, yeah, we looked at your books, I don't even know how. The core of the problem was that WeWork had grossly overestimated the demand for shared office workspace and was committing itself to expensive long-term leases around the globe without always getting its investment back from short-term subleasing. Exactly, that's going to be the issue. Also, you've got a massive conflict of interest going on when those long-term leases are being handed out to people who, the person owning the real estate is CEO and friends or people in a syndication with the CEO of the company. Makes no sense. I mean, it makes a ton of sense, but it's like a bit shifty, isn't it? The problem was compounded further by the ridiculous amounts of money getting thrown at the company by the likes of SoftBank. In a sense, WeWork had been given more money than it knew what to do with, so it kept plowing most of this into its unprofitable business model, as well as developing brand new and equally unprofitable ventures such as elementary schools, coding schools, and digital marketing platforms. But all the time, many of the people at the top of the tree, specifically Adam Neumann, seemed more interested in figuring out the best way of increasing their own personal fortunes instead of trying to steer the whole company towards profitability. Which, like, Captain Adam is like, it's not good for your investors, but I mean, it's clearly good for him. And he got some massive severance package or something. Oh, they fire him, by the way. Spoiler alert, if you weren't aware. Or he steps down or something like that. This is not to say that WeWork is a business disaster story. It just needed to slow down and chill the fuck out. WeWork has since abandoned its plans to become a public company, and it was a bit embarrassing, wasn't it, WeWork? As has been reevaluated at a far more sensible $10 billion. SoftBank has announced that it's written over $9 billion of its investment in WeWork, which was around 90% of what it put in. Hell, that's brutal. WeWork has sold most of its that's losing just shy of what? It's like $8-point-something billion. Oh! WeWork has sold most of its offshoot ventures to become more heavily dependent on its core business model and shed around 2,400 members of its workforce, hopefully not to the background music of Run DMC this time. Yeah, dude, come on. Meanwhile, Adam Neumann decided that his continued presence at his own company was proving to be a distraction, so he didn't get fired, okay. So he voluntarily stepped down as CEO and agreed to pay back the $5.9 million that it acquired from the trademark name Fiasco. While technically the board voted him out. Oh, okay. But Adam was happy to recommend his own departure and used his own vote against himself. So this is really a situation where it's like, yeah, I resigned. You know, like in all those, any movie which is around like politics or the president and stuff, and it's like, you're gonna tender your resignation or I'm gonna fire you. So the person has the dignity of saying they resigned. His wife, Rebecca, also stepped down from the company. Good. There must have been some proper negative energy going down that day. But don't feel too sorry for Adam Neumann. He apparently walked away with an exit package of $1.7 billion and continued to receive a $185 million consultancy fee from WeWork, although God knows why anyone would want to consult with him about anything. If like, in terms of like working out how to personally enrich myself, sounds like a great person to consult with. You can't help feeling a little bit sick about that. Yeah, and also, it's like, yeah guys, I'm really happy to pay back the $5.9 million that I, during the We thing. I'm sorry about that. I'll give the $5.9 million back. You can just take it off the $1.7 billion that you're paying me. Which, just to highlight this, is what, 200 times more, 300 times more? You can't tell. And if that's $185 million a year, that's kind of what he makes in what, couple of weeks? If he ever does become the first person to live forever, I suspect he's going to get on people's nerves a lot quicker than he imagines. Yeah, he does seem to be a bit lost in his own world, doesn't he? But if all goes to plan, he may well have moved to Mars by then. Yeah, let's keep Elon. Let's keep Elon here on Earth because, he's important and useful. And let's send off Captain Adam. This has been Business Blaze. My $1 billion business is these Simon face shirts, which are actually for the Today I Found Out channel. And they're definitely not going to make me $1 billion because who wants to wear this face on their shirt? But there you go. I hope you enjoyed. Hit the thumbs up button. Thank you for watching. It's tricky for you to find another job because you're fired. Don't sue me, bro. Hello everybody and welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Blaze. My name is Simon. Danny writes our scripts. I go through them. I make some fun. And we see how it goes. This one is the huge companies that came back from the dead. 4 massive companies, the ones who went bankrupt. Sometimes Danny gives us an alternate title because I guess he doesn't like the one I came up with. But here we are. Let's carry on. I can still remember how gutted I felt when the news broke in 2007 that international toy company Toys R Us had filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. I don't know if I remember when this happened, and I assume Danny spent a bunch of time as a kid in a Toys R Us. I don't know if gutted would feel how I felt when Toys R Us went bankrupt. If I was a kid and it went bankrupt, I'd be like, holy is the end of my world. But now as an adult, one, I'm an adult, I don't buy toys. And two, like, I'm not going to go to Toys R Us with my kids. It's Amazon. That's what Amazon is for. And I imagine that's why Toys R Us went bankrupt. It's cheaper, it's more convenient, it's better. We've got used to seeing many of the biggest retail stores disappear from the high street over the last couple of decades, but this one really tugged at my heartstrings. I've got so many vivid memories of childhood quality time spent in Toys R Us, trying to figure out if I was going to spend my saved up paper rounds money on Masters of the Universe Castle Grayskull playset and the Ghostbusters Slime Buster. I think I actually remember that one. Big selling point, it shoots real slime. Is there such a thing as fake slime? Or the Knight Rider Super Stunt Set. I recently went to a YouTube thing, or like a few months ago. I had no idea how huge the slime thing was on YouTube. There were a bunch of people there. It's like, what do? I make slime videos. It's like, holy shit, you got like 100 million views a month. What the f? I had 2 paper rounds, by the way. I worked hard for this crazy and I only got 1 day off a year. Bloody hell, Danny. Now I feel bad. That's intense. When I first heard that Toys R Us had gone under, I couldn't help feeling as if a piece of my own history had been lost forever. Admittedly, I hadn't actually walked into a Toys R Us store for well over 20 years, and if I ever do have a midlife crisis and start stocking up on new toys again, I'd probably find it better, easier, and cheaper to buy them online. Also, what sort of man has a midlife crisis which involves buying loads of toys? Isn't a midlife crisis all about buying a Porsche? Also, when is midlife? When can I get a Porsche? So the impact of this bankruptcy on my personal life is close to 0. Still, it's natural to feel a bit sad when something that's been there your whole life suddenly disappears from the landscape. Oh, now I feel like an unfeeling bastard. But the good news is that Toys R Us isn't dead. They're just resting. It was very recently announced that the brand has emerged from bankruptcy under the new name of True Kids. TRU Kids. Can't we just use the E? Is that cool? Should we also start spelling the kids with a Z on the end? Like, do we really need this? Maybe, by not having the E, they save some money on all that signage, and it'll save them from bankruptcy. They've just opened their first new store in the United States. The name may have changed, but the legend lives on. I don't exactly understand how the legend lives on. The company went bankrupt, and then they changed their name. Isn't this just a new company? I don't know how this works. It's interesting to discover just how many more of today's corporate company corporations, that's a completely legitimate term, are in fact reanimated corpses. Businesses that once went bust to rise like a phoenix from the ashes. Here are some of the more surprising names. First up, Kodak. In this first case, it's not perhaps so surprising that Kodak bit the dust. It was a company built on the idea of selling and processing your photographic film and transforming it into a nice package of printed photographs, a concept which inevitably became redundant with the advent of digital cameras and smartphones. What's more surprising is how Kodak became the architect of their own downfall, missed several opportunities to adapt to a new market that they helped to create, and yet still somehow bounced back from oblivion, albeit on a much smaller scale. I'm old enough to remember the days, Danny is, and it took ages to finally get your hands on your holiday snaps. Oh, I also remember that. You could do like 1 hour, but it was like twice the price. And then it would, bloody hell. I live in a city and a tractor just drove past my window. Yeah, it was really expensive to do it faster, so generally I'll just wait. I'd pick the longest one possible. You'd pop into your local photo processing store, you'd hand over a wad of cash and then wait days for your films to be developed. I'm pretty sure I posted them off. I think there was a service which you put them in a big envelope, you sent them off, and then it came back and you'd tick on the back like what you wanted done with them, and you might even put a check in with the films. Quite often you'd find, God, that was such a massive hassle. How much better is it today? Also, like video as well. This would be impossible. Although digital cameras, I feel they were around. Digital video cameras are around, right? They just sucked. Quite often you'd find that you've just wasted a small fortune on stacks of photographs of your own thumb, but that was all part of the thrilling risk. Living on the edge there, Danny. But then Kodak was very much dominant in the industry. During their heyday, they sold 85% of cameras and 90% of all film in the United States. That's pretty incredible. I mean, I think I definitely used Kodak, or what was the other one, like Fujifilm? Oh, there was definitely cheaper versions as well, which I probably used. They actually never made that much money from the cameras themselves. The idea was to sell the equipment quite cheaply and then charge you a fortune for the films and processing, not a million miles away from the printer ink cartridges business model, or the razor and blades. If this was sponsored by Dollar Shave Club, I'd mention them here, but it's not, so you don't have to sit through an ad. Yay! I did recently get a printer that has continuous ink built into it. So you just pour these, it's a Canon printer, you just pour these giant bottles of Canon ink into it and you can print. It's great. It's a big A3 thing. I print a load of photos. It's cool. And you don't have to pay for inks, which are insane, or you have to pay a tiny amount for inks, which are usually insanely expensive. A marketing phrase, a Kodak moment, evolved into a commonly used term to describe any personal life event or special moment that was worthy of preserving on a photograph. For example, your baby has just been sick all over my favorite shirt. This is such a Kodak moment. Sadly, it's now evolving into a commonly used description of a complacent business that stubbornly refuses to shift with the times. Yeah, it's like a Kodak moment. You had a great business, you didn't evolve at all, and then you went bankrupt and lost like a legacy of, 100 years? What a Kodak moment. That's possibly a little brutal, as we should all remember that Kodak, or the Eastman Kodak Company, if we're being formal, employed over a century of success before entering into a negative period. The American company was first established in 1888, but began to feel the pressure in the 1990s. That's a pretty solid 100-year run, when new digital cameras first threatened to render Kodak obsolete. Also, can you imagine being like the CEO, the chairman of that company at that time, where it's like it's going out of business? It's a 100-year company that you have failed. No, or like, that's failing. No pressure, guy. Digital cameras were threatening to render the company obsolete. And which of these pesky competitors first came up with a digital camera? Well, that would actually be Kodak. I'm not sure, did we make a video about this very subject? Because if we didn't, it was one of the unaired videos. Like when I start a new channel, there's a whole bunch of videos that don't actually make it onto the channel, kind of like test run pilot ones. I feel this was really early on, or you guys never saw that one. Maybe I'll release it someday, probably not. They tend to be a bit. One of their engineers, Steve Sasson, presented the company with a prototype of the world's first digital camera as early as 1976, although it was absolutely massive and took forever to take a low-quality image and had to be clumsily connected to a TV to view the results. Yeah, I can imagine just being the guy on the Kodak board, though, and see it's like, hey, Steve, what do you offer us? Gentlemen, I present to you the digital camera, and he's just like wheeling in like a wheelbarrow and it's just loaded up and he's like, and how do we see it, Steve? Well, let's connect it to this giant TV. And by giant, I don't mean like the screen was giant, I mean like, you know, big old CRT beast. Kodak realized that the new technology could kill their own market in film, so they quietly brushed it under the carpet and pretended it never happens. But Kodak, bad news, you're not the only guys who came up with this. By the 1990s, Kodak could no longer hide from the emerging digital technology, and the company gave itself 10 years to adapt to digital or die. Yet their 10-year mission seemed half-hearted at best, as they seemed determined to keep one foot stubbornly in photographic prints. Also, 10 years in technology. Like, can you imagine the difference between technology in 2010 and today, 2020, is insane. The idea that Kodak's like, yeah, we're gonna go digital. Great, because we need to be there by summer. No. We'll get there by about 2030. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Kodak invested $500 million into developing their Advantix preview film camera. I know something about this. I think we made a video about it, or I read about it somewhere. The Advantix film camera, which was still technically a digital camera and allowed users to preview their shots, but the images were still only saved to film, and you still needed to pay for the printing costs. Yeah, the problem with this camera, it's kind of like half digital, half film. Maybe Danny will get into this anyway. It's half digital, half film. So you take a picture, and it's not like you really actually get to preview it, because it's still put onto the negative. What you do is you take the picture, it gets put onto the negative, then it shows you a little digital preview, and you can choose whether you want that negative to be printed. So if you've got a roll of like 36, it still uses one of those 36. The only thing is, you say to the person who's printing it, yeah, don't do number 24, because, you know, Peter is not smiling or whatever in it. So all in all, it's kind of It was an expensive bit of kit when it first launched in 1996, but proved to be a complete flop. Most potential customers felt that if they were shelling out that much money for a digital camera, they wanted a digital camera. Yeah, like something that actually, you know, you didn't have to go and process the film afterwards. Kodak took what seemed to be a forward-thinking move in 2001 when they acquired the photo sharing website A Photo, years before Facebook and Instagram took over the world with the same concept. Yeah, and guess which ones of those worked? But instead of embracing the future, Kodak just turned the whole venture into another lame excuse to try and flog more photographic prints, and failed to drum up much interest. They eventually sold the failed platform years later in exactly the same month that Facebook acquired Instagram for $1 billion. I remember when that Facebook acquisition went through for $1 billion, and it was like, oh my god, that's a lot of money. And then they bought WhatsApp for $19 billion. Oh my god, Instagram was a steal. And now that Calm.com website, Calm.com, you know, the meditation one, they just got like 88 million in funding, worth $1 billion. I am in the wrong business. Although Kodak claimed to be trying to adapt to the future, they seem to spend far more time on fiercely protecting their patent rights and entering into mostly ill-fated court battles with the likes of Apple and Samsung over alleged copyright infringements. As the company's share price plummeted, Kodak eventually filed for bankruptcy in January 2012. It's really quite astonishing that they did manage to hold on for so long. Like 2012, guys, and you were still wanting us to develop photos. Really? I think in the same, in that previous Business Blaze thing, if it went out or not, we talked about the, they tried releasing a phone. It was like a camera first and a phone second. I don't think it worked. However, after selling off those fiercely protected patents for around $525 million, that's not bad. Kodak emerged from bankruptcy in late 2012 and redefined itself as a much smaller company, providing printing and photographic services for commercial clients. So the guy who runs it was like, yeah, well, he didn't run it into the ground. It's just like, yeah, now we provide photographic services to, commercial clients rather than absolutely dominating the photo world. So. They could possibly have learned something from their arch rivals, Fujifilm. Yeah, I remember doing stuff with Fujifilm. The Japanese company Fujifilm always played second fiddle to Kodak on the global stage, but had a shrewder response to the rise of digital technology. Whereas Kodak were busy engaging in court battles and flogging a dying concept to customers who'd moved on, Fujifilm developed new business lines and adapted their technology to cater for new markets, including medical imaging, business document solutions, and even cosmetics. Fujifilm makes cosmetics, the more you know. By daring to look beyond the inevitable demise of the photographic film industry, Fujifilm thankfully avoided having their own Kodak moments. Marvel. It's difficult to comprehend. Marvel went bankrupt? Don't Marvel make all those comic book movies that I haven't seen? It's difficult to comprehend. I swear, like, and so much stuff I watch on Netflix these days is like, they have the flicking comic book pages at the beginning, right? Like, I'm like, whoa, Netflix, you got another Marvel show, which I think is always like really well made and stuff, but then always turns out to be way too violent for my enjoyment. It's difficult to comprehend how one of the most successful and acclaimed publishers of American comic books over the last 80 years was once forced to file for bankruptcy at a relatively late stage of their story, especially when you consider how much money Marvel movies have been making on the silver screen in recent years. It's like, yeah, Marvel, unlike Kodak, things worked out okay for you. Like millions of other spotty teenagers, I grew up on Marvel comics and relished every vivid panel of amazing titles such as Doctor Strange, Thor, the Fantastic Four, as well as some of the lesser known and slightly weaker superhero strips such as Asbestos Lady. What the fuck? 3D Man, Aren't We All 3D, and Hindsight Lad. His special power was to look back at something and consider how it should have been done differently, not created a crisis. I don't know anything about comic books. I've read a few Iron Man comic books when I was younger because a friend of mine recommended me them, and they were pretty cool, but I've never read anything else, and Hindsight Lad can't be real, right? Like, that's pretty bad. To be honest, I grew out of them when I got a bit older and started spending all my money on super strength lager and White Lightning cider. These are like the cheapest alcohol that you can buy, like, as a teenager, like, you try your luck buying stuff. It's always like, yeah, I may as well buy the stuff that's strong and cheap. I also drank a fair bit of a super strength lager when I was a student, because it's the same price as the regular lager, but instead of 4%, it's 8%. But I've dipped into some of the recent films and found them to be fairly enjoyable fluff. I've never seen them. I think I saw one. I've seen Iron Man, because that was amazing. Anyway, let's carry on. It shouldn't be too surprising the Marvel's financial problems emerged just before they started raking in billions of dollars from making movies about grown men and women in very silly costumes. Ooh, we're gonna get some flack for that. Although they are silly, aren't they? Danny and I are on the same page. I feel like everyone else is on a different page with this stuff. As comic sales declined in the 1990s, Marvel found itself with a huge portfolio of popular characters that they didn't know what on earth to do with, whereas DC Comics had found success in cinemas with Superman and Batman franchises, both of which I've seen. I love those Dark Knight movies. I should have thought of those. Those were great. I didn't really enjoy the new Superman movies, but I liked the Superman TV show with Dean Cain. That was pretty great. Marvel decided to go with Howard the Duck, which turned out to be a box office disaster and is now widely regarded as one of the worst films ever made, although I kind of like it. I've never heard of it. Let's look it up. I mean, it wouldn't be Business Blaze if we didn't have a laugh at someone else's expense, would it? Howard the Duck. Oh man, I can see why people think this is bad. What is this? Who makes this shit? It's like that one from this year, Cats, or Sonic the Hedgehog. Why do we have to make it so creepy? He's got like these weird human eyes. What do you guys reckon? Box office. Not box office. How do I zoom out? Rotten Tomatoes, one of the worst films ever made. I'm not gonna go with 0, because 0 is such a rarity. I'm gonna say like 4%. Oh, it can't be one of the worst movies ever made. It gets 15% from the critics, 38% from the audience. Although Marvel did end up making some wiser choices towards the end of the 90s, with films based on Spider-Man, X-Men, and Blade. Oh wait, I love Spider-Man. Well, like Spider-Man. X-Men was pretty great, especially the original ones. Blade's cool. And they didn't end up making much money from them because they'd signed poor flat fee deals with the movie production companies. For example, Blade was a modest box office success, generating $70 million in the US alone, but Marvel walked away with just $25,000. Oh, Marvel. Come on, you could do better than that. After filing for bankruptcy in 1996 and laying off 275 employees, the company went through a period of reorganization and eventually emerged from bankruptcy in 1998 following a rescue merger with American toy company Toy Biz. I was just making fun of how they were going to call it like Kids Toys with a Z on the end, and they really have a company called Toy Biz. B-I-Z. And also, Danny, we did a whole video on Enron, and Danny was constantly ragging on Enron for having a name. And I'm like, really? Toy Biz? Kids Toys? Although I do have a channel called Top Tens, but I did not name it. Later in 2003, Marvel explored the idea of creating their own film production studio so they could keep all the profits from future film franchises instead of just pocketing the crumbs. Yeah, after that absolute Blade rape. Probably a good idea, boys. The problem was they were a bit strapped for cash and needed $525 million to secure a financing deal from Merrill Lynch to turn Marvel Studios into a reality. Wasn't that the exact amount that... Oh yeah, that was the exact amount Kodak sold its patents for. What a coincidence. They took a huge gamble by effectively putting their most valuable assets on the line, including the likes of the Avengers, Captain America, and Doctor Strange. I said I hadn't seen any of these movies, but I realized I've seen quite a lot of comic book movies. I was also in Captain America. I was an extra in the first Captain America movie. You can't actually see me in the final thing because I'm just in a big crowd of people. But I was a policeman. There you go. If the movie plans failed, then the bank would seize control of the rights to all of Marvel's popular characters and leave the company high and dry. Of course, time has shown that the high-risk strategy worked, and Marvel's blockbuster movies have become a staple of the 21st century, with Disney eventually acquiring Marvel in 2009 for $4 billion. Oh my god. Although, Disney buys Marvel, all of these movies for $4 billion. Facebook buys WhatsApp. It's like a messaging app for $19 billion. What? Can you imagine the WhatsApp guys in the acquisition mission? And it's like Facebook just slide an envelope across the desk. They're like, we think you'll find this offer very interesting. One of the WhatsApp guys, he's probably 26, opens it up, looks at it, he's like, I will consider your proposal. And then he's just like, fucking take it. So maybe we'll still get to see that eagerly anticipated Asbestos Lady movie. I can't wait. Hugo Boss even. Just a quick word about Hugo Boss as an example of a business that went under before it had barely even got going. I'm a little bit disappointed by Hugo Boss, actually. It's winter. I bought some gloves. I bought them from a department store. I didn't even realize they were Hugo Boss. Generally, I wouldn't waste my money on this stuff. And there's a hole in them. I've had them 2 weeks. I hope we're gonna rag on Hugo Boss because that was extremely disappointing. I've got a bottle of Hugo Boss Eau de Toilette spray in my bathroom cabinet, but I have to confess that the history of the company and the founder came as a complete shock to me. I had absolutely no idea. Wait, did these guys make the Nazi uniforms? Was it Hugo Boss? I'm now tempted to throw away the fragrance in disgust, but it costs nearly 30 quid, and it's almost full, so I'll have to think about it. I'm also I don't really wear perfume, and I do have a bottle of Calvin Klein something or other that's been sitting on my bathroom shelf forever. It's this empty. this far from the top. I just don't go to places, I don't go anywhere fancy. I'm at work alone all day. The German clothing company Hugo Boss was founded in Metzingen in 1924, originally focusing on shirts, jackets, and work clothing. Nothing too fancy back in those days. However, Germany was going through a tough economic crisis following the end of the First World War, and this forced Hugo Boss into bankruptcy as early as 1931. The company was saved when Hugo managed to reach an agreement with his creditors, who left him nothing more than 6 sewing machines to try and rebuild his clothing business. How generous of them. I'd like to say that good old Hugo and his team did a great job in turning the business around, as the brand is still going strong today and has evolved into one of the world's leading fashion houses. But it all seems a bit irrelevant after I discovered the truth about the founder of the company and what happened next. I'm sure this is common knowledge to fans of either fashion or war. I mean, I feel like I did know that he had something to do with the Nazis, but I didn't think about it when I bought these gloves. I was just like, I need some gloves and these ones fit quite well. Hugo Boss was a member of the Nazi Party. He transformed the fortunes of his business by supplying uniforms to the Nazi armed forces and organizations, including the SS and the Hitler Youth. Now, one thing I will say about the SS is like, yeah, they're fucking horrible, but their uniforms did look pretty good. I've thought about getting... During the Second World War, Hugo Boss employed forced laborers and prisoners of war in his factories, many of whom were worked to death or sent off to Auschwitz to be killed. Oh, good. Following the war, Hugo himself was initially classified as an activist, although this was later downgraded to follower. Either way, he was stripped of his right to vote and his rights to run a business in 1946. He died just 2 years later. Well, good. It's always nice when a Nazi supporter dies. However, his business lived on under the guidance of his son-in-law, who steered the company in a new, non-Nazi direction of men's suits, and Hugo Boss eventually became the major global luxury fashion house that it is today. If I was his son-in-law, I'd be like, we should probably change the name, right? But shouldn't they at least change the name, though? Yes. Danny and I are on the same page. I can't help feeling that the bottle of Hugo Boss Eau de Toilette is now leaving a nasty fragrance in my bathroom cabinet. Ba-da-bum-bum! Maybe the creditors were being overly generous when they left him with as many as 6 sewing machines following that early bankruptcy. Incidentally, I conducted a quick poll on social media when I was writing this section to try and ascertain whether it was common knowledge that Hugo Boss was a Nazi. About half the respondents said yes and laughed in my face for asking such a dumb question. Welcome to the internet. While the other half said no, which indicates to me that the first half were completely wrong. General Motors. No. Apple. All right. I was originally intending to talk about General Motors for the final entry in this script, but I had a change of heart. There wouldn't be anything too surprising to reveal here, as it's still a relatively recent story which developed into one of the biggest ever corporate bankruptcies in history. The short version of the story, for anyone who doesn't know it, is General Motors enjoys about 100 years of business success, goes bankrupt, is rescued by the US taxpayer to the tune of $50 billion. In 2009, goes on to make loads more mistakes and cock-ups, but everything turns out alright, because everyone still likes buying cars and trucks from General Motors. In the UK, there's a big bank, probably internationally as well, called RBS, and they were like bailed out by the taxpayer in the 2008 financial crisis. A friend of mine worked at RBS, by the taxpayer, and we used to constantly make fun of him that he worked for us. A far more interesting story is the case of Apple, even though we're cheating a little bit, as the company was only teetering on the very brink of bankruptcy. It's reported that the tech giants were mere weeks away from bankruptcy in 1997, and the media were already compiling the obituaries for this once pioneering enterprise, which seemed to have lost its grip. So let's be very clear here, because I've got a rather unpleasant cease and desist letter from someone previously when I said, or the scriptwriter for it said that they were bankrupt when they weren't technically bankrupt. They were like just out of money. Not bankrupt, very close to bankruptcy, or, teetering on the edge. Let's just say it like that. Don't sue me, bro. By the 1990s, Apple was getting deeper and deeper into trouble. Steve Jobs had long since left the building. The company was plowing money into failed or abandoned experiments, and Apple was rapidly losing its market share to arch nemesis Microsoft, who had been sensibly focusing on providing affordable software for everyday computers. Yeah, Apple's expensive. Apple's share price was plummeting and bankruptcy was looming. Not happening in 1997. At this point, Steve Jobs was welcomed back as CEO with open arms, and one of the first things he did was make a phone call and secure a $150 million investment, which saved Apple from oblivion. I know who this came from. The person on the other end of the line was Bill Gates, and the company that rescued Apple was Microsoft. There are a few theories as to why Microsoft would bother to step in and save their biggest competitor. The first is that Bill Gates decided that business wasn't all about making money, and he was just overwhelmed by the desire to help those in need with financial support and love from the heart. Which would be funny if it was like 1997 or whatever, but it's like, isn't Bill Gates now the world's biggest philanthropist by like far? Other than governmental giving, obviously. So it's like, yeah, obviously Bill Gates does love giving money away, like all his money, and then getting loads of other people to give away all their money as well. The second is that Bill Gates recognized that his own company was raking in profits by flogging software to Mac users, and in fact, they were probably making more money from Mac users than Apple was at the time. He also saw how Microsoft could benefit from the new development opportunities connected to future innovative Apple products, opportunities which wouldn't exist if Apple was allowed to go under. Yeah, it's true, like, I still use Word and stuff. Well, I don't anymore. I have to say I use Google Drive now. But for a long time, I used Microsoft products on an Apple machine. The third is that Microsoft was currently being sued by Apple, who were accusing Microsoft of copying their operating system. Oh yeah, that was a huge hoo-ha. It's been speculated that Microsoft would have lost a hell of a lot of them, more than a paltry $150 million, if the court case was allowed to reach its conclusion. But Apple agreed to drop the lawsuit as part of the rescue deal. We could possibly disregard the first theory, but the real reason is probably a combination of the latter too. When Steve Jobs announced the rescue deal on stage at the Macworld Boston conference in 1997 and introduced Bill Gates via a live satellite link, the face of the new savior of Apple was met widely with boos from the audience. Footage of this exists on YouTube if you think you might enjoy seeing Bill Gates squirm for a few moments. Normally we'd watch this and have a bit of a laugh, but this video is already really long, I think. Yes, so we're not going to do that. Seemingly a bit harsh though. Back in those days, Apple had a market cap of around $3 billion, which lagged way behind Microsoft's cap of around $620 billion. Oh my god, that's a huge difference. Thanks in part to Bill Gates' rescue deal, Apple very recently overtook Microsoft to become the world's first company to reach a market capitalization of $1 trillion, which is an insane amount of money. You'd think he would have at least deserved a couple of polite hand claps. The poor lamb. He's doing alright. Isn't he the world's richest man in the world? Or is him and Jeff always like one or the other? And Bill's like working on giving away all the money. Anyway, this has been Business Blaze. Thank you all for watching. I appreciate it. If you liked this video, like it. If you didn't like it, dislike it. Subscribe, notifications. That's it. We're done. What's that smell? Nothing! Hello and welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze. This one, invitation only, the credit cards for the uber rich. Is it really necessary for me to read the titles at the beginning? You already clicked on the video, but here we are. Danny provided me with another title, because he always does. See, mine's in blue, and Danny's is in black. The Prestige cards. They get you a $36 million cup of tea. I'd like to think that in a long line of customers standing in the queue at Starbucks, they're all likely to get treated in pretty much the same way. Do you know, one of my favorite videos on this channel is like the Starbucks social media shitstorm, where they ask people how racist they are. Regardless of the clothes you're wearing, the shape of your beard, or the length of dribble running down your chin, it's very probable you're all going to get the same level of service, and you're all going to walk away with a similar cup of coffee. I don't know about that. I do feel like pretty much every business will discriminate based on how you look. You know, if you look full on homeless, even if you're a billionaire, you know, people might be like, hustling to get you out of the store. Anyway, enough disagreeing with Danny in the first paragraph, let's move on. It doesn't seem to work quite the same way in a bank. This is an absolutely true story from about 20 years ago. Danny's true story. I walked into a branch of Barclays Bank in the north of England to try and have a chat with somebody about getting hold of some more money. I can't quite remember now if I wanted an overdraft extension or a loan or a credit card or whatever. I probably just needed a bit of extra money so I could afford to buy some pot noodles that week. A pot noodles isn't like £1. I was wearing a suit and tie as I was on my way home from a job interview, so I probably looked quite dapper. One of the staff greeted me with a huge smile, escorted me into a private room and asked if I wanted a cup of coffee. She couldn't have been more polite and charming. I think I've told the story on this channel before where I accidentally selected my title as His Royal Highness on like an online application and they treated me really well in the store, which was weird. I won't tell that again. As we were waiting for the coffee, she quickly pulled up my details on the screen, and in that fleeting moment, the atmosphere in the room changed dramatically. The smile dropped, she hurriedly explained that it wasn't possible to help me today, and she couldn't bundle me out of the room fast enough. This is one of the things with banks. It's like you can dress as nice as you want, but if you already bank with them, they know what's up. They know how much debt you have.
What?
They know how horrifically overdrawn you are. I never got a chance to have a sip of the coffee. That does feel really impolite though. Like, Barclays? It's not great, is it? Of course, if Simon had strolled in there, the bank would have thrown all kinds of ridiculous perks and upgrades and freebies at him, assuming he'd remembered to tuck in his... Hey, I did tuck in my shirt today. Assuming he'd remembered to tuck in his shirt before he walked through the doors. But maybe not even Simon would have been offered one of these ultra prestigious cards that the banks reserve for the richest on the planet. Yeah, I don't even have a credit card, let alone a prestigious card. That's not true. I do have a credit card, which I got because car rental companies used to let you, you used to only be able to rent a car if you have a credit card. I think I've got about £5 credit balance on my credit card, and I've held that for about a decade. Never used it. These ultra prestigious cards are just reserved for some of the richest people on the planet. These largely invitation-only cards are often considered to be the ultimate status symbol, but they are also shrouded in mystery as the specific details of requirements and benefits are rarely made public. I feel this like adds to the allure. It's like, ooh, you know, just because you can't apply to them, it makes it cooler. Like they have to be like, oh, you're extremely rich and we know you are. And also, like, once they've invited you, it's also like, hey, come to our party, and also we're gonna charge you a massive annual fee. There's a YouTube channel by a guy called Dave Hansen, and he did a video, like an unboxing of one of these cards, the American Express Black Card. And he's like, yeah, also, you have to be invited and then pay a $10,000 joining fee. It's insane. And then I think $5,000 a month. Maybe Danny will get into this. But once you have one in your big fat wallet, you can reasonably expect a bare minimum of almost unlimited spending, a wealth of extravagant perks, and a personal concierge service to see to your every whim. The card itself usually looks quite nice too. And they usually, I think a lot of them are made out of metal, although now like a lot of companies like Revolut, which is kind of what I actually use as my primary card. It's I don't have the metal one, but you can pay like £10 a month or whatever, and you can get the metal Revolut card. It kind of takes the shine away from all of the other exclusive metal cards, but whatever. Arguably, the prestige card that started it all was the Centurion card from American Express back in 1999, also known in more informal circles as the Amex Black Card, or just the Black Card. Yeah, this is the one that Dave Hansen channel did. I'll link to that below. Maybe. If not, search for it. The funny thing about the world's first credit card for the uber rich is that it only exists because some people thought it existed when in fact it didn't actually. I think this is something to do with Jerry Seinfeld. And when American Express began to hear rumors and hushed whispers about a super secret black card they were supposedly offering to elite customers, they just had to go ahead and invent it. In fact, millionaire comic Jerry Seinfeld claims some of the credit for the introduction of the prestige card. While working on a video shoot for American Express in the 1990s, he was reportedly approached by one of the film crew who asked him if he'd been offered one of the secret black cards yet. Feeling quite miffed that he hadn't, he rang up the president of American Express. It's good to be Jerry Seinfeld. It's like, hey, American Express, you don't have to wait in a queue. You know, there's no like, do-do-do-do-do-do-do. It's just you phone the president and he will not just deal with your problems, but he will make you a specific card. He phoned up the president of American Express the next day and he was told that no such card existed, but it sounded like a good idea. When the card was eventually launched in 1999, Seinfeld claims that he received the very first one. American Express refused to confirm or deny his story. One of the first things to bear in mind about these prestigious cards is they're not actually credit cards at all. Oh, I didn't know that. They're charge cards. I don't even know what a charge card is. So the customer can't just go out on a $56 million spending spree and then slowly pay it back to the bank in handy bite-sized monthly chunks. Can you imagine also what the interest rate would be on that? Our credit card's like 22%, 56 million. That's, what, like $10 million a year? It's pretty brutal. The balance needs to be paid off at the end of each month in full. The bank doesn't charge any interest rates, but instead it generates revenue from a small merchant's fee, which is usually about 1 to 4%. And this is interesting, because this is why you can do all the perks. Like, they just charge the merchants, so really, It's like the merchants are kind of paying for all of your cool stuff that you get with it, like the concierge and the lounge access and all of that stuff. Also, fun fact, I don't know if Daniel will get into this, but that's one of the reasons why in the US you have like these crazy credit card perks, like, 100,000 air miles or whatever, whereas in UK, Europe, we don't really have any of that stuff because the merchant fees are so much lower. Anyway, that doesn't... Danny's probably going to repeat all this in about 5 minutes anyway, so yeah, you're welcome. That doesn't sound like much profit from the bank. Wait, 1 to 4% on every transaction? It totally does. Wait, so if I buy a car and I use a card to pay for it, say the car's 20 grand or whatever, the bank's getting, what? My maths fucking sucks. Like $200 just for that one transaction, just for processing it, that's it? At a minimum, or $800 at the high end? That does sound like a lot. But of course it soon racks up when you're dealing with the shopping habits of millionaires or even billionaires. Yeah, if you buy a plane and you just pay for it by card, I don't know. I don't even think I can pay for super expensive things with my card. I had a like Invisalign where they straighten your teeth. It was like 4 grand American or 5 grand American. And they're like, do you want to pay by card? And I'm like, I'm pretty sure I can't. Can you issue me an invoice? And they were like, yeah, of course. Who has a card with like a $5,000 limit? I also just don't keep $5,000 in, I don't have a credit card, but I don't keep $5,000 in my debit account because if I lose the card, then someone can go spending it or also just invest it. $5,000? The Centurion card itself is a pretty slick design crafted from anodized titanium. I have no idea what anodized means, but I guess it's better. With your personal details laser etched into the metal. Although American Express are quite cagey on the requirements and costs involved in getting a hold of this invitation-only card, it's believed that you need to be spending at least $250,000 a year, and you're happy to pay an upfront joining fee of around $10,000 along with an annual membership fee of $5,000. That is an insane amount of spend. I guess if it's a business card, you could spend $250,000, but personal spending of $250,000 a year, you gotta be rich. This is a card with virtually unlimited spending power, premium travel and hotel privileges, free nights at select hotels, complimentary companion airline tickets, and dozens of other perks and upgrades. Also, tons of stuff you don't need if you're rich. It's like, I do feel like the richer you get, the more free stuff you get. There's a great Ben Folds song called Free Coffee, where he sings about how when he was poor, no one gave him anything free, and now he's rich, everyone gives him free. It's pretty on the nose. Apparently you also get complimentary access to American Express Centurion lounges in several US airports where you'll be treated to 1 free single malt scotch. I don't think I've been to a Centurion lounge, but I've been to like other airport lounges, which are pretty nice. And I'm pretty sure you could have more than one. I guess it's not like super high shelf. But also, you're paying 10 grand a year, you're spending $250,000 a year. Do you really think the 1 free single malt scotch makes any sort of impact? Like, why even bother? It's kind of more offensive that you limit it to 1. Just make it unlimited or don't do it. It's more weird. It's like, and here's your 1 single malt scotch, sir. And it's like, I actually don't want that, I want something else. I'm rich, I can have whatever you want. Bearing in mind the fees you're forking out for the card, I would hope it comes in a pint glass. Exactly. More importantly, it gets you access to a 24/7 concierge service, which is there to meet your every need and desire. There is a brilliant Reddit thread, which I'm not going to link to below because I can't be bothered to look it up. But if you just search like Centurion card Reddit requests or whatever, there's people who worked for the Centurion card line, and I think the Platinum card line as well, which is less exclusive, but you still get the concierge and the crazy for request, it's good. Of course, this may conjure up mental images of seedy billionaires making the kind of drunken late night requests from their hotel rooms that would probably be frowned upon in a typical branch of your local bank. This is true. Apparently there's some dude who kept phoning up and asking them to get him prostitutes. I was gonna say hookers there, but then someone told me I had to refer to them as prostitutes. And then the other day someone was like, it's not prostitutes, you have to call them sex workers. I'm like, for
Hoes, Dave Hoes. Good evening, bitches.
But the banks insist that clients are always made aware that anything illegal is out of bounds and all the requests fall outside of the law are turned down. Yeah, it's like, I just imagine this. You got the American Express back card. You're like, hey, I need some cocaine. What about hook sex workers? There are certainly plenty of things you could ask for and most likely get with many of these prestige cards though. Tickets to the Academy Awards? No problem. Extended shopping hours at Gucci? Easy. I feel like that's less impressive. Like getting a ticket to the Academy Awards has got to be like pretty exclusive, right? That's just filled with celebrities and red carpet. Extended shopping hours at Gucci, I feel like if I'm in Gucci and I'm buying and they closed the store and didn't let me buy stuff, I'd be pretty disappointed. Be like, guys, there's like $4,000 worth of stuff here. I have no idea how much Gucci costs. VIP backstage passes for a sold-out Taylor Swift concert. Think nothing of it. Again, Danny, lead with these and then go like Academy Awards, because that is by far the most impressive one. Oh wait, no, this is the most impressive one. A private dinner reservation with Simon Whistler. Well, of course, nobody has ever asked for that. It's true. But it could be no problem at all if they did. Danny, there are some things money can't buy, and for everything else, it's not Amex, it's MasterCard. However, some requests are stranger than others. Not many stories can be officially confirmed, as we're obviously talking about private and confidential arrangements between a bank and a client. Are they secretly saying, yeah, we could get you a... But it's reported that one Centurion card holder became besotted with a cast member of his favorite film and made a request to his concierge to buy and deliver the movie star to his home. Okie dokie. Fortunately, the film was the 1990 classic Dances with Wolves, never seen it, and the cast member in question wasn't Kevin Costner or a wolf, it was the horse that Costner was riding throughout the blockbuster movie. The concierge was able to track down the exact horse in Mexico and have it personally delivered to the client in Europe. That's pretty impressive. I mean, all of this stuff, of course, you're paying for. It's not like you phone them up and they do it for free. It's like in addition. And I'm sure like, I don't think I've ever used a concierge service, but I know people who have, and it's like, yeah, I need a plane ticket to go somewhere, and it's like, they're not doing any price checking, they're not doing anything like that, they're just phoning it up, getting you the most expensive one, or, you know, making no effort to find you the cheapest one, and just charging it to your card. I'm sure this cost him an absolute fortune, but then you got a black card, you're already rich, it's okay. Another client from London was keen to lend a helping fatherly hand to his son's latest school project on the Dead Sea. While most dads would probably try to share their knowledge or assist with ideas and research, this guy decided to go several thousand steps further. He got American Express to dispatch a motorcycle courier over to the Dead Sea and to bring back a sample of sand. How exactly the client would have known that the sand was taken from the Dead Sea is not clear, but let's hope the courier just didn't go and cheat and scoop up a few quick bucketfuls of sand from the beach at Clacton-on-Sea. That is pretty epic, and that must have cost an absolute fortune, because, I don't know, I've had stuff overnighted to me from the States, and it is expensive. From the Dead Sea to wherever this dude is, it's gonna be expensive. Christmas is usually a busy time for the concierges, as they can often be found desperately hunting for the latest sold-out toys for the kids of their rich clients, in something resembling the storyline of Arnold Schwarzenegger's first finest cinematic masterpiece, Jingle All the Way. Yeah, it'd be a bit disappointing if it was Arnold Schwarzenegger in real life, who almost absolutely certain has an American Express black card. He's like, hi, yeah, I need this toy. And they're like, absolutely, Mr. Schwarzenegger, we're right on that. And then it arrives, because he's, you know, Arnold Schwarzenegger. One former Centurion concierge recalls the time when the Nintendo Wii had just launched and one of her clients demanded one of the new consoles for her grandson. The concierge spent the best part of 2 weeks trekking around every gaming store in the UK without any luck, until she eventually sourced one from a tiny toy shop over in Ohio. A messenger was swiftly dispatched to pick up the Wii and ship it back to the UK, where it landed safely at the client's house just in time for Christmas. Sadly, the overdemanding client never even bothered to say thank you or even acknowledge any of the hard work that had gone into his ridiculous request. Well, yeah. But, you know, in the immortal words of Don Draper,
That's what the money is for!
you think she would have at least slipped a $5 inside a Christmas card for the concierge. No, that's what the money's for. It's 10 grand a year. A slightly more embarrassing situation unfolded when a Centurion client was fielding questions on a panel at a major business conference. The client had unfortunately been suffering from an upset stomach all day. He probably went a bit mad on a caviar the night before and ended up soiling his pants during his panel appearance. His initial strategy was to try and pretend the problem hadn't happened. It's like, what's that smell? Nothing! As the smell wafted around the room with ever-increasing intensity, he eventually conceded defeat and legged it back to his hotel room, where he was alarmed to find that he hadn't even got any clean underwear. Let's just go without underwear. Thank goodness he had a Centurion card in his soiled trouser pocket though. One quick distressed call to the concierge later and someone was knocking on his hotel room door with clean trousers, pants, socks, and even a small bottle of tummy tablets. You can't help feeling that clients like this may have been better off just hiring a personal assistant or even a carer. It's pretty good. Also, if you're rich enough to have this card, don't you have an assistant? Isn't really like, but if all goes to show, also if I'm in a hotel and that situation has happened, I'm pretty sure like if it's a nice enough hotel, you could phone up the front desk and be like, listen. But it all goes to show, or like, they've got like pajamas and gowns and But it all just goes to show that carrying around one of the world's most prestigious cards in your wallet can get you everything from a celebrity horse to a nice clean pair of emergency underpants. Of course, the Centurion isn't the only prestige card out there for the ultra-wealthy, and some of them have much higher requirements for membership invitation. Wow. Former President Barack Obama's card of choice is reportedly the JP Morgan Reserve card, and you're only likely to get an invitation for this one if you've got $100 million in the bank? Holy shit, that's a different game. Wow. Is Barack Obama really that rich? God damn. Described as the card for the 1% of the 1%, the laser-engraved JP Morgan Reserve card is minted with palladium and 24-karat gold. In fact, if you melted it down, it'd be worth about $1,000. For $595 a year, you get plenty of travel perks, including access to private jets, VIP lounges, and a stack of insurance benefits. Well, at least with my bank card, I get insurance. So far, no private jets. If the airline loses your bag, the company will give you $500 to replace any expensive toiletries that went missing in action. I feel if you're that rich, if you got $100 million in the bank account, they'll be like, here's $500 to replace your toiletries. You'd be like, do I really give a shit? Also, my lip balm. $500. Although, speaking of that, apparently, I don't know, I think it was Emirates or one of the Middle Eastern airlines were giving away these or not giving away, but in first class, you got a really nice toiletry box from Armani or something like that, and people were stealing them, and it was a huge problem. And I'm like, you're paying $5,000 for a ticket. Even more thoughtfully than that, if you suddenly keel over and die while the plane is in flight, JP Morgan will stump up to $1,000 to get your body back home. Again, if you got $100 million, that's going to be left to someone. Do you really think they care about $1,000? The answer is no, JP Morgan. The Queen of England and Elton John are more likely to have a Coutts Silk card, as they both bank with the 8th oldest bank and wealth manager in the world. So it's nice to think the Queen probably uses this luxury card when she's mooching about on busy high streets, snapping up bargains for the grandkids from all the discount stores. This is another thing. When you're this rich, do you really even carry a credit card? I suppose $250,000 a year, you're not that rich. But if you got $100 million in the bank, I don't think you'd do your own banking. Unlike nearly all the prestige cards, the Coutts Silk card strangely isn't invitation only. You can easily apply for one directly on the Coutts website. You might even want to give it a go yourself right after watching this video. However, just be aware that 99.9% of online applications are met with a very polite email which encourages you to go and look elsewhere for your banking options. One of the Coutts is regarded as incredibly posh in the UK. If you got a Coutts card, you're probably posh. One of the funkiest prestige cards we're moving on. One of the funkiest prestige cards around is the Spermbank. Sberbank. I think it's a Russian bank. They have it here in the Czech Republic. And it's spelt like Sperm Bank, except it's not quite. Visa Infinite Gold card it's from Kazakhstan. Really? Crafted from solid gold and containing 26 diamonds along with a bit of mother of pearl, the card itself costs around $65,000 to produce. You don't want to lose that. It might look quite impressive when you whip it out of your wallet to pay for a fancy meal, but an obvious drawback is that you might be a bit scared of losing it if it was just shoved in with your gym membership and other library cards. The other slight problem is that it weighs a fucking ton. Also, if you have this card, I don't think you're a member of a library. You buy books. Fortunately, the bank has the good sense to provide you with an alternate cheap plastic version of the card you might be able to carry around with you and use without being weighed down by the extravagance of it all. This does beg the question why they would bother issuing you with the $65,000 version of the card in the first place, but let's not worry our little heads about that. These banks work in mysterious ways. Perhaps the most exclusive... Wait. There's more? Perhaps the most exclusive and elusive card in the world is the Bank of Dubai First Royal MasterCard. Nobody knows for sure what the requirements are to get an invite for one of these, how much it costs, or even what the benefits might be. It's known that you get a dedicated financial manager and a separate dedicated lifestyle manager, that sounds fancy, who can organize the simple things on your behalf, like getting an exclusive test drive of the latest Porsche that goes on sale. That sounds like, I'm pretty sure I could get a test drive of a Porsche if I just went to the Porsche dealership and was like, hey, I'd like to test drive a new Porsche. They'd be like, sure, get in, you might buy one. Only if I tucked in my shirt. All these perks and fancy metals and personal assistants and body bags are impressive enough, but one of the main attractions of a prestige card is the unlimited spending power. You can pretty much slide it out of your wallet and pay for anything from a McDonald's Happy Meal to a $52 million plane. That would be pretty epic. You don't need a loan to buy a plane. It's not a business expense. You just roll up to Learjet or Gulfstream or whatever, and it's like, yeah, I'll take that one. And then it's just like, yeah, that's 56 mil plus VAT. It's like, what junk? Thanks. Can I fly it out? Chinese billionaire Lu Yiquang Lu, whatever, has certainly been making the most from his Centurion black card. The art collector recently used it to splash out on a $36 million teacup from the Ming Dynasty at one of Sotheby's auctions in Hong Kong, wrapping up 422 million reward points on his card in the process. He caused a bit of a stir in the headlines by actually taking a sip of tea from his newly purchased antique porcelain cup. I mean, what else is he going to do with it? Probably have it on display because it's worth $36 million. Although having splashed out all that money, I think that's the very least he could do with it. Danny and I are on the same page as usual. I would have probably gone with Bovril, which is, I think it's a very British drink. My nan used to drink Bovril. I quite like it. But the most expensive item ever bought with a prestige card? No, not quite. Just a year later, that same dude, Lu Yiquang Lu, so good they named him twice, was at it again. But this time, he used a Centurion card to pay for Amedeo Modigliani's painting of a reclining nude woman from 1917. He ended up paying $170 million for the pretty picture at Christie's auction in New York, making it the second highest auction price ever paid for a painting and the most expensive known purchase paid for a prestige card. That's going to be a lot of points. He racked up millions more reward points for his card on this bargain buy, and all those fat juicy reward points translate to free air miles. In fact, Lu Yiquang Lu and his family will probably never have to pay for a flight again in their lives, even if they will live to be 500 years old. Also, this isn't a dude who flies commercial, so he's got all these points. He's not going to do anything with them because he's got, you know, if he's spending $170 million on a painting, you can bet he's got a jet. It's always the filthy rich people that get all the freebies and perks, even if they don't need it, isn't it? Exactly. Not that I'm remotely bitter. While the banks are perfectly happy to throw millions of dollars at the uber rich to help them buy a $36 million teacup, I feel just a bit sad that my local branch didn't even follow up on their promise to give me a simple cup of coffee. Well, Danny, if you get mad rich, they will. This is life, isn't it? This has been Business Blaze. That was written by Danny. This is my 3-wolf cup. I hope you like it. £14 I pay for this, including shipping. Pretty bloody expensive for a cup, but how can you resist the 3-wolf cup? I feel it enhances my videos. Thank you for watching. I'll be back soon. Hey, I need some cocaine. Fascinating. Oh, hello there. Welcome to Business Blaze. Someone asked me whether this was a green screen. It is not. Look, I can either I'm a master of CGI or this is not a green screen. Look, I even have a skull down here. What's that movie? What's that Shakespeare play? To Be or Not to Be. It's not a real skull. Just clarifying that. Business Blaze, we're back. I'm labbed up so I can move around, which apparently you guys love. 5 of the world's biggest fraudsters. This is probably a tie-in with a biographics video, so if you've come over for biographics and this is the first video you're watching on this channel, you're probably wondering what the f is going on. My name is Simon. You probably know that. These scripts are written by Danny. I read them out, I make some comments, which might be amusing or just stupid. Make your own judgment. Smash that dislike button. Let's carry on. 5 of the world's biggest fraudsters. I'm pretty sure most of us have fallen for a scam at some memorably annoying point in your lives. Hopefully not too big though. I'll start off with a story. This was a few years ago. There's an app on the App Store called Hotel Tonight. And I was like, I need a hotel tonight. I was like on a road trip and it was like, we didn't make the destination we were supposed to stay in. So I was like, okay, let's book a hotel. This Hotel Tonight, I'd seen an advert for it. They were like, get unbelievable rates at a hotel through our app because we fill like the last minute bookings that day. So I go into the Hotel Tonight app and I'm like, okay, I'm like in Strasbourg or whatever. And I go in and like type in like Strasbourg. And then I'm like, okay, great, book a hotel. And it's like, thanks for booking this hotel. We'll see you there, you know, on the 8th. And I'm like, but it's the 7th. And so I contact support and they're like, oh yeah, the default is tomorrow because we don't think people are gonna be, you know, obviously they don't want a hotel tonight. And I'm like, you are aware of the name of your app, right? And I was like, that's fine, I'll just take a refund. And they're like, no refunds. You Hotel Tonight. I've been racking my brains to come up with a memory of when I was a victim of fraud, but I couldn't really think of anything major. Lucky you, Danny. Although that's not really major. My Hotel Tonight one, it was like £60. I was upset, but I wasn't really angry. I'd like to think that this is because I'm far too sharp and quick-witted to be taken in by a trickster, but it's probably more likely that I just very rarely hand over money to anybody. Oh, the best example I can think of dates back to the 1990s when I responded to an ad in the local paper which offered lucrative business opportunities for people who fancied the idea of working from home. I realize these days that a cacophony of alarm bells would be going off at the sight of an ad which promises you that you can earn thousands of pounds a day by just sitting at home in your pants. These still exist though. I mean, how is it that you can still go onto a website and there'll be like a picture of someone holding a check from Google and being like, Sally makes $400 a day in her underwear working for Google. Or like, you know, doing some online business. Or like Google Pay saying, who the f***'s on this shit? It's obviously fake. Although it would be kind of fun, like to do a YouTube channel which just explores those scams, where you just go and you get suckered in by all of them to see what happens. Back in the 1990s, it seemed quite plausible to me. I'd heard a lot of people making money at home by stuffing envelopes for marketing companies, and I guess this might be a similar thing. At the time, I was working from home anyway, running my own local dating agency based off my Commodore 64. True story, I was successful for a few years before the internet came along and destroyed it. Danny, your background is so fascinating. And people in the comments are often like, who the fuck is Danny? He's done everything. Last time it was like writing for architectural magazines. Then he had a dating agency. I just make YouTube videos. I gotta do more with my life. So I thought this might be an opportunity to earn a bit of extra money on the side when I wasn't busy matching up 22-year-old fat blokes with 67-year-old female bodybuilders. Might be why your business is. Yeah, the internet came along and destroyed my business, says Danny. The matching system didn't always work quite as well as I'd hoped. I blame the Commodore 64. The only drawback was that I had to send off a £10 note along with a stamped addressed envelope to find out more details on this work from home opportunity. About a week later, my stamped addressed envelope was returned to me containing a tiny scrap of paper which read, to make your own money working from home, simply put an advertisement like mine in your local paper. Makes you wonder why they really bothered replying at all. I'm not sure that it somehow made it any more legal. Is that even illegal? I mean, they do deliver on the promise. How is it that newspapers aren't just this now? Why is the advertising section anything but this? I guess because people now know that it's a scam. To be honest, I was a bit gutted. But it could have been worse. At least it was only 10 quid. Some of the more famous fraudsters in history had much bigger ambitions. Oh my god, let's actually get into the content, shall we? Barry Minko. Here's a heartwarming story about the American teenage entrepreneur who turned to the dark side but later found forgiveness and redemption by becoming a born-again Christian and an expert fraud investigator. And that's an important thing. Like, if you're gonna commit crimes, always commit crimes that are like useful to the police later on. Like Catch Me If You Can, that Frank Abagnale dude. They got him out of prison because he was so useful in investigating like check fraud or something to the FBI. It's like awesome. Or that TV show White Collar, which obviously is fictional, but the same thing. The guy who's in prison, what's his name? I don't remember it now. That's such a great show. Neil Caffrey. He's in prison, but he's such a good con man that the FBI like hire him as a consultant. He has this amazing life just hanging out. Rather than being in prison. Although that ended up going a bit pear-shaped too. Born in Inglewood, California, Barry Minko, this is a beast by the way, we're gonna be here a while. Born in Inglewood, California, Barry Minko was just 15 years old when he launched his own carpet cleaning business from his parents' garage in 1982. Good for him. Bearing in mind most of us would still have been chewing over whether it was time to quit our paper rounds, you have to admire the ambition and the zeal of young Barry. I kinda do. I like that. The American dream! If we're being hypercritical, it's probably worth pointing out that Barry's business was a bit rubbish. It went under the name ZZZZ Best. That is a terrible name. Or, if you're American, ZZZZ Best. Pronounced Z Best, apparently. That's a very 15-year-old name for a company, isn't it? Quite a distinctive name, but unlikely to appear anywhere near the top of business directories at the time. Which is, by the way, why Acme Corporation is such a common name, because AC would go near the front of the yellow pages. Barry was obviously too young to drive, so he had to rely on scrounging lifts from friends and family to make his carpet cleaning appointments. And in the early days of business, he was bombarded with complaints from unhappy clients and late payment demands from suppliers. However, by 1986, Barry had miraculously managed to turn the business around, and he became the youngest leader in history to float a business on the NASDAQ. Holy that's a step. I thought it was going to be like, yeah, now he's got like employees. Nope, he's a publicly traded company. He was 19! What am I doing with my life? This is my big problem with Business Blaze. It's always like, oh, these people are so successful. Although these people are all con artists, so I'll feel better about myself not being a con artist for now. Join my pyramid scheme, link below. Or buy my merch. By the following year, Zbest reached a market capitalization of $280 million, while Yang Barry's own personal fortune was estimated to be $100 million. Good lord. Banks and investors seemed happy to pour millions into the company, based largely on the impressive portfolio of clients that Barry had managed to build up. Well, it was mostly down to one particular client, really, an insurance restoration company called Interstate Appraisal Services, which accounted for 90% of Zbest's revenues. Even that is suspicious, because that is a ton of carpet cleaning for a company. Like, how big does that company, if the company's got a market cap of $280 million, let's assume its revenue for something like that is $100 million a year. So really, is a company spending $90 million a year on carpet cleaning? That seems a little bit. The problem with Interstate Appraisal Services, this entirely fabricated by Barry Minko. I knew there was something up. Apparently no one else did. In fact, Barry's business dealings had been dubious from the very beginning. He had managed to conquer those early teething problems of business by stealing his grandmother's jewelry, staging burglaries at his office, and engaging in credit card fraud. Oh my. It was the latter that came back to bite him. Yeah, like, Grandma's not gonna send you to jail. Grandma ain't calling the cops. Barry had raked in $72,000 from credit card fraud, and it was blamed all on unscrupulous contractors and dodgy employees, and he had agreed to pay back most of his victims, except for one, a female homemaker who Barry had overcharged by a few $100s and then decided she wasn't worth paying back. If this comes back, this comes back to bite him, it reminds me of that. There's a fantastic movie with Jonah Hill called War Dogs, which I don't feel gets the credit that it should for being hilariously awesome. And it's like the whole thing falls apart because of one thing they forget to do. They forget to pay these people who repack all this ammunition for them. And it was such an insanely low amount of money, and they just were like, fuck it, we won't pay it, and it completely screws them. Incredibly, he might have gotten away with his scams for far longer if he had paid that lady. The homemaker ended up going to the Los Angeles Times with her story, which led to exposure of Barry's previous shifty activity and intense media scrutiny on his current dealings. I feel a few videos ago, I made fun of people for going to the press with their stories that no one cares about. There must be more to this, right? The homemaker, like, you go into the Los Angeles Times and you're like, yeah, so I got my carpet cleaned and the guy stiffed me like $100. And the Los Angeles Times reporter's like, what? And then he like inserted heroin into your butt and sent you to like Canada? Like, there's gotta be more, right? Like, you're part of like a people smuggling ring with carpet cleaning? Something? No? Los Angeles Times. Apparently they care. It eventually became clear that Barry was effectively running nothing more than a Ponzi scheme. Simon recently posted a Business Blames video on Ponzi schemes, which you will forget to link to. I'll link to that below, along with all the other shit I'm mentioning. But it's one about how pyramid schemes caused a civil war in Albania, although they weren't really pyramid schemes and it wasn't really a civil war. Yeah, that was a video where I was like, Danny, I heard about this. And then Danny was like, that's not what happened. And I was like, write the goddamn script, Danny! Barry was essentially just setting up fake companies, writing phony invoices, and shuttling investments between different bank accounts and businesses to give the illusion of a profitable enterprise which wasn't actually doing that much of value. I understand how that works. How the f*** do you get listed on the NASDAQ? No one looks at the books? Are we that incompetent? What am I doing with my life? In 1989, he faced 57 counts of racketeering, bank fraud, embezzlement, and money laundering, and was sentenced to 25 years in prison at the age of just 22. That's depressing. Oh, but good news, you'll be out when you're 47. However, he only ended up serving 7 of them on grounds of good behavior, and during periods of incarceration, he made a few great buddies, most notably Jesus. And I'm guessing this is our Lord and Savior, rather than a Mexican dude called Jesus. You never know. I wish Jesus was a more common name in, like, English-speaking countries. It would be funny. Also, a friend of mine, he's Spanish, and his mum's name is Conception. His dad's name is Angel. Yeah. After his release, he turned to evangelical Christianity and became the pastor of the Community Bible Church in San Diego. My grandparents became pretty evangelical Christians. Pretty annoying. He also became a leading expert. Oh, you know what else is annoying? The people who are like, Simon, in the comments, they're like, Simon, I'd really like it if you bleeped out Jesus Christ. And I'm like, that's not a swear word. Chill the out. Smash that dislike button. He also became a leading expert in the fight against fraud, appearing regularly on television and publishing exposés on massive company scams. Over the years, it's claimed he uncovered over $1 billion of fraudulent activity. That's impressive, but he ain't no Markopolis, is he? There was even a film planned about his life story. The film Minko would star Mark Hamill and recount Barry's triumphant journey from dodgy teenage swindler to born-again fraudster working on God's payroll. I have to say, some of these guys like who went to prison for interesting things, like there's a great channel called like By a Jewel Thief. I can't remember what it's called, but it's pretty crazy, and he tells like all of these stories about being a jewel thief, and he does like these reviews of jewel heists and stuff, and it's pretty amazing. And like, yeah, like, When you leave prison, you don't have many opportunities. Again, if you went to prison for something that the FBI wants or is like entertaining in some way, you're gonna be far better on the way out. Like, if you go to prison for like murder, no one's gonna like the channel like, you know, reviewing murders or like talking about murder, but jewel thief, like international criminal, cat burglar, check forger, these are things that, you know, is gonna be good. I mean, you still have to go to prison, which probably sucks, but like, well, another thing to do, commit loads of crimes, get away with them, wait till the statute of limitations is run out, and then start a YouTube channel about it. Everyone loves a happy ending, except there was another chapter. It turns out that Barry was making a stack of money by shorting on the companies he was about to expose. So in other words, he would bet heavily against the fortunes of a company just before he was on the brink of publishing a report that was guaranteed to send the stock price plummeting. Is that illegal? Because if so, that's incredible. When Business Blaze has, you know, PewDiePie level subscribers, I'll just be like, yeah, fake company name. Turns out to be a massive fraud. And it just happens that I've shorted the company extremely heavily the day before. I'd say that's actually really genius. He also set up the Fraud Discovery Institute, which eventually turned out to be a massive fraud in itself and stole millions of dollars from church donations to help finance his increasingly complex scams. Oh my. In total, he spent another 7 years in prison. Incidentally, that uplifting film with Mark Hamill still went ahead, but was retitled Con Man. Oh, that sounds quite good, I'd watch that. And that's tweaked the ending of the film quite a bit. It was like, yeah, Mark, you're gonna have to come in for some reshoots. He went back to prison. Fucking hell, guys. I'm filming, he's in Star Wars, right? Gregor McGregor, I've seen 2 Star Wars. One when I was a kid, when they were racing through the forest on like these bikes that flew. And then I saw the new one with the robot in the sphere. Both sucked. Smash that dislike button. I might have to take a break because I gotta go to the dentist. Gregor McGregor. Many of the world's greatest scams involve creating fictional identities or fictional companies that drum up fictional profits. But it takes some nerve to create an entirely fictional country. By the way, Biographics people, you've probably seen my video on Gregor McGregor. If you're a Business Blaze person, you haven't heard of Biographics, which would surprise me because that channel's got like 1 million subscribers and this one has 4. Go check out Biographics. Or just stay here watching this video actually, because this channel needs the help. Tell a friend. Gregor McGregor was born into this Highland Scottish clan, the Clan Gregor. I feel it's always better when it's like not the Gregor clan, but the Clan Gregor. It sounds way more Scottish. In 1786, the Clan Gregor, most celebrated member, and in fact, Gregor McGregor's great-great uncle was the Scottish outlaw folk hero Rob Roy. Never heard of him. By the way, like, I feel like there's some accents that you're just like, Gregor McGregor, you just like make a bit, you know, aggressive, like Scottish or German, like the German accent, and it always sounds, you know, I feel that's how it is. Gregor McGregor is terrible, that's why I'm not an actor. Gregor McGregor's early career in the military showed great promise and even triumph. He served as an officer in the British Army for 7 years and fought in the Peninsular War, before offering his services to Venezuela in 1812 and rising to the rank of general during the Venezuelan War of Independence. He was considered to be something of a hero in Venezuela, despite reports of him squandering vital mission funds on luxury goods and abandoning his own British volunteer troops to a grisly fate so that he and his officer buddies could run away twice. Dick move. It's like, yeah, the officers, we're just gonna hang back. Go over there, fight those guys, you'll be fine. You'll get slaughtered and the officers run away. It's not gonna get you the Medal of Honor, is it, Gregor? Gregor McGregor returned to Britain in the 1820s with some exciting news. During his thrilling adventures around the world, the natives of the imaginary land, Pays, had gone and crowned him prince. Bloody hell. Pays was supposedly a small country located near the Black River in what would now be considered a still undeveloped piece of land in modern-day Honduras. McGregor was making out that he'd pretty much become the leader of Eden. He reckons that the land was fertile, the water was pure, the trees were overflowing with fruit, and the forests were bursting with game. He even reckons that there were chunks of gold in the riverbeds. Wow, people believed this shit? I guess there wasn't like Google Map or like other people. You'd be like, dude, I never heard of that place. You'd be like, no, it's there. We can't really Google it, can we, boys? The really good news was that he was happy to flog Bayesian land certificates to any interested parties who wanted to secure their spot in the new world. He didn't shirk our marketing campaign either. You need to give him at least some credit for making his shit sound so authentic. An official 355-page guidebook was published, fictional parliaments and banking mechanisms were created, and Pays-style ballads were composed and sung proudly on the streets of Glasgow. The campaign was largely targeted at his fellow Scots, and Gregor McGregor ultimately sold about 500 plots of land on Pays, raking in about $200,000 in the process. That's well over $22 million in today's money. Oh my God. About 270 immigrants sailed to the imaginary country that was destined to become their new home, only to find an underdeveloped jungle with not so much as a hot dog stand. Ba-da-bum-bum. I didn't do that in the last video I recorded, so I did that one extra strong for you guys. The majority of them were unable to make their way back to the UK and quickly died from yellow fever and malaria on McGregor's fictional lands. Oh, that sucks. It's like the Fire Festival, but, you know, with more death. Shouldn't laugh, that's really terrible. Perhaps the most remarkable thing about this whole story is that Gregor McGregor is the only person in this list to have completely gotten away with it. When the game was up, he initially fled to the provinces of France, where he eventually was put on trial for conspiracy to defraud, but was amazingly acquitted on all charges after managing to dump off the blame on a co-defendant who was hiding in the Netherlands at the time and unable to defend himself, the poor After returning to the UK and trying his hand at a few smaller Poyet-style schemes, dude, he already got away with it. Give up, man. Come on. He eventually settled down in Venezuela, where he was welcomed back as a war hero and lived out his final days as a respected member of the community on a generous military pension. Oh no. He was buried with full military honors. What a dickhead. It's a bit of a shame that nobody thought to put their gravestone in Poyet. Yeah, that's where it would belong. Nowhere. Michael de Guzman. There's nothing like a good old sniff of gold to get stock prices surging. In 1993, the Canadian penny stock mining company Bre-X snapped up a nice little spot of land at the head of the Busang River in Indonesia. At first, the world didn't really take much notice, and shares in the company went for a literal few cents on the Tokyo Stock Exchange. But then rumors started flying that Bre-X had struck gold, and that's when traders and investors suddenly started getting twitchy noses. I guess that this is the modern day equivalent of the good old-fashioned gold rushes, when thousands of miners would be gripped by gold fever and flock to the promised lands with their spades to dig their own slice of the fortune. These days, you can usually get a slice of the action without ever leaving the comfort of your own swivel chair. The project manager of the new site was Filipino mining prospector Michael de Guzman, who in 1994 produced samples from the site which contained crushed gold. I'm getting the feeling he faked this. Isn't there a movie, a Michael McConaughey movie around this, where they like fake the gold in the thing and then they sell the mine to someone or something? It suddenly became clear that Bre-X might just have purchased one of the largest gold deposits ever have been discovered, or as the Lehman brothers were to phrase it when they were making strong recommendation to invest, the gold discovery of the century. I like how it's like, okay, so the guy who owns the company tests it and says like, yeah, there's gold there. I swear, like, I know the word due diligence because it's something that investors do before investing, you know? Like Lehman Brothers, although they're no longer in business. Over the next few years, Michael de Guzman was able to produce thousands more samples containing enough gold for the company to conclude that there could be as much as 13 million pounds of gold just waiting to be dug up there in them hills. Naturally, the stock market responded with just a bit of fizzy excitement, with Bre-X share prices rising from a few cents to 286 Canadian dollars. Penny stock mining company suddenly found itself with a market capitalization of $6 billion. So they went from barely anything to like billions. Although apparently they did produce thousands more samples. But I'm beginning to think this is actually what this Michael McConaughey movie was based on, because I'm pretty sure this is exactly what they did. Hold on. Yes, the movie is based on this story. Or, you know, creative license and all that shit, of course. Loosely based on. At this point, the president of Indonesia began to sit up and take notice too. He wasn't entirely happy that a relatively small Canadian company looked set to make a fortune from digging up his country's gold from right under his nose, and argued that Bre-X was far too small a firm to oversee this rich find alone. What the f? Then don't sell it to them. You can't just be like, well, yeah, we sold you this land, it turns out there's loads of gold in there, so we want our share. You f***ing sold it! Indonesia. You don't get a slice now. A deal was eventually thrashed out in which Bre-X would be allowed to continue digging, but only in partnership with Indonesia and a more established mining company. That's f***ed up. Can you imagine if this was your mining company and it actually was loads of gold in there? You'd be like, oh great. So now we took all the risk and now we get f***ed. Good news and bad news. I'm pretty sure it's just a scam. There was just the small matter of a new independent survey to be carried out to verify the existence of gold, and everything would be good to go. So this company rose to a market cap of $6 billion. And now we are talking about an independent survey. Really, guys? And it was around this time that the wheels came off the whole operation, because it turns out there was no gold in them hills. During Michael de Guzman's original sampling tests, he had actually shaved a bit of gold from his own wedding ring to ensure the samples would impress potential investors. Of course, thousands of other samples would be taken over the next few years, and Michael's wedding ring wasn't that big. But he got around this problem by using around $61,000 worth of locally sourced crushed gold to salt the samples and give them the impression Bre-X was sitting on a gold mine. I bet as soon as this guy's like having to give away chunks to the Indonesian government and some random American mining company that's bigger than him, he's like, glad I f***ed it up, really. But there remains a whiff of mystery as to who might have been pulling all the strings here and what exactly happened to Michael de Guzman. Let's not forget that Michael was only a project manager. He was? Oh, I read these aloud and I guess I don't pay attention. The founder and CEO of Bre-X, David Walsh, continually denied any knowledge of what was going on and died while in custody, even though he was on suicide watch and there were 2 cameras that were disabled. No, I'm just kidding. Died of an aneurysm in 1998 in the Bahamas, just 3 weeks after masked gunmen had broken into his home and threatened to kill him if they didn't get their money back. A few weeks before the scandal broke, Michael de Guzman was already dead. It's convenient timing. He had reportedly committed suicide by jumping out of a helicopter that was flying over Indonesia? Well, I guess it's one way to go. But it also sounds like a pretty good way to kill someone. Yeah, we were in the helicopter and he jumped out. Yeah, jumped. Oh, wait, both guys died. Oh, that is, yeah. Oh, dear. Although a body was found days later in the jungle, the legs and arms and other fairly important bits were missing, and it could only be identified by molars and a thumbprint. Just what happened to his body? People came and chopped up his body and then just left it there? But was it really the body of Michael de Guzman? It looks like people made quite an effort to make it not look like his body. One journalist claims that a body had gone missing from the local morgue and just hours before the helicopter took to the skies, and there have also been various alleged sightings of Michael in Canada over the years, though he remains officially dead. It could be the case that Michael de Guzman's follow-up scam was a little more successful than his first. Yeah, this is massively, it's like, so we set up a big scam, we get a market capitalization of $6 billion, and then we just disappear. Fake death? Pretty good. He's probably hanging out in the Bahamas. Don't sue me. Although you won't sue me, because if you sue me, then people will know you're still alive, and yeah, whatever. Victor Lustig. This is also some guy we've covered on Biographics. Don't skip ahead. You're gonna get my little take on it, and Danny's. Scrap metal dealers probably have good days and bad days, but the French businessman André Poisson must have thought he was having a particularly good day back in 1925 when he was presented with the opportunity to buy the Eiffel Tower for scrap. The tower had fallen into disrepair by the 1920s and was becoming increasingly expensive for the French government to maintain. Along with several other scrap metal dealers, André Poisson was invited to a top-secret meeting at a luxury hotel to speak with a government official called Victor Lustig, who broke the confidential news that the Eiffel Tower was to be sold to the highest bidder, and invited the guests to make their pitch for the global icon of France. First thing there, I don't know if they're like regular government bureaucrat who's dealing with scrap metal dealers hosts the meetings at luxury hotels. I'd be like, it's a bit suspicious. Bad news for André Poisson was that he had some serious competition, but the good news was that the government official appeared to be completely bent. During a later private meeting between the pair, Victor Lustig whispered in André's ear that he might be happy to take a large bribe to ensure that André ended up with a winning bid. Tempting. It's believed that André Poisson handed up to as much as $200,000 to Victor, a very dodgy token of goodwill. Sadly for André Poisson, it turned out Victor Lustig wasn't actually a government official at all, and certainly wasn't in a position to sell one of the most recognizable buildings in the world for a nice bit of scrap metal. André was left fuming as Victor fled to Austria with the money to avoid any potential repercussions. And this is what makes a good scam. Because clearly, he's done something illegal. Like, he was trying to bribe a public official. So what's he going to do? Go to the police and it's like, yeah, this guy cons me. So what happened, sir? Well, he said he was from the government, so I gave him $200,000. Oh, shit. But yeah, there weren't any repercussions. André Poisson never approached the police, as this would have been admitting that he'd tried to bribe the government official. Danny and I are on the same page. Also, I made a biographics about this guy, so I kind of know what's up. So Victor Lustig was free to return to Paris and pull exactly the same trick again. Yes, he became the man who sold the Eiffel Tower twice. His third attempt to sell he's really pushing it. To sell the Eiffel Tower didn't work out quite so well, as the police were on his trail by this time, so Victor fled to the United States, where he continued to pull off all manner of crazy scams and con tricks. He sold currency duplicating machines which promised to make the buyers rich beyond their wildest dreams, but actually contained a few genuine notes hidden inside to disguise the fact that they didn't work, so you could call them fake money machines. This is actually a really interesting one that we do touch on in the biographics video, so check that out. I'll link to it below. Did my mic come off when I did that? No, we're okay. At one point, he even managed to con Al Capone out of $5,000, which makes you wonder if Victor Lustig was actually just a complete loony with some sort of very complicated death wish that never really quite panned out for him. There's loads of people you can con. Why con Al Capone? That seems like really dangerous. The strong arm of the law did eventually catch up to Victor Lustig in 1935 when he was arrested for counterfeiting and eventually sentenced to 20 years in Alcatraz, where he died of pneumonia in 1947. Yeah, like Alcatraz sounds like a pretty bad... Is it true that in Alcatraz was like the only prison they had hot showers because it discouraged the prisoners from like trying to swim to shore because it was really cold and the hot showers made them comfortable and warm? That's probably not true. That's probably just an urban legend, right? His death certificate described him as an apprentice salesman, which does have a certain ring of truth to it, even if it doesn't tell the whole story. They put your job on your death certificate? Simon Whistler, YouTuber. People are going to be very confused by that in 100 years. Rudy Karnaiwan. Collectors can sometimes seem like an odd bunch of people, and I suppose I can count myself among that odd number, as I've built up a pretty big collection of books over the years. I don't think I collect anything. I collect YouTube channels. I like to convince myself that it's not just about the collecting. These books can actually be read and enjoyed over and over again. The fact that they happen to form a collection on the bookshelves is just a side effect of being a happy bookworm. Fascinating. This doesn't really explain why half the books on my shelves remain unread though, or why I buy fancy editions of books when I've got 4 other editions that I haven't also read. But I'm sure there are weirder things to collect than books. Take wine collectors, for example. Why exactly are they pissing about? Well, with wine, I mean, at least you get to enjoy it, although I suppose if you're collecting it, do you ever drink it? For starters, vintage wine is a bloody expensive thing to collect. But also, you're not even likely to drink or even open a bottle of vintage wine you've just splashed out hundreds of thousands of dollars on. So you're essentially just collecting liquid in glass bottles, and if you'd never opened those bottles, how would you ever know if the stuff inside was genuine anyway? You could have just paid $250,000, that's absurd, for a bottle of something that's going for $7 down at the supermarket with an offer to buy 2 and get 1 free. Wine collecting seems like a hobby just ripe for exploitation. And this is where Rudy Kurniawan comes in. Born in Indonesia? Is this the second time we're mentioning Indonesia today? A land of con men. Sorry, Indonesia, please don't sue me. I'm sure like 80% of your population are not con men. Born in Indonesia, Rudy arrived in the United States in the late 1990s, although he was later denied a visa, so he just decided to stay anyway as an illegal alien, okay? His family already had a bit of form on the fraud scene. 2 of his uncles managed to swindle $800 million for an Indonesian bank, and not a cent has been ever recovered. That's got to be one of the biggest cons ever. This family already had a bit of form. Holy shit. Like that's, I mean, not Bernie Madoff level, but pretty big. But Rudy had managed to build up a little bit of celebrity status in Los Angeles as a wine connoisseur with a particular preference of Burgundy. He began hosting major wine tasting sessions with other collectors and splashed out so much money on the expensive brand produced by Domaine de la Romanie Conti. It's not... I'm not fancy enough to know how to pronounce that. He was given the nickname Dr. Conti. At one point, he was rumored to be spending over $1 million a month on high-end Burgundy, although it's still a mystery as to where exactly he was getting most of his money from. Maybe his uncles shoved a few dollars inside his birthday cards every year. By the mid-noughties, Rudy, whatever his name is, had earned a reputation as one of the world's biggest wine collectors, boasting arguably the greatest wine cellar on earth. So his wine auctions attracted a lot of interest at the time. In fact, when he auctioned off an enormous batch from his collection at Acamerl and Condit in 2006, it sold for $24.7 million. Oh my god. Smashing the world record for a wine auction. The previous record was only $10 million. I bet they were screw tops. However, considering the topic of this video, I'm sure it won't come as a major surprise to discover that Rudy had actually spent years raking in millions of dollars from fake wines. Rudy was operating a complete counterfeiting workshop in which cheap wines were poured into expensive vintage bottles to add several healthy zeros to their value. What's more surprising is that he may have got away with the scam for far longer and duped many more collectors out of their millions if he hadn't made 2 crucial mistakes. The first mistake was selling a small batch of expensive wines to billionaire businessman and 1992 America Cup winner Bill Koch. Probably because he's a billionaire. He's like, yeah, let's crack open that $250,000 bottle of wine. And you taste it, and it's like a Merlot. For some reason, Bill smelled something fishy, and it wasn't expensive Burgundy. I strongly suspect, that unlike the majority of wine collectors, Bill actually bothered to uncork the bottle and serve the wine to his guests. He's a billionaire, he can just go buy more. It'd be pretty cool, right? Just cracking a $250,000 bottle of wine like it's nothing. He probably put it on his black card. We did a video about exclusive credit cards, I'll link to it below. But that dinner party may have turned a bit flat when the guests realized they were tasting cheap supermarket stuff. The second mistake was far more careless. Rudy produced and auctioned a batch of fake vintage wines of Clos and Denise, which the labels claimed were produced by the company Domaine Poisson during the years 1945 and 1971. This sparked the interest of the head of Domaine Poisson, mainly because his company didn't start producing that range of wine until 1982. That's just lazy research. Just go online and find it out, not hard. Billionaire Bill Koch hired a private investigator to look into Rudy's dodgy wine cellar while the FBI conducted their own investigations following growing suspicions from the wine collecting community. It's believed that Bill Koch actually had more resources than the FBI at his disposal. Is that true? I mean, he is mad rich. And ultimately uncovered more evidence of the counterfeiting operation, although he was happy to settle with Rudy out of court for $3 million. However, in 2013, Rudy became the first man in history to be found guilty of wine fraud, and was sentenced to 10 years in prison in Texas, after which he will be deported to Indonesia. That's pretty shitty. So this guy managed to start this whole legitimate business, even though he was an illegal immigrant. And he was selling $24 million of wine to Bill Koch. And they were having no ID. What? Meanwhile, it's believed that as many as 10,000 bottles of Dr. Conti's counterfeit wine may still be lurking in wine cellars of collectors who haven't got a clue that they're fakes. It serves them right for indulging in such a silly hobby. This has been Business Blaze. This was a long one, and you guys probably didn't notice it, but in this video there was a cut where I went fully to the dentist for an hour and came back. The magic of television. Thank you everybody for watching. If you watched to the end, you're an absolute legend, because smash that dislike button. It doesn't really matter. All that matters is you watch these videos to the end, and for that, you guys are heroes. Here's something for you. Ba-da-boom, boom. Write the goddamn script, Daddy! You, Oprah. Pay my taxes, Oprah. Welcome to Business Blaze, the only show on the internet that will cure your stupidity. In this one, the biggest giveaways that went wrong. Danny wrote this. He always does. I will read it and give my 2 cents. So let's crack on. I have no idea why I'm presenting in this manner. Here in the UK, we used to enjoy a weird TV show called Bullseye. We did? It was a deeply odd hybrid of darts and general knowledge quizzing presented by a likable but hapless host called Jim Bowen, who usually fumbled his way through 30 minutes of British entertainment every Sunday night. This sounds awful. I've never even heard of this. Bullseye grew a reputation for being a largely shambolic show with awful prizes and terrible mother-in-law jokes, but despite this, it was allowed to run for the best part of 15 years before it was finally pulled from TV in 1995. I also feel, am I wrong? Or am I just because normally when you look on things from the past, you're like, oh, they were really good. I've watched a couple of shows lately which I really enjoyed in the 90s, like The Outer Limits and Sliders, and my wife had never seen either of these shows, so I was like, oh, we gotta watch them. And she likes sci-fi. And so we watched them. And I'm like, kind of shit, aren't they? It's not really, it's not Breaking Bad, is it? So my theory, I think TV got really good at some point. Because if you hold Sliders, super popular 90s show, and compare it to Breaking Bad or Mad Men, it's what the are we doing? This is how we used to spend our time? And don't get me wrong, I still love Sliders, it's great. But those awful prizes became the stuff of legend. And don't forget to be a legend and watch this whole video. There's something great at the end. No, there's not, but watch anyway. Towards the end of each show, the last standing contestants would face Bully's prize board, where they would get the opportunity to win a range of truly fabulous prizes, in quotes, including a trouser press, a couple of stylish suitcases, a cuddly pink hippo toy, a carriage clock. What is a carriage clock? Some plates and saucers and and a novelty Mickey Mouse telephone. All of these prizes sound absolutely shite. Can I say shite? Does that mean I won't get demonetized? I guess we'll find out. At the very end of the show, the contestants would then have a tough decision to make. Would they be willing to gamble all of these life-changing prizes in the final darts challenge of Bullseye. Oh my god, the excitement! If they lost, they'd be walking away with nothing more than their bus fare home. If they won, they'd get to keep the prizes, along with Bully's special mystery star prize, which was hiding behind a screen in the TV studio. God, this was pretty intense stuff back in the day. Yeah, this, as I just said, this does sound pretty shite, doesn't it? Now, you have to bear in mind that nearly all of the contestants were British working-class darts players and pub quizzes. The idea of a dream star prize would probably be a new car or a booze-filled long weekend in Tenerife. And to be fair, they sometimes got that kind of thing. But more often than not, the screen would slowly lift up and eventually reveal that the mystery star prize was, in fact, a speedboat. Well, that's kind of awesome. Although I don't know what do you do with a boat? Like, my use for a boat would be, although I do live near a big river, having a speedboat go down the big river would be pretty kick-ass. But I imagine the speed limit's on the river and I'll get in trouble if I'm just absolutely blasting it through the city on a speedboat. These contestants, who were quite likely to live in tower blocks or council housing estates, had been given a speedboat to drag home and show off to their equally bewildered neighbours. What do you do with that? I often wonder if there's a warehouse somewhere in Britain containing all the abandoned speedboats won by the lucky contestants over 15 years of Bullseye. It kind of all sounds pretty awesome, to be honest. Like, you go on a show, you win a completely useless speedboat. I'd love that. Although I guess, if I needed a car, I'd much rather win a car. If I needed just a holiday or money, or a trouser press. I could probably find a trouser press would probably be more useful. It may seem churlish to mock TV shows and corporate brands who were only trying to be nice and give us free stuff, but ended up getting egg on their faces. However, we've got about 20 minutes to spare, so let's crack on. I'm pretty sure the Oprah Winfrey Show has a much bigger budget than Bullseye ever did. Yes. In fact, I would hazard a guess that the amount of money Oprah earns in about half an hour would be more than enough to fund another 15 years of Bullseye. Oprah's a billionaire, right? But the show's budget ultimately didn't have really that much to do with what is now considered one of the biggest TV giveaways of all time. Back in 2004, an episode of the Oprah Winfrey Show, God, that's hard to say. Back in 2004, an episode of the Oprah Winfrey Show actually gave away a surprise free Pontiac G6 sedan to every member of the studio audience. All 276 of them. I've got no idea what a Pontiac G6 is. It is literally the most generic looking car that I have ever seen. Although I guess if you're going to buy 276 of them, you can't just be like, yeah, we're giving away Ferraris. It was quite an expertly crafted slice of daytime television. Oprah initially made it out that she was giving away just 11 free vehicles to school teachers who had been plucked out of the audience and given this surprise gift in recognition of their hard work. Then she announced that a 12th and final car would be given away to one more lucky member of the audience, who by this time had all been given a gift-wrapped box. The idea was that one of these boxes contained the keys to the final free car. In a triumphant, this is pretty epic though, right? In a triumphant TV moment, it turns out that all of the gift boxes contained a set of car keys as Oprah ran around pointing at individual audience members shouting, and that moment on TV was intense. To be honest, that part dragged on a bit. It did. I've never seen this episode, but I've definitely seen that. It's like the moments from Oprah everyone's seen. Tom Cruise jumping and screaming on a couch and Oprah shouting, everyone wins a car. I know nothing else and I've seen nothing else on Oprah. And hopefully I never will. I don't know. Is Oprah bad? Daytime television is generally terrible, so let me know if I'm judging Oprah too harshly. The whole idea had sprung up from a chance meeting between Oprah's best friend Gayle King and an executive from General Motors Pontiac brand who was on a flight. Gayle had initially persuaded the executive to donate 25 cards to the Oprah Winfrey Show as a cunning marketing exercise for Pontiac. Wow, Gayle is a persuasive woman. But this quickly snowballed into 276 free cars with an estimated cost of around $8 million to the company. How much is a G6? Hey Siri, what's 8 million divided by 276?
Which word? A-T-E-A-I-T or E-I-G-H-T?
What? Alright, I'm just gonna carry on. Shut the up. You can only assume that the flight attendants were really on the ball with topping up the wine glasses on that day. It's worth noting that Pontiac would only survive for another few years before the brand was, what the is up with Siri? How can it be so It's worth noting that Pontiac would only survive for another few years before the brand was hit by financial problems and eventually shut down. Although this had nothing to do with the Oprah giveaway, you can't help but thinking that some of the executives weren't always making the sharpest decisions in the years leading up to the downfall. After the initial thrilling excitement of the giveaway, a problem emerged, which turned the whole thing into a bit of a car crash. Although Pontiac had donated the cars for free and the TV show had paid out thousands of dollars for the sales tax and registration of each vehicle, there were other hefty taxes to consider which the audience will have to deal with themselves. Yeah, I thought this was it, like they had to pay some sort of gift thing, right? Although it's often wrongly reported that the audience members had to pay gift tax. Sorry, Danny. That's not quite right. If the cars had been officially identified as gifts, there wouldn't have been a problem. But as the whole thing was legally considered to be a promotion for Pontiac, this means that the cars were seen as competition prizes and that the winners had to stump up federal and state income taxes on their vehicles. So each audience member was now suddenly faced with an average bill of around $7,000 to pay. And look, I don't want to judge the people who go to Oprah, but I'm betting if you're watching daytime television, you're already not employed. If you're going to be an audience member in daytime television, you are really, really hardcore not employed. Although some of them were teachers, right? I guess they got special leave to go and watch Oprah being filmed. Yay! Where's Mrs. Fletcher? Oh, she's gone off to watch Oprah being filmed. The problem here is Oprah had been very keen to give away the cars to an audience that genuinely needed them. A screening process had taken place before the recording of the show in which potential audience members were asked how they got to work, the age of their current vehicles, or if they owned a car at all. Wouldn't it be a bit obvious when, at the Oprah studio, everyone, there's I assume people come, it's America, they drive their cars there, and it's on that day, the parking lot's completely empty. Everyone's arriving by bus or they just roll up in complete boxes. And they're like, wow, did they select us because we're poor? And you can imagine there's also other people who's they don't drive because they got 7 DUIs. And they get given a car and they're like, oh no, I have a car. I just lied on the application about why I can't drive. So the idea was that the studio would generally be filled up with people who couldn't afford to buy a new car. Bearing that in mind, it's a shame that nobody stopped to consider that most of these 276 lucky winners would now suddenly be lumbered with a big tax bill that they couldn't afford to pay. Yeah, it's $7,000. That's a load of money. There's a few different ways of looking at this. In an ideal world, Pontiac would have paid those extra taxes as part of the promotional deal. Or considering how generous that company had already been, maybe Oprah's team could have put their hands deeper into their own pockets to ensure that one of the biggest daytime television moments of all time ran as smoothly as possible without any nasty bumps at the end. It's not like Oprah's short of a few quid. Let's try it again. Hey Siri, how much is Oprah Winfrey worth? Unfortunately, many of the winners ended up taking their sob stories to the press, complaining that Oprah had landed them all with a giant tax bill. She did give you a car though, but that seems just a little unfair. For starters, it's not like those extra taxes came as a massive surprise later on down the line. After the recording of the show had wrapped, Oprah took time to explain taxes to the studio audience and offered a cash alternative if they didn't want to take the car home. Back then, a brand new Pontiac G6 was worth about $28,000, so a cash alternative was a pretty good deal. Yeah, it's okay. You can't take your story to the press and be fussing about it when they're like, or you can have a cash and you can buy a car for $20,000, pay the $7,000 tax bill, and have $1,000 left over for petrol, I guess. A shrewder man, how was that average? That car was $28,000? It looks like such a piece of shit. A shrewder member of the audience could have taken the car home anyway, sold it immediately for far more than its original value on the grounds that it was one of Oprah's famous giveaway cars. Could they have though? Like that Pontiac G6, does anyone want that really? I have a feeling they had to give them away because no one likes them. Whichever way they played it, each audience member had turned up to attend the taping of a daytime television show and walked away with tens of thousands of dollars that they weren't expecting. Alas, many of them just chose to vent their anger in the press, which seems a tad ungrateful and ultimately soured one of the biggest giveaways of all time. 7 years later, Oprah learned from this mistake when she gave away 276 Volkswagen Beetles to every member of the audience during the very last season of a long-running show in 2011. This time, Volkswagen had agreed to pay all of the taxes, and there were no unexpected bills for the audience. However, the audience had to wait a while until they got their hands on the cars because they were the new 2012 models, which wouldn't roll off the production line for another 12 months. And yes, they complained about that too. Holy shit, Oprah's audience suck. It's like, hey guys, I gave you all a car, 276 cars. That's 520 cars that I've given away. Oh no, 550 cars that I've given away. You, Oprah. Pay my taxes, Oprah. We'll come back to the television studios in a moment, but it's not just TV shows that can get giveaways completely wrong. Sometimes those kind corporations... Alright, Danny's changed his tune. Last time we had like an entire page where he just slags our companies. He's the perfect writer for Business Blaze. Where they like to give away stuff for free but end up making a bit of a hash of everything. Back in 1990, Coca-Cola was keen to give away $4 million worth of free money stuffed inside their Coke cans as part of their biggest ever marketing campaign at the time, rumored to have cost the company about $100 million to implement. Wow. It's interesting, like, yeah, the prizes are like 4% of the total amount we're spending on this. The idea was that not every can of Coke perched on the fridge shelves of your local store would be a regular can of Coke. Some of them would be special magic cans, containing a spring-loaded mechanism which would eject a random amount of cash from a sealed compartment as soon as you opened the can. The winnings could be anything from $1 to $500. Of course, these magic cans had to look and feel exactly the same as a normal can of Coke, so that consumers couldn't easily identify which cans were likely to contain money. I know the story because I made a Today I Found Out video about it. You can YouTube search it because I probably won't link to it below, and if I do link to it below, it's entirely possible that I have just rickrolled you. You'll have to click to find out. This is really going to backfire when I have like a sponsorship on this channel. It'll be like, click below to check out Skillshare, and it'll just be a rickroll, and Skillshare will write me and they'll be like, Simon, we need to make good. I'll be like, make goods are the most depressing part of doing sponsorships because it's like you do the whole sponsorship read and then it's like, oh, I forgot to include the link in the description. And they're like, we need another one. My soul just died a little. A magic can would obviously contain less cola than a regular can, so the sealed compartments contained extra water to offset the weight difference. You didn't really want to be drinking the stuff that had a dollar note floating around inside it, so the water in the compartment was mixed with chlorine and stinky ammonium sulfate to put you off. That sounds awesome. However, big problems rose to the surface when it turned out that the smelly mixture was occasionally leaking into the rest of the can, making the Coke completely undrinkable. One 11-year-old boy from Massachusetts hit the headlines when he was taken to hospital after accidentally drinking the foul liquid, although reports that he died, holy shit, were grossly exaggerated. He was just taken to hospital as a precaution and was absolutely fine. That's so weird. So the media exaggerated that this kid died after being taken to hospital, but it turns out he was completely fine. That's so strange. Why would the media exaggerate something like that? Weird. This led to a slight tweak in the advertising campaign, which involved Jordan Knight from New Kids on the Block. I've heard of New Kids on the Block. I don't think I've ever heard of Jordan Knight. Was he one of these dudes who was famous in the 90s? Like, oh my god, I was having such a laugh listening to that H3 podcast where they get the guy from Sugar Ray to fire one of their employees. Oh, it's the best thing I've ever heard. I'll link to it below, or maybe I won't. It'll just be a rickroll. Basically, this guy warned that if you have a winning can, don't drink the liquid. What a great slogan, Jordan. This must surely have broken some sort of regulations on product description. I don't know about you, but I would normally be inclined to buy a can of fizzy pop when I'm feeling a bit thirsty. I'd probably just feel slightly annoyed if I got back to my desk and it turned out that my can of Coke contained an undrinkable liquid and a very soggy dollar bill. Yeah, it's like if there was a $100 bill in there, I'll be pretty pleased. If it was just a $1 bill, they'll be like, oh great. So I got like, how much is a Coke? Coke's gotta be like $1, right? It's like, I got $1 back from my Coke, brilliant. Yeah, so you just gotta go back to the store and buy another Coke with that same money. That makes no sense. Although the original plan was to distribute 750,000 magic cans among 200 million normal Coke cans, the whole campaign very quickly got pulled within a couple of weeks. Coca-Cola also played a role in a disastrous joint promotion with McDonald's in Japan in 2006. The fast food restaurant was thrilled to announce that no less than 10,000 lucky Japanese customers had won a USB stick MP3 player which contained 10 free tracks. It's probably that shitty album by U2, wasn't it? Unfortunately, nobody at McDonald's bothered to ask the customers if they wanted a side order of a Trojan virus with that, or U2's latest, and it wasn't, it was just a virus. Which is worse? Which is worse? I mean, that U2 album was bad, but I'd rather not have all my stolen. It turns out that many of the sticks were accidentally infected with the QQ Pass Trojan virus, which quickly got to work on stealing your login data and passwords as soon as you plugged it into a PC. Well, conspiracy theorists were quick to accuse McDonald's of deliberately trying to harvest the data of their customers, although it was actually just a massive flame-grilled cock-up, which ended up costing the company a fortune as they set up a 24-hour hotline and recalled all infected devices. I'm just gonna go back to flame-grilled cock-up. Ba-da-bum-bum! Meanwhile, new California-based swimwear startup Sunny Co. Clothing found themselves in trouble in 2017, a recent one, when a free promotion became more successful than they ever dared imagine. The company was promoting a new Baywatch-inspired bathing suit called the Pamela. This was 2017? When was that last cool? Which usually had a retail price of $65. Instagram users were invited to claim the Pamela for free if they just paid the shipping costs of $12.98, which just, it does seem a bit steep. Danny writes that, and I agree. And reposted the promo picture of a model relaxing by the poolside and showing off the suit. A fresh company like Sunny Co. Clothing might have dreamed of cooking up a social media campaign with the capacity to go viral, but the issue was that it went too viral. Oh no, too much success. I wish Business Blaze was more viral. Within just 24 hours, Sunny Co. had attracted 750,000 new followers on Instagram, hundreds of thousands of post likes and reposts, and thousands of orders for the free Pamela. But they didn't have anything remotely close to enough Pamelas in stock to meet demand. That's a lot of Pamelas. The company hastily tried to put a cap on the amount of free swimsuits they were giving away, but the execution of this failed to get the message across, leading to hundreds of claimants complaining that they had been charged the full $65 for the swimsuit that they hadn't received. Wait, so not only did they have to wait in a queue, but then they were getting billed $65? This is why, and I don't know if you guys know this app, it's incredible. It's called Revolut. I don't know if it's available in the US, it's quite big in Europe. And it gives you a disposable credit card. So you know when you're asked to sign up to some service which you know you're going to forget about, it's going to bill you again, you can use like a disposable virtual card and you just type in the numbers and then it says like, thanks for putting your credit card on file, don't forget to cancel or whatever, if you don't want to get billed. And it's like, I don't have to worry about that because like you can just delete the credit card so it becomes invalid immediately after signing up. It is glorious. I never get billed for shit that I don't want anymore. Although customers suffered long delays in getting their problems sorted, it's believed that everyone eventually received either a free Pamela or a refund, but only after a furious social media backlash, which proved to be very expensive for Sunny Co. Clothing. Far more important than that, the fiasco meant that millions of Instagram users got sick to the back teeth. That's an interesting phrase that I don't know, of seeing the same poolside picture re-uploaded on their feed every 2 bloody minutes. But now, let's go back to how long is this? These have got so long lately. But let's go back to the TV studios for a giveaway that claimed to be even bigger than Oprah's free distribution of huge tax bills. Simon asked me to end this script on a feel-good note. Oh yeah, I did. I remember this now. A feel-good note with the generous TV giveaway that actually worked. He suggested that we cover the time in 2016 when US late-night talk and satire show Last Week Tonight paid off over $15 million worth of medical debt, resulting in technically the biggest ever giveaway on television. I've agreed, but I've managed to uncover a slight downbeat angle to the whole thing. Hooray! Hooray! I think this was one of the most brilliant moments on television, and I'm ready for Danny to ruin it for me and everyone else. The segment came at the end of an episode of Last Week Tonight in which host John Oliver was discussing the grimy business of debt acquisition. And if you haven't seen Last Week Tonight with John Oliver, it's absolutely glorious. He revealed just how easy it was for any old idiot to start up a debt acquisition company, purchase a portfolio of debt from another company, and then use threats and aggressive tactics to reclaim the money from the original debtors who clearly couldn't afford to pay it back. Yeah, it's shifty. In fact, especially when it's medical debt, it's like, yeah, you owe us $100,000 because we had to repair your fractured skull from a car accident that wasn't your fault. It's like, oh, brilliant, thanks. Well, that's me ruined. Just be like, I guess I declare bankruptcy. Or it's more worse when you can actually afford it. So you've got like, I don't know, a $200,000 house that you've paid off, and they're like, well, you're going to be mortgaging that and giving us half the money. The Last Week Tonight team knocked up a cheap and basic website purporting to represent a new debt acquisition company based in Mississippi, which they named Carp, after the bottom-feeding fish. Fucking appropriate. On the strength of this, and with very little ease, the team were astonished how quickly they were given an opportunity to buy a portfolio of $15 million worth of medical debt owed by over 9,000 individuals in Texas. The new website offered the chance to snap up all of the debt for the bargain basement price of less than half a cent on the dollar. So that came to just under $60,000 for $15 million of debt. That's insane. It's like, I feel like I should just go borrow $15 million, just wait a few years. I mean, I don't think any of these guys are really in prison. They just get angry letters. And then it's like, yeah, I'll just pay back the $60,000, thanks. Carp bought don't do that. That's not recommended. Carp bought the portfolio of debt and were immediately granted all of the names, addresses, and social security numbers of the 9,000 individuals who now legally owed John Oliver and his buddies a total of $15 million, and who could now be harassed, threatened, and intimidated by Carp until they coughed up. Of course, the Last Week Tonight team team weren't very interested in doing that. In a move designed to topple Oprah's previous triumphs, they decided they wanted to officially forgive the debts. And so it was that John Oliver took to the stage and said with a triumphant cry of "You, Oprah!" He pressed a giant red button which effectively wrote off $15 million worth of medical debt. But was this really the most generous giveaway on television? Well, not quite. The thing with debt is that it gradually decreases in value every time someone tries to collect on that debt. The market price drops as the years roll by and people refuse to pay, declare bankruptcy, or even, rather selfishly, go and die. I guess they didn't spend enough on their medical care. The debt acquired by Last Week Tonight team was out of statute medical debt, which meant that over 4 years had passed since the debt was accrued, and according to Texas law, the debtors could no longer be sued for non-payment. In other words, the debt was almost completely uncollectible anyway. Couple of things there. While the value of the debt, I understand that the market value is reduced, but the amount, like the official amount owed, is still $15 million, even though the market value of that debt is only $60,000. And also, yeah, it's uncollectible and they can't sue you for it, but you can bet that those collection companies are going to make you think that they can. The reason Cobb was allowed to buy it all for $60,000 is because that's precisely what it was worth at the time. The market value of these long overdue debts had dropped to about $60,000. So that's some way off Oprah's $8 million car giveaway. That's not to say that Last Week Tonight show didn't do a deeply wonderful thing. The whole venture was partly a comedic skit and partly an expose on the shady debt-buying business, revealing just how easy it was to acquire the personal details and data of thousands of individuals in debt. Yeah, it's pretty nuts that you can just buy their name and address and social security number. I think, I've listened to enough adverts on podcasts for LifeLock to know that that's pretty important. You should keep it quiet, right? All those 9,000 individuals received letters which explained that their debt had now been officially resolved. I'm sure many of them had already assumed long ago that they wouldn't be chased for it anymore. They're just like, I had debt? What? But to end on the upbeat note that Simon had originally requested, I'm sure many of them were very grateful to get the letter and went out for a quick trip in the family speedboat to celebrate the thrilling news. Ba-da-bum-bum, tsh. Little less enthusiastic on that one. I've done it twice already this episode. Okay, this was another episode of Business Blaze. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you, Danny, for putting this together. Let's give some love to Sam in the comments. Sam does the edits on these. He adds the funny memes. And everyone's always like, Danny, you're so funny. Simon, you're so good. Who's Sam? Thanks, Sam, below. Also, you watched to the end. Because you did that, you're a legend. It's what really matters. Watch time is king. Algorithmic love. Thank you, guys. You legends. I'll see you next time. The idea was that not every can of Coke. It's like, look, Germany, you had a couple of shots at making us all speak your language. It didn't work out, okay? Hello everyone, welcome to a brand new episode of Business Blaze. This one is the five of the world's weirdest banknotes. Thank you, Danny, for putting this script together. I'm gonna read it, react to it. We're both gonna learn something. Or I mean, me and all of you guys who watch, which is tens of thousands of people. Let's do it. I should also point out, I had to look through this, right? All of the banknotes actually printed out. And I thought printers were designed to stop this from happening. This is a good one, by the way. I want to know about why there is a woman riding a shark. Also, $3 bill? Who has the $3 bill? It's bizarre enough that you Americans have a $2 bill. Anyway, let's crack on, shall we? It's not that long. This just looks massive, but it's because I, wasted a load of ink. But like I say, at some point when this channel's huge, what I will do is I will sell these old scripts and I'll donate all the money to a charity that does, environmental or something. So if this channel's not successful, you're destroying the environment. Tell a friend. During my lifetime, Danny's lifetime, it's been difficult to get overexcited about the kind of banknotes issued here in the UK. I mean, it's often quite a thrill to have a wad of them in your hands and realize you can finally afford to pay for that weird zebra sex mask you've been eyeing up for months, and thank you, all of the OG people who get that joke. But it's difficult to get too excited about the design of UK banknotes. I don't know, they recently all changed to plastic, which is really cool. Or at least the 5 and the 10, I don't think I've seen a plastic 20 yet, but I'm sure it's coming. For several decades now, we've usually had to make do with the portrait of the Queen on the front and a picture of some acclaimed historical figure on the reverse. Sadly, we never really get to see the faces of pioneering British icons that truly deserve to be on all the banknotes. There's no sign at all of Barbara Windsor, the Chuckle Brothers, or Doctor Who? I've no idea who Barbara Windsor is. Is she like a royal, because all the royal families are called Windsor? But then she'd be like Princess someone. The Chuckle Brothers, of course I know. Doctor Who, of course I know, although I've never seen it. I mean, I've seen the old ones from like back in the day, because my nan actually knew one of the guys who played Doctor Who, and so she made us watch it, and it was alright. Instead, we actually used to get more reserved choices along the lines of William Shakespeare, Sir Isaac Newton, and Charles Darwin, which I'd say pretty good choices. One of the most interesting controversies. Wait, William Shakespeare. Like, I remember Newton, I think. I remember Charles Darwin for sure, because he's on the recent £10 note. William Shakespeare, he's before my time. Yeah, no, I definitely remember Newton. I think he was on the old 20, because they changed them every 10 years or so. One of the most interesting controversies in recent times concerned who was going to appear on the back of the UK's new polymer, I guess that's what they call plastic, £50 note with the face of former Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher cropping up on the shortlist at one point. Oh, that note's not going to be popular in the north. Margaret Thatcher was famous for closing down all the mines. Generally, like, what I've heard people describe it as, if you lived through Margaret Thatcher, you don't like Margaret Thatcher. If you didn't, you're kind of like, oh, okay, yeah, that kind of made sense. I'm sure I'm going to draw some massive hate. Weirdly, this wouldn't smash that dislike button. Weirdly, this wouldn't have been any kind of celebration of a highly divisive political career, as the shortlist was made up of names from the field of science. Instead, it would have marked Margaret Thatcher's often overlooked work in her younger years as a research chemist when she was part of the team that invented soft scoop ice cream. Did I make a biographics about Margaret Thatcher? I don't think so, but I've made a video about her at some point. She was only a scientist for a really short period of time. She was like a research assistant or something on this team, so she did not invent soft scoop ice cream. I can't really believe she was in consideration for her science career. That just sounds like bull. Thankfully, the honour went to the far more deserving mathematician and logician Alan Turing, agreed, although it's interesting to ponder the note primarily used by master criminals and tax dodgers could potentially have featured the image of Margaret Thatcher dishing out treats from a battered old ice cream van. That would kind of be good, and I really hope she'd like have some creepy look on her face. And also, on that note about master criminals and tax dodgers, see my video about like the £50 note. I think it's probably the most popular video on this channel, the £50 note, the criminal's choice. So many people are in the comments like, Simon, I use £50 notes all the time for my business. Is your business drug dealing? However, even that wouldn't have been anywhere near as weird as some of the other bizarre banknotes from around the world that actually made it off the printing press and into the wallets and purses of bizarre citizens. Yeah, woman riding a shark. I'm excited! Hole in the head. In 1997, actually, I came up with this idea for Danny, and this was the banknote. This was the banknote that got me all excited. In 1997, the African country of Zaire was on the brink of a new chapter as the president, Mobutu Sese Seko, had fled to Morocco after 30 years of tyrannical rule. You may have no idea who this guy is, but that's a picture of him. You might recognize that picture because he wears weird-ass hats, particularly that one. That's his famous one. Formerly known as the Democratic Republic of the Congo, it had been Mobutu who had renamed the country Zaire in 1971, but after his corrupt regime was overthrown by rebel forces in 1997, the country reverted back to its original name under the orders of the new self-elected president, Laurent Désiré Kabila. So it was that the Democratic Republic of the Congo, formerly known as Zaire, formerly known as the Democratic Republic of the Congo. This name is almost as complicated as Prince's name. Zaire was dead, and in fact, the disgraced ex-president Mobutu would only last 3 months longer in his exile in Morocco, as he had already been suffering from prostate cancer during his final months in power. I feel like I've done a video about this guy. He was a right dickhead. So good. During his presidency, Mobutu had introduced a new currency called, imaginatively enough, the Zaire. The new government of the Democratic Republic of the Congo was naturally keen to change back to the country's original currency, the Congolese franc, as soon as possible. But this was going to take a while to implement, so in the meantime, they had to do with the old Zaire banknotes. The problem was that most of these banknotes featured the last thing anyone in their country wanted to see, a jolly image of Mobutu on the front. Yeah, it is unfortunate. It's like, yeah, this guy was overthrown, and now, someone is torturing a dog. You guys get to see this, but I'll be recording videos here, for my more professional channels where I make an effort. There'll just be drilling going on, and then I'll just sit there for a while. We'll just wait for it to pass. So there he is. Oh, by the way, I'll just throw these up on the screen so you can see what's going on. So the government came up with what could best be described as a makeshift solution. They manually punched out his face in all the banknotes. So they took them all in and they just scratched his face out. They just removed the face. You could still see his hat and his uniform, and also it's got the old country name and stuff. It's perhaps a little baffling why they didn't just punch out the whole head. Exactly. Instead of leaving a ghostly military cap on to make it blindingly obvious that a face was missing. Although, dude, you've got a banknote with a big old hole in it. It's going to be obvious that something's missing. Probably a face. Even if they stamped out his whole, head and stuff, it'd still be I wonder what was there. It's a face. It may not be a million miles away from having a crazy ex-wife who kept all the photos of a wedding in that fancy commemorative album because it cost a fortune to put together, but she cut out your face in every photograph so that she can still look back with fond memories on the special day that she married the Headless Horseman. Yeah, this makes no sense. Does this really happen in real life? I thought it was just a thing with the movies, you know, where you've got like the family portrait and in like dramatic scene in the movie, you fold it over and the husband's there. It's like, whoa! People don't do that, right? They just take new photos like a normal person. It should also be noted that some mystery hangs over just how many banknotes were manually punched out, and whether they would still be regarded as legal tender after being, quite literally, in this case, defaced. Oh, put my coffee down. I think they must be, right? Because it's like the central bank's making the decision. It's not like they're going to be like, nah, none of it's legal tender, because then they're giving themselves the exact problem that they're trying to avoid. In this situation, I think you can just let it go. Some commentators have pointed out that the vandalized notes would not technically have been legal, but everyone would have used them anyway because it was all they had. Exactly. Thankfully, the situation was short-lived and the Congolese franc was relaunched at the end of the year. How exciting. She's a devil woman. Oh, I know this one as well. I feel like this came up as a bonus fact in the Today at How Found Out video. Back in 1954, the Bank of Canada launched a new series of banknotes to mark the coronation of Elizabeth II, because she's their queen too. Which is weird. A few suitable portrait photographs of the new queen were sourced from an official photo shoot with celebrated Canadian photographer Yusuf Karsh, which had taken place just a few years earlier. However, the Bank of Canada wasn't mad keen on the idea of the fancy tiara worn by the queen in all of those photos. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, the coins in the UK last for so long. You know, you'll pick one up and it'll say like 1970 something. And they all have like whenever they release like a new version of the coin, they have a new photo of the queen or like an engraving of the queen, and you can line them all up. And you can see the queen's like, you know, pretty young, and then just gets older and her face gets really round and her chin just comes down to like here. Sorry, Queenie, no offense. It's okay, we're all gonna get old. One day I'm gonna get all old and fucked up. I'm already getting there. I should exercise or something. However, the Bank of Canada wasn't mad keen on the fancy tiara worn by the queen in all those photos. That's a bit fussy, isn't it? She is the queen. She should be wearing a crown. Like, tiara's like a light day. They were after something a bit more informal for the Canadian banknote. But despite their best efforts, they couldn't find a good picture of the new queen wearing a baseball cap or hair rollers with a cigarette hanging loosely from her mouth. That'd be epic though. I'd love to see her. I feel like if this channel had merch, that's exactly the sort of thing I would want. Like a picture of the queen, photoshopped to be wearing a baseball cap and having a cigarette hanging out of her mouth. I feel like that represents Business Blaze really well, because it's like, you know, business, money, but ridiculous. If someone wants to Photoshop that for me, I'll pay you. I don't know how much or how that would work. Drop me an email, simon@simonwhistler.com, if you want to Photoshop me something like that. We can use on some merch. And they couldn't get the Queen to pose for a new photo shoot because she was far too busy with, well, whatever it is the Queen is supposed to do. She was probably playing croquet or having lunch with Elton John or something like that. While she is allowed to have a social life, croquet's quite fun. I've played a few times. A friend of mine at school was really posh and he had a croquet lawn, so I'd go play croquet on that. It was quite a laugh. So the Bank of Canada settled for the next best thing. They professionally retouched one of the existing portraits from the earlier photo shoot to remove the tiara and replace it with more Queenie-style curly hair. This was long before the days of 2-minute fixes in Photoshop, so they called in the services of the skilled artists. Brigands Limited, formerly known as the Toronto Engraving Company, to retouch the original negative. This sort of job has just been replaced by teenagers with pirated Photoshop, right? It was only after the new notes had been in circulation for over 2 years that the Canadian and American newspapers began to pick up on a minor flaw in the design. The banknotes appeared to depict the face of the devil leering out from the Queen's curls just above her left ear. This is exactly what I found. Okay, so I'm looking at it right now. I'll throw it up here. I'll admit it took me a while to make out the face, but once you've seen it, you can't unsee it. For extra clarity, the devil's face has been highlighted red in the color of the flames of hell. Okay, so there it is highlighted in red. Yeah, it's there. But I mean, we see faces in everything. If you pause this video, you'd probably find a face in my beard and you'd be like, Illuminati confirmed or some shit. This is just bullshit. I mean, it sort of looks like a devil's face, but not really. It's definitely not intentional. This naturally sparked a small media storm. Was this a dark conspiracy? Were the Bank of Canada or the engraving company quietly trying to imply that the new Queen of the Commonwealth Realms was in fact an agent of the beast? Yeah, that seems likely, doesn't it? Well, not really. It was purely accidental. What a surprise! And although it became an urban myth that the mistake was the fault of the artists at the engraving company, the devil's face actually falls outside the area they retouched. It was just a lighting issue from the original photo shoot, which caused the quirky new pattern to appear on the banknote. New versions of the banknotes were swiftly issued, in which the Queen's hair was darkened to remove any lingering trace of Beelzebub. Although curiously, the original versions were never recalled and are still in circulation today. Ina and the Shark. As we've already established, most banknotes are quite dry and stuffy. This is epic. I'm sorry to skip ahead, but this is amazing. I'm gonna throw it up here. There is a naked woman, well, topless woman. She's got a ball and she's riding a fucking shark. As we've already established, most banknotes are quite dry and stuffy. It's very rare that you get to see a picture of anyone even cracking a smile on there, and she is smiling. So it's refreshing to see that the Cook Islands really ramped up the design. Are the Cook Islands like near New Zealand or Australia or something? I don't really know. I feel like I know people who've been to the Cook Islands, but I'm like, that could be in Africa, South America, Australia. I really don't know. Faces of royalty? No. Prime ministers or military dictators or scientists or inventors of soft scoop ice cream? Boring. Topless women riding around on the back of a shark? That's a bit more like it. Legitimate. Although it may raise a few quizzical eyebrows on first glance, I should point out that it's a design steeped in history and legend, and was one of a series of notes which pays tribute to the Polynesian culture of the Cook Islands. It's also cool. In this case, the banknote illustrates the tale of Ina and the Shark, an ancient Polynesian myth which reveals the true origins of the hammerhead shark, although David Attenborough may not necessarily agree, or, anyone who, is not dumb. According to the myth, the young woman, Ina, was trying to cross the ocean to hook up with her bloke who lives on a floating island miles away from home, and I bet that's how the original story put it. Bloke. A generous shark shows up and offers her a lift on his back. So Ina gathers up some coconuts for the long journey and hops on board. As time passes, she begins to feel desperate for the loo, in a classic case of should have gone before we set off. Myths are weird. Hoping that the shark won't notice, she relieves herself all over him. He's probably, well, they are in water, I guess. How does she breathe? But he does notice. And in fact, he gets pretty grumpy about it, threatening to abandon her in the ocean if she ever pulls a stunt like this again. 1. I feel like there is a business taking ancient myths, like this one, and putting them, with modern language, if she ever pulls a stunt like this again. It's so good. We could redo Hansel and Gretel with completely modern slang and lingo. It would be incredible. Thankfully, none of this is conveyed on the banknote design. I don't know, it's getting pretty splashy down there. Later on, Ina fancies a bit of sweet coconut juice, but she's forgotten to bring a knife, so she simply breaks the coconut on the shark's head, creating the bump of the hammerhead shark. Ina sounds like a right bitch. The shark's doing her a favor. She pisses all over him and smashes a coconut on his head. Also, that's not a hammerhead shark. A hammerhead shark's got the really weird head with the eyes off to the side. Like that. At this point, the shark gets proper miffed and abandons the whole ride-sharing idea, dumping this annoying young woman and her damned coconuts in the ocean. In some versions of the myth, the shark actually eats Ina before he disappears, whereas in other versions, she is ultimately rescued by Takea the Great, the king of all sharks, who takes pity on Ina and safely escorts her to the floating island to be reunited with her bloke, and they live happily ever after. It's like a choose-your-own-adventure. Do you want her to get eaten? Turn to page 323. The moral of this story is probably something to do with how you should always treat your Uber driver with respect, or he might ditch you at the next roundabout. Yeah, that's true. There's that guy who got fired who was like an executive of some company because he goes absolutely nuts at the Uber driver. And it's like, yeah, he was really drunk, but dude, you're a bellend. And I'm glad you got fired, and hopefully you'll never be employed again. And we don't just learn the origins of the hammerhead shark, we also learn why shark meat always tastes and smells like piss. I've eaten shark meat. I mean, it's not exactly good or great, but it doesn't taste bad. It tastes like, dolphin. If only we could learn anything half as useful on UK or US banknotes. The 500 billion dinar note. Just a quick note. Do you think when I, sell these for charity that this, distressed image is going to add to the value? Like someone will get this and it'll be like, that's the damage from when it hit the desk. What if I lick it? Just a quick note. On the 500 billion Yugoslav dinar banknote, which was issued by Yugoslavia in 1994, it may not be the largest ever denomination for a banknote. That dubious honor probably goes to the 100 trillion note issued by Zimbabwe in 2009, which we covered in another Business Blaze video. I'm not going to link to it below, but if you search Business Blaze banknote, it might come up. If it doesn't, it doesn't. not that fussed. It might even be there over on the right on suggested videos if my algorithm stuff is going right. Although Simon's posts these wildly out of order, it's possible that you won't get to see this until 2045. It's right, I released a video and I was like, thank you for everyone who gets that joke in a reference to an old Business Blaze video. And everyone's like, I'm pretty sure I've seen all of these, but I don't get the joke. It's like, yeah, that video hasn't gone out yet. But this is certainly the greatest number of zeros I've ever seen squeezed across a single legitimate banknote. Ta-da! Zimbabwe's 100 trillion note sensibly went with the value written in words rather than numbers. Just 6 years earlier, the highest denomination on a Yugoslav dinar was 50,000. So it's quite extraordinary. A period of economic mismanagement led to incredible hyperinflation, which saw this shoot up quickly to $500 billion. That last video I just mentioned was all about hyperinflation. It's crazy. Equally extraordinary is the fact that only 2 weeks after the 500 billion dinar note was issued, it had become completely and utterly worthless. The Yugoslav dinar was eventually dropped altogether in 1999, kind of inevitably. Just a few years before the end of Yugoslavia itself, kind of inevitable, and the forming of the short-lived, kind of inevitable, Serbia and Montenegro Union. Incidentally, I've come across a whole range of websites that claim, with visual proof, the Yugoslavia also once briefly issued a 50,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000 banknote. By my reckoning, that's about 50 quintillion. Thousand, million, billion, trillion, quadrillion, quintillion. Yeah, 500 quintillion. No, 500 quintillion. I'm pretty sure. 500 quintillion, not 50 quintillion. It looks like that. I mean, it's right there. Anyone enlighten me in the comments, that would be cool. However, it's almost certainly a fake, and there's no evidence that such a banknote ever existed outside of the realms of Photoshop. Not Geld, emergency money. Jesus Christ, this is long. Is it long? Yes. Not Geld, emergency money. Finally, here are 2 examples of a different kind of banknote, not Geld. During the First World War, Germany... Oh, it's German. Germans, you're particularly bad with, like, Simon, you didn't pronounce completely correctly. I'm very upset about this. It's like, look, Germany, you had a couple of shots at making us all speak your language. It didn't work out, okay? During the First World War, Germany entered a period of financial crisis as the non-precious metals used to produce coinage was needed for the production of war supplies, and the people of Germany began hoarding coins in panic as the country's paper money began to inflate. All this led to a massive currency shortage, so many German institutions and banks had to get creative by printing out their own Notgeld, the German term for emergency money. Notgeld wasn't exactly like usual currency. For starters, it wasn't technically legal, as it hadn't been officially authorized by the government or the central bank, the Reichsbank. However, considering the severity of the crisis and other pressing priorities at the time, the government were happy to quietly accept the production and distribution of Notgeld for the duration of the war and beyond. Wait, so everyone was just printing their own money? Like gift cards? It's kind of like gift cards. Except, no one would buy Simon Whistler gift cards because you can't redeem them for anything, and I'd just be like, they're fake. But like Amazon gift cards, those are kind of like they're printing their own currency. Notgeld currency usually included an expiration date on the front, and although the majority of notes were made from paper, some institutions were forced to create them from anything they could get their hands on, including wood, aluminium foil, silk, coal, and porcelain. What? This makes no sense. It'd be like, guys, I wrote 7 marks on this old tissue. Let's call that 6 marks. Will you accept that? But perhaps the most fascinating element of Notgeld was the vivid artwork that featured on many of the notes produced during this troubled period, with many of the DIY designers taking time to plant satirical or political points upon their temporary currency. Here's an example of one. The first example of a 50 Pfennig note looks like Notgeld currency had gone all hammer horror. At first, I thought this was a scene from Ghost Train in Skegness in the east coast of England. Is that a real thing? I got no idea. But then I remember the German origins. What it actually represents is open to interpretation, and by that I mean I don't really know. It's clearly meant to symbolize death in some way, and is possibly a representation of the toll of the dead during the ongoing war. That would make sense. It's pretty disturbing. But I'm not entirely sure why it features a young person sat at a desk which appears to have caught on fire. Any suggestions welcome? Indeed. Comment below. However, the second example of Notgeld, and possibly my favorite banknote of all time, is the pooping donkey. Ta-da! Yes, of all the things to depict on a banknote, the producers of this 2 Zwei-Mark note... wait, it says 2 Zwei-Mark, doesn't it? Doesn't Zwei, ein, zwei... Yeah, Zwei means 2, the 2 Zwei-Mark. So this is... Danny thinks these are called Zwei-Marks, I guess. Let me know, Danny. I guess this is just the 2 mark. Decided to go with the... This isn't important. Why am I going on about this? I should stop criticizing Danny. Everything else is brilliant. Decided to go with the idea of a defecating donkey. This is so bizarre. These emergency notes were often used to help keep businesses thriving during the currency shortage, and it could be argued that the image of a donkey conducting its own business is a sharply observed overview of the economic situation. Very true. The words written at the bottom apparently make up a little poem, although it was written in a now largely extinct local language, probably Westphalian Flat German, and so it's tougher to decipher. A very rough translation would read, "We people from Paderborn do not own a donkey which shits coins, but there are enough donkeys in the world that buy our paper money." Wait, are they making fun of their own money? So the note was clearly produced in the German city of Paderborn, but it's difficult to ascertain the exact point that is being made here, other than they don't need a donkey that shits coins because idiots are buying their bits of paper with images of shitting donkeys on them. Meta. I could again be missing a valuable clue here, so suggestions welcome. It's like, business plays, half the answer you didn't ask for. Despite the confusing wording and surprising imagery, it's still got to go down in history as one of the most bizarre banknotes in history, and a pooping donkey is still better than Margaret Thatcher. This has been Business Plays. Smash that dislike button for the German comments, Margaret Thatcher, making fun of countries' currencies. There's lots of things to dislike in this one, so please go ahead. Or like if you were mildly entertained and informed by this Business Blaze video. I've been Simon, scripts are written by Danny. Thank you for watching. Let's call that 6 marks. Will you accept that? Grandma's a baller. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze with Danny. Oh, I've ruined the script already. It's really cold in here today because it's Monday morning. I came in, my boiler decided to stop working over the weekend, and I got a repairman coming in. Right now, it's cold. When I was a kid, what are we doing? Okay, yeah, should do some business. If you enjoy this show, you should probably check out a new podcast I do called The Simon Whistler Show, self-titled. Why not? Bands do it. I could do it. It's a show where I just have a little bit of banter, like a friend of mine here. We sit down. Actually, I'm pointing right over there at the desk where we do the podcast. It's fun, facts. I don't really know how to describe it. We go over some interesting stories. When I've seen something that I found interesting, like during the last week, but it doesn't really make it into a video, I save it and then we discuss it in the podcast. That's what happens. That makes it sound really boring. I hope it's not boring. Check it out, link below. Or are you gonna get rickrolled? You will find out. With today's video, I basically heard that there were people who have spent millions of dollars or pounds or whatever in online mobile games, and I'm just wondering if that's actually the case. And just before we get started, I should say that this video is brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends. Not. And none of my videos will be. I personally feel that these mobile games, it's basically gambling for kids and it's kind of a scam. Also, the reason you've seen so many adverts for Raid Shadow Legends is because they won't leave YouTubers alone. Like the number of times they've reached out to me about, "Hi, it's Mike from Raid Shadow Legends. Would you like to sponsor?" It's like, Mike, I've told you 9 times. No. Back when I was a kid, I often got criticized for wasting all my money on video games. I didn't really see the problem. Everyone else in my class was spending their money on chocolate, fizzy drinks, football shirts, cider fireworks, and cocaine. Hell yeah! If I wanted to shove a few 10-pence pieces into an arcade machine, or save up a bit of pocket money to buy the latest game for my Sinclair ZX Spectrum or Commodore 64, I didn't see the harm in that. I've never heard of a Sinclair ZX Spectrum. I've heard of a Commodore 64. I've never used one. I'm not really sure what it is. Everyone's like, "Simon, how do you not know these games consoles?" And it's like, I'm only 32. Life was a bit simpler in those days though. You knew exactly where you stood. If I got down to my last 10 pence in the arcades, I knew I was only gonna get one quick go on Paperboy before it was time to go home. This is one thing that I see in movies all the time, like kids hanging out in arcades. I never hung out in an arcade as a kid. I lived in the middle of nowhere. I had no friends. If I'd splashed out 10 quid on a full price game for my home computer, I knew that I had the complete game for life and could play it for as long as I liked without being ever asked to throw more money at it, assuming the cassette didn't snap. There was a time when computers used cassettes? Who knew? I'm still a retro game nut at heart. I still get out the old joysticks for an occasional wiggle, but you're more likely to find me playing Frogger than Fortnite. As I got older, I never got into the idea of spending the equivalent of around $60 on a console game and then being exposed expected to shell out even more on in-game purchases, pay-to-win features, microtransactions, and loot bags. Yeah, me neither. Like, I got a couple of games consoles, but I think I just subscribe to you pay like £8 a month or $8 a month or whatever for like the Xbox Game Pass, and you get like tons of games, which is pretty great. Not that I really have time for games, but I play like maybe half an hour a week. If I were to play a modern title, I'd be drawn towards the free-to-play mobile games. I always thought they sounded a bit more indie, a bit more homebrew, the kind of game that gets hatched from the brilliantly warped mind of a lone coder who's working in the bedroom just for the sheer fun of it, rather than a game that's already had most of the life and energy drained from it during the initial committee meetings. Yeah, I don't know, it's been a long time since I played any mobile games, but I often found like there were some really good ones. They were cheap, there weren't any in-game purchases, they were kind of indie developed. I liked those. It's been a long time. Mobile gaming is often viewed as a more lightweight and disposable option than the hardcore console gaming scene. So what breed of people are still managing to blow themselves? That was a Freudian slip. So what breed of people are still managing to blow thousands or even millions of real dollars on vital purchases within games that were meant to be free? Danny, I don't think they were ever meant to be free. I think it's like, yeah, the game's free, and let's exploit the out of you once you've signed up. And people are for sure going to say like, why do you promote like War Thunder and World of Warships in the comments below? And it's like, because I've played those games and I've never paid for and I still have a good time. I've tried some of the mobile games the companies approach us about promoting, and it's like, these games suck, naming no names, and then you play them and it's like every 30 seconds they're asking you to buy stuff. It's different and it sucks. It's not like one pays me more than the other, it's just one I'm okay with and one I am not okay with. One such superfan is a 31-year-old man from Japan who likes simply to be known as Daigo. Okie dokie. Weirdly, I get the impression that he likes to keep his full name secret in case his parents ever find out how much money he's blowing on things that don't actually exist. This guy's 31, I'm 32. I stopped caring about what my parents think about what I buy. I don't know. When I was 15. And it's a fair amount. Daigo now claims to have spent over $70,000 on Sony's free mobile RPG game, Fate Grand Order. I don't want to delve too deeply into the mechanics of the game, largely because it sounds as dull as dishwasher to me. It's essentially a turn-based combat game. Oh, I didn't like turn-based games. Like, everyone, when I was growing up, was like, dude, Final Fantasy is the best! And I was like, Final Fantasy sucks. It's just like, why do we have to take turns? It's a video game. If I wanted to take turns, I'd play board games. It's essentially a turn-based combat game in which the player takes the role of a master who summons and commands a supply of servants to fight your online opponents. Sounds a bit non-PC, isn't it? It's like, I'm not gonna fight, so my servants are gonna fight. All right. The idea is that you take roles to win new servants, with the high-end servants that every player really wants are very rare and difficult to win. This sounds more like slavery than servants, doesn't it? However, if you pay for extra roles, oh wait, you have to pay for the extra roles. So essentially, you're paying for roles which allow you to win servants. So yeah, it's slavery. Jesus Christ, Sony. However, if you pay for extra roles, you stand more chance of winning the highly sought-after characters. But there's no guarantee. And even if you're lucky to grab one of them, you actually have to win them again several more times to unlock all of their top special powers. So Daigo has effectively spent over $70,000 on roles in order to acquire a stronger army of virtual servants, although most of these roles were likely to end in disappointment. In that sense, it may not seem like a million miles away from just gambling $70,000 on the roulette table down at the casino. Yeah, no, it sounds exactly like gambling, and I imagine this is going to be a recurring theme through this video. Also, with gambling, at least you have the chance of winning some of your money back. And I think there's like a legal amount. Isn't it like 80% that statistically that's the amount you have to win back? The casino can only take a certain amount. And it's one of the reasons I never gamble. I don't understand gambling, because yes, you can win, but you know, the majority of the time, and you know, statistically level it out, if you like gambling and you gamble a bunch over your lifetime, you're just going to lose whatever that, 20% is that the casino gets. Obviously, not including games of skill. But there seems to be a strong sense of passion and genuine love for these characters within the Fate Grand Order online community. Yeah, I mean, and listen, old Grandma Jones or whatever, who's playing the one-armed bandit in the casino, is also going to say, oh no, I just love the game. It's like, no, Grandma, you're addicted to gambling. It's true that Daigo may seem like an odd character himself. At the age of 31, again, he is 31, he admits to spending almost every minute of the day on the game, except when his parents ask him to do a few chores around the house. He is 31. Daigo, how about you spend some of that $70,000 on, a house for yourself? He also admits that he doesn't dare tell his parents how much he's spending on the game. If you live with them, assuming you live with your parents, they're going to have some idea of how much money you make, because they're your parents and you live together. And They're not going to notice when just $70,000 goes missing. By the way, if you're curious as to where he got all the money from, Daigo has vaguely described how he saved up a small fortune from trading stocks and futures, which seem to indicate that maybe rolling the dice also seems to be in his blood. Yeah, like trading stocks and futures is like another one. It's like generic jobs, you know, that are usually assigned to, you know, spies or drug dealers. Like, what are you into? Oh, I'm in the import-export business. What do you import and export? Oh, a wide diversity of products. Oh, so you're a drug dealer or a spy. But Daigo doesn't appear to have any regrets. Why would he? He's only wasted $70,000 on slaves that are not even real. I mean servants. Sorry, Sony. But Daigo doesn't appear to have any regrets and just seems to be indulging a harmless, if wildly expensive hobby. There is some harm in losing $70,000, which he thoroughly, like having to live with your parents at 31, which he thoroughly enjoys with every fiber of his being. The way he sees it, some people spent $18 on a movie and feel moved. I've spent $70,000 on fake granddaughter, but it moves me. Yo, Daigo, are you unaware that there is a difference between $18 and $70,000? Is that just like, what? This may sound like a crap example, but I've got a better one. Someone undergoing a midlife crisis could easily splash out $150,000 on a vintage sports car and then just leave it in the garage neglected to gather rust. Can they? $150,000 is a lot of money. Who's like, I don't know many people in the middle of their life who just have $150,000 to spare. Daigo claims to have spent less than half of that on a hobby from which he derives daily excitement and pleasure. So, which dude made the better and more useful purchase? It can be argued that the first guy still has his vintage sports car. Exactly. It's not like it's going down in value. It gets a little rusty. It's already vintage. I mean, its depreciation or whatever has gone, maybe it even gets more expensive. But spending $70,000 on a game, that is gone. Whereas virtual games are wasting money on things that don't really exist, but it's worth remembering that you can often sell some of these fictional digital characters for real money, so it's not always a lost investment. Yeah, maybe. But also if the game stops being developed, or they change the rules, or they decide you can't sell characters, that's going to be a big issue. In this particular case, though, whilst Daigo can sell his servants to other players, he certainly won't get back anything like the $70,000 he completely blew on virtual roles. So the argument kind of falls apart a bit, but maybe he's just really loony, but what a ridiculously happy loony. Yeah, he's also got a serious gambling problem. Sadly, that's not the case for everyone. Australian radio broadcaster Triple J. I want a cool nickname. Triple W. This is the problem with your name being W. There's not really a lot you can do. Triple S. This Triple J dude exposed the story of Mike, a young man with a disposable income who decided to download the free game Transformers Earth Wars and got a little bit carried away with it. Triple J was shown Mike's genuine bank statements, which revealed that over just a couple of years, he had spent over $50,000 on loot boxes within the game. Oh my, Mike, you've made an error. Purchasing loot boxes with real money is always going to be a massive gamble. They're essentially mystery boxes in a game, which might contain something fun, like a cool new costume for one of your characters, or something that actually helps you to advance through the game, like new special powers or extra lives. Yeah, I love the costumes in games. Like, I've played the, it's not Fortnite, but there's another one, PUBG, where you parachute down onto an island. And I was playing with a friend of mine and his friend, who takes it really seriously. And he was all like, squad, form up on me, let's move out, let's move out. And I'm just running around. He's like, Simon, get that gun. You got to get the machine gun. I'm like, yeah, but dude, over here, there's a really cool costume. So I just, partly because it's fun and partly because it more just upset the dude, I'd just be like entirely focused on making my character look as cool as possible at the detriment of not wearing armor. We didn't play together again. And just like a lot of time, just like in real life, your mystery boxes will contain utterly worthless shite. How much interaction in real life do you have with mystery boxes, Danny? Again, it's just like pulling the lever of a one-armed bandit and crossing your fingers for good luck, only doing it thousands of times in the name of mobile gaming. Gaming, not gambling, don't sue me. This is gambling, guys. Gambling is like, I'm generally a fairly libertarian dude. Like, I think for the most part, you know, companies, as long as we're not getting super exploitative, should be allowed to do what they want. But gambling, especially when it's for children, is like, even when I'm like, we should probably not be doing that, should we, boys? Probably not right. At the peak of his loot box addiction, Mike was spending $500 a week on the Transformers game and now bitterly regrets his actions. He believes that these types of microtransactions, dude, it's not a microtransaction at $500 a week, embedded within the very core of mobile games are 100% gambling and need to be regulated accordingly to avoid others falling into the same trap. Yeah, the loot boxes, I think that's definitely gambling. When you're upgrading characters and buying stuff like that, I don't really think it's gambling. I still think it's slightly wrong, but I don't think it's quite as wrong as just the loot box thing. At least hundreds of thousands of others seem to agree. When Electronic Arts showed up on Reddit to post a lame defense of their use of microtransactions in video games, they ended up with a place in the Guinness Book of Records for creating the most downvoted comment in Reddit history. Over 680 thumbs downs and counting. Good. Several US states and European countries are already campaigning for a complete ban on loot boxes in console and mobile games. One of those European countries is Belgium, which is perhaps not too surprising considering that a particularly high-profile case of in-game spending cropped up recently in Antwerp. A keen gamer called Robin managed to get through $46,000 worth of purchases on the supposedly freemium mobile multiplayer strategy game Game of War Fire Age. I feel like I've heard of all of these because at some point they've emailed me offering me, multiple thousands of dollars to promote these things. And then I tell them to f off. I think that if Robin wants to spend tens of thousands of real dollars, which would end up in Simon's pockets, on speeding up his progress within a mobile game, then just leave him to it. Yes, I think in this, it's kind of like, yeah, I mean, if you're an adult and you're making decisions, and it's like, if you got $46,000 to spend, okay, it's not gambling, you're making a decision. But there's a problem. Robin is a 15-year-old school kid. Yes, this is where it is a problem. Also, where the f does a school kid get? What sort of school kid are you? $46,000? Oh, I should read these. And he was using his grandmother's credit card to buy all this crap. Grandma's a baller. Apparently, what sort of grandma has a $46,000 limit on her credit card? Apparently, Robin became aware of the credit card details while helping his family get set up with a Kindle account and didn't see any harm in using the same card to get himself about 9 million gold coins on Game of War. Well, I guess he's 15, but I mean, at 15, you've got some conceptual understanding of how much money that is. This is just one of many cases around the world where young kids with access to credit cards are racking up huge bills on the likes of Farmville. Just very recently in the UK, a kid as young as 12 managed to quickly blow £900 of his mum's money on planting virtual trees, harvesting virtual crops, and taking care of virtual livestock. Farmville was a thing. Is Farmville still a thing? Or is it like a Facebook game? I was at university when Farmville was a thing, so 10 years ago-ish. No, longer than 10 years ago. I never played it, but all my housemates were into Farmville, and it's like they'd go away to lectures, come back and be like, oh, my crops are ready for harvesting. Even then, I mean, now I'm busy as f. Even then, when I wasn't really busy, I was like, what are we doing? What are we doing with our lives? I'm not sure if Farmville has an option to send your virtual livestock to the virtual slaughterhouse, but if it does, you can bet 9 million gold coins this kid spent money on it. In all these cases, the developers of the game are unlikely to offer a refund, as they usually claim it's a matter of credit card fraud rather than an issue with the mechanics of their game. Yes, I would intend to agree with Farmville there. It's like it's not your responsibility to make sure people are using their credit cards correctly. I mean, if they're entering like their parents' details to pay for stuff, it's not the game's responsibility to do that. Also, I cannot imagine like the concept of taking my dad's credit card and using it to buy something on the internet without his permission is like so insane to me. It would be so insane to me as a kid. It would never even occur to me as a possibility. So I'm kind of like, this is on the parents. Rein your kids in. If your kid spent £900 on Farmville because you let them have access to your credit card, that's kind of on you, mum. Perhaps the game's, punish the kid, but that's the point. You need to punish the kid. It's not your credit card's responsibility to raise your children. Perhaps the game developers do need to develop a healthier attitude towards how young minds are likely to respond to games in which spending tons of real money can help you win. For example, Game of War Fire Age has been described by the press as an over-the-top cash grab and the most aggressively monetized free-to-play game ever released. I don't know when this game was released, but I'm gonna Google my inbox, hold on. Disappointingly, I haven't had the opportunity to reject Game of War Fire Age. I'm genuinely surprised. But it also has to be said that many of these shocked and concerned parents who take their sob stories to the press may need to look a little closer to home when their kids are stealing their credit card details instead of wagging their fingers accusingly at the developer of the mobile games. Yes! A 45-year-old Californian man named Kevin Lee Coe is a big fan of Game of War Fire Age. For a while, he also managed the accounting department of a local heavy equipment company, Holt of California. Oh, I know where this is going. That all went down the pan when he got caught embezzling about $4.8 million from the company over a period of 7 years. He did this by conducting hundreds of unauthorized credit card transactions and manipulating and falsifying records to mislead the bank when it started poking his nose into the suspicious activity on the company's accounts. This got real quick. Before he was caught, Kevin Lee Ko used the money to fund the kind of typical extravagant lifestyle you'd expect of a master criminal. He spent money on luxury cars, plastic surgery, fancy furniture. It's always number one on my list. What am I gonna do when I get rich? I'm gonna buy some fancy fashion. Actually, my wife would buy fancy furniture. And a membership to the exclusive Whitney Oaks Golf Club in Rocklin. But his biggest single expense? He blew over $1 million on Game of War. What the f***, dude? I mean, I guess if it's stolen money, who gives a shit? But also, you're going to prison. Probably. This is America, and it's a lot of money. That's over 20% of all the money he'd been embezzling over the last 7 years. Following an investigation by the FBI, Kevin Lee Ko pled guilty to charges of wire fraud and money laundering, and he's now facing up to 20 years in prison. That's gonna burn! But on the flip side of the coin, he's built up an impressively powerful empire on Game of War and garnered incredible level of respect from his fellow online players. Why? Because he bought all of his special powers? That 20 years in prison could whiz by in no time if they just let him keep his cell phone, which they won't because it's prison. But even he hasn't blown quite as much on mobile gaming as 62-year-old Stephen Barnes from Houston. Over the years, Stephen has happily spent over $2 million. What are we doing? Fuck. Over the years, Stephen has happily spent over $2 million on mobile games such as the strategy hit Modern War. It's fair to say that he's one of the whales, or even super whales, or even mega whales. I prefer turbo whales. That's not an unkind reference to his size. Alright, steady on, Danny. By all accounts, mobile gaming has kept Stephen in pretty trim shape, probably because he can't afford to eat much. No, whales has become the new industry-recognized term for the big spenders of the supposedly free-to-play mobile gaming scene. I don't really know anything about Las Vegas, but I did watch that TV show, Las Vegas, like back in the day, and I know that when the whales come, they get some pretty pimp-ass hotel rooms. These guys don't get that. Although they only make up a tiny percentage of the paying gaming community, they contribute a massive majority of the total revenue generated by the developers. These whales can wield a surprising amount of power. If I ever became frustrated by a game when I was younger, there wasn't much I could do about it apart from swear at the TV screen or threaten to throw the computer out of the window. These days, which obviously the developers would be really upset about, these days the whales can tell the developers to sort their shit out or lose their revenue. Stephen Barnes actually led a revolt on the Modern War game after the Japanese developers, GREE, began making unpopular changes to the gameplay and decreasing the value of some of the virtual items that Stephen and his online buddies had spent a lot of real money acquiring. Still, I'd rather have the cool hotel room in Vegas. Especially when I'm spending if you spend $2 million in Las Vegas, are you you're probably not even a whale, are you? Stephen was the head of an official boycott of Modern War, in which he was joined by thousands of other players who put their phones down in protest until GREE got their act together. The company eventually apologized, refunded some of the money of the diluted virtual items, and agreed to regularly communicate with the whales before making any further tweaks. It's yeah, because those guys are paying you a lot of money. A very clear indicator of who's beginning to seize the real power here. I think that's probably a step too far. The guys with the real power are the guys who are absolutely bilking the out of you. Although Stephen Barnes admits he'd previously spent up to 90 hours a week on mobile gaming, he's now cut it down to a far healthier 40 hours a week. At this rate, he might even be able to squeeze in a part-time job around his lifestyle, although you'd expect that he probably has never needed one. Now I'm very curious. I mean, I assume if it was publicly available, Danny would have definitely put it in here. It just leaves me wondering, what have I done wrong to not be this rich and not have to work? This is one of the things. It's generally the people who have enough money to spend, $2 million on gambling. It's they do it in a weekend in Vegas because that's the one weekend they get off every 6 months and they want to, absolutely blow it out. There's not a lot of people who have this much money who can spend 90 hours a week playing games. So it turns out that a wide mix of people are happy to splash out big money on mobile games, and not all of them are young kids or gambling addicts or master criminals or slightly eccentric people who get told to do their chores by mom or dad. Yeah, Stephen Barnes seems to be the only one who's just I'm rich, I got $2 million, let's just spend it on games. Stephen Barnes seems like a reasonably sane person with a lot of wealth to burn. He could go out and spend it all on conservatory extensions or luxury yachts or vintage wine collections or toilets crafted from pure gold. I think the strangest one there I find is conservatory extensions. He's I'm filthy rich, I'm going to extend my conservatory. I mean, I get all the others, even the toilet from pure gold. That seems pretty baller, but my gran extended her conservatory and she was from Yorkshire. But he's happy to spend it on something he enjoys doing. Of course, it can clearly develop into a problem. No shit. It could be argued that some game mechanics may need tighter regulation in the future to avoid players feeling compelled to throw ridiculous amounts of money on virtual items or speeding up their progress to power within a game. I'm not convinced that it should be even technically possible for one person to go through hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars on one free-to-play game. See, and I mean, it's not going to be good business, but I think the games would be improved if there was a cap on this, because it's like, if you can pay to win, then you could just become the absolute master boss, just if you're rich. If there was a cap on it, then at least, those master bosses would have to compete, the people who've spent loads of money, at least they'd have to compete against each other. Yeah, but I mean, that's never going to happen, is it? Because then there'd be less money to be made. And those loot boxes are unlikely to last much longer, as they do appear to be nothing more than completely unregulated gambling. Completely agree, those should be definitely banned. But as ever, it seems unlikely that the industry will take the first step without a friendly shove in the right direction from legislation. It's very much a booming industry. While 31-year-old Dago may have blown $70,000 on Fate Grand Order, it's only a tiny fraction of the $3 billion that the game has so far generated. Jesus Christ. Again, what am I doing? Who wants to partner with me to develop a mobile game? Raid Shadow Legends! I can't imagine that Sony are in any hurry to change how the game works. But the problem gamers are greatly outnumbered by fans who are just very happy to invest much of their disposable income into their favorite digital hobby. And who are we to judge these raving loonies? As to me, I'll just stick to shoving a few 10-pence pieces in the coin slots of Bubble until I'm told that it's game over. As for me, personally, I'll just play the ones that are like on the Game Pass, or I'd rather spend like the £50 or whatever for a game and then enjoy the game and be done with it. Anyway, this has been Business Blaze. As I mentioned at the start of this show, please do check out a new podcast that I'm doing. It's about facts and stuff. It's best if you just watch the show, then you'll see what it's all about. I'm going to link to it below. I'll put a few links down there because there's going to be there's a YouTube channel, there's a highlights channel, and there's a podcast if you want your audio on the go. People have said it's good so far, so there's that. Check it out below, and yeah, that's all my shilling done for today. See you next time.
Raid Shadow Legends.
Simon, I can't take you seriously on your other channels after Business Blaze. You seem like an idiot.
Whenever I make videos and something's different, like this, you can see the sun is shining. It's a beautiful day. Most of the time, the sun doesn't shine because it's not actually shining directly in. It's reflecting off a car window. People are going to be like, Simon, why don't you draw the blinds? And I'm like, because 99.9% of the time, there just isn't a car parked at a perfect angle. This is Business Blaze. You are here for business. And we're talking about what happened to BlackBerry. Wow, I really looked in the sun and now I can't read properly. This is why you shouldn't look in the sun. Basic information for children. Hopefully I won't go colorblind and then only be able to see blue. Then I'll start using Facebook a lot more. You get that joke? Thank you for being an OG Business Blaze legend. This is, of course, written by Danny, who writes the scripts. I'm Simon, I just read them, comment on them. One of the very best smartphones I ever had was a BlackBerry. Really, Danny, have you not had an iPhone? Samsung Master Race, smash that dislike button. Of course you must. Because your phones are so much better than iPhones, and because of that, you're also better people. It probably wasn't my all-time favorite mobile phone, though. Oh, wait, now I'm confused. Oh, smartphone, mobile phone, different thing. That would probably be the Nokia E70. That guy from 2006. That's an ugly phone. What I loved about this clever little device is that at first glance it looked like a regular candy bar phone of the time, but when you needed to send a text message, you could easily flip up the front of the case and instantly transform the phone into a full chunky keyboard split in two halves by the screen. Ugh. Really? I don't remember this. So, does anyone remember the N-Gage? It was a mobile phone that tried to be a games console. Such a piece of shit. So, you could hold the phone sideways with both hands and type out your messages with ease rather than trying to operate everything with a single thumb. Wow! And that's one of the reasons why I was later attracted to the BlackBerry Curve in about 2009. The BlackBerry range of phones had a lot of other cool features going on beneath the surface, but I loved those QWERTY keyboards with real buttons, and I'm now sad to see that they've gone out of fashion. I have to say, as weird as it is, I also did like the physical buttons. I never had a BlackBerry, but you know, there were other devices, physical buttons, and I kind of like those. But now the touch typing is so good. Maybe it's because as a professional writer, I prefer the profoundly satisfying click from pushing down on a real button. Or maybe I just find it harder to cope with touchscreens because I've got giant sausage fingers. Even now, it still takes me about 7 frustrating attempts to type in the simplest message on a touchscreen without accidentally adding loads of completely inappropriate emojis. So, why did we fall out of love so much with real keyboards and real buttons? Well, because we wanted more real estate for screens, you know, so we could watch shit. Of course, BlackBerry phones had a lot more going for them than just keyboards. Often nicknamed the Crackberry, because users appeared to be worryingly addicted to their new devices. I'm not sure if that would fly in 2020. People would be like, oh, you're making fun of drug users. Users appeared to be worryingly addicted to their new devices. The BlackBerry was a pioneering smartphone packaged with comprehensive email capabilities, superb security, and its own unique BBM messaging service long before the days of WhatsApp. BBM sounds like a genre of pornography. That actually sounds pretty ahead of its time. That BBM messenger, because WhatsApp's obviously mad popular, and got bought by Facebook for $19 billion. My dad, I remember the first BlackBerry I saw. I was a kid, a teenager. My dad had a BlackBerry. It was this blue thing. It had a LCD, not LCD, like, what were the black and white screens cost? Or like yellow and black? They're kind of shitty, but you could get his email on there, and I was like, wow, that's cool. At BlackBerry's peak in around 2011, it controlled around 50% of the smartphone market in the US. That's a lot. And around 20% of the global market. Globally, they were trailing the likes of Samsung and Nokia, but were shifting more than 50 million units worldwide, which is nothing to be sniffed at. However, by the end of 2016, only around 200,000 BlackBerry devices were sold worldwide, and the market share had plummeted to just 0.3%. That is a brutal decline. By 2018, it was revealed that no further BlackBerry devices were planned to be launched in the future. So what exactly happened to the Crackberry? It's the question we've all been desperately searching for the answer for. Sometimes I wonder where I come up with these ideas. The story of BlackBerry. Who gives a fuck? Thank you for watching. Thank you. Before we go any further, it's worth remembering that BlackBerry was only the brand name for the devices, rather than the name of the company behind them, or at least that's how it stayed for nearly 30 years. Back in 1984, wow, 2 Canadian engineering students, Mike Lazaridis and Douglas Fregin, formed the Weird Name Group. No, they formed Research in Motion, or RIM. Never heard of it. Or maybe I have heard of it. It kind of sounds familiar. But, I mean, it's not BlackBerry, is it? Curious. Is anyone young enough watching this channel to not know what BlackBerry is or not heard of BlackBerry? Is that becoming a thing? Because I know people will now only remember smartphones. They tinkered with connectivity products, LED systems, and a film editing system, which actually went on to win an Academy Award for Technical Achievement in 1998. Wow, these guys are actually... that's pretty cool. Mike Lazaridis himself went to pick up the award, although it was during a smaller pre-Oscars ceremony, and it wasn't one of the proper gold statuettes. Nobody in Hollywood cares about the geeky stuff. I once watched the Oscars. It's really long, it's really boring. But they do one cool thing that I'm sure Mike was happy to get is if you get nominated for an Oscar, I'm pretty sure you get all sorts of free shit from companies because you're famous that they want to give you free stuff. Oscar gifting suite. Yeah, there's an Oscar gifting suite where apparently you can just go in and pick up whatever you want. Let's see what they have. They get a gift bag. This is from Newsweek. I should talk about this on my podcast because this is interesting. I'd like to talk about this more in depth on my podcast. My podcast is the Simon Whistler Show. I'm going to link to that below. It might just be it's probably just going to be a video of Rick Astley, so don't actually click that. What you want to do is just search YouTube for Simon Whistler Show and you'll find it. Because I'd rather troll you than promote my own stuff. Come on, Newsweek, just tell me the cool stuff. Okay, they score a gift bag with items inside worth about $50,000. Wow, I gotta get nominated for an Oscar. Now they have free weed. That's pretty great. Anyway, they got all sorts of free shit. It's pretty cool. Anyway, let's get back to this. This is actually becoming a real problem because now my face is gonna be in the sun, isn't it? I'll just stand over here. The seeds of the BlackBerry devices were planted when RIM began developing increasingly sophisticated two-way pages, gradually adding extra features such as web browsing and instant messaging until it reached a point in 2002 when they released a new model which could technically be described as a phone and the first real BlackBerry. Long before everyone was using iPhones and Android devices, the BlackBerry phones quickly evolved into the on-trend choice when it came to little plastic things that go ping in your pocket. In fact, RIM, is it RIM or RIM? I'm guessing RIM. Managed to capture two completely different core audiences with BlackBerry phones, one of them perhaps more by accident than design. The BlackBerry was primarily marketed as a serious business phone. If you were involved in the hectic cut-and-thrust world of business, then you needed the advanced functionality, security, and reliability of a BlackBerry to ensure that your email about wanting a hot jacket potato for lunch got sent to the right person in a timely fashion. I kind of do business. Like, as a YouTuber, you're also kind of running a business. I don't need a BlackBerry. I need an iPhone, because they're the best. Smash that dislike button. But it also managed to attract another core customer base, teenagers. And that was quite a trick to pull off. Back when most people were still amazed at being able to send basic text messages to each other, the BlackBerry Messenger Service, or BBM, went several steps further by introducing group chats and giving the BlackBerry community the opportunity to send pictures, voice notes, real-time locations, stickers, and even emojis. What amazing technology. But, it was pretty, that's ahead of its time. That's cool. You can see why this kind of thing went down a storm with kids at the time. When was this again? Yeah, I was a kid in 2002, and I don't remember this. No one had BlackBerries. Everyone had, like, candy bar phones. By 2007, RIM was pulling in over $3 billion in revenue and a net income of $631 million. The peak of the BlackBerry revolution, there were more than 85 million BlackBerry subscribers worldwide. However, there was another revolution on the way, and in a space of just a few short years, the BlackBerry seemed to completely fall off the radar. I hate to say it, but perhaps one of the biggest mistakes that led to the fall of BlackBerry is that they stubbornly carried on making phones for idiots like me, like Danny. I may personally miss those real QWERTY keyboards, but it turns out I'm close to being a lone voice in the wilderness fighting against the tide of evolution. Yeah, at some point you just gotta give up. I like the keyboards as well, never into BlackBerry. But yeah, you just gotta move on. As iPhones and the markedly inferior Android phones began to arrive on the scene, the industry moved towards the idea of ditching the clunky buttons and creating bigger touchscreen displays. To be fair, I get the point, and I get why the overwhelming majority of users were happy to embrace the change. Touchscreen displays are equipped with the capacity for easily switching between a myriad of menus so that the user can quickly send photos, stickers, GIFs, emojis, or whatever you like with just a few thumb presses. Someone got very heated with me in the comments about calling GIFs, not calling them GIFs. I don't know which one is correct, but more importantly, I don't give a fuck. It's not important, is it? It's not important. It's not important. Coronavirus, as of the recording of this video, might be important. Terrorism, important. Economic stability, important. GIF versus GIF, it's cool. Just let it go. It's alright. In contrast, there's only so much you can realistically do with 3 rows of hardware keys, which are taking up all the room on your chunky device. I may still miss those real keyboards, but the rest of the world jumped over to the touchscreen. Unfortunately, RIM wasn't paying any attention to this new development. Very familiar to the Kodak story, which I think, as I'm recording this, is actually the video that goes out today, so I know for a fact you'll have already seen that. So, while companies, you won't have already seen it. That's very assumptive that you watch all of my videos. I meant that you could possibly have seen it, because I've talked about videos that I've made in the past when they haven't actually been released yet, and because the video release order is all f***ed up. So, while companies like Samsung and HTC were exploiting the advantages of this new technology and pushing the smartphone revolution in a new direction, RIM was largely happy to stick its fingers in its ears and stick to what it was already doing. Not often a recipe for success there. Even when RIM did eventually reluctantly experiment with the touchscreen, it did so in a hesitant and half-hearted manner. The BlackBerry Storm in 2008 was the range's first touchscreen phone without a keyboard, but it proudly incorporated a new SurePress technology, which was intended to emulate the feel of pressing and clicking on real keys on your screen. Unfortunately, users complained that it was difficult to learn how to use and it severely slowed down typing. The reason we had BlackBerries to begin with. Much later in 2015, the BlackBerry Priv, sounds kind of Russian, was a weird hybrid of a phone containing touchscreen technology and a small flimsy keyboard that slid out from the bottom. I remember this. This was a piece of shit, right? It was meant to offer the best of both worlds, but ended up pleasing nobody. Even the CEO of the company, John Chen, looked unsure what to do with it, as he was asked to give an exclusive demonstration to Business News Network. More on that car crash later. RAM was behaving in a similarly stubborn manner with regard to the future of its BBM service and the BlackBerry operating system. Even when the company fortunes were beginning to slide, RAM felt confident that keeping BBM exclusive to BlackBerry's devices was the smart move that would save them from extinction. RAM point-blank refused permission for BBM. Oh my god, this is a lot of three-letter acronyms, isn't it? I feel like it's American government. FBI, CIA, NSA. It's like, which one does which again? RAM point-blank refused permission for BBM to be installed on the devices of the competitors. The only way you could use this cutting-edge technology was owning a BlackBerry. And this, I get why, spoiler alert, it didn't, is kind of, yeah, okay, it didn't. But I would say this isn't terrible foresight on their part, because iMessage is totally a thing, and like when you iMessage other iPhone users, it's also nice to let me know which of my friends are cool and have an iPhone and also have more disposable income to spend on said phones. It's like a social filter. It's fantastic. Smash that dislike button. I don't actually mean that. I just absolutely love ripping into Android people who are extremely passionate about using Android, which I had no idea was a thing. This was fine until WhatsApp and other messaging apps emerged, which could easily be used on both iPhones and Android. Although BlackBerry eventually reversed its decision, it came too late. Platforms such as WhatsApp and Viber and Telegram had already taken off, leaving BBM out in the cold and largely forgotten. Another problem was the choice of apps you could install on the exclusive BlackBerry OS. RIM had refused to get on board with either iOS or Android and insisted instead on sticking to its own limited operating system. So while the App Store and the Play Store were proving to be a rich playground for third-party developers who were cooking up millions of new utilities and games, BlackBerry users were stuck with a painfully small selection of apps. Even essential social media apps like Facebook and Twitter were woefully ineffective on the BlackBerry, as you were only given half a screen to view the content. Again, the company eventually realized its mistake, abandoned its operating system, and got into bed with Android. But it was far too late. Yeah, like Kodak and their digital cameras. Far too late. Even essential social media apps like Facebook and Twitter were woefully ineffective on the BlackBerry, as you're only given half a screen to view the content. Ultimately, it appears that RAM didn't take the thought of new competition very seriously, as they adopted a surprisingly smug attitude towards the future. They genuinely seem to think that shifting all of those millions of units and attracting all those millions of subscribers meant that the BlackBerry was untouchable. It turns out that it only takes a few short years for a company once close to dominating an industry to end up quietly watching its market share shrink to zero. And while their competitors were busy exploring the next phase of the smartphone revolution, RAM preferred— now I feel it's weird that I'm saying RAM, I just want to say RIM every time. RAM preferred to focus on fiercely protecting the exclusivity of their own existing services to the point that they fell tragically out of fashion. But is the BlackBerry completely dead and buried? Well, it's been a long time since I saw anyone using a BlackBerry. Maybe not quite. How exciting. RIM officially changed their name to BlackBerry in 2010. That'll fix it. Let's rename our company to the thing that completely failed. And new CEO John Chen oversaw a major restructuring of the company, which effectively sold off the license to produce new BlackBerry hardware to Chinese company TCL. This left the new BlackBerry company to focus on developing and licensing new software for corporate businesses, with a particular emphasis on cybersecurity. Kinda sounds like a new company. In other words, BlackBerry no longer seemed to make BlackBerries. Instead, so why did they rename themselves BlackBerry? That's gotta be the most confusing thing in the world. It's like, oh, where does corporate security system? What even is that? Who makes our alarms? Oh, BlackBerry. Kinda weird. What's that company? Yamaha. It's like, oh yeah, who makes your piano? Yamaha. Oh, who makes your motorbike? Yamaha. Same Yamaha? Yeah. Yeah. Instead, you're more likely to find them developing secure in-car software for the likes of Ford and Jaguar. I don't have a Jaguar, but I have a Land Rover, and that software sucks. I was just driving it the other day and parked it up, get back in the car. It's like, the car's completely fine. Just had it serviced recently. The computer just goes absolutely haywire and just doesn't let me start the car. You press the start button and it's like.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
I have to get it towed and then pay £400 for them to fix it. you, BlackBerry. Interestingly, the share price of BlackBerry saw a massive surge when it was first revealed that they weren't making phones anymore. And following a disastrous few years, the company, you know you're not doing well. It'd be like, if I stopped making Business Blaze videos and like all of my other channels started doing really great, I'd be like, oh, I guess Business Blaze was hurting my brand. As some people have pointed out in the comments, it's like, Simon, I can't take you seriously on your other channels after Business Blaze. You seem like an idiot. No one's making you watch. But if I could, I would make you watch because then I'd make more money. Interestingly, blah, 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 blah. Following a disastrous few years, the company appears to be getting back into good financial shape again. Really? You made the software for Jaguar, and I know it's shit. Unless you didn't, and you actually just made the alarm system, which I don't know, I've never had to test. In that case, I apologize, please don't sue me. 2019 proved to be the first year for the best part of a couple of decades in which a new BlackBerry model was not released. I bet that 2018 BlackBerry was a massive hit. And many now believe that the BlackBerry Key 2, produced by TCL in 2018, will go down in history as the very last model. But I'm not so sure. You're not, Danny. It does seem like it's not really happening for BlackBerry. Based on nothing more than a little intensive research and a big healthy dollop of blind hope, that's not how BlackBerries get made though, is it? I'm going to stick my neck on the line and predict the BlackBerry will roll into production again within the next decade or so. Maybe it will, like that Motorola released that Razr phone with the touchscreen, which looks really cool, but I'm not going to spend $1,500 on a gimmick. It's not hard to imagine how the new BlackBerry company could collaborate with TCL on a successful new model which ditches outdated thinking and looks a little more closely to the future than it does to its own past. And the next phone is still going to have a good keyboard. Oh, Danny, you are dreaming. It's only a matter of time before consumers around the world realize just how much they miss chunky keys. No, it's not. Just to be clear, I don't think this is going to happen. Danny does. Danny, I think he's wrong. Other than BlackBerry, other than a company releasing it as like a novelty. No one's going back to mini tiny keyboards. Of course, you keep the advanced capabilities of a touchscreen as well, but BlackBerry can provide an alternative sturdy keyboard option for serious business units who aren't so fussed about stickers and emojis. Or even just for those everyday users who like to get their phone out in the pub and reliably send an accurate message about what time they won't be coming home tonight. Also, I feel like when I'm in the pub and I'm a few beers down, predictive text is probably doing me a favor. Be like, coming home late. Well, I can type perfectly, thank you, Google. And by Google, I mean Apple. Both BlackBerry and the smartphone will make a comeback one day, I'm sure. Just don't hold your breath in case I'm wrong. This has been Business Blaze, but there's a bonus cringe section, which I'm exceedingly excited to get into. Although CEO John Chen appears to be steering BlackBerry back into growth, I just want to go back to that cringeworthy moments when he attempted to show off the new BlackBerry Priv to Business News Network in 2015. There's a clip of this video that routinely gets deleted from YouTube, although you can usually find it circulating somewhere on the web. I'm not going to include it here because if it's seemingly regularly deleted from YouTube, it's probably because people are claiming it. Like, this just purely speculation, but the BlackBerry's team will be claiming videos for copyright that have this clip because they don't want to be embarrassed by it. It's a thing that happens quite a lot, sadly. To be fair, John Chen appears to be somewhat caught off guard when a keen reporter shoves a microphone in his face and asks for an impromptu demonstration of the thrilling new device. The good news is that he holds the phone the right way up. The bad news is that he seems to falter with just about everything else. He starts off by explaining that the Priv is short for privacy, which seems to confuse the reporter, as she says it actually stands for privilege. Chen then concedes that it might stand for both. And immediately after that, they have to rebrand the device completely to be like, yeah, privacy and privilege. It's just like in all the marketing, just, yeah, and privacy. He goes on to explain that the new BlackBerry Priv runs Google, which we assume is his way of saying that it runs Android. And about time too. They were only several years too late. He attempts to open up Chrome, but the phone proves unresponsive as he isn't logged into Google anyway. So he saves the day by quickly running through some in-depth technical details on the phone's specs. It's got cameras, other good stuff he reveals, as he slides out the keyboard as if he's not sure what to do with it. Forget everything I said earlier about the BlackBerry making a comeback. Maybe it's just as well that they will stick to software. This has been Business Blaze. Thank you so much for watching. If you watched all the way to the end, you're a legend, because that watch time thing, you can smash that dislike button all you want. No one cares. The algorithm doesn't care, but if you watch to the end, it makes a difference. Thank you for doing so. I'm gonna pick up this script that I've thrown around the place like an idiot, and I'll be back next time. Wow! Hilarious, Groupon. Hilarious. Welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze. Danny has put us together a script. I'm going to read the script. It's all about the greatest April Fool's pranks that companies have ever pulled. This was actually a suggestion from me because I love April for the 1st. I love pulling pranks. I love reading about pranks that companies pull. It's just an endless stream of joy, and I'm sure that's what we're going to get today, so let's crack on. There's one warm and fuzzy day of the year when cold-hearted companies like to show off their human side. The very idea, of course, is complete nonsense. Corporate business is anything but human. These ruthless cutthroats are on a mission to squeeze every last cent from you by whatever means at their disposal. Alright, Danny, holy sh**. They're not really supposed to offer you a supporting shoulder to cry on when you're going through a tough time. They're meant to seize the opportunity to sell you something and make you that might make you feel a bit better. Looking for funeral caskets? You might want to also check out our microwave meals for one. Dude, Danny. Savage! Some companies believe that April Fool's Day is an annual opportunity to reveal that even mercenary swines can have humor too. Not everyone in the company, obviously, and certainly not those stiffs in upper management. Often, the idea of pulling a clever prank is often overseen by Scruffy Joe in marketing. I feel like I'll be friends with Scruffy Joe in marketing. It could be argued that April Fool's Day is a rare chance for companies to be refreshingly honest. A cynic might suggest that they spend the rest of the year taking customers for fools, but on one special day only, the customers are eventually allowed to be in on the joke. Danny, did you just get ripped off by a company or something? This f***ing savage. And of course, there's more to the idea than just having a laugh. Otherwise, they wouldn't bother. A genuinely funny... I feel like I could just say, how long does this go on for, Danny? And of course, there's more to the idea than just having a laugh, otherwise they wouldn't bother. A genuinely funny and well-executed April Fool's prank has the potential to go viral and generate a blaze of publicity without blowing much of the marketing budget. Not every company joins in the fun, though. A leaked internal memo from Microsoft in 2019 revealed that the tech giants were enforcing a strict ban on April Fool's jokes. Well, that's a bit of a bummer, isn't it? Marketing chief Chris Capocella was clearly wearing his killjoy hat when he ordered employees to stand down from any wacky schemes that they had been planning. Chris, you sound terrible to work for. The memo warns that data tells us that these stunts have limited positive impacts and can actually result in unwanted news cycles. I believe we have more to lose than to gain by attempting to be funny on this one day. What you do have to lose there, Chris, is, you know, your employee's sense of joy. You get the impression that he wasn't very popular at school. Yeah, no kidding. He'd be like the kind of kid who snitches on you. It's true that some corporate pranks can backfire in unexpected ways, as we'll discover in a short while. But first, here's a look at some of the more cunning company capers from a long history of April Fool's hoaxes. The Taco Liberty Bell, I've heard of this one, which is just a testament to the fact that these things really do get a lot of publicity, because I've been to Taco Bell once. Oh yeah, apparently they do have it in Europe. The last time we briefly mentioned Taco Bell on Business Place, Simon made the mistake of suggesting that we don't have them in Europe. I did, prompting hundreds of comments from Europeans complaining that we do, just not where I live. It's also unfortunate that we have them, because my experience of it in the US was fairly weak. Why not just get regular Mexican food that doesn't taste bad? Or just like mush. I don't think they were complaining about Simon's mistake. They were complaining that we have Taco Bells in Europe. Yeah, that's true. Just to be clear, Taco Bell is an American fast food chain serving Mexican-inspired cuisine around the whole world, including Europe, Russia, Dubai, Australia, the Dominican Republic, and Iraq. When it's like Iraq, surely, because there's one in Germany, because I looked it up on Google Maps, and they're in the UK. But there is one in Germany, but it's on like a US military base. So you can't just roll up and enjoy Taco Bell. It's just for soldiers. I feel like the one in Iraq, probably also. It's not like, yeah, Iraq, famous for its fast food scene. Maybe Iraq is. It's been a long time since there was a war that up. Although I'm still pretty sure that Iraq's pretty up, right? There's even one in my hometown of Rotherham in South Yorkshire in the UK, which is usually an indication that your company has hit the big time. Forget Times Square, forget near the Sydney Opera House or wherever these expensive locations are. Rotherham, which I've never heard of. Back in 1996, Taco Bell's idea of an April Fool prank seemed to be quite a daring move, as it seemed primarily designed to make lots of Americans very angry indeed. The fast food chain took out a full-page advertisement in 6 American newspapers, including the New York Times. The ad proudly revealed that the company company had just purchased the Liberty Bell, the iconic symbol of American independence, which was first commissioned in 1752 and had been on display in the Independence National Historic Park in Philadelphia since 1951. I'd never heard of the Liberty Bell until I watched How I Met Your Mother. Is that the show and he goes and he wants to kiss it or something? I didn't really know what it was, but now we know. Taco Bell claimed that it had bought one of America's greatest historical treasures to help produce the country's national debt and hoped that other corporations would follow their lead by snapping up similarly cherished chunks of US heritage. And just as a note here, like when you're talking about a country's national debt and the idea that any company could do anything that could approach even making the smallest dent in that, it's absurd. Because the national debt is, hey Siri, what's the US national debt?
Yes.
What's the US national debt?
The national debt of the... lost the connection. Try that again. The national debt of the United States is the total debt or unpaid borrowed funds. Would you like to hear more?
No. Siri, I know what the national debt is. I wanted to know how much it was. Who cares? We're moving on. But it's not going to make a dent. It's really big. It's like trillions. And what did they buy it for? Even if they bought it for $1 billion, which is beyond absurd, what is that? Like 0.1% of $1 trillion? Oh, and by the way, the Bell would be rebranded under the new name, the Taco Liberty Bell, and would now divide its time between Philadelphia and Taco Bell headquarters in Irvine, California. As you might expect, this immediately whipped up a massive ding-dong as thousands of furious citizens began calling the National Park Service in Philadelphia, demanding to know what the hell they were playing at. This probably took the Park Service by complete surprise, as they usually only got the odd phone call from time to time asking if they were open on Sundays. Even the White House press secretary, Mike McCurry, it's like an Indian McDonald's meal, joined in on the joke. When asked for an official response, he claimed that the government was in the process of selling the Lincoln Memorial to the Mercury division of Ford Motor Company, and it would henceforth be known as the Lincoln Mercury Memorial. That's pretty good. I appreciate you, Mike McCurry. I'm sorry for making fun of your name. You seem like a bit of a legend. At noon, Taco Bell issued a press release confessing that the whole thing had been a hoax. The campaign was savaged by some critics, killjoys, in the press who complained that the campaign had been in poor taste and that a fast food chain shouldn't be using a sacred symbol of freedom to help promote its cheesy double-decker tacos and black bean Crunchwrap Supremes. Those sound pretty good. Also, chill the out, guys, and stop being so buttered over something that is clearly funny. Or maybe it's just I'm British and I don't have any like emotional attachment to some Freedom Bell, but it's kind of like, I don't know, if they were like, we sold Big Ben to like fucking pot noodle, I'd be like, it's pretty funny. I don't give a But despite the big risk of pissing off its customer base, Taco Bell did pretty well out of the campaign. It's estimated that the stunt generated about $25 million worth of free publicity for the chain, and the following week saw sales increase by over $500,000. Even the old cracked Liberty Bell didn't do too badly out of the deal. The company donated $50,000 to its upkeep. However, the founders of the PR agency that came up with the campaign now believe such a stunt would never be considered in today's sensitive socio-political culture. Who does this offend? Can we stop being so sensitive? This was a great prank, and yeah, I'd welcome more things like that. Target some British icons. That'll be funny. Make fun of the Queen. We don't care. Welcome to Chicago. Sometimes simplicity is everything. I do feel the simplest pranks are often the best. This is one of my favorite ever examples of an April Fool's prank, even though there's not a lot to it. Back in 1992, executives at a US airport decided to create a massive 85-foot long yellow banner which would act as an early warm-hearted greeting for in-flight passengers just about to touch down. The words, "Welcome to Chicago," were printed in 20-foot-high red letters on a sign which was positioned on a racetrack. It was about 3 miles away from the destination airport. Nothing wrong with that, of course. Except the airport in question was in Los Angeles. So if you'd been napping or chatting or watching a film on a crap tiny screen during the flight, you might well have spotted the sign and gone into panic mode, believing that you'd caught the wrong plane or the pilot had been using Apple Maps to get to a destination. We did a video about Apple Maps, I don't remember which one it was, so I'm not going to link to it below. And we basically just ripped the shit out of it for about 20 minutes because it's such a piece of shit. Don't sue me, Apple. It's another pretty risky hoax and possibly wasn't that well received by passengers who had just tried to get to that super important life-defining business meeting. Fortunately, no heart attacks or mad tantrums were reported, and in fact, the sign was left up for 2 days before being pulled down. In my book, it loses a few points for that. Agreed. it's still pretty epic, and grumpy passengers spotting the sign on April the 3rd would not only have kicked up a storm about finding themselves in the wrong city, they would later have to point out that the gag was completely illegitimate. Lego sucks. I'm not sure if I may have been the only child in the world who never owned a single brick of Lego when I was growing up. Whoa, Danny, yes, you probably were. No Legos? Did you grow up in like the USSR? Maybe it was my own complete lack of interest. I vaguely recall trying to build spaceships and things when I visited friends, but I usually just ended up accidentally constructing wonky flying tractors with blatant design flaws. You amateur. This maybe explains why I still struggle to do anything useful with my hands and can barely even open a milk carton without things getting very messy. But if I was a bit more in tune with Lego, I might have been taken in by some of the company's very recent product launches, which just happened to happen on April the 1st. The slightly unusual thing about the Lego product pranks is they often sound like such good ideas that the brick community ended up feeling a bit disappointed when the company was just toying with us. Yeah, this is like the opposite of the other one. It's like, yeah, it's a prank. It'd be like Netflix saying, yeah, we're now streaming in 8K. You'd be like, great, April Fool's joke. What? But that's just For example, Find My Brick was a revolutionary new app announced on April 1st, 2019, which was designed to quickly scan a mountain of Lego bricks and identify all the bricks of the specific color that you needed at the time. That sounds incredible, because, I don't know, as a kid, you'd often be like, yeah, I just need this one piece. You just whip out the app and it's like, there it is. That's pretty amazing. Also, you can imagine, like, there's some other people, business people, they use the app and they're like, wow, I can't wait for this technology. It's going to be incredible. We can use this to sort trash and save the world. And they go, yeah, it's just a prank, bro. It's like, you Lego. So you would point your phone at the pile of bricks, select the exact color that you were seeking, and then watch in amazement as your phone screen highlighted all of the Lego bricks of that same color. As I say, I'm no Lego expert, but I can't help but feeling it would be easier just to look at the pile of bricks in front of you, and that's all the app will be doing anyway, isn't it? Well, no! The app will be amazing, because you got this huge pile, and if you got to sort through it individually, we suck at this. But an app's just like, and it finds it. Amazing. It would be like, yeah, I could just search through Windows Explorer manually for the file I need, or I could use the search function. I was more impressed by the previous year's vacuum sort prank. This innovative high-tech gadget worked in a similar manner to traditional vacuum cleaner, except that it separated dust and dirt from Lego bricks. Not only that, the tool also promised to split up and sort bricks by color, so that all your bricks would be dispersed into handy color-sorted piles after a couple of minutes of intense vacuuming. Lego, you're just like, here's some technology that we mocked up but can't make. You customers would want this, right? Everyone's like, yes. Lego's like, it's just a prank, bro! Some Lego fans love the concept, although it also opens up a long-winded and ferocious debate about the risks of precious bricks getting damaged after they'd been through the vacuum sort a few times. Whoever complained about that, you've got too much time on your hands. It was an argument that didn't need to happen, as Lego revealed at noon that they were just playing around. But all I can really take from the enthusiasm that greeted these fake product launches is that Lego lovers seem to be inherently lazy people who can't be asked to sort, pick up, or even look at the mess on the floor they've just created. And yes, I do agree. It's also like saying you're lazy for having a dishwasher or a washing machine or a car. Because it's like, yeah, you should wash your dishes. You should wash your clothes by hand. You should walk everywhere. It's not laziness. It's like, I got better to do. Contrapolar energy. Although the number of April Fool pranks pulled by big companies has unseasonably snowballed in recent years, thanks to the simplicity and wide reach of social media, they arguably had a far stronger effect in the pre-internet days when they were thinner on the ground and it was easier to hoodwink buffoons. Nowadays, most savvy web surfers will probably disregard almost everything they read on the morning of April the 1st. Back in 1955, it was a different story. American Popular Electronics ran an article in which they announced the imminent arrival of contrapolar energy. The magazine alleged that this technology was something that had been secretly developed during the Second World War, but had only now been declassified because of its potential for use by the general public. This sounds very exciting. Contrapolar energy was described as negative energy, which could be applied to any electrical device to cause it to produce the exact opposite effect of what it was originally intended to do. The article revealed examples of a light bulb potentially casting a blanket of darkness instead of producing light, or a hot plate that would cool down food instead of heating it up. That would be extremely cool. Can you imagine you just flick a light switch and you don't need curtains anymore. It just swallows all the light. I'm not sure where all this would end or how confusing it could become in a 1950s kitchen where the oven becomes the fridge, the freezer becomes the microwave, and the tumble dryer becomes a swimming pool. It's also a schizophrenic's nightmare because it's like the TV would be filming you. 1955 was maybe a simpler time with simpler folk. The article was actually presented with the subheading in the spirit of the 1st of April, which practically screamed out right at the very beginning that this was an April Fool's gag. I feel like people were less skeptical back in the day though. But still, many people didn't get it, and thousands of interested readers spent the next 5 years writing letters to the magazine for more details. As late as 1959, Popular Electronics had to publish a statement which explained that the article had been a hoax and requested that the idiot readers stop pestering them. In 1963, 8 years after the article was published, they had to issue the statement again. Yeah, it's like the idea of a light bulb that can make it dark, I'll be like, that sounds awesome. But yeah, not real. YouTube gets sued by Groupon. Oh no, it's business daddy. In 2011, YouTube had a bit of fun on April Fool's Day by pretending to celebrate its centenary. This was one of those gags that was never really intended to fool anyone, well, unless you were really, really dim. It was more of a case of YouTube having a bit of a giggle by changing its logo to pretend that the platform was founded in 1911. I don't even remember this. Putting together a collection of spoof videos that allegedly went viral 100 years ago, and encouraging you to watch videos on the new silent and sepia-toned mode, a reminder of how YouTube videos were when it was first presented a century ago. It's pretty clever. Imagine watching Business Blaze in silent and sepia-tone mode. It's like a silent movie. Anyway, this harmless gag was met with a cease and desist order from American e-commerce marketplace Groupon, one of many threatening letters sent out on that day and published online. The problem was that Groupon had just purchased the intellectual trademark for April Fool's Day. Oh, this is their own April Fool's Day prank, isn't it? Which would henceforth be known as Groupon Presents April Fool's Day TM. Hilarious. The claim, this is weak. The claim was that Groupon would somehow be giving consumers more choice and better options for April Fool's Day gags, but would be taking swift action against non-licensed pranks. It's not a really good prank where you're like, hey, yeah, we're really litigious. Hilarious, Groupon. Hilarious. The cease and desist letter sent to YouTube was pretty long-winded, pointing out in great detail how the video sharing platform's centenary celebrations were clearly jocular and infringed Groupon's new patent. The letter helpfully pointed out that nearly all technology necessary for YouTube.com or any other video website to function, including the internet, computers, speakers, and video sharing software, were invented far after the purported advent of YouTube.com. So you're kind of having your own April Fool's Day while ruining everyone else's. Thanks, Groupon. Thankfully, the matter was resolved without further legal hassle when it transpired that Groupon were just playing an April Fool's prank of their own, and everyone was in on the joke. Groupon had in fact bought the intellectual trademark to Valentine's Day, which I'm pretty sure they definitely didn't. But I don't understand. Like, hey, we sent you a cease and desist letter. Not funny, Groupon. Now you're paying my legal fees, you asshole. Google, drop the mic. I've got cease and desist letters. Those things are not fun. Finally, here's an example of how to get an April Fool's Day gag despicably wrong. Yeah, be Groupon. In 2016, Google added a mic drop option to Gmail, which allowed you to quickly vacate a boring group email conversation by sending everyone involved an animated GIF of a minion dropping a microphone and walking away. I'm sure most of us have been involved in those tediously long email threads in which the original point has long been sorted out. Oh my god, yes! And you're still receiving constant email notifications from others in the group who are rambling on about something completely irrelevant. It's like, for sake, stop. Please loop me out. How do I leave? The new Gmail mic drop option allowed you to deliver a light-hearted notification to everyone in the conversation that you are now bored silly and you are out of there. As the minion disdainfully drops the mic and walks away, Gmail removed you from this conversation and blocked any further notifications from this tedious email thread. This actually sounds amazing. I want this. It was a bit of a weird choice for an April Fool's Day joke really, as nobody is actually getting fooled here. It's actually quite a useful and funny option in some ways, and would probably have been used frequently by the type of people who decide to leave Facebook but can't just leave Facebook without informing everybody on Facebook that they're leaving Facebook. Oh, thanks, Danny. Now I seem like a dick again. The main problem was the positioning of the new mic drop button. In their infinite wisdom, Google decided to put it in exactly the same place that the popular Send an Archive button would normally be found. The option which allows you to politely wrap up a conversation and file away the thread in your archive folder. Yeah, this seems like a tactical error. I mean, an amazing idea. Well done, business daddy. This naturally led to hundreds of complaints from people, idiots, who instinctively pressed the new button after composing their email and then discovered that they'd sent an animated gift of a casually dismissed minion to their business colleagues, bosses, and bereaved family members who were just asking for help with the funeral arrangements. Or getting a meal for one. One professional writer even claimed that he'd lost his job after inadvertently attaching the mic-dropping minion to his first draft and dispatching it to his editor, who assumed he was implying that he wasn't remotely interested in hearing her input. Honestly, if your editor fired you for that, and they didn't forgive you once they found out it was a prank, your editor's a dick. Just to make matters even worse, a glitch in the system meant that the minion was often dispatched without the user even pressing the button. Oh. Google quickly withdrew the feature after getting flooded with complaints, and it had already disappeared by the time America started waking up to check its emails. The company apologized profusely for the fiasco and admitted that it felt as if they'd pranked themselves this year. The apology was brimming with regret as Google lamented that they'd really let down and disappointed their users. Bless them, just for a moment, they almost sounded a bit human. And they are. Of course they're human, they're amazing. Oh, Danny, you're an absolute savage, and I really hope you enjoyed this episode of Business Blaze. If you did, smash that like button below. If you didn't, smash that dislike button below. Subscribe, notification bell. Shill, and I'll see you next time. Although I'm still pretty sure that Iraq's pretty f***ed up, right? Dr. Doolittle in space! Hello everybody and welcome to I'm just getting over a cold, you'll have to excuse me, it's also freezing cold in here because I got a cold and then the heating in my office decided to die, so that was absolutely brilliant. It is goddamn cold in here because it's the end of February. Let's crack it before we get started. The other day, I showed you all this giant pile of scripts that is the Business Blaze archive, and you guys pointed out that I missed an opportunity to do this! With that out of the way, welcome to the least professional of all of my channels, but as always, the only channel where you can be sure that I have legs. Let's get started. If you're new here, what we do is Danny writes us something, I go through it, ramble on a little bit. So let's just jump in. The most expensive mistakes that have ever been made. The biggest and most expensive mistakes in history tend to be very well documented. We've all heard of the time that Decca turned down the Beatles, and the newspapers have been kind enough to reveal how a series of indiscretions from Tiger Woods didn't just result in a fall from grace and a $750 million divorce settlement. That's gonna hurt. It also cost him millions more in lost endorsements and is estimated to have cost sponsors up to $12 billion. Also, there's an interesting aside here that I don't think Danny mentions, but in the UK, there wasn't a lot of stuff about Tiger Woods and his affairs coming out because there was like injunctions placed against the UK press, so they couldn't talk about it, which is super interesting. This was actually going on around the time that I was in law school, I think, and there was this justice called Justice Edie, because it's all about this striking the balance between a right to privacy and freedom of the press, and at that time, this kind of justice was leading the way on like pushing it towards the right to privacy being more important, so he got a whole load of injunctions, so the UK press, you'd go onto like CNN and it'd be like, Tiger Woods around, and on like BBC it would be like, nothing. Anyway, in a recent Business Blaze video, we've already tackled the fallout from one of the most disastrous corporate mergers of all time between AOL and Time Warner. I'm going to link to that below, so be sure to check it out, and discussed the moment when Blockbuster were finally given the chance to buy Netflix, but instead resorted to just sniggering at the very idea. Yeah, I think the dude in the meeting, didn't he laugh? He laughed Netflix out of the room. God, that has got to be enormously satisfying to be whoever the dude at Netflix is. And then there are the stories that just haven't happened yet, such as the time Simon forgot to register the domain name for businessblaze.com. It's true, I haven't. And ended up paying $250 million to buy it from a man with a dodgy fake accent who went under the curious name of Danny, no, Sam. Please don't do this to me, guys. Also, I'd definitely register just businessblaze.co or .org or .co. You know the .co business, the .co domain that isn't like for company? It stands for Columbia. So there you go. It's worth bearing in mind that if this video lived up to its title and we really did cover the most expensive mistakes ever made, we'd also be covering nuclear disasters, oil spills, environmental tragedies, hundreds of innocent deaths, I don't know why I'm laughing, and Wall Street traders. Oh, there's the joke. But let's try and keep this light and stick to cold tea, very expensive coffee spillages, silly plastic toys, and Martians. Alright, yeah, I guess it would be a bit of a downer if it was like, Well, the most expensive mistake ever made was Chernobyl, because we had to pay out a lot of money for people who got terrible cancers. Moving swiftly on. Cold tea for hipsters. And look, everyone, I'll mention stuff about hipsters and people will be like, have you seen your beard, Simon? You hipster. And it's like, what is hipster about having a beard? Beards have been around forever. Also, I'd look like Mr. Clean if I didn't have a beard. I used to not have a beard in my videos and everyone was like, who's this guy? What an egg. And then I got a beard and people were like, never get rid of the beard. I'll be completely honest, I've never heard of Snapple. I think I've heard of Snapple because I think I know this story, but I don't, it's a drink, I think. Well, cold tea for hipsters, it's probably an iced tea. US viewers are more likely to be aware of the popular purveyors of iced tea and juice drinks, but they never really made much of a dramatic splash over here in the UK, probably because we generally prefer our tea to be served piping hot and with a side serving of biscuits for dunking, which is something we do, and it is kind of nasty because you'll be dunking your biscuit in your tea and then at the end there's this weird like biscuit paste at the bottom, which is kind of disgusting. I never really grasped the concept of drinking cold tea. It just seems as wrong as downing a boiling hot pint of beer or covering your dinner in chunks of iced gravy. That all sounds horrible. However, it's hard to believe that the combination of iced tea, juice drinks, and instant oatmeal, weird, ended up developing into a recipe for one of the biggest ever corporate disasters of all time. Not that I'm suggesting that anybody decided to lump these things together in one product. Having said that, I had to Google it first to make sure that America hasn't tried this. Although, to be fair to Americans, we also have some weird-ass food in the UK, which we've discussed at length on this channel before, especially Danny's truly bizarre eating habits. Also, like, we deep fry, or I think the Scottish or people up north, they deep fry Snickers bars or Mars bars or something, which is like, I think Americans call it a Milky Way. To be fair, Quaker had already experienced soft drink success over a decade earlier when it acquired the energy drink company Gatorade, and probably figured out it could repeat the same trick with Snapple. We do have Gatorade, and the only time I ever drink Gatorade is when I'm massively hungover, because it's actually incredible for that. I guess it probably wouldn't be legal to marketing. Wait, is it Gatorade or Powerade? One of the two, whichever the one has like tons of electrolytes in. That is incredible when you've got a raging hangover. But the first major mystery is where on earth they got that sky-high valuation of Snapple from. Only a couple of years earlier, Snapple had been acquired by Thomas H. Lee Partners for an estimated $140 million. Bloody hell. Some suggest that Quaker's new valuation of $1.7 billion, it makes iced tea for hipsters. Again, I feel like I say this on every single business blaze, but I am in the wrong business. Some suggest that Quaker's new valuation of $1.7 billion was a figure plucked from the air, and some Wall Street commenters at the time were quick to observe that this was way too high. Well over $1 billion too high. Well, good for you, whoever owns Snapple. I mean, that's some serious coin. Snapple had grown a reputation as a small new age. That's never a good thing. Brands, it's like, oh, what... New age products, healing crystals, salt lamps, meditation beads. Are those even a real thing? I feel like when I do merch for this, it's just gonna be bullshit products. You know, like, buy my merch below. What is it? Meditation beads, salt crystals. They'd found success by selling their iced tea and juice drinks in smaller shops, independent convenience stores, and at gas stations, and promoting them with quirky and kooky advertising campaigns aimed at an alternative audience. I like how Danny's put like new age and alternative in quotes. Quaker plans to ditch all of that groundwork and get Snapple drinks into the big supermarkets, helped along by bland and generic marketing campaigns which seemed to completely strip Snapple of the eccentric character it had been quietly building up for the last couple of decades. Sales of the soft drink began to plummet drastically, what a surprise, as the original customer base became disengaged by the new brand identity and new distribution channels. Yeah, it's like the thing, like, what can you imagine in the boardroom? So guys, what do you think our customer base will like? They're a bunch of hippies. Let's make it as corporate as possible. Supermarket shoppers seemed far more interested in the new range of fruit drinks that were emerging from the likes of Coca-Cola during the 1990s. It appears as if Quaker had paid massively over the odds for a brand that it didn't quite know what to do with, then proceeded to completely destroy the identity of the brand with woeful marketing and distribution that didn't seem to fit the product. Why do you pay $1.7 billion for something and then completely change the marketing around it? It makes no sense. If you're paying $1.7 billion for it, you assume it's valuable. This seems like a really bizarre decision. Just 27 short months later, but they were all Februaries, Danny, Quaker conceded defeat and sold Snapple to Triarch, maybe, for $300 million. I mean, they did. I don't know the pronunciation of Triarch. For $300 million, resulting in a loss of $1.4 billion. and a contender for one of the worst acquisitions in history. Just to rub salt in Quaker's wounds, Snapple was again sold less than a year later to Cadbury Schweppes for just over $1 billion. You know you that Quaker, didn't you? You took a company that was worth a load, you devalued the out of it, sold it at a low, and then the next company bought it and made it worth $1 billion again. Incidentally, Snapple is also famous for printing fantastic facts on the inside of their bottle caps, so you can actually learn something useful while drinking your cold tea. I know something about facts. The only drawback is that many of them are completely wrong, which is why you should be watching Business Plays while you drink your Snapple, rather than reading the facts inside of the lids, because they're a lie. Oh, we have some examples. Here are the biggest bogus facts brought to you by Snapple, which we'll dissect later on in the video. I'm already excited. The average human will eat an average of 8 spiders a year while asleep. I know that's not true because I made a video about it. Dueling is legal in Paraguay as long as both parties are registered blood donors. Owls are the only birds that can see the color blue. Holland is the only country with a national dog. Okay, so none of these are true, but they're also fairly boring. I mean, if you're just going to make up Snapple, why not make them interesting? Life was first found on Mars in 1976. Lost in space. On the 11th of December 1998, NASA launched the Mars Climate Orbiter. Is this the one they up with the measurements? I think I know this one. Into space in a bold mission to study the Martian climate and atmosphere. However, on September the 23rd, 1999, all communication with the $193 million craft was lost forever as it entered orbital insertion. The craft approached Mars on a trajectory that brought it far too close to the planet, meaning that it was likely to have either burned up in the planet's atmosphere or was sent drifting back off into space for a little private adventure of its own. A really expensive private adventure which it didn't enjoy because it's a machine. Now, I would never dream of being too harsh on NASA. Designing and constructing robotic space probes to explore the final frontier on behalf of mankind is bound to involve a bit of trial and error. Let's just try and do the trial and error on the grounds though, shall we, NASA? We've come to expect the fact that sometimes these things will either get lost or blow up with many people on board. I added that many people on board because it's just depressing. Like, being an astronaut can be really dangerous. But the most frustrating thing about the failure of the Mars Climate Orbiter is that it was all down to the simplest and quite silliest of human mistakes. It is the measurement thing. The craft could have detected mankind's very first evidence of alien life. Yeah, it could have, but it's like I could also detect mankind's first evidence of alien life. It's incredibly unlikely, but I could. And it could have uncovered a bunch of bright green hissing warlike reptiles living beneath the surface of Mars. But we'll never know, because nobody bothered to check that all the engineers were using the same measuring system. Danny must really believe on the life in Mars thing. The Mars Climate Orbiter was designed and built by Lockheed Martin Astronautics in Denver, Colorado, who were working on the project in conjunction with a separate NASA navigation team in California. But whereas the NASA team were using metric measurements for the navigation data, Lockheed Martin had decided to go with the Old English version of inches, feet, and yards. This resulted in the ground-based software providing output to the craft in entirely the wrong units of measurement, hurtling the probe at great speed towards the surface of Mars and ultimately right off of NASA's radar. How did they get so long in the journey before realizing this? Lockheed Martin appear to have a lot to answer for here, as they should never have been using the Old English measurements as on a project for NASA, who had stipulated the use of metric measurements for many years. But in fact, NASA has taken full responsibility for the $193 million loss and admitted that the discrepancy in the measurements should have been picked up at their end. Wow, NASA! Talk about owning it. Also, I mean, there could be a difference here, like Lockheed has shareholders and they're like, so we really screwed up badly, guys. It's a $193 million mistake.
Blame it on NASA!
We can't take that hit, and NASA are like, well, it's not our money, is it? I'm sure it's not as simple as that, but I feel like you could have at least split the bill. In fact, it's been since revealed that 2 navigators at NASA did try and raise the alarm on the incompatible measurements, but their concerns were ignored because they hadn't filled out the proper form to voice their concerns. Okay, NASA, that does sound like it's a little bit on you. The Mars Climate Orbiter is still currently lost in space, thanks largely to NASA's rules and regulations, getting a little lost in translation. The worst ever call on the telephone. Meanwhile, over 100 years earlier, back down on planet Earth, the president of Western Union received an important call that was to change his company's destiny. It wasn't a telephone call, largely because the telephone wasn't commercially available yet. The year was 1876. This is one of my biggest screw-ups in videos. Like, you'll read it, it'll be like 1876, and I'll say like 1976 or 1867. I think I have like numberlexia, or I'm sure that's a thing, like numerexia. The eating disease where you avoid foods with numbers. Ba-da-bum-bum. Yes, I just did that on my own joke. Funnily enough, it was exactly the reason why Alexander Graham Bell had been chosen to visit the office of Western Union in person on that day. Western Union was the world's first ever communications company and was dominating the American telegraph industry at the time. I used to just sometimes throw the scripts away, but then I wanted to have them in order in the big stack. So I stopped doing that because I had to pick them up off the floor afterwards and it was annoying. As we discussed in a previous Business Blaze video on the dispelling of invention myths, Alexander Graham Bell is the man who usually gets the credit with inventing the telephone, although it's more accurate to say that he was the man who first secured the patent for the telephone. I feel this is something that everyone knows. On that day in 1876, Alexander Graham Bell offered to sell this newly acquired patent to Western Union for $100,000. That would be approaching $2.5 million in today's money, so we're not messing around. Regrettably, the president of Western Union, William Orton, was a notoriously arrogant man and rudely dismissed this newfangled telephonic device as nothing more than a mere toy. A leaked internal memo from Western Union at the time went even further. It read, "The idea is idiotic on the face of it. Furthermore, why would any person want to use this ungainly and impractical device when he can send a messenger to the telegraph office and have a clear written message sent to any large city in the United States?" I don't know, Will, because it sounds like a massive hassle. However, we have kind of come back to it, right? I mean, making a telephone call is like really down my list of preferred means of communication. It'll be like, no communication is of course always number one. Number two would be like WhatsApp message, text message, Skype message, Skype call, telephone call, talking to someone in person. Maybe they had a point. Telephones were massive, noisy things back in the 19th century, and the idea of having such a beast in your home would have seemed ludicrous. In fact, over 145 years later, landline telephones are still pretty noisy. The whole concept of having a device in your home that repeatedly makes loud noises at you until you respond is just downright rude, really. I haven't had a landline telephone in a really long time. It's got to have been a decade since I've had a house where there has been a landline telephone. I had one when I was a student, but we didn't even plug it in because you needed it to get the internet, and there was just a cable that sat there, and we never used it. Is that unusual? Like, let me know in the comments below. Do you have a landline telephone? If so, why? Also in the UK, I'm pretty sure we still don't now. We didn't when I was growing up. There's no caller ID. So it just rings, it shows you a number, and you just have it like, hello? And it's like, hi, do you want to get double glazing for your house? Yeah. No. And it doesn't flash up, it's just a random number. It's like having a visitor come around to your house, but instead of giving them just one polite knock on the door, they bang on it repeatedly with their fists until you let them in. I'm amazed that telephones ever caught on. However, it turns out they did. What? Alexander Graham Bell may initially have been disappointed with the results of that meeting, but he must have felt relieved when just a couple of years later he realized that the patent was worth $25 million. Today, $644 million. He did all right. William Orton's bad decision led to the forming of the Bell Telegraph Company under the leadership of Bell's father-in-law, which went on to own the telephone system in America, and the broken up divisions of that original company still pretty much collectively run the US telecom industry today. That's incredible. Willie boy, you made a mistake. Meanwhile, William Orton was quick to realize his mistake and hired the services of Thomas Edison to make incremental improvements on the telephone so Western Union could sell their own patented version. Oh, Willie boy, that's a bit of a dick move, isn't it? But it didn't end well, and following a legal battle with the Bell Telephone Company, Western Union agreed to pull out of the telephone market altogether. Good. The company finally discontinued their telegram service in 2006? What? After realizing that nobody had been sending telegrams the best part of 50 years. I think it used to be on your 100th birthday in the UK, the Queen would send you a telegram. I guess she just has to send you a card now like a normal person. Or, if you're not an idiot, an email. Oh my god, this is so long. Going back into space, but this time a long time ago in a galaxy far away. Oh god, we're talking about Star Wars. There is nothing that bores me more. Except for baseball and Lord of the Rings. Oh my god. Smash that dislike button. The executives of 20th Century Fox must have been giving themselves a pat on the back following a productive meeting with hot property director George Lucas back in 1976. A few years earlier, Lucas had directed his first big hit, American Graffiti. Never seen it, never will. Which actually turned out to be one of the most profitable films of all time. From a shoestring budget of just $775,000, the film had grown into a surprise monster hit, earning around $200 million and picking up several Academy nominations along the way. Lucas himself himself had only picked up a $150,000 director's fee for American Graffiti, but the success of the film meant that he was in line for a $500,000 raise when he was pitching his idea for a Western in space to Fox. Not being a huge Star Wars fan myself. Really, Danny? We should form a club. Club of Legends. Raid Shadow Legends. Has that video come out yet where I just rip into Raid Shadow Legends for like 8 minutes straight? I hope so. I essentially think it's a poor man's Fraggle Rock. Never heard of that. I often thought it strange how George Lucas managed to become the richest director of all time despite only directing 6 films. His good buddy Steven Spielberg must feel slightly aggrieved that he's directed about 30 more films than Lucas, but he's only worth about half as much. 30 better films. 36 better films. Also, I think isn't that because George Lucas owns Lucasfilm and did he sell it to Disney for a huge amount of money? Something like that's interesting. His business is way more interesting than his movies. And I don't know if I imagine Steven Spielberg must own a production company, but Lucasfilm is worth a lot. And it also has all that merch and shit, right? It's all about the merch. I have no merch. Oh, I do have merch. It's in my merch box. Look at this. Buy a t-shirt with my face on it. It's too cold to wear these today. Let's crack on. It all came down to an unusual proposal that Lucas made to 20th Century Fox during that meeting. Lucas revealed that he would be more than happy to forego his $500,000 raise in return for merchandising rights and licensing rights to his silly new sci-fi movie. Smart move, Mr. Lucas. At the time, this sounded too good to be true for Fox. While they were keen to work with Lucas, they didn't hold out much hope for this Star Wars idea, and they weren't very interested in toys. Science fiction films had gone out of date years ago. Star Wars is a fantasy movie. It really is. I love science fiction. Star Wars it's not science fiction. And I know people smash that dislike, whatever. They'd previously lost a small fortune around the merchandising program behind the epic flop Dr. Dolittle. Pretty sure that's not a sci-fi movie. Oh wait, they lost their money on the merchandising with Dolittle. Anyway, so Dr. Dolittle in space! So when Lucas talked himself out his $500,000 raise, they felt as if they'd sensibly saved a bucket load of cash in return for very little. Naturally, Fox must have been very happy when Star Wars ended up pulling in $775 million at the box office. But they may have been banging their heads against a wall when they realized that Lucas had just pulled in $12 billion from flogging silly plastic toys of robots and giant hairy bears, and a further $4 billion. Yeah, I did sell it to Disney. When he sold Lucasfilm to Disney. When he sold the Star Wars franchise to Disney in 2012. $4 billion. Oh my god. That's like stupid selling your startup money. Fair play to Lucas. I still prefer Fraggle Rock though. I still have no idea what Fraggle Rock is. Finally, expensive coffee beans. Finally, spare a thought for young British IT worker James Howell, who was the man behind one of the most expensive coffee spillages in history. Howell was one of the first 6 people in the world to run and mine the new cryptocurrency Bitcoin in 2008. In fact, he mined 7,500 Bitcoins, although back in those early days, they were practically worthless. I know Bitcoins are worth a lot because a friend of mine bought a ton of them when they were pretty cheap, and now he's rich. Fast forward a few years, and the value of those coins had surged to $175 million dollars. Not pounds. Don't get excited, but it's still a lot of money. The problem was that not long after his initial cryptocurrency mining expeditions, clumsy Hal had spilt a drink of coffee all over the laptop containing the 7,500 coins and completely ruined it. Oh no! Well, would that really ruin a hard disk? You could take the hard disk out, right? And he's an IT worker. Come on, Hal. The good news is that sensible Hal dismantled the laptop and kept the hard drive safe. Should read these things ahead, just in case those bitcoins ever rose in value in the future. The bad news is that years later, absent-minded Hal had a bit of an office spring clean and threw the hard drive away in the trash. Hal has since been petitioning the local council to give him permission to go and rummage in the massive landfill site, which is now believed to contain the lost hard drive. But the council have refused, claiming that undertaking such a search would have a huge environmental impact on the surrounding area. God though, that's a lot of money. To be fair, he'd be wasting his time anyway. The tiny hard drive would be buried somewhere about 5 feet under 6 years worth of waste on a site the size of a football field. Sometimes you just have to know when to give up. I don't know, I'd be pretty tempted to just pay like 10,000 people. Just let's go through it, or just say, there's a hard disk in there somewhere, whoever finds it, I'll give you half. It's gonna get found pretty fast. Despite this minor setback, Hal is still very much a keen Bitcoin enthusiast, and these days is offering to sell his tragic story to any media platform that will listen for the price of £250. It's not a lot, I mean, comparatively. Also, didn't we just tell his story? Look, I don't need to interview Hal. Incredibly, he only accepts payments in Bitcoin. Bonus bogus facts from the inside of Snapple bottle caps. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about this. Let's do it. The average human will eat an average of 8 spiders a year while asleep. I'm sure I was told this once in school, although I'm also convinced that the teacher told us we eat an average of 8 spiders at night while asleep. It's no wonder that I had so many nightmares as a kid. It'd be a bit weird if we were eating them in the day while asleep. Yeah, we'd just be really lazy. It's actually a complete myth, and there's not much in the way of eyewitness evidence. A human would typically wake up from the sensation of a spider crawling inside their mouth, and spiders tend to keep well away from snoring humans anyway. Second fact, fake fact. Dueling is legal in Paraguay as long as both parties are registered blood donors. Alas, no. Dueling in Paraguay is illegal regardless of whether you're donating blood or not. Third, owls are one of the only birds that can see the color blue. In fact, lots of birds have excellent color vision. Some of them can even see into the UV spectrum. Isn't it right that one, like a robin's eye, can see like not X-rays, like infrared? Or no, electromagnetic fields. Robins are crazy. However, it's worth remembering that nobody can see blue as well as Mark Zuckerberg. He can see all of blue. He can see inside you. If you got that joke, you're an OG original legend. Thank you. Holland is the only country with a national dog. Hopelessly wrong on both counts. Countries such as Mexico have national dogs. The Mexican dog is the Xoloitzcuintli. Alright. Sometimes more simply referred to as the Mexican hairless dog. But it's irrelevant anyway, as Holland isn't even a country. That's exactly right. This has been Business Blaze. Thank you very much for watching. It's appreciated. If you watched all the way to the end, let me know that you're a complete legend in the comments below, because that's all that matters. You can smash that dislike button as long as you want, but if you watch to the end, well, that's what gets me that sweet YouTube algorithmic love. Thank you everybody for watching, and I'll see you next time. In fact, I'm about to record one in about 4 minutes. So, but you won't see it for a few days. I'm off. Smash that dislike button. Ah yes, the good old screw the poor mentality. Hello everybody, welcome to a brand new episode of Business Blaze. This one is all about the Great Recession, which was like the Great Depression, except not as bad, but we all remember it. Just before we get started, I will say I've got a new podcast. It's called The Simon Whistler Show. And yes, I named it after myself. It's if you enjoy this kind of more free format style of me, you'll also like that podcast. It's less upbeat than this because it's a podcast, but I think you'll also enjoy it anyway. If you're new here and you're wondering what on earth is going on, I'm Simon. I read these scripts that Danny, our writer, puts together, and I make some jokes. They might be funny. They probably won't be. Let's crack on. On the 9th of October 2007, Wall Street was in a celebratory mood as the Dow Jones climbed to a record-breaking all-time high. If there happened to be any superstitious traders joining in the jolly celebrations on the trading floor, they may have just stopped and pondered to reflect how October the 9th is a bit of a dodgy date in stock market history. Just 5 years earlier, to the day in 2002, Wall Street had woken up to a massive hangover as the dot-com bubble finally burst. Yeah, I'm recording this the Monday after the Friday stock market. It dropped like 10%. I have a bunch of investments in like ETFs, like index funds, and the broker sent me an email. Hey, this is an automated email that we have to send out to you just to let you know that since you purchased this, it's dropped 10% in a day. Way! But it doesn't matter because I'm in it for the long term. Over the long term, it's always gonna work out. Don't sell, don't even look at it, don't worry about it, you'll be fine. This is why index funds are the best. Just 5 years earlier to the day, in 2002, Wall Street had woken up to a massive hangover as the dot-com bubble finally burst. I think we did a video about that. It's not going to be linked to below. If it is linked to below and I say, here's our video on the dot-com bubble, that's because someone had a go at me in the comments for being too lazy to link, and so what I've actually done is linked a video of Rick Astley singing I'm Never Gonna Let You Down. You're welcome. However, I'm pretty sure that Wall Street traders don't go in for all of that silly business of avoiding walking under ladders, never opening an umbrella indoors. I didn't even know that was one of these things. And refusing to turn over a cooked fish or change your bed sheets on a Friday. Are those things? I only know walking under ladders. You could be like, and breaking mirrors and all of that. I mean, it's all bullshit, let's just be clear. But I've never heard of like the last three. What if you shit your bed on Thursday night? I mean, then you're going to need to change your sheets on a Friday. Wall Street traders have other, more important things to worry about. It turns out that October the 9th was destined to go down in stock market history again, this time as the day that we witnessed the very top of the bull market that precipitated a huge global financial crisis. Another even bigger hangover was on the way, and it would be a very long time before anyone on Wall Street felt like celebrating again. Cry me a river! The Great Recession officially lasted from December 2007 to June 2009 and is now viewed as America's most severe economic downturn since the Great Depression of the 1930s. And just to be absolutely 100% clear there, because I don't want anyone misinterpreting that, I'm not making fun of people losing their homes and their jobs and all of that stuff. I'm making fun of, like, I don't give a shit whether Wall Street celebrates. This did briefly get me thinking about how exactly these grand and dramatic names are chosen. And about the difference between a depression and a recession. Weirdly, there's no universally accepted answer, so it appears that economists just decide to go with however gloomy they appear to be feeling at the time. I thought it was to do with how long it was happening or how deep the recession was, whether it became a depression or not. But I guess not. That's why Danny writes these, and I just read it. Funnily enough, this whole Great Recession thing is actually kind of partly why I'm a YouTuber. I was just finishing university around this time, and all of those big law firms that were all like, yeah, we're gonna hire loads of people, they were quite affected by this. And so I didn't find it as easy to get a job at a good firm that I wanted to get. And by that I mean I didn't get a job. So I was like, oh, I'll take like a year off and I go do some traveling or something. And then I kind of continued doing that for a while. And then I was like, well, I don't know if I really want to be a lawyer anymore. So now I do this. Good news is it's probably more fun. God bless the Great Recession. A recession is usually defined by journalists as a period of 2 consecutive quarters of decline in GDP, whereas economists usually prefer to deal in monthly cycles of peaks and troughs. A depression doesn't actually have a standard definition at all, but it's often used to describe a long-term period of repeated falls in GDP, so it could be seen as a director's extended cut of a recession that gets dragged out far longer and with more severe consequences. Yeah, a friend of mine once tried me to get the watch the director's extended cut of Lord of the Rings. Apparently, if you watch all of those movies back to back, it's like 15 hours or something. I didn't do that because I would rather shoot myself in the face. An old economist joke, I bet we're in for a treat, paints a more simplified picture of the differences between the two. When your neighbor loses their job, it's a recession, and when you lose your job, that's a depression. That is that even a joke? I also wonder what name we'd give to a second official depression if such a thing ever happened. The Second Great Depression. The Great Depression 2. The Great Depression rides again. I wonder what name we'd give to a second oh no, I said that already. It's stuff like this that keeps me awake at night, when it probably shouldn't. The main thing to take away from the recent Great Recession is that it was generally a bad time for everybody. Not as bad as they had it back in the 1930s. I should say that it would take a whole series of books to explain the multitude of elements that led to the Great Recession. I'm sure you don't want to watch a 6-hour video of Simon waffling away on about short-term investment horizons, off-balance risk sheets, credit default swaps, pro-cyclical regulation of loan loss revenues, and unforeseen rising prices of Mbongo. If you get that joke, thank you for being a Business Blaze regular, and you definitely don't want to see me talk about this because I don't think even people are always like, "Wow, Simon, you started a channel about business? That sounds boring as." Thank you for making it interesting. There are limits to my abilities. However, I'm pretty sure that we can effectively boil down the primary causes of the recession to about 6 words: subprime mortgages, risk, greed, and stupidity. I was actually doing an internship in the winter, must have been 2006, because it was the winter before all of this hit the fan. I was doing like a Christmas internship at a big law firm, and I spent an afternoon in what they call the securitization department, which I imagine we'll get into, which is basically where they repackage subprime loans for banks. And I was there was another intern, and there was like the junior lawyer who was talking us through the process, and they're like, yeah, so what we do is we get all this bad debt, we wrap it up with some, they weren't exactly saying it like this, but in a more technically complicated way. Then we wrap it up with all of this good debt, and we just call the whole thing good debt. And I'm like, wait, how does that work? That doesn't seem to make sense. They literally said, it's like magic. It wasn't like magic the next summer when all of this collapsed. It's all rooted in one of the central paths to the great American dream, owning your own home. which I feel is more than an American dream. I dream of owning my own home. I own my own apartment. Yay! I mean, the bank owns my apartment and I'm just allowed to live in it, assuming that I continue to make enough money to pay them. Getting your first step on the property ladder has always been one of life's toughest challenges and biggest achievements. It's naturally a little bit harder if you've got no money, no career prospects, and a terrible credit rating. You usually need a steady stream of income and a sizable deposit saved up in the bank before anyone would even begin to entertain the idea of lending you the money to buy your own home. In the years leading up to the crisis, the American housing market was booming, and the value of property was rising significantly year after year. This was helped along by incredibly low interest rates, which the US Federal Reserve had implemented to maintain economic stability. How'd that work out for you guys? The banks, financial institutions, and investors were in a healthy position to seize new and exciting ways to make even more money from potential new homeowners. It was during this prosperous period that we begin to see the massive growth of subprime mortgages. Now, even if you only know a little about the Great Recession, I'm betting you probably know it's got something to do with subprime mortgages. Effectively, this was a cunning strategy to sell houses to people who couldn't actually afford them. This so wasn't an American thing. The idea is that people who may have been refused mortgages at the standard prime interest rates could still get a subprime mortgage at a considerably higher interest rate. Ah yes, the good old screw the poor mentality. It's like, oh, you're rich, we'll give you a really low interest rate. Oh, you're extremely poor? Well, it's going to be more expensive for you, isn't it? Because that makes sense. I mean, from a business perspective, it absolutely does. But from like a let's not be a knob perspective, And don't go nuts in the comments. Anytime I say something like this, people are like, oh, Simon, you're such a socialist. And I'm like, no, I'm not saying that the poor people should have it better, even though maybe they should. I see that argument as well. I'm just saying that it should be the same for everyone. In fact, they'll often end up paying tens of thousands of dollars over the odds in the long term. It works on the solid business principle that people with lots of money should be able to get things as cheaply as possible, while people with no money should end up paying about 20 times as much. And that, look, as sad as this is, it is a solid business principle. This makes sense because obviously, richer people are a lower risk and poorer people are a higher risk when you're lending money. So it makes sense that it should be cheaper from a business perspective, but from a moral perspective, like I said, makes it seem like you're a bit of a knob. Still, the great news at the time for poor people was that they could now walk into a bank and quickly secure a $500,000 mortgage for a lovely new home without even having to pay a deposit, regardless of their income, bad credit history, or any remote likelihood of them being able to pay it back, which is insane. It may sound a bit silly, but yes it does, but the banks and financial institutions couldn't really lose either way, or so they assumed. If the new homeowner paid off the mortgage and ridiculously high interest in full, that would be great, the bank wins. The homeowner wins. I mean, sort of. They're getting a little bit destroyed on the interest rate, but at least they live in a mansion that they can't afford furniture for. If not, the bank could just foreclose on the house and then put it on the market again for even more money because the property prices would have risen even further by then. Yeah, I mean, assuming that the price of property continues to rise, which, was a good trend, everything would be fine as long as interest rates didn't start climbing too high and housing prices didn't fall. I mean, that could potentially really cock things up quite a bit. How could that ever happen? Hold that thought, says Danny. This new outburst of aggressive lending stretched out way beyond just the banks. The investment industry was more than happy to jump into the flames too. The banks would typically bundle up lots of these subprime mortgages into bumper packages called mortgage-backed securities and sell them at a discount price to investors. Yeah, and they all were rated like AAA even though they weren't. And yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about in that securitization department. This is what they were doing. And it just seems like, does no one get this? At this point, the bank effectively just became a middleman. They've thrashed out the mortgage deal with the home buyer and then sold the whole thing onto investors, recording these as big juicy profits on their own balance sheets. The investor now becomes the lender, because they own the mortgage stuff technically, and receives periodic payments from the mortgage-backed security in much the same way as they would do with a bond. Except in the case of buying a bond, like, assuming you're not buying them from like Venezuela, they're going to be backed by, like, if you're buying an American or a US Treasury bond or whatever, or bill, what do you call them in America? It's going to have like that 2% interest rate or whatever, and that's only not going to be paid back unless the American economy completely and government completely fails, which is unlikely. However, this, not so. It's all good as long as those regular mortgage payments keep flowing in, which, you know, can absolutely happen because they're lending $500,000 to average Joe. I mean, investors were hardly likely to part with their money unless a mortgage-backed security had received a reassuringly strong grade from the top credit rating agencies. And the good news is that most of these mortgage-backed securities received AAA ratings, indicating that they were pretty much the safest investments that you could possibly buy. Just to hammer this point home, the most reputable credit rating agencies in the world were strongly recommending investors to plow their money into buying up packages of subprime mortgages which were owed by the type of people who were most unlikely to pay them back. So the investment industry had nothing to worry about on that front, at least. Except they totally did. Hold that thought as well. So, it was around this time that the housing bubble inevitably burst and interest rates started to climb again as housing prices took a dramatic plunge. Yeah, that thing they were like, this is all gonna be fine. It's going to be absolutely fine as long as housing prices continue to rise forever and interest rates stay low. Because those things never happen. Although in the UK, I swear like house prices have risen for the entire of my lifetime, possibly the entirety of my parents' lifetime. Now houses are insanely expensive and people can't really easily get onto the housing ladder. Surely that can't continue forever. Someone will be watching this video in 2040 and be like, seems like Simon was wrong, I just sold my first house for £1 billion. This was bad news for homeowners who suddenly found themselves underwater. That's not to say they experienced economy-based flooding in their new homes. But rather that they were sinking fast into a situation where they were now locked into a bad deal. Yeah, because their interest rates have gone up and they can't afford them, so they're going to get evicted from their homes. It's a bad time. I feel like I've said this 1,000,000 times in this video. How could we have ever predicted this? It's like the economy now. It's like it's doing great. At some point it's going to go down. Maybe it's this year, maybe it's next year, maybe it's in 5 years. It's gonna go down. And then it will go up again. And everything will be fine. In many fixed rate cases, the value of the house was now considerably less than the mortgage they had to pay. So, there was no longer an option of selling the house to escape the deal. Oh yeah, that's the double whammy. If you buy your house for $500,000, you could be like, oh, I can't afford it anymore, at least I can sell it and go get a smaller house, except you can't because you can only sell it for like $300,000, $400,000, so you're $100,000 in debt, and you make like $30,000, $40,000 a year. You've been given this crazy mortgage. It's a bad time. In other adjustable rate cases, the regular mortgage payments had now increased to a much higher level than the initial payments, making it utterly impossible for home buyers to continue with the deal, even in the immediate short term. So yeah, fixed rate people who got a fixed rate mortgage, they were screwed. Adjustable rate people, they were just double screwed. Approximately 4 million people a year lost their home to foreclosure during the Great Recession. That's actually insane. Isn't the US population like 300 million? So you're talking like 1.5% of people losing their homes every year? The thing is, this also became very bad news for the banks too. Foreclosure was no longer just the casual side effect of some poor family losing their home. The thing is, this also became very bad news for the banks too. Yeah, no shit. Like, we all know the big names that failed. The sharp drop in house prices meant that the banks were losing stacks of money because the new value of the reclaimed house was now far less than the original amount they were expecting to receive. And it was bad news for investors too. Of course it was, as the value of their mortgage-backed security investments had plummeted. Yeah, because the credit agencies were like, these are amazing, when they're actually shite. In effect, both the banks and the big investment firms were dipping underwater in exactly the same way as the home buyers, because their assets in the form of property and mortgage-backed securities were falling well below the value of the money that they had been borrowing to pay for all of the crazy expensive shit in the first place. So they had become equally trapped by terrible deals and were sinking faster into debt that was impossible to pay back. Bear Stearns was the first major investment firm to collapse from the weight of mortgage-backed securities gone bad in 2008, with many of the managers facing criminal charges for misleading investors about the risks involved in subprime loans, although they were all ultimately cleared. Just 1 year earlier, the stock market had valued the company at $172 per share, but it was eventually swallowed up by JP Morgan Chase for a paltry $2 a share. I've really thought about getting cool set decorations for like this set for Business Blaze. Would be like, I'd love like an Enron logo, or like an Enron mug, but like official Enron mug, or like a Bear Stearns sign. I think that'd be cool. Let me know if you think that would be cool and where I can buy these. I guess eBay? Is this shit expensive? Because I imagine people would like this because it's kind of cool. But also maybe they don't because it just reminds them of terrible economic times. If I was like, a friend of mine got made redundant when Lehman Brothers collapsed. If I was like walking out that office, I'd just be like, yeah, I'm gonna take that big Lehman Brothers sign, thanks. However, the biggest casualty followed later in the year with the bankruptcy of America's fourth biggest investment bank, Lehman Brothers. Still regarded as the largest ever bankruptcy in history, this company was apparently too big to fail, but it went ahead and failed anyway after amassing no less than $619 billion worth of debt. So yeah, my friend, if he stole that Lehman Brothers sign, he'd probably get a letter from a debt collecting agency. Yeah, we want to sell that Lehman Brothers sign that you stole on eBay to pay back $619 billion worth of debt. Just for some perspective here of how big a number 619 billion is, GDP by country, the biggest 21 economies in the world have a GDP bigger than that. So you got Switzerland at 20, Argentina at 21. The debt that Lehman Brothers had is bigger than the GDP of Sweden, Poland, Belgium, Thailand, Iran, Austria, Norway, UAE, Nigeria, Israel. It goes on to every other country in the world other than the top 22. So yes, it's a lot of money. Of course, the consequences of all of this created ripples that surged well beyond the banks and the financial institutions who arguably had been the architects of their own downfall. In America alone, 2.5 million businesses fell victim to the recession and more than 8 million jobs were lost. This disastrous domino effect also caused catastrophic ripples across Europe and most of the rest of the developed world. Yes, including Simon not getting a job after university and becoming a YouTuber. Although America officially came out of the Great Recession in June of 2009, the aftermath would continue to be felt for many, many years to follow. The move to recovery was helped along by the Federal Reserve's emergency loan of over $7 trillion. Let's just go back to our list. So that loan of $7 trillion is bigger than the GDP of every country except for the United States and China. And just for some clarity, if you don't know what GDP is, that's the entire value of like the gross domestic product, all the money made in that country in a single year. So this $7 trillion was lent to the banks to save them from collapsing, and a series of economic and stimulus packages which included the government pumping hundreds of billions of dollars into saving the likes of General Motors and Chrysalis? I imagine there's got to be an autocorrect error from Chrysler, right? Could all of this have been avoided? It's quite bizarre that nobody involved in the chain seemed prepared to just stop for a second and ponder the possibility of a bad outcome. I don't want to have a go at the people who are struggling to buy a new home, and we should all applaud any effort to help those on a low income get onto the property ladder, but these predatory sky-high subprime deals which locked home buyers into a deal they couldn't afford or escape from was not the solution. Yeah, and I don't know how it was back in the day, because I wasn't looking at buying a house in 2007, because I was 20 years old in 2007. I bet they were marketing it like, yeah, we're helping the poor get on the housing market and buy massive homes that they can't afford for extremely expensive interest rates. Come in and check out our loans. I wouldn't mind owning a 200 bedrooms castle in the Scottish Highlands, but I'm not going to commit to a mortgage with terrible terms on this pipe dream because I suspect it would end very badly for me. Probably would, Danny. The banks and investment firms seem to be riding a wave of uber-confidence and invincibility when perhaps they should have paused to consider how realistic future changes to investment rates and the housing market could easily send everything into freefall. This alarming confidence and arrogance was only spurred on by the credit rating agencies who were slapping misleading top grades on packages of mortgages owed by people who simply couldn't afford to pay them. And of course, there's the small matter of these institutions being allowed to do this in the first place. In the aftermath of the recession, tighter regulations were introduced by the US government, most notably the Dodd-Frank Act, which gave the government more control over financial institutions and provided stronger consumer protection from predatory lending. Excellent. That's good to hear. There's that brilliant movie, it's not Margin Call, it's a similar movie, The Big Short, where at the end he's like, yeah, and then we introduced all of these regulations and everything ended up perfectly. And he's just like, except none of that happened because these measures were just not nearly strong enough. Brilliant movie, by the way, The Big Short. However, this could be seen as closing the bank door after the bankers had already bolted. And it seems quite ironic that many of the people and institutions involved in drafting this new act were the very same people and institutions who had profited from predatory lending in the first place. Perhaps one of the most sickening things about this whole mess is that many of the most ruthless players who were helping to drive the economy straight off of a cliff were the ones who got away with it. When the profits of these major investment firms were going up, this naturally led to bigger bonuses for the managers who clearly didn't feel any personal risk from snapping up apparently lucrative mortgage packages and forging ever bigger bonuses for themselves. Yeah, this is the thing. because like in the good times, you just get tons of bonus money. In the bad times, it's not like, oh, well, your performance was really like negative, so we're gonna need some of that money back. That just doesn't happen. You just get fired, if that. And then you get a massive severance package because, yeah, there's no conflict of interest there. This didn't particularly, there is. I was being sarcastic. This is a massive problem. They didn't particularly care if a home buyer lost their home. It could be argued they didn't particularly care when the company went bankrupt. Fair enough, it's not an ideal start to the working week, but it's not like they were ever under threat of becoming homeless. Their personal bank accounts were still heaving under the weight of all of those juicy bonuses which nobody was ever going to try and claim back. Instead, it was the everyday American taxpayer that got lumbered with a big chunk of the costs involved in salvaging the mess that these managers had created. Yeah, this wasn't just the US, the UK as well also bailed out a ton of banks. I think I just watched a video just before it went out on RBS. I got a friend who worked at RBS and it was massively bailed out by the taxpayer. We constantly made fun of him that he worked for us. Still, at least it wasn't as bad as the 1930s, and we're yet to see a sequel to the Great Depression. But if Wall Street ever appears to be celebrating good fortune on a forthcoming October the 9th, then it might be time to start getting a bit twitchy. Oh yeah, because all the bad shit happened on October the 9th previously, or twice previously. This should at least give us plenty of time to think of a good name. So far I've come up with Great Depression 2, Judgment Day, Great Depression with a Vengeance, for a few dollars less. I still don't know what you did last century. The Great Depression goes bananas. And hold that thought, guys, because this has been Business Plays. I've been Simon. This was written by Danny. If you've watched to the end of this video about economic depressions and recessions, you're an absolute legend because I'm not sure how interesting this was. I find it interesting because I find economics quite interesting, but if this was boring for the average person who watches this channel, I'm terribly sorry. And if you did hold that thought with Danny's suggested titles, here you go. Ba-da-boom-boom! See you next time. They actually paused for a high five. Oh, Mark. Hello everybody, welcome to another brand new episode of the Business Blaze Show. Normally I just call it Business Blaze, and I'm not sure why I called it the Business Blaze Show. Today, the 10 epic advertising fails, and I think I made this as a list of 10 because I'm going to cross-promote this on my other channel called Top 10s, and if you're here from Top 10s, you might be wondering what the hell's going on. I'm Simon. I read these scripts that Danny's written, I add some comments, sometimes they're amusing, sometimes they're mostly they're not. Let's crack on. Maybe you'll like it. Over the last few decades, some of the finest minds in marketing have cooked up the kind of sensationally simple advertising that can only be described as genius. Kentucky Fried Chicken, finger-licking good. Or, in Europe, so good. They used to have finger-licking good, but they changed it, which is weird. American Express, don't leave home without it. Well, unless you're in Europe, where American Express is not that widely accepted. L'Oreal Paris, because you're worth it. Kinda useless to me. Umbongo, they drink it in the Congo. Slightly racist. This came up in a previous video, which I assume is why Danny's included it here. There's this weird drink in the UK called Umbongo. These unseen masterminds of marketing are to be applauded for their creativity and vision, for their ability to keep their brand slogans floating around into your subconscious for a lifetime, and for generating the kind of buzz that rakes in millions of dollars for the company. Actually thinking about it, American Express, don't leave home without it. I don't think I've ever heard that before. There's MasterCard, something, but for everything else there's MasterCard. There's some things money can't buy, for everything else there's MasterCard. That's definitely the one that comes to mind. I guess it's just American Express is not super widely advertised in Europe, in the UK. Also, who the watches adverts anymore? We salute them, but this is not their story. Who wants to hear about that? We're far more interested in those glorious moments where marketing goes miserably wrong, to the extent that you're left wondering what on earth the business executives had been sprinkling over their Rice Krispies that morning. And by the way, snap, crackle, and pop, another belter. That is a good one. Anyway, let's crack on. We've got fucking 10 of these. This is an absolute beast. Look at this. Look at this. You can't say I don't treat you well and produce a lot of content for you guys on Business Blaze. Number 1, the many faces of Walker's Crisps. The name Gary Lineker may not be massively familiar to US viewers, but the rest of the world, he's known as one of England's greatest ever football players from the 80s and 90s. See, to me, I have so little interest in football that to me, Gary Lineker, when I was a kid, was the guy who did the Walkers adverts. Because I've watched 2 football games in my life. One I went to because a friend of mine was really into football, and I don't know, we were like 12, and his dad took us to see football, and we had to, I was like, where are the seats? And he was like, oh no, we stand here and watch the game. And I'm like, for an hour and a half? Also, and then I watched one in a pub when I was at university, because I wanted to go drinking in the day, so I went with my friends, and they were all like, yeah, there's a football match on, let's go watch the football. And I was like, wait, are we gonna be drinking? And they were like, yes. And I was like, fuck in. And the game, it was like 9-2. The score was 9-2, which for those who are not familiar with football is an insanely high scoring game, and which is one of the reasons why football is so boring. Like, there have been 11 points in this. It's an hour and a half. And it was like 9-2. And people were going wild with excitement. And I was like, even when it's exciting, it's boring. Smash that dislike button. That's the name of the game. That's the game that the US have been heroically ignoring for over 100 years under the name of soccer. Yeah, good for you guys. Although your version of football also sucks. Smash that dislike button. I saw that once. I watched that on TV. Didn't even make it all the way through. Most of it is commercials or timeouts. Or what they call commercial timeouts. I don't get it. I know much, I just don't like sports. Can you tell? I don't know much about football or soccer or kick a ball myself, but I'm one of the world's leading experts on crisps. I love crisps as well, Danny. Or potato chips if you're American. Oh yeah, wait, you don't call them crisps? What do crisps? Does crisps mean anything in America? C-R-I-S-P-S. God, this is already confusing. Agreed. And it doesn't help that I'm just adding in my constant commentary to extra confuse things. What the f*** are we talking about? Oh yeah, Gary. Gary Lineker went on to become the face of the British snack company Walker's Crisps in hundreds of TV campaigns. In fact, his association with potato-based goodness has ended up lasting longer than his football career ever did. He's been helping to flog Walker's Crisps for over 25 years now, in what has developed into one of the world's longest-running celebrity endorsements. He's still doing it? He's like, oh, Walker's Crisps, jolly good. These hurt my gums. But the face of Walker's Crisps was asking for your face during a promotional campaign on Twitter in 2017, in which the snack company were giving away tickets to the Champions League finals. Whenever companies are like, yeah, submit this. Do you remember when there was like Microsoft were like, yeah, we've made a was it Microsoft? Someone made a Twitter bot and it was like, yeah, we'll answer your questions and learn from you. And it very quickly became an anti-Semitic because people trolled the out of it. Whenever you're like, yeah, we're taking user submissions, the Nazis are going to get involved. To enter the competition, you needed to simply upload your own selfie, which would then be inserted into a short promotional video hosted by Gary, creating a special, one-off, personalized version of the video, which you can then post on your Twitter and show off to your friends. How exciting. It's not a million miles away from those silly elf yourself videos that everyone shares around Christmas time. Am I completely out of touch? What the is elf yourself? I assume it's, you're going to put your face on an elf or something like that. My second question is, what are you doing with, if you are elfing yourself, just take stock. In this case, Gary introduces the video whilst holding a giant placard featuring your face, and then it cuts to a football match in which your face can be seen cheering the crowd. It's harmless and fun, really. Disagree. It sounds boring. But Walker's made one fatal flaw in the execution of this marketing campaign. They set up automated posting so that randomly selected new selfie videos would be posted from their Twitter account to help spread the word. Oh no. Okay, so hang on, if I understand that correctly, it's like, yeah, you can upload it and then they'll automatically retweet it sometimes. That's not going to end well. Oh no, I recognize a couple of these guys. That's Stalin, Shipman, that pedophile dude. I don't know who that other guy is, but he looks scary. They were effectively putting the campaign in the hands of bots and mischievous social media users, and that's never a good idea. It's not. And so it came to pass that on one memorable day in 2017, because Chris were happily posting fun promotional tweets in which Gary Lineker was holding up placards featuring the likes of serial sex of Jimmy Savile. That's who he is, the British pedophile. Serial murderer Fred West. Oh no. Children's entertainer turned disgraced sex pest Rolf Harris. Oh, I don't think he's here. And general practitioner turned biggest serial killer in history, Harold Shipman. Yeah, Harold Shipman is a scary He killed like 150 people. That's mad. And then he finished the job. He killed himself. Oh, because I imagine prison was not a good time for him. Okay, also, just to comment, Jimmy Savile. How did no one work out that this guy was a pedophile? I mean... I love little girls. There is no man in history who has looked more like a pedophile than Jimmy Savile. Gary Lineker tried to make light of the situation by tweeting later, "Had an unusual day in some very strange company. I'm sure we'll wave goodbye to them all by tomorrow." Well, yeah, they're all dead, Gary. But he was right. By the next day, the campaign had completely disappeared from Twitter. Number 2. Domino's Pizza. Branding with a twist. Never underestimate the lengths that people will go to get free pizza. In 2018, Domino's Pizza in Russia launched a wacky campaign in which they were offering every customer 100 free pizzas per year for the next 100 years. Holy shit, you could pass this down to your kids. All you had to do was get a tattoo of the Domino's Pizza logo on a visible part of your body and post a photo of it on social media. Whoa, Domino's, you are underestimating what people will do for free shit. How do you not know how this is? There's only one way this is going to end, and it's not going to be well. 100 pizzas a year for the rest of your life and your children's life, essentially. That's 2 pizzas a week. Domino's pizzas are fairly big. So I'm thinking you're getting 4 meals out of each pizza. So you're getting 4 free meals a week for the rest of your life for just tattooing a domino on your body. People are going to do this. Also, I've seen videos on YouTube about crazy Russians. Russians gonna do this, Domino's. It's one of those campaigns that was surely designed to generate a bit of social media buzz for the chain, rather than provide a genuine offer for people to claim. Dude, are you kidding? That's like the Pepsi, I wonder if it'll be in here, the Pepsi Harrier jump jet, where it's like Pepsi said, like, yeah, if you collect like 1 million bottle caps, we'll give you a Harrier jump jet. And some guy was like, well, a Harrier jump jet is worth a lot more than that. So Pepsi assumed no one would do this, and he was like, no, I want my jet. Here's the 1 million bottle caps. Pepsi are like, fuck. Maybe we'll do that one in the future. If you guys want a video on business plays about the Pepsi jump jet thing, let me know below. The company must have been banking on the fact that only a few pizza lovers would be mental enough to actually go and get permanently inked with corporate branding. They were wrong. When you work out the maths, it's not really a bad deal after all. Spend a few quid getting a tattoo, and then potentially get as many as 10,000 free pizzas over the next 100 years. Assuming you live that long. You're not gonna live that long. You'd be like 118, assuming you can only get a tattoo when you're 18. Is that right? I think it's an age limit thing. Assuming you live long enough, which is probably quite unlikely considering all the free pizza you're gonna be getting through. Yeah, you're also gonna be like fat. Russian customers were quick to cotton on to the fact that this could be the bargain of a lifetime. I don't think I'd do this, but 10 years ago, Simon, I'd probably do this. I have no tattoos. I don't really have any interest in tattoos. I don't really like tattoos. But I like pizza. The promotion was intended to run for 2 months, but it was ultimately pulled after just 5 days, when Domino's Pizza became swamped with hundreds of photographs of social media users proudly displaying their new body tag. I'll put this up there. Domino's Pizza hastily introduced tighter rules about the required size and placing of the tattoos, and then announced that the competition would be closed after the first 350 entries had been approved. You'd feel a little bit gutted if you'd gone ahead with the inking, only to find that Domino's had moved the goalposts while you were busy down the tattoo studio. But also, this is like an epic story. If someone's like, why do you have a Domino's Pizza tattoo? And it's not even like that intrusive. You'd be like, well, I have 2 free pizzas a week for the rest of my life. Even if you're at a job interview and you've got it on your face, people are going to be like, you absolute legend. Domino's could possibly have learned some valuable lessons from history if they'd bothered to look. I do sometimes wonder about the complete lack of research that some of these companies do when they're coming up with ideas. They're like, yeah, let's do this. And it's like, reading the first line, I know that it's not going to end well. 20 years earlier, the San Francisco restaurant Casa Sanchez offered customers the chance to eat there for free for the rest of their lives if they got a tattoo of the company mascot Jimmy the Con Man. Alright. If all the willing participants really did end up claiming a free meal at Casa Sanchez every day, it's estimated this would have cost the company just under $6 million in free cheese burritos and stuffed crab shrimps. But these guys, I assume that's just one restaurant, like a one-off restaurant, which I would think, oh, that can go out of business. But Domino's, yeah, it's probably not going anywhere. You're gonna be good for a while at least. Number 3, the dark side of Heineken. The Dutch lager company Heineken found themselves in hot, frothy water over a TV commercial aired in the US in 2018. The ad was rooted around the slogan, sometimes lighter is better, and it depicted a male bartender sliding a bottle of Heineken all the way down a long bar where it is eventually picked up at the other end by a light-skinned woman. Oh no, Heineken. Please tell me that's accidental at least. This itself might be seen as a little insensitive. Yeah, just a touch. Although arguably Heineken had just innocently produced a TV advertisement promoting the light-calorie content of their lager, and angry viewers shouldn't be looking too deeply at commercials for booze. But so what's the joke then? Because it's got to be a joke, right? It's not just like sometimes lighter is better and he slides it down the bar. Or maybe it is like that. Maybe it is innocent, but then it's boring. And as everyone knows, boring is better than racist. Or at least you could have argued that. Oh, if you'd completely missed what happened in the middle of the commercial. As the bottle of lager makes its journey down the bar, it slides straight past a load of other people, all who just so happen to be exclusively dark-skinned, before arriving in the rightful hands of the lighter-skinned woman. Heineken! This was an error, wasn't it? Also, I mean, you got to cast that ad. So this has got to be intentional, right? This is uncomfortable. So this was no thoughtless oversight, and there wasn't much scope for any misunderstanding when the slogan "sometimes lighter is better" pops up on screen. How does this get through your quality control, Heineken? Look, companies, if you want to pay me $1,000, just send your to me before, and I'll tell you if it's racist or not, or if people are gonna abuse it. Because clearly I'm excellent at this. Whistler Consulting. I'm sure it was meant to be a bit of a light-hearted fun rather than a blatantly racist statement, but not so many people were laughing, and it's quite staggering that the concept was signed off by a Heineken marketing team without anyone bothering to raise a hand and remind anyone that the year was 2018. Heineken, this wouldn't even be okay in the 1960s, in the South of America. One of Heineken's biggest critics was Chance the Rapper, who tweeted his displeasure at Heineken's terribly racist ad, but also admitted feeling uncomfortable that tweeting about it was probably just generating even more publicity. Good news, Mr. Rapper. It's negative publicity. However, thousands of social media users agreed with him, and the ad was quickly pulled alongside an apology from Heineken, which admitted they had missed the mark. No shit. Also, Heineken, I've got thoughts on Heineken. Heineken's fine. Like, I think Heineken is a good beer. It's an okay beer. One reason I like Heineken so much is because I went on the Heineken brewery tour in Amsterdam, I think. Yeah, it's Dutch. Went on the brewery tour in Amsterdam, and you go through, and it's so hot in there, and it's like an hour and a half long, and it's so boring because, all breweries are the same. And then they get to the end, and there's like, okay, we're gonna taste the Heineken. And there's like 15 of you, and I'm there with my friends. I'm like, let's just taste this motherfucker. Come on. And it's like, the tour guide's like, and smell. Dutch accent. And just smell the Heineken. Smell how good it tastes. And you're like, oh, for fuck's sake, I just want to drink it. And then when you drink it, it's like, bah, so good. And from that moment on, I was kind of into Heineken. And my feeling about Heineken is it's a really average beer, but like it's everywhere. So you go to like an airport in like Timbuktu, there's going to be like weird Timbuktu ale, which, I'll try once and probably won't like. And then there's Heineken, which is just completely inoffensive and tastes the same, mostly the same everywhere. And then it's like, Heineken, please. I think that should be Heineken's advertising slogan. Heineken. It's average, but you know what you're getting. Mistake number 4, oh my god, this is a long-ass video. Number 4, mistaken identity. Mistake and identity. It's like this. It doesn't work so great in the text form or when I read it out loud. Anyway, hold on. Ba-da-bum-bum. American businessman Todd Davis was the CEO of the personal fraud protection company LifeLock, which offered a subscription-based software package designed to protect your identity, devices, and personal data. I've listened to so much of the Adam Carolla podcast that I think I know the LifeLock ad read by heart. He always like, I have it, my kids have it, my dog has it. Anyway, let's find out about LifeLock. This video brought to you by I'm just kidding, it's brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends. It's not. It's not brought to you by anyone. But when someone does want to make this channel brought to you by someone, it's going to be really uncomfortable because, well, now I can't have LifeLock or Heineken or Walkers or Raid Shadow Legends or Facebook or, oh god, a lot. Back in 2007, he was happy to show just how confident he was in his own anti-fraud products. A huge marketing campaign showed Todd's grinning face as he held aloft his genuine social security number and dared you to try and steal his identity. That's not going to end well, Todd. The whole point was that Todd was completely protected by his utterly invincible LifeLock system, so his personal information was rendered useless to even the most cunning of criminals. He even offered $1 million as a service guarantee, although looking at the fine print of this amazing offer, the terms were so limiting that it was practically worthless. Yeah, and I think that's one of the things that happens in the LifeLock reads. It's like $1 million of protection that apparently isn't that great. Let's just pussyfoot around the wording there a little. I don't want to get sued by LifeLock. I'd have to do LifeLock ads to pay them off. You can probably guess what happened next. After revealing a social security number to the word, poor old Todd Davis was reported to have been the victim of identity theft no less than 13 times over the next couple of years. I think someone in Italy might have stolen my identity because I keep getting emails about the purchase of a Citroen in Italy, but they're all in Italian. So I think someone's like, or used my email address to buy a Citroen in Italy, which is weird. I'm not particularly concerned. It turns out that LifeLock wasn't so invincible after all. In fact, some went as far to say that the whole thing was largely a scam. In 2000, let's just highlight there, some went so far to say, I'm not saying it, Business Blaze is not saying that, none of us have that opinion and we love LifeLock. LifeLock is the best. Some people have accused it of being a scam, some people who are not us LifeLock. In 2010, the company was fined $12 million for deceptive advertising and failing to protect the data of personal customers. 5 years later, the company was fined an additional $100 million. That's gonna sting. For violating the original 2010 order with further breaches of data security. Todd Davis finally stepped down as CEO in 2016, although by this time he'd had his identity stolen so many times that he wasn't sure he was anymore. Despite all of the troubles, the company's still going strong today, having been purchased by Symantec, the company behind Norton antivirus software, in 2017. Just don't do anything silly like giving them your social security number. Oh, when we have a guy on the team who does all our ad development, like for Today I Found Out and my other big channels which have sponsors. One day he's definitely gonna send me an email being like, Simon, we've got a deal with LifeLock, and I'll be like, Drove, he's the guy who does the development. You might want to reconsider that one. Number 5. Mark Zuckerberg's distorted reality. In 2017, the Caribbean island of Puerto Rico, pretty sure that's Puerto Rico, Danny, may have been dealing with the aftermath of a devastating hurricane which left hundreds of thousands of citizens homeless. Why am I saying it like this? This is a friend of mine is from Puerto Rico and he was telling me how horrible it was. I need to adjust my reading sometimes to not just be like, yeah, blaze! In 2017, the Caribbean island of Puerto Rico may have been dealing with the aftermath of a devastating hurricane, which left hundreds of thousands of citizens homeless and created around $95 billion worth of damage. Now it just feels like I'm being sarcastic, though. Obviously, Puerto Rico, it was pretty horrible, but help was on the way in the shape of a cartoon version of Mark Zuckerberg, who I think we can just rename the ever-sensitive and socially aware Mark Zuckerberg. That was sarcasm. Although the real Mark Zuckerberg and the real Facebook head of social virtual reality, Rachel Franklin, head of social virtual reality, what? Were actually sat comfortably in their respective offices in Menlo Park, California, they thought it would be a cool idea to shove on their virtual reality headsets and teleport into a 360-degree video of the desolated islands for a live broadcast. Apparently, Zuckerberg was hoping to take the opportunity to discuss how Facebook had been helping with the disaster relief by making a $1.5 million donation. And they also built population maps to help relief organizations identify the areas that needed the most urgent help. But the first problem with the live broadcast was how Zuckerberg and Rachel were portrayed as grinning cartoon avatars as they took a jolly stroll through the wreckage. I don't feel that Rachel made the most sensitive choice of sunshades. And Mark, you look like a fucking monster. This was error. The second problem is that they seem to get carried away with the excitement of using their new VR platform rather than conveying the important message about the destruction around them. As the goofball cartoon images of Mark and Rachel wandered around the flooding and devastation, they actually paused for a high five. Oh, Mark. Mark then says, I'm not even sure I want to know. Rachel and I aren't even in the same building in the physical world, but it feels like we're in the same place and can make eye contact. One of the things that's really magical about VR is you can get the feeling you're really in a place. Rachel says, you can see that we can really feel like we're here. Mark reflects for a moment. This street is really flooded, he adds helpfully. Mark, you are the most cringeworthy man who has ever stepped foot on this earth. He later apologized for his message of empathy, getting a little lost at what message of empathy. The street is really flooded is not a message of empathy, it's a statement of fact, Danny. After the social users complained that he appeared to be using a hurricane disaster to promote his new toys. It's baffling how one of the major players of social media often seems to display quite a staggering lack of social awareness. It would be like him going down there on a massive private jet and being like, I'm here to help, boys, take a look at my massive private jet. Knuckle down, number 6. It's not unusual for gaming companies to dish out special swag kits to the press, containing their latest thrilling release alongside a wealth of luxury goodies which might help sway some of the journalists into writing up good reviews of the game. Oh, so bribery. When Electronic Arts released The Godfather Part 2 for Xbox and PlayStation 3 in 2009, they put together a stylish little press kit, which containing a cigar, a silk handkerchief, and a book of matches. That's pretty cool. However, the gift in the package that got everyone talking was a set of stunning gold brass knuckle dusters. Oh my. Are those legal? It was a thoughtful gesture from EA, but the only problem is that knuckle dusters are classed as illegal weapons in many of the US states to which the company was shipping them, leading to a very hasty recall, a flurry of apologies, and probably a few pleas to keep it quiet from the cops. It's not very often that your marketing can be classified as criminally bad, but Electronic Arts certainly hit the target with this one. At least they didn't do it with the horse's head. Yeah. That's a cool box though. I mean, I don't have any use for brass knuckle dusters, but getting a cigar and like matches and a silk handkerchief, That's pretty great. I'd smoke out of that cigar. Number 7, on a Business Blaze video. Send me some cigars, EA. Number 7, saucy ketchup. We recently posted a whole Business Blaze on QR code disasters, but here's a fresh example of a QR code gone wrong from condiment company Heinz. Oh, I think I know this one. I think they redirected it to porn. Spoiler alert. Or maybe they didn't. That QR code disasters. Everyone was like, QR codes are great, Danny. What are you talking about? One of the big reasons that QR codes has taken a while to catch on, and the fact that they have been prematurely declared dead and buried over the years, is that the code rarely points to anything remotely useful or interesting. Just think back to how many times you scanned a code yourself and found yourself thinking, wow, I'm so glad I bothered doing that. But one Heinz customer in Germany got more than he bargained for when he scanned a QR code on the back of a bottle of Heinz ketchup. The QR code was meant to link to a Spread the Word with Heinz campaign in which customers were invited to purchase their own personalized bottle of Heinz ketchup. Incidentally, I never quite understood the point behind this current trend for personalized bottles of ketchup and Marmite and peanut butter. Are you meant to display them on your mantelpiece for posterity, or are you meant to just use them as normal and then throw away the bottle when you're finished? In which case, why do they just let you spend 3 times as much on it? Wait, you can get customized like this? I've seen the ones on like Coke cans, but I thought I just had to go to the store and like fish through it till I found the one that said Simon, which isn't that hard because it's like a pretty common name, but whatever. This German guy was definitely interested in owning a personalized bottle of Heinz ketchup. I suspect he lived alone. Yeah. But when he scanned the QR code with his phone, he was directed to content even saucier than he had ever dared imagine. Ba-da-bum-bum. In fact, he was directed to a German hardcore porn website, which I feel is just a way of saying like a hardcore porn website. Apparently he had the bottle for a little while, during which time Heinz allowed the domain name for the promotion to lapse, after which he'd have been picked up by the purveyors of pornography. That's amazing. So they just like bought the old domain and redirected to porn. Very clever. The good news is that after he raised the alarm, the German customer received a free personalized bottle of ketchup from Heinz in compensation for what must have been a deeply traumatic experience. But this still remains perhaps the ultimate example of a QR code cock-up. And the great thing about this, which Danny doesn't mention, because I know this story, is like, and if you think about it, like that person, that QR code now redirects there. You'd have to change the QR code to solve the problem. And all of those ketchups are already out there. So I guess if I was the guy who owned that domain, I'd be like, wait, is this blackmail? If I was like, listen, Heinz, you can buy it back from me, but it's gonna cost you some money. Or just free Heinz ketchup for life. And money. Definitely money. Number 8, Paddy Power cut. During the desperate refugee crisis in Calais in 2015, the Irish bookmaker Paddy Power seized the opportunity to pull a bizarre publicity stunt. They sent a lorry over to Calais bearing a promotional poster which seemed to be encouraging immigrants to jump in the back and then splashed it all over social media. Holy shit, that's insane. Jesus Christ. Okay, I've got a picture of it. I'll just throw that up here. Not really a joking about that one. That's just a bit much. The poster warned immigrants were only welcome if they were good at sports and depicted images of British sporting heroes who were actually born overseas. Okay, so at least there's a bit of a joke there, but it's still wildly insensitive. So the images featured the likes of England footballer Raheem Sterling. Never heard of him. And everyone's going to be like, oh my god, Simon, you don't know that Raheem Sterling? I'll be like, no. I've never heard. There was another one. Who was it? Chance the Rapper? I've heard of Chance the Rapper. I'm almost certain I've never listened to his music. And track athlete Mo Farah. I think I've heard of her. She was big in the Olympics, right? And I'm not sure if it's Farah, whatever, who cares. Born in Somalia. Slightly confusingly, the main image was of Wimbledon champion Andy Murray, who I'm pretty sure is from Scotland, which I'm pretty sure is still part of the UK. Not for long though, I reckon. Andy Murray's still going to be Scottish, but Scotland's probably not going to be part of the UK forever anymore, is it, guys? Digging deeper into the reasons behind this, I found that Paddy Power later claimed to be making a joke about how Andy Murray is Scottish when he loses, British when he wins, but I'm not convinced that this message really comes across on this poster. It doesn't fucking at all, and that's way too complicated. I reckon they just forgot where Scotland was on the map. But no, not that. Naturally, the campaign attracted hundreds of complaints regarding the bad taste of the advert, which appeared to be making light of one of the greatest humanitarian crises since the Second World War. We did a video previously where I made fun of people who complained about some stuff, but it was like really petty stuff. I get the people who complain about that, because that is just like, I'm never going to do it myself because I'm, too busy, and, there's lots of retired people who can do this for me. But like, yeah, I'm okay with you complaining about that one. Paddy Power, not really cool. Paddy Power initially responded by saying that they had no regrets. Well, you're a bit of a piece of shit, you. And they were widely known for their edgy, humorous, and engaging marketing campaigns. And that's a quote, themselves describing their marketing as edgy, humorous, and engaging. Let us be the judges of that, Paddy Power. You go back to... What do you even do? I don't even know. What did we say? Are they to do with gambling? Don't use them. The advertising... Use like one of the other, gambling places. The advertising this video brought to you by William Hill. The Advertising Standards Authority of Ireland disagreed and banned the advertisement, ruling that it was in breach of 3 sections of the country's advertising code. Oh, wait, no. I still have number 9. I can't throw it away at the end of the numbers because it's not page per number. Number 9, Silos goes bananas. The US electronics chain Silos, don't know it. Silos, I assume I'm getting the pronunciation right. Silos, it's not really complicated. They ran a major TV ad campaign back in 1986 in which they playfully advertised that their new stereos were going for as little as 299 bananas. Of course, what they actually meant was that the stereos were going for $299, they were just using a widely accepted slang term for money. Do you Americans call money bananas? I've never heard that before. Surely everyone would realize that, right? No. Following the campaign, a total of 32 customers walked into a local branch of Silos, each one tightly clutching 299 bananas that they wanted to exchange for a stereo. Are bananas that much cheaper? How much are bananas? Oh, I guess they are, because you get like a whole bunch for like £1 or something, right? It was actually quite admirable of the company to honor all these purchases instead of telling everyone to just fuck off. Yeah. It is, because they don't have to. I don't know how US marketing law works, but in the UK, you definitely don't have to do that for 2 reasons. One, it's clearly a puff, which is where you're like, oh, this is absurd. It's clearly absurd. We're obviously not selling stereos for 299 bananas. It's absurd. It's a puff. And also in UK law, it's an invitation to treat, so they don't have to sell it to you. Oh my God, but in an early Business Plays episode, I was saying how if you're in the UK and you purchase something and it's labeled wrong and you go up to the store and you say I want it sold, you have to sell it to me because it's this price. And I explained the law behind this. And people were still like, no, Simon, you're wrong. And I'm like, I'm not wrong. But I don't know where you got your legal degree. In fact, maybe too many bananas were donated to the zoo. The stores ended up losing around $10,000 in the transactions, but the good news is that thousands of bananas were donated to the Woodland Park Zoo in Seattle. In fact, maybe too many bananas were donated to the zoo. A member of the Zoo Commission pointed out that most of our animals like them, but we can't just give them bananas in uncontrolled amounts. That would be crazy. Rumors that elephants, monkeys, and hippos were later seen attempting to trade their bananas down at Silos proved to be false. Ba-da-bum-bum. Last page. Here we are. Thumbs down for number 10. Thumbs down for New Coke. Finally, here's a moment from 1985 which often gets labeled as one of the worst marketing moves of all time. And yet I can't help wondering if it was borderline genius. I know this one. Everyone knows this one. Do we need to do the New Coke story? Well, I'm going to add my flavor to it. Did I just make a joke? Coca-Cola took the unusual step of celebrating a century in business by throwing out their old formula and completely replacing it with New Coke. Well, that's not really true. Their sales were lagging, they wanted to try a new recipe. The outcry from the public was frankly disturbing. At the peak of the fiasco, around 1,500 customers a day were calling into Coca-Cola's HQ in Atlanta, demanding the immediate reinstatement of the original formula. It's believed that around 40,000 complaints were received in total, and the company even went as far as to hire a psychologist to listen into some of the calls. He reported that many of the customers were displaying the same levels of trauma reserved for discussing the death of a family member. I mean, I like Coke. I particularly like Diet Coke. But Jesus. Yeah, if it didn't exist, I'd drink Pepsi Max. It's fine. A lot of people viewed the move as a sign that Coca-Cola had pretty much just admitted defeat to Pepsi, who had been rapidly growing their market share in the cola wars throughout the decade. In fact, Pepsi took advantage of the situation by launching a series of ads which poked fun at their rivals, depicting Pepsi lovers taking a drink of their favorite beverage and exclaiming, "Now I know why Coke did it." Sick burn, Pepsi. I feel like burns in the 1980s were a lot less sick than burns in the 2020s. But it seems that Coca-Cola turned out to be the ultimate winners from all of this. After 77 long and painful days, they eventually reintroduced the original version of the recipe under the original branding of Classic Coke, sales of which went through the roof compared to figures that they'd been pulling in just before the launch of New Coke. But at the end of the year, sales of original Coca-Cola had increased at twice the rate of Pepsi. Wow. So could this have been just a very clever marketing ploy from a company that was playing the long game by pretending to ditch a beloved and iconic formula that the world had been enjoying for 100 years? The president of Coca-Cola at the time, Donald Eo, maybe, insists not. He responds to the conspiracy theory by claiming that we're not that dumb, but we're not that smart. Makes you wonder though. This has been Business Blaze. I've been Simon. If you enjoyed this video, if you watched to the end, well, thank you very much. Let me know that you're a legend in the comments below, because watching to the end is what really makes a difference, and this video was epic. I've been Simon, the script was written by Danny. Many people often compliment Sam on his edits, but I never mention him because he's not here while we do this, but he adds in all the memes and shit afterwards. Thanks, Sam. You're a legend as well. Thank you for watching. These hurt my gums.
Bring me all the beer!
Enter stage left. Welcome to Business Plays, channel ostensibly about business, which apparently no one watches for the business content. And if you are watching for the business content, well, you're probably going to be a little bit disappointed. Today, that time the CEO of Heineken got kidnapped, I'm going to do up my jacket because it's a little chilly and it makes me look more business-like. I'm also I've got this little, check this out, I got this little heater down here. You remember a few videos ago I said that my boiler broke? In the real world, in my world, in like the real timeline, that was 3 weeks ago. I got a quote, the man was gonna come in and replace the boiler, and now there's a virus destroying the world. So no one's at work, and I'm at work, you know, because I just work alone. It's goddamn cold. I think it's gonna be summer before I actually get heating in my office again. Let's do this. Danny has written us a script about the CEO of Heineken getting kidnapped. This was suggested by someone, apparently. I've totally forgotten, but Danny wrote it. This was suggested by Cirillo. Thank you, Cirillo. Let's crack on. Some days just don't plan out quite like you'd hope. You're goddamn right they don't. I'm just gonna ride this like a fucking horse. Ah, my crotch. For Freddie Heineken, then CEO of the light and slightly pissy Dutch lager brand Heineken, the morning of November the 8th, 1983 started much like any other, but the day was to descend into chaos. I actually just finished watching, before it goes out on the YouTube channel, a video about Heineken's accidentally racist ad. I might link to that below. He ended up getting served with the wrong order at a fancy restaurant, and then later dropped his house keys in a puddle. Disaster. However, the very next day proved to be even worse than that. On November the 9th, 1983, Freddie strolled out of Heineken's office in Amsterdam after a busy day in the brewing business and was kidnapped by gunmen who held him hostage for 21 days until his company forked out a ransom of 35 million Dutch guilders, which is about $30 million in today's money. Wow, yeah, to say that that day went significantly worse would be an understatement. Like, my little heating problem is less significant than being kidnapped by gunmen. It's the kind of wacky plotline that would probably have made a good movie or two, but this was very much real life. Fiendish plot to kidnap the chief of Soapy Lager was hatched by a group of 5 Dutch gangster criminals led by Cor van Hout and Willem Holledier. The only words I know in Dutch are, and I'm probably gonna screw this up, Dutch people, but je bent een paardenlul, which I think means you're a horse's penis. I used to live at university with a couple of Dutch people. That's what they taught me. And also, you're a klootzak. That means asshole. Cor van Hout claims that he was originally the head of a perfectly legitimate construction business, although he said that's me moving the radiator. Although it's suspected that he often resorted to thuggish tactics to achieve results. Others claim that his entire construction business was always just a front for his underworld activities. Yeah, I mean, if you're running like a legitimate construction business, you're not like, oh, one day let's just kidnap the CEO of Heineken. It's a step. I'm imagining there were crimes that led up to that point, you know, not many people just graduate straight to kidnapping. Meanwhile, his good buddy Wilhelm Holdeleer, also known simply as Wim, was believed to have spent his younger years in a string of unsolved robberies. Curiously enough, Wim's dad used to be an employee at a Heineken factory but lost his job due to alcoholism. Shouldn't laugh at that. You can only assume that he was drinking something other than a Heineken on the side because it takes ages to get remotely tipsy on that stuff. Danny, I think I actually brought this up in the last video we did about Heineken. Heineken is very bland, very plain, but it's not a bad beer. Like if someone was like, do you want to drink Carling, Foster's, Carlsberg, or Heineken, which are, you know, your standard pub taps other than, you know, ales, I'm getting that Heineken every time. Wim also had a proper gangster nickname to show that he was a serious contender who you didn't really want to cross. Sadly, it wasn't along the lines of Skull Crusher, or Knuckles, or Mad Dog, or Johnny Sausage. That's a terrible gangster name as well. Wim's nickname was The Nose, because his nose was large. Creative. It's not the name I would have picked. In 1981, Cor Van Hout, Wim the Nose Holledier, and 3 of their hoodlum buddies decided that they could get rich quick by kidnapping an uber-wealthy figure worthy of a massive ransom which could be copped up quickly and discreetly. They also drew up a short list of potential candidates and got to work on figuring out the perfect victim for their crime. They were quite cheesy. Politicians and royalty were out of the question because the kidnappers wanted a reasonably low-key figure whose disappearance wouldn't attract global attention. So names like the Queen of England, Ronald Reagan, and Benny Hill went out of the window. I'm not even really sure who Benny Hill is. All I know is the final shortlist was made up of businessmen who had the wealth but not really the celebrity status, such as the CEO of Philips and the director of Vroom and Dresman. Ultimately, the gang settled on the name of Alfred Henry Freddie Heineken, as they believed that he would be the candidate most likely to cope with the trauma of the ordeal. They didn't want him falling to pieces while the gang were thrashing out a ransom deal. He was also very, very rich, so they needed to choose someone like they targeted a kidnapping victim who was emotionally stable. Okay. The CEO of Philips must feel pretty about that. It's like, yeah, we didn't kidnap you because we didn't think you'd keep your together. The Heineken Company was founded as a Dutch family brewery in 1864 by Freddie Heineken's grandfather, Gerard, which, when I say it like that, it sounds like the least Dutch name ever. Dutch accent. Maybe it's Chachard. It enjoyed modest success both at home and via limited exports to France and the Dutch Indies. But when Freddie's dad, Henry Pierre, took over the reins of the business in 1914, it looked like the end of the line for the Heineken family. Henry Pierre was another alcoholic. There must be something about Heineken lager that tips people over the edge, and ultimately sold the family's stake in the business in 1942. I feel like if you're an alcoholic, the last thing you want to do is sell like the free beer factory where you can just go and be like, hey,
bring me all the beer!
However, young Freddie had just started working for the company at this time, and while he was still climbing the corporate ladder, he secretly raised the funds to buy back a controlling stake in the firm in 1954. He went on to take a position on the executive board, eventually becoming CEO in 1971 and chairman in 1979. It's Freddie who takes credit for transforming the fortunes of Heineken in the 1970s and 80s and transforming the company into a multi-billion-dollar outfit, which now shifts nearly 200 million hectoliters of the pale stuff around the world. Hey Siri, how much is a hectoliter? Siri? Hey Siri, how much is a hectoliter? Motherfucker. How much is a motherfucking hectoliter?
I didn't catch that. Could you try again?
How much is a hectoliter?
1 hectoliter is 100 liters.
Thank you so much. It's a miracle that you managed to do this. Everyone on Business Blaze is going to be so pleased.
Right back at ya.
Where the were we? I'm so lost. The product was never seen as a fine lager, and it has plenty of detractors, including our friend Danny. But Freddie had a genius touch for marketing and managed to turn his company's wishy-washy brew into a global household brand. By 1983, Freddie was one of the richest men in the Netherlands, and he certainly had plenty of admirers, including, oddly enough, that sacked alcoholic father of Wim the Nose Holledier, who used to work at a Heineken factory. Wim's sister claims that her father had a strange obsession with Freddie Heineken, which went way beyond hero worship and bordered into stalker territory. It's a bit weird. The dark side of their father's alcoholism was that Wim and his 2 sisters endured an often brutal relationship with him, and it's believed that Wim enjoyed some weird kind of revenge by choosing his dad's hero as the kidnap victim. Wow, that's pretty intense. It's like, thanks for being a shitty dad, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kidnap your hero and ransom him for $30 million. The preparations took the best part of 2 years. The gang plowed over 100,000 Dutch guilders into the operation, snapping up a fleet of 6 stolen cars, an arsenal of pistols and Uzis, and preparing 2 prison cells. That's 2 prison cells because an often forgotten victim in the kidnapping of Freddie Heineken is the poor old driver, Ab. The gang's original plan was to nab Freddie in the early morning as he was leaving his home in Noordwijik. And they knew that they would almost certainly have to take his waiting driver with them for the ride. It's like, they blackmailed that one guy for like $30 million and it's like, oh, we got the driver as well. What can we get for him, like 50 grand? It must have been particularly galling for Ab to know that his 21-day ordeal would have 0 effect on the price of the ransom, so not even that. Freddie Heineken was worth 35 million Dutch guilders, while Ab was barely worth a ring pull on a discarded can of the company's dirty brew. The cells were prepared in an active 140 feet workshop located at a business park in Westport in the western part of Amsterdam's harbour area. A new double wall was created in a room in the workshop containing a completely hidden door leading to 2 separate soundproof cells. This is elaborate. Why not just keep him in in a basement somewhere, like a normal kidnapper. Although this made the room about 12 feet shorter, oblivious construction workers were frequently wandering in and out of the workshop without even noticing that the room had shrunk. Also, do you not have somewhere else to keep him? Like where there are less people who don't know about your kidnapping plan? I have a feeling that's not going to work out well. The gang also splashed out on a nice bit of stationery for the ransom communications. In an attempt to keep the authorities off their scent, they decided to pretend to be German, so all the writing materials, paper, and even the typewriter were manufactured in Germany, along with all the contents of the prison cells. Nothing was left to chance. This would be a meticulously planned operation from start to finish. It does sound pretty well planned, but look, we know their names, so at some point, I got a feeling these guys are going to get caught. Although we know also the ransom was paid, right? Yet there were a few false starts. The early attempts to kidnap Freddie Heineken at his home completely failed because Freddie wasn't sticking to his planned routines. It's possible that Freddie had somehow heard whispers of the plan or was just generally very security conscious because his daily routine would often involve last-minute changes, leaving the kidnappers hanging around in disappointment at the no-show. But the plot eventually got underway on the evening of Wednesday the 9th of November 1983 as the gang got into position outside Freddie's office in central Amsterdam. Freddie was leaving the office with two women when he was overpowered by Cor Van Hout and Wim Hollander and bundled into the back of a delivery van. By a strange twist of fate, one of the women was a friend of Wim's mother, but that didn't stop the attackers from spraying pepper spray into the faces of the women when they tried to intervene. Freddie's unlucky driver, Ab Dodo, had been waiting by the side of his armored Cadillac for the arrival of his boss, and although he rushed quickly to Freddie's aid, he too was overpowered by the gang and thrown into the van, which started to speed away before even the back doors had been closed. In the van, Freddie made an immediate offer to write out a check to his kidnappers, but they weren't ready to negotiate just yet. Wow, that's like... he jumped into it pretty fast, like, you guys want money, I got money. Jesus, Freddie, don't play your hands too fast. Also, do all CEOs have, like, armored vehicles? I guess this guy's also, he, like, owns Heineken, so he's not just the CEO. Gang had originally planned for the whole kidnapping operation to last for just 48 hours, but due to unforeseen problems and disappointing negotiations, it ended up getting dragged out for 21 days. Freddie and Ab were stripped of their clothes, put in pajamas, and tethered to the walls of their separate cells, where they would remain for most of the day, having little contact with one another. The kidnappers obviously fed their captives and occasionally made them pose for proof of life photos, but the gang largely resumed their normal day-to-day lives to avoid suspicion. Can you imagine just like going back to work and you're like, yeah, got the CEO of Heineken like in my workshop? This is odd considering that their normal day-to-day lives consisted of being a criminal gangster thug, but the idea was that they wouldn't be drawing too much attention to a busy workshop with the strangely shrinking rooms. As the gang already knew, Freddie Heineken was a tough cookie, and he kept his grit and good humor throughout the ordeal, often bickering with his captors over the disappointing choices on the dining menu. I gotta say, this Freddie guy does sound like a bit of a legend. He would later joke to a friend that they tortured me, they made me drink Carlsberg. Yeah, I agree. Carlsberg's pretty rough. The driver, Ab Dodo, was finding it harder to cope with a strain of isolated imprisonment, and some of the kidnappers even expressed remorse about the toll it was taking on the driver's mental health. These are the most thoughtful kidnappers. It's like, we've got to kidnap someone who's mentally hardy and can deal with what was only like 48 hours of being kidnapped. They didn't have the same consideration for his poor driver. Ah, that good old screw the poor mentality. That was a reference to a previous Business Blaze. If you got it, thank you for being an OG Business Blaze legend. The gang initiated contact with the police by anonymously dropping off a package at a small police station. The package included Freddie's watch, Ab's papers, and a ransom note for 35 million Dutch guilders to be taken from the Heineken company. It's like, that's pretty specific. And we don't want it from anywhere else. It arrives and it's like, did this come from the company? They'll be like, no, it was an insurance policy. Unacceptable! The note indicated that the police should signal when the ransom was ready to be handed over by placing an advertisement in the personal section of the local newspaper which would read, "The meadow is green for the hare." Do these guys think they're spies or something? Is this really necessary? As ever, there were complications and cock-ups. The initial plan for the police to pick up the money from Freddie's home in Nordvik was foiled when a scrum of waiting reporters around the property made a discreet operation impossible, and several days of radio silence followed before the coded communication resumed. Eventually, after 3 weeks, the ransom was paid. An unarmed police officer was instructed to stop on a highway overpass and shove the 5 heaving mail bags of beer money down a drainage channel marked with a traffic cone. Beer money. Ba-da-bum-bum. I wasn't sure whether that was quite strong enough for a bada-bum-bum, but we're getting towards, like, we're almost on the last page and we hadn't done it yet. So I know what you guys are like. You'll harangue me if we don't do this. So you're welcome. The gang were poised directly below as the money slid straight into the flatbed of a waiting pickup truck, which sped away into the night. They eventually ditched the truck, buried the money in a wooded area south of Amsterdam, and made their final getaway on bicycles. Okay. It's like Grand Theft Auto style. You're running away from the cops and there's just a bike. Okay, I'll do it. The problem was that they hadn't bothered revealing the location of the hostages to the police, effectively leaving them for dead. Oh my. An anonymous tip eventually led the police to the workshop where Freddie Heineken and Ab Dodoro were finally rescued, although the police initially believed that they'd been misled as they nearly missed the hidden door in the wall. The anonymous tip also revealed the identity of some of the kidnappers. Oh, at first I was like, oh, well, that anonymous tip definitely came from them because they're considerate. But then it's like, yeah, if he gave the name of some of the kidnappers, well, maybe one of them just wants all the money for themselves. Detective Whistler. Although Cor Van Holt and the Nose fled to France for 3 years, all 5 kidnappers were eventually caught and sentenced to prison for their role in one of the most bizarre kidnap plots of all time. I wouldn't say it's particularly bizarre. It's just like really thoughtful. Following his release, one of the other gang members, Frans Meijer, was shot dead by Dutch police in 2018 while trying to rob a transit van. Cor Van Holt was freed in the 1990s but quickly jailed again for his part in a drug smuggling operation. In 2003, just 1 year after it had been released for a second time, he stepped out of an Amsterdam restaurant right into a hail of bullets which killed him instantly. Oh my. Don't forget, he's a gangster, however considerate he might be. The man who ordered the hit was that was none other than his former Nose. Whoops. And his former buddy, the Nose. Well, maybe this was the same guy who tipped them off. Wim had also been out of prison following the kidnapping, and relations between the two had soured dramatically as they continued to fight for dominance in the criminal underworld. This is like a movie. Has this been made into a movie? I have a feeling it has because I looked this up. Hopefully it's not in Dutch because I hate reading subtitles. I'm extremely uncultured. Wim became suspicious and paranoid about many of his closest allies, including his own sisters. In fact, it was one of his sisters, Astrid, who became fearful for her own life and ultimately betrayed Wim by making secret recordings of his murderous confessions, which he handed over to the police. Holy shit. This is a family, isn't it? The Nose is now serving life imprisonment for 5 murders, including his former friend. That's the thing about gangsters. I know they look cool in the movies, but just like a Business Blaze video, you should always watch to the very last reel and make yourself a legend. It's all about the watch time, baby. If they don't end up in prison, it's usually because they've shot each other. True. Oh my god, I just saw an amazing gangster movie. I mean, before we all had to be inside forever. Called, with Matthew McConaughey, as someone corrected me previously. They're gangsters in London, they grow weed. It's incredible. The Gentleman. Love that movie. It was the last thing I saw before they all locked us up inside. If you're watching this in like 2022, this is because this is filmed during the virus time, which is a very bizarre, surreal moment in history. As for Freddie Heineken, he led a largely reclusive life until his death from pneumonia in 2002, just 1 year after he stepped down from the company. I'd like to know more about Freddie Heineken. He sounds fun. He once lamented that the nice thing about being rich is that you can fly to the Caribbean whenever you want, but I can't even go to an Amsterdam cinema. He does sound like a total legend. Although most of the ransom was recovered, 8 million Dutch guilders was never traced. Freddie could have fought a legal case to recover the missing millions from Cor Van Hout and his gang, but he viewed such a move as dangerous. Oh my. During a private meeting between Cor Van Hout, Wim Holledier, and Freddie's head of security, it was made very clear that Freddie didn't need to be afraid in the future as long as he didn't try to get the money back. Again, gangsters. But what about the unlucky driver, Ab Dodoro? Well, very little is known about his later life, but I'd like to think that Freddie gave him an early retirement, a generous pension plan, and an endless supply of lager for the rest of his life. Just not Heineken lager. Steady on, Danny. The poor guy deserved better than that. I feel like I gotta try some Heineken now. It's not that bad. It's 10 o'clock in the morning, so I'm probably not going to. But maybe I'll get some for the evening, if I can find some in a shop. Virus time. Bonus fact. I mentioned at the beginning that all of this sounded like a bit of a plot line that would have made a good movie or two. Ooh. And I feel certain that some of you already commented that it did end up as the plot line for 2 movies. And pointed out how stupid we are for not knowing that. Sadly, both films are rubbish. Oh no. This evening, my plan. Get that movie. Hopefully it's on Netflix. Have a Heineken. And now Denny's told me that the movie and Heineken are rubbish. He spoiled my evening in. I mean, all of my evenings are in because, you know, virus. The most recent, Kidnapping Freddie Heineken in 2015, starred Anthony Hopkins. That's good though, although he does do some movies in the title role, but was a complete flop and described by Variety magazine as about as appealing as day-old beer littered with cigarette butts. Burn! The first movie, The Heineken Kidnapping from 2011, wow, they didn't wait long in like refreshing this, did they? Was a Dutch language film, and so nobody really bothered to watch it. However, it's notable for starring Rutger Hauer in the role of Freddy, which may seem like an odd casting decision. I have no idea who he is. As many of us will remember from the TV commercials of the 1990s, except for Simon, Rutger Hauer was clearly a pure Guinness man. I'll take your word for it, Danny. This has been Business Blaze. How is this about business? Well, he was a businessman. It's tangential. If you liked this episode of Business Blaze, smash that like button below. If you didn't, smash that dislike button. Ooh, I forgot to mention this at the beginning, so I'll probably also stitch this in at the beginning of the episode. If you want to be a total legend, I have like a newsletter where I am looking for people who I can email about secret new projects and like things I find interesting or things I want to try. It's basically because Business Blaze was this, because I can communicate with people in the comments, but now it's got loads of people viewing, so I can't really do that so easily anymore, and I'd like a way to communicate with people who are like really into what I do so I can ask them about new projects that I want to launch before they go public. That will be linked to below, and I'll see you next video. Raid Shadow Legends! Hello everybody and welcome to a brand new episode of Business Blaze. This one, little bit of irony to this one. The 5 weird ways people make money. I've made some money in some weird ways in my time. And the fact that I'm standing here wearing a t-shirt with my face on it that I make money off, and that essentially on this channel I slap scripts and I go bada boom boom tsh, and I get paid. It's quite nice. It's a bit weird. Let's crack on. Thank you, Danny, for putting this together. And Business Blaze viewer, Adam Ramali. Thank you, Adam Ramali. Suggested that we make a video about some of the weirdest ways people can earn money. I couldn't help feeling that the presentation of this one will be steeped in rich irony. As always, Danny and I are on the same page. Simon Whistler will be prancing around in front of a camera, mispronouncing half of the words of a script written by a man trapped in a basement who lives on peanut butter and jelly on toast. Wow, this is a string of OG Business Blaze legends in jokes. If you're new here, welcome to Business Blaze. You probably don't like it so far. Please stick with me. It's okay. In a video edited by Sam, who spends his day cutting down the original 5 hours of rambling raw footage, all of this into a 20-minute chunk with nearly all the satirical jokes about Trump replaced by He-Man memes. Sam is a massive Trump supporter. He's not really. And we have the nerve to be talking about weird ways that other people make money. It turns out that some people are even weirder than us. I've probably got my own stories here. I actually know this first one. I can tie it in with that. Let's crack on. NASA's dream job. A common list of responses often spring up when people get involved in discussions about the ultimate dream job. Professional athlete, astronaut, movie star, YouTuber, elevator designer. That's another OG joke. Is that really just me? Yes, Danny, it's just you. Elevators, I understand like the engineering of elevators can be improved and all of this stuff, but engineering designer, it goes up and it goes down, the doors open and they close. How much can there possibly be to it? Someone's gonna be like, Simon, I'll have you know I'm an elevator engineer. I have 17 doctorates. It's like, all right, chill out. Also, these discussions about ultimate dream job, professional athlete, astronaut, movie star, these are just kids talking about this stuff. Although I did like it when they did a survey in the UK about what was the ultimate dream job, and it was YouTuber. I was like, fuck. It is pretty good, kids, I have to say. It is, I mean, probably don't do it, because it's kind of lucky that I get to do this. And it is insanely hard work, but it is pretty great. Some particularly lazy people might suggest that bed tester sounds like a pretty cushy number. Back in 2013, NASA was offering what might literally sound like the biggest dream job of all, lying around in bed all day for 3 months, and they were paying $18,000 to the lucky candidates. I will just point out that I think I've mentioned it on previous videos, I used to make money by testing drugs. So you'd go into a hospital, you'd stay there for like a week to 3 weeks. I think 3 weeks was the longest one. 2 weeks was not the shortest. I've done ones but like a few days. You'd take some random drug, you'd sit around in a bed, you'd watch some TV, and you'd go home, and they'd pay you like $1,000 a week in pounds 10 years ago. More than 10 years ago. It was pretty great. It was a lot of money. I remember I did one for like 3 weeks, And then I went traveling around Asia, like backpacking for 6 months. It was great. It's worth pointing out that a hoax news story at the time ended up getting more coverage than the real deal. Media outlets were reporting that NASA was paying candidates $18,000 to sit around and smoke weed all day in bed. And naturally, this sparked a huge wave of interest from considerate citizens who were suddenly very keen to do their bit to help mankind's ongoing mission to the stars. How can you look at this and be like, oh, that must be real? Yeah, because NASA needs to do really serious research into the stoner lifestyle. The NASA marijuana experiments is a 2016 to 2018 internet hoax purporting to document NASA's $18,000 to volunteers to conduct bed rest experiments where they were furnished with marijuana to smoke. Yeah, no. There's no good reason for this. Sadly, the bit about the weed proved to be completely untrue, and it's difficult to see what NASA could possibly have gained from such an experiment anyway. Maybe it's like, well, it's a 6-month trip to Mars, how are we going to entertain ourselves? Whee! Blaze! An unconfirmed statement from an unconfirmed representative of NASA explained that we ain't got no time for that shit. The whole point of the genuine 3 months in bed study was to research the effects of microgravity on the human body. Participants had to lie in a bed which would be tilted head down at a 6-degree angle, sparking events in the body that would be similar to those experienced during spaceflight. You got paid $1,200 in weekly wages, totaling $18,000 for the total 3-month stretch. Now, if this sounds like the perfect job for that lazy mate, you know you'd be quite wrong. It was actually really hard work and pretty dangerous. Yeah, they're not getting paid that much. I got paid more, I guess, it was about $2,000 a week at the time because the exchange rate was crazy, for way less. I mean, yes, you have to take some experimental drug, but really, it's been tried in people before. It's not that dangerous. And you don't have to lie in bed all day. You can like wander around the hospital and, you know, it's not that bad. When they said that they didn't want you to move from bed straight for 70 days, they weren't kidding. You didn't get a toilet or shower break, you got clean by dousing yourself with a hand-tailed shower head in the best way you could manage. Not entirely sure about the toilet thing, but you can use your imagination and assume that it wasn't particularly comfortable or dignified. Even just cleaning your teeth, taking a drink, eating food, or trying to read a book are all incredibly difficult when you're permanently stuck in a tilted head-down position. This is rough! Successful candidates had to pass rigorous physical and mental exercises in order to qualify, and were generally expected to be at the absolute peak of their physical condition. They weren't afterwards. To combat the effects of muscle atrophy, which would inevitably start to kick in when you barely move for 3 months. Otherwise, the tempting $18,000 wage may have been barely enough to cover the subsequent medical bills. Of course, another small downside to consider is that the whole ordeal would have been completely bloody boring to the point where you could really start losing the plot. Imagine watching 70 days worth of Simon Whistler videos. Thanks, Danny. Knob. That have been badly dubbed over with the voice of Yoko Ono. Oh! Or why can't you just watch Simon Whistler videos? We don't have to get Yoko Ono involved at all. It'd be better if we didn't. It'd be better if she was, while all of your body fluids are rushing to your head and you're trying to drink a cup of coffee that ends up leaking into your nostrils. And you probably didn't even get coffee. Because on these medical experiments, they were like, no, caffeine can screw up the readings. It was like you were like living like a monk. You had the exact amount of food that they prescribed. There was no caffeine. There was obviously no booze. There was no cocaine. Although I did do one study where I just took sleeping pills for 2 weeks. That was pretty great. And then double the pain of all that. That's how bad it must have been. Obviously, NASA never released the results or repeated the experiment. Let's hope that none of the candidates were hoping that it would develop into a full-time position. Isn't NASA a public, like a government body? Don't they have to release their results? I thought that was kind of the deal. It's also why, like, if you're doing a video about the US government, all of the shit that the government has is public domain. So if there's like photos of like Apollo rockets, you can just use those. It's great if the government took them. Renton Warner, do you look good in black? Can you weep on command? No and no. Can you instantly recall fond fake memories of a dead bloke that you never even remotely knew? Yes! If the answer to all of those questions is, what are you even talking about, Danny? Then let me explain to you professional mourning. This is sad. It's a service provided for those difficult funerals where a fairly low turnout is expected. A professional mourner will help to fill up the numbers and generate more of a party atmosphere by crying at all the right moments and interacting with guests under the guise of a fictional friend or a long-lost relative. I also feel that if your funeral is a bit quiet, like if you're 40 and your funeral's quiet, that's probably a bit sad. But if you're like 90, it's because everyone else you knew is dead. So that's a good thing. I mean, not for you. It's probably sad that everyone you know is dead, but on the plus side, you live to be really old. Old enough to see everyone you love die. Yay! Life! The concept is not entirely new. Fake mourning has been around since ancient Egyptian times, when women would make a bit of money on the side at funeral caskets by wailing loudly, smearing themselves with dirt, and generally displaying signs of unrelenting grief and wildly out of control behavior at the loss of a total stranger. Right, I get all of that, except for the part about like, yeah, I'm really sad. When was the last time you were at a funeral and you were like, yeah, I'm just gonna rub myself in dirt. I'm just gonna jump in there with the casket and just really rub it all on. It's gonna be great. They were probably a bit more over the top in those days. Apparently so. The modern professional mourner is usually a bit more reserved. Yeah, you better hope so. Can you imagine hiring a dude and he just arrives, he's looking really somber, he's in his suit, and he's just like rubbing himself in mud. Sylvester Ricardo Moss, a professional mourner from Nassau in the Bahamas, recently posted some of his summer special rates on Facebook. He's very happy, or sad, whatever, to perform normal crying on the funeral service, at the funeral service you're planning, for just $50. That's pretty cheap, isn't this like a day's work? But this can be upgraded to hollering and rolling around on the ground for just $150. Yeah, I mean, I guess your dignity is for sale. His VIP high-end option of crying and actually jumping into the grave is yours for $1,000. Wow, I was absolutely joking about jumping into the grave. Why is that more expensive? I feel like if I was this dude, I'd be like, yeah, it's $50 for me to show up, but if you don't want me to run around in the grave and, you know, jump all over the casket, that's going to be $1,000, and that's blackmail. Although professional mourning has been a common ritual in China for years, the concept has recently started to gain traction in the Western world too. The UK company Rent a Mourner was founded in 2013, and for just $45 a day they offer the services of professional discreet mourners to attend funerals, make small talk, and convincingly mourn the passing of beloved friends and family. I have a brilliant/terrible idea. What I will do is I will host a fake funeral, and I will invite professional mourners from many different companies, and we'll all come together and we'll have like a big day of it. That would be a fun video. I feel like that's more a video for Mr. Beast. I'll just stick to what I know, which is standing around and reading Danny's scripts, because I'm not super creative. If you're interested in learning the trade, you'll need to be confident, empathetic. Is this a job ad? Have good timekeeping skills, a good memory, and the ability to improve, improvise, and think quickly on your feet. For me, one of the biggest fears would be getting rumbles. It's perfectly fine to make out that you and the dearly departed were best friends at school, but the game is surely up when old Spotty Perkins shows up to expose you as a charlatan and a fraud. I'd be okay with that. I'd be like, yeah, you're busting me, I'm paid to be here. Your friend wasn't as popular as you think. I'm sorry. Another big problem I have with this whole idea is, if you're expecting a low turnout at a funeral anyway, then who exactly are you trying to impress with a bogus, blubbering person, and is it really worth it? Probably not. Also, the person's dead. They don't care. You know who doesn't care how many people come to my funeral? Well, now I'd be like, I was a bit sad, but I'd be dead, so I'm not gonna know, am I? And if I'm up in heaven, they'll just show, I'll look down on it, and it'll just be filled with thousands of people, because it's heaven. Which is definitely where I'm going when I die, if it was real. Rent a Mourner is actually closed down in 2019. Well, there goes my brilliant video idea, doesn't it? Claiming that the business couldn't cope with demand. Although I'm not exactly convinced by that. Yeah, it's like, why did your business fail? It was too popular. Why don't you have a girlfriend? I'm too good looking. It's rumored that the farewell office party was a little embarrassing because barely anybody bothered to show up. Ba-da-bum-bum. I just slapped one of my lights pretty hard. Oh no, one of the bulbs broke. Or like, not broke, but turned off. Sometimes you just gotta jiggle it back in. There we go. Mukbang, oh god, I know this one. This is horrible. I heard the other day, ASMR mukbang, so it's just like, it's fucking disgusting. Imagine that. People tune in for that, and I assume jack off to it. Oh! Although we've already mentioned the sheer absurdity of making money from videos posted on YouTube, that's nothing compared to how some rising celebrities are gaining wealth from the type of videos largely posted on the South Korean video sharing platform Africa TV. That's a terrible name. Maybe it's good in South Korean. The Good Korea. We're of course talking about the growing trend for mukbang. The term mukbang is a mashup of the Korean words for eating and broadcast, so a direct translation to English would give us the word eatcast, if such a term existed, which it doesn't. But, as you might have already figured out, mukbang is essentially just a bunch of South Koreans getting rich by filming themselves eating, often for hours at a time. I'd make more fun of this if my job wasn't reading scripts in front of a camera, kind of badly. At least you might learn something vaguely interesting or useful from a Business Blaze video. Goddamn right. You might learn the truth about secret Nazi counterfeiting operations, or how many famous films Simon has never watched or heard of. Star Wars, The Princess Bride, The Godfather. But with mukbang, you're literally just watching people eat food while they provide a running commentary and occasionally interact with the devoted online audience who are watching the drama unfold. Tune in next week for a Business Blaze mukbang. Oh, that'd be good. I like food. There are a couple of compelling hooks. First of all, they don't slap scripts. No, firstly, they don't eat sensible portions of food. No, they eat absolutely f***ing mountains of the stuff every day for your viewing pleasure. The plates of food are even considered quite big by American standards. It is true, everything is bigger than like you go to a restaurant in America, it's like, this is very large. It's like, yeah, I'll have a small fries. It's like, boom! All right, I'll have a large fries. Help! I'm buried in fries! Secondly, the most popular channels are all about the noise of eating. No, it's not. I thought that was just a weird thing. Is that most of the case? I'm not mad on noisy eaters or people who talk with their mouths crammed full of food, so I'd personally find mukbang quite hard to stomach. Yeah, dude, when someone's sitting there, it's like, we're not 8. Close your bloody mouth when you're chewing. It's not hard. Breathe through your nose. These guys are proudly exaggerating their chewing and mysticulating and swallowing noises through epic length broadcasts. The audience loves it. If this sounds like a bit of a weird fetish, I'd certainly agree with you on the weird part. But much of the popularity of mukbang is attributed to the history of food shortages in South Korea and the country's subsequent culture of healthy eating and keeping a slim figure. Wait, so they're obsessed with healthy eating and a slim figure, and what they love to do is just watch people get fat. Human's gonna human. The viewers are fascinated by the footage of something that would have been impossible years ago and something they could probably never dream of indulging themselves in. Of course you can dream of indulging yourself like this. Just go to a buffet, stuff your face, problem solved, and then you get, the joy of tasting food. And many of the top mukbang hosts are pulling in a sizable salary from this. Unlike YouTube, where money is generated from ad revenue and sponsorships. Raid Shadow Legends! It's not, no. Just no. I got another email from Raid Shadow Legends this morning. Hey, Simon! Off, Ben. The videos on Africa TV are largely funded by audience donations and gifts, and they're flying in thick and fast. What? I spend time putting together Danny and Sam spend time putting together these Business Blaze videos. Donations are not a thing for this, but if I just sat at my desk and stuffed my face with food and talked about some then people would give me, actual money? The top-ranking hosts are earning about $10,000 per month for devouring giant platefuls of food in front of a camera. The growing trend has caused some concern for the South Korean government, who felt there may be certain health issues to the concept of people binge-eating themselves to death in front of tens of thousands of viewers. I think the South Korean government might be onto something, Danny. Planned new regulations have been met with fierce opposition and petitions from the mukbang community. Big mukbang, who believe that the government is infringing on their individual freedom. Despite all of this, variations of the social eating trend are slowly creeping into other global video platforms like YouTube and Twitch. I've already stocked up on pickled eggs, Cornish pasties, buttery Viennese whirls, and bigger plates. Watch this space. In a year, I'll be like, check out Danny's new channel, Danny Mukbang. The Cornish man eats Cornish pasties. Sell your own poop. You can use poop to repopulate a gut with bacteria. I wonder if that's what we're talking about here, or maybe it's another fetish thing. Equally likely at this point. In this section, I was going to talk about forging a career in selling your own shit, but I might have come up with different terminology, as I don't want Sam complaining that his finger is aching from frantic, repeated presses of the bleep button. And I do notice, and I totally don't care, that Sam misses, it'll be like, beep, 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 fuck! As we've just discovered, you can make oodles of cash by eating yourself silly. So it's only fitting that we explore money-making opportunities at the other end of the digestive cycle. But, and if you're lucky enough to live in Massachusetts, you can really earn money on the side by just selling your own butt dumplings. That's an unpleasant term. I should quickly stress that again, this isn't weird. I thought we decided mukbang was weird.
Simon, don't make fun of people who love mukbang.
Well, it would probably be a bit weird if you suddenly started talking at length about your career with guests at the dinner table. But I mean, the reasons behind this opportunity are perfectly legitimate. It's a deal currently offered by the non-profit stool bank, Open Biome, who are accepting donations of your fudge babies. So that they can be used in a potentially life-saving new treatment for sufferers of, Jesus Christ, Clostridium difficile infection? Whatever. The fecal microbiota transplant process involves transplanting your healthy stool into the colon of a patient who is missing a crucial gut bacterium. Over 250,000 people a year develop this disease. I'm not going to try and pronounce it again. And 14,000 of them lose their lives to this infection? Oh my god, we're really saving people's lives with You could potentially be saving the life of a stranger and earning a steady stream of income by donating your rector warriors to a noble cause. The bad news is that Open Biome doesn't just accept any old. Candidates have to pass a rigorous health check. It's believed that less than 4% of them are found to cut the brown mustard, but successful candidates can earn up to nearly $9,000 a year by flogging their chocolate sausages. Oh god, Danny, this is going too far, man. Oh, Open Biome pays $40 per sample. You get a tempting $50 bonus if you donate your anal snakes 3 times a week. You must have looked these up. If you know all of these off the top of your head, Danny, I'm slightly worried about you. Anal snakes? It does require a bit of effort for you to actually turn up in person at the clinic and hand over your samples rather than just popping your poop in the post. That's a good tongue twister that I'll teach to my child. But I think the loyalty rewards card looks magnificent. I initially thought the mock juror might be along similar lines to a professional mourner. It sounds like you're expected to fill out the numbers in a jury in a court case. Except in a jury in a court case, it's not like they get volunteers. It's like you have to go. But you're not really listening or preparing a verdict. You're just there to look interested and maybe laugh from time to time at the accused. Alas, it's something completely different. A growing number of websites are now giving the opportunity to get paid to participate in an online simulated trial, which is designed to give lawyers insight into how a genuine jury might respond to arguments and theories put forward in a case. That's pretty clever. It's possibly a little less exciting than it sounds, so. They don't go to the effort of setting up a live mock trial, and you don't get your face beamed into the virtual court presided over by Judge Judy and Bert. Who's Bert? I know Judge Judy. I'm not stupid. Isn't Bert like from Sesame Street? Is he a judge in Sesame Street? Does Sesame Street have judges? It's been a long time, but I have seen Sesame Street. They got a big weird bird. You're simply given a few pages of material to peruse at your leisure and then asked to submit your responses to a few related questions. But it could potentially develop into a surprising money spinner. Although the majority of virtual court websites offer only an initial fee of $5 or $10 per case, some of the more experienced professional mock jurors are now claiming to be pulling in over $400 per case. Wow, that's serious. And the best thing about this is it's something you could potentially do while just sitting around in your pants all day and drinking cider. The dream! I could do this while drinking, but I think I'd be like... I think some people already think that I'm drinking when I'm doing this. But I think it does, it makes me probably a little bit more loose, but I'm already pretty loose, and it would just dumb me down a little bit, I think. See, maybe one day I'll do one of these really drunk live. Not a million miles away from writing or editing a script for the Business Blaze channel, and this has been the Business Blaze channel. Pick up this merch through the link in the description below, or it might just be a link to a Rick Astley video. That's the game that we have to play. If you liked this video, smash that thumbs up button. If you didn't like it, smash that dislike button. Both are options. Subscribe. Tell your friends. Thank you for watching. Yay! Life! Oh, I'm gonna get in trouble for this one. Welcome to another episode of Business Blaze. I am your host, Simon. This script is written by our fantastic writer, Danny. The video you're watching right now has been edited at some future point by Sam. Thank these people below. Not me. You don't need to thank me. You can thank the others if you want to. You don't have to. Today's video, how IKEA took over the world. Danny writes these, I read them. Let's crack on, shall we? The screaming and sobbing recriminations usually subside before bedtime. What are we talking about? It was only meant to take a couple of hours at most. The instructions looked, I know what we're talking about. The instructions looked reasonably simple, but it's not until 7 hours later that your latest self-assembly purchase from IKEA is finally complete. There are lots of pieces left over, but you've convinced yourself that it's fine. They were probably just spares. I have to say, I disagree with Danny. I've assembled various types of furniture from various different companies. IKEA is by far the easiest. I put ones together where it's the instructions are written in half Chinese, English, but it's clearly written by someone who has used Google Translate, or it's just there are extra bits. IKEA is a dream of easy furniture assembly. One of the legs is the wrong way round, but you've decided that this just adds a dollop of distinctive character to the piece. The room is still haunted by the echoes of your screams, but this doesn't make any sense. And you vowed never to try anything like this again, but you will. It's not IKEA furniture doesn't piss me off like this. Technology pisses me off like this. Like, I was trying to set up the Sonos system in my house because it kept not working this morning. And I'm literally like, none of this makes sense. Why? Oh, it did used to be like this. Flat pack furniture didn't really take off in the US or the UK until IKEA opened their first stores here in the 1980s and beyond. Back in the olden black and white days, people used to either get their furniture fully formed, delivered, or mess about trying to strap their bookcases and dining room tables to the roof of their car. Yeah, also, whenever I've got furniture delivered that isn't like a self-assembly job from IKEA, it's always way more expensive because like they have to drop I've got a dining room table which weighs like 400 kilograms. It's just one giant piece of wood. And the poor guys who are delivering this, they were like, how are we gonna get this in your house? Oh, stuff from IKEA is just easier. Very small Swedish company, founded by a 17-year-old in 1943, changed all of that, but IKEA was playing a very long game. Today, there are 433 IKEA stores operating in 52 countries around the globe, pulling in an annual revenue of about $41 billion. Wowee. The IKEA catalogue has developed into one of the biggest publications of modern times, despite it largely just being a collection of pretty pictures. Hundreds of millions of copies are printed every year, more than double the number of Bibles. God damn, I can believe this. But is it really the case anymore? I go to IKEA fairly often, because of course I do. Do they even have catalogues anymore? I thought it was just all online. Normally, I remember being a kid, you'd walk in, there'd be a giant bin of the things. Do they have these anymore? So many retail giants have spectacularly failed to repeat home soil success in overseas territories. So how did a small Swedish business manage so triumphantly to take over the world? If we're being incredibly cynical, we could suggest that it's because a young man with fascist connections, what? Built an environmentally disastrous tax-dodging business that sold really cheap stuff. Oh no. Whenever I imagine IKEA, I imagine like Swedish people, you know, it's all peace and love and social care. Don't let me down, IKEA. Don't be a fascist company. I already feel bad about owning gloves from Hugo Boss, the original but that would be quite unfair, so we won't. Despite a few troubling concerns, which the company is refreshingly honest about, the real Allen key to IKEA's success. The fact that the company has largely just been very patient and very clever. The story behind Sweden's biggest export since ABBA and pornography begins with a 5-year-old kid called Ingvar Kamprad. That's a cool name. Kamprad. Raised on a farm called Emtart near the small village of Gunyard in southern Sweden, Ingvar, oh my god, help me. Ingvar started out, his name sounds like a piece of IKEA furniture, which I guess isn't super surprising, is it? By the age of 7, he started selling matches to his neighbors in 1931. By the age of 7, he was cycling to Stockholm, where he realized that he could buy matches cheaply in bulk and then sell them immediately back home for bigger profits. Cool. By the age of 12, he's expanded his operations into Nazi Germany. Just kidding. He'd expanded his operations to sell greetings card, Christmas decorations, pens and pencils. By the age of 17, he'd launched the IKEA business, naming it after his own initials. Wasn't his name like Emtart? Oh no, that was where he grew up. Ingvar Kamprad. So who's the E and the A? Followed by the first letters of the farm and village in which he grew up. Oh, there you go. So now we know. Fascinating. Although at this point, he was still messing about selling pens and watches and nylon stockings and shit. Ingvar eventually moved on to the idea of selling fully assembled furniture by mail order. The original IKEA catalogue, printed in 1951, was actually the only way of ordering Ingvar's furniture at the time, as it appeared long before the opening of the first IKEA store in Älmhult in Sweden in 1958. If you're still wondering about Ingvar's connection with fascism, I definitely was. This may be a good time to pause and address it, as this is something that relates to his younger years, although it wasn't revealed to the public until much later. Back in the 1940s, when Ingvar was still a teenager, he had become good friends with Swedish fascist Per Ingdahl, and he joined the New Swedish Movement. The New Swedish Movement sounds like a nice name for the fascist party. It's like, yeah, when you and what's that Dutch politician? What's his party? Like the New Freedom Party or whatever. It's like anything like, you know, it's like the least democratic countries have the most democratics in their name. Like the Democratic People's Republic of North Korea, it's, you know, not democratic and not about the people. Although this is often brushed off as the accidental byproduct of a friendship, it's known that Ingvar helped raise funds and recruit new members to the fascist organization. The Swedish Security Service even had a file on him, simply titled Fascist. That's not good. When you're like, yeah, what's it, you know, you look in the government's books about you and it's not like, you know, grew up here, name is this. It's just fascist. Ingvar never denied this, and he later claimed that although he had long admitted to flirting with racism as a youth, there had since been no Nazi sympathizing thoughts in his head whatsoever. So he just turned off his racism switch. It's like Hugo Boss all over again, it is. If you're getting my references to Hugo Boss, we had an episode about this previously, and my gloves that were accidentally made by Hugo Boss, and I didn't even know. I'm dreading the day that it's revealed that Ronald McDonald used to serve as a regimental sergeant major for the SS. Back to the main story. I'm really worried that, one of my favorite foods is Kentucky Fried Chicken. I'm really worried that it'll turn out that he wasn't a Kentucky colonel. He was actually a colonel in the SS. He wasn't. Please don't sue me, KFC. I would be sad, less about the suing and about the fact that I would still spend money in your restaurants while you're suing the out of me. Back to the main story. Ironically, IKEA's move to flatback furniture in the 1950s was largely down to the fact that the Swedish retail competitors were applying pressure to local furniture suppliers to boycott Ingvar's company. They were scared that IKEA was threatening to take over the Swedish furniture industry with their pesky cheap prices. Goddamn competition, ruining my business. Oh, the flatpack idea came to IKEA draftsman Gillis Lundgren when he was struggling to get a love-it table into the car of a customer. Really? That's awesome. He eventually decided to remove the legs of the table and suddenly had a light bulb moment. The company could sell fully assembled furniture to customers, then hack them to pieces, shove them all into the customer's car, broken, and then run away. Fortunately, they had an even better idea. The company could just sell the components to the furniture, which the customer could assemble themselves at home. It's really amazing. Sometimes I'm like, wow, it really took us to the 1980s to think of this? Not the 1980s. 1950s, sorry. When Ingvar sourced cheap components from Poland, he was able to stick 2 fingers up at the local suppliers that were boycotting him. Hopefully, just 2 fingers rather than a Nazi salute. Steady on, Danny. The concept of flatpack was born, and the shape of households across the globe was changed forever. Yeah, now households have become generic to a communist degree. It's like, oh yeah, where's all this stuff come from? Yep, IKEA. And you go to someone else's house, oh, that's a really nice sofa. Same as my sofa. In the days before, flatpack furniture was generally seen as expensive and permanent fixtures in your household that would be passed from generation to generation. My grandma and granddad had the same dining room table for 60 years, and it got passed down to my mum and dad, who kept it for at least another 20. It wasn't even a very nice table. In fact, it was bloody hideous. Though IKEA hates the word disposable, it's fair to say that their flatpack furniture isn't really designed to last all that long. You keep it for a while until you get a bit bored of it, or until it collapses, and then you go out and buy some more. The company cleverly passes on the burden of delivery and assembly to the customers, which reduces costs dramatically. Whilst most furniture companies used to purchase boxes that would fit their furniture, IKEA preferred to design furniture that fits their boxes, and then creates warehouses designed to store the boxes for maximum efficiency. I do like this business model. I'm into efficiency. I like recording videos and being efficient. IKEA do too. The customers might scream and shout and swear when they're trying to assemble the furniture, but they put up with it because it's so cheap and because it's so easy to buy on the spot and take home in the car. It's an almost flawless business model that pleases everybody. However, IKEA didn't seem to be in too much hurry to flex its muscles outside of Sweden. It wasn't until the 1960s that the first international stores were launched in Norway and Denmark. The 1970s saw expansion to Switzerland and Australia. It's like, whoa, that's a bit of a difference. Was it really not Austria? It was Australia? While most of Europe and the US had to wait until the 1980s. Wow, why Australia? Seems like a really far away place. It is a really far away place. It's like, where should we expand to, guys? Well, I was thinking we'd do, Norway and Denmark, they're relatively close, and Australia. Because the weather's nice? It's only in relatively recent years that IKEA has conquered China, Russia, India, and pretty much every other corner of the globe. Sadly, there's still no store in my hometown of Rotherham, which someone told me you have to pronounce I'm not gonna look it up, but it was like Rovmamamama or something. It's spelled Rotherham, so whatever. And then I Googled it to see what it was about, and the top thing that comes up on Google is not the Wikipedia entry about Rotherham, but Rotherham child sex gangs. You're like, oh my god. It's like, Rotherham. The pronunciation of the name of your town is the least thing you have to worry about. So how did IKEA triumph in international expansion when the likes of Tesco and even Walmart have often suffered setbacks with massive losses by daring to set foot overseas? It all largely comes down to patience and attention to detail. We've already, and someone pointed out in the last video that I was like, I don't think Walmart's in the UK, and someone was like, sorry, not someone, everyone in the comments was, somebody stupid, That's Asda, and I was like, okay, Jesus, I'm not a business expert. I just run a channel about business. You expect me to know everything about business? Or even a little? Come on, give me a break. It all largely comes down to patience and attention to detail. We've already covered the international failures of Tesco in a previous Business Blaze video, that one I just mentioned, which explained how a big part of the problem was that they tried to quickly transplant identical versions of their UK business models into places where they just didn't fit. It's the old colonialism business model. If you don't like our stuff, we'll make you like it. IKEA has an entirely different approach. The company would often spend years researching local culture before they even began to think of laying down the first brick of a new store. But that's not to say that IKEA developed a unique collection of distinctive new products for each specific country, because they didn't really do that at all. There were certainly a few exceptions and a few product tweaks here and there. For example, American IKEA beds are usually bigger, because the American people tend to be a little bit bigger. But on the whole, everything's bigger in America. But on the whole, IKEA was still flogging the same country-neutral products in every store, whether you were in the US, France, India, or the Czech Republic. It's true, I live in the Czech Republic, and I grew up in Britain, and yeah, the only thing that's different is the prices are like in pounds in the UK, and they're in Czech crowns in the Czech Republic. Everything else is almost identical. The difference was in presentation. Okay, I'm really wondering how it was different though. Every unique store and catalog was heavily rooted in the concept of displaying how IKEA's generic products would make the perfect fit for your home and your life. It wasn't just about labyrinth-like layout of stores, which keeps you trapped inside a fiendish maze and encourages you to make impulse buys in fear of not being able to find a product again. It was even cleverer than that. Each international store plays on subtle local nuances to replicate the feel of a typical local home. For example, a Dutch store contains slanted ceilings to reflect local architecture. A showcase room in Japan would be complemented with tatami mats. A UK store would be littered with beer cans and vomit stains and dead cats. Oh, yeah, that's how UK stores are. It represents our culture fairly well. Czech stores, I guess like there's a lot of they show a lot of the accommodation, like especially on the outskirts of a city, is like these old communist blocks, which are now just apartments, and they all have they're all kind of identical, and they all have this identical balcony. So quite a lot of the like showrooms in there show like this sort of style. It's very generic. As you would expect from communism. Everyone gets the same thing. That's gonna work out. IKEA weren't particularly interested in tailoring their products to meet local needs and expectations. They just wanted to show you how your home was already a suitable fit for their existing product range. They occasionally got things a little too right for their own good. The company was criticized for removing all traces of women from their Saudi Arabia catalog. Oh, and for dropping any photographs of gay couples from their Russian catalog. Look, I get why you're doing it, IKEA, because, you know, you're not the up ones here. Simon, stop discriminating. In this case, I'm pretty okay with it, actually. Simon, in Saudi Arabia, we just have a culture that hates women. Respect that. No, I'm good. Simon, in Russia, we just hate the gays. You shouldn't. Oh, I'm gonna get in trouble for this one. You can see the cold business reasoning behind it, you absolutely can, but it obviously wasn't sending a very positive message to the rest of the world. If they still do this, I'd love it if someone in Russia or Saudi sends me one of your catalogs. Let you know, please don't send me a bomb. They apologized. Okay. Another key factor for IKEA's international success is the fact that it has fiercely remained a private company and resisted the financial incentives of going public. After IKEA opened its first store in North America, the store didn't turn a profit for over 15 years. This would have been wildly unacceptable to impatient stock market investors, and the plug would have been pulled on North American operations years ago. But IKEA was under no pressure to appease investors, and the long-term strategy paid off. The company now pulls in billions of dollars every year from North America. Yeah, I really like. Going public's great. You know, you get super rich super fast, but also you lose control over a lot of your stuff. That kind of sucks. Of course, there have been controversies along the way to conquering the world. For starters, it could be argued that IKEA hasn't been particularly kind to the planet over the years. As you can imagine, the company gets through a fair bit of wood. In fact, they cut down over 1,400 acres of forest for every year and use up 1% of the world's wood supply. That's actually remarkable. We need to use that word disposable again, but the reality of it is that the shorter lifespan of IKEA furniture means that alarming amounts of this cheap stuff just end up getting tossed back into landfill. Again, IKEA is aware of these failings and is aware of what it needs to do. The company has set up an entire separate division which has developed new targets for greener product sourcing, sustainability, and waste management. And I get why this is a problem, because people love cheap furniture because it's cheap. and and it's easier not to spend that large amount of money for something that's going to last forever. Yeah, like clothes as well. Clothes are even worse. Fucking H&M and all of these companies where it's like, you buy a t-shirt for £3, you wash it 4 times, and then the collar's all loose, it's kind of bad. This video brought to you by Mack Weldon. It's not, but one day it could be. Let me know, Mack Weldon. I'm actually wearing one of your t-shirts under here right now. It's extremely comfortable. This isn't sponsored by Mack Weldon, but their stuff is legit. Then there's the small matter of corporate tax. The structure of IKEA is a complex labyrinth of profit and non-profit entities which you can only assume they based off one of their own stores. Critics argue they just hope the tax inspector gets as lost in their books as I get in IKEA. Critics argue that the structure of IKEA is purposefully complicated to make tax responsibility as hazy as possible, and it's also been argued that the structure was designed to generously reward Ingvar and his family, who appear to control every single one of these separate entities. Well, it is a private company. Who else is going to control them? While leaving the actual company vulnerable to takeover. How is it vulnerable to takeover if the family control all of it? It's not a public company, that's going to be really hard. IKEA's tax arrangements are currently under investigation from the EU. Although there has been no evidence of illegal activity. Ingvar himself admitted that tax efficiency was simply an element of the company's low-cost culture, though tax efficiency seems like a very cheeky description. Well, is it? I mean, that's what it is. And this is the thing, like Amazon, like everyone in the UK especially, like anyone I know from the UK is like, oh, Amazon should pay their taxes. But as soon as they're like, oh yeah, well this book is like 50p cheaper on Amazon, they shop at Amazon. It's a little bit hypocritical. It's like they're passing the savings on to you in many ways and you're shopping there. Oh, I'm gonna get in trouble for this one. It appears that Ingvar and his buddies were always very careful to act on the right side of the law. Good, but the fact that a company generating tens of millions of dollars around the world has gone out of its way to pay as little tax as possible leaves quite a nasty blemish on the showcase dining room table. Regardless of how deep they put their hands into their pockets for the tax man, IKEA would have always taken over the world. Where their retail rivals have floundered and failed, IKEA has triumphed with patience, long-term strategic thinking, years of painstaking research of local nuances, cunning presentation, and refusal to sacrifice themselves to quick buck-seeking investors. Fortune magazine once claimed that it is IKEA's world and we just live in it. It's probably fairer to say that the world is an IKEA dining room table and we all just help put the damn thing together. We're all a team! Ingvar Kamprad died in 2018 at the ripe old age of 91, having changed the habits and culture of furniture shopping around the world forever. Rumors that he requested his body be broken down into bits for potential reassembly in the future have proved to be completely made up. By me. By Danny. Bonus fact. We've talked a lot about IKEA's attention to detail and shrewd strategic planning for international expansion, so it's only fair we briefly mention the time they completely cocked it up. In 1973, IKEA opened its first store in Germany, located in the university city of Konstanz. By all accounts, the opening day went very well, and the store is still there today. Good work, IKEA! The only problem was that they had actually meant to open a store in the city of Koblenz, about 270 miles away. And nobody at head office realized it was a mistake until far too late. That's actually incredible. The error usually gets blamed on the fact that IKEA was expanding so rapidly during this period that the usual care and attention briefly went right out of the wrong window, in the wrong building, in the wrong city. Or you could just blame Germany for having 2 cities that sound quite similar. Konstanz and Koblenz. It sounds like an excuse. But this might help explain why there's an IKEA in Rotterdam, but not Rotherham. Ba-da-bum-bum. This, oh god, has been Business Blaze. Thank you for watching. Oh, I forgot to mention it again at the beginning of the video. I'm such an idiot. I have a new, I'll stitch it in at the beginning so you've probably already seen it, you know what I'm talking about. I have a mailing list newsletter thing where if you want to get up to date with new things that I'm launching, new secret projects, stuff like that, maybe give me some feedback on new ideas and just be a bit of a legend. It's linked to below because the comments are a mess. YouTube's not that great for interacting with people who I can get feedback off and stuff like that. So if you want to be part of that gang, it's not a gang, there's no crime. Sign up below. Thank you for watching. Oh, you watched the end, you're a legend. Of course, thank you. Be a legend, sign up to that newsletter. Goddamn competition, ruining my business. Silence, infidel! Hello everybody and welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Blaze. You might notice something weird about this script. It's Corona time. I still have my little heater. Of course, this is gonna be a running Hell, that's hot. My boiler still hasn't been fixed because everyone has to live inside these days. This, I was running out of printer paper at home, so I had to double-side it to make the text really small, so let's crack on. This one is all about the time India got rid of all of its money. This wasn't a suggestion from any of you guys. I just heard about this a while ago and wanted to know if it was true, what the story is there, and that's what we're going to go through today. The time India got rid of 86% of its money. Are you excited? I'm excited. I've been trying to think of how I would be affected if it was announced one day that nearly all legal currency in the UK had suddenly been banned. Oh, if you're new here, Danny writes the scripts. I read them. It's a bit weird. I've concluded that it would mainly just affect my haircuts and use of public toilets. I don't get my haircuts because I don't have any hair, and I also avoid public toilets like the absolute plague, maybe because they contain the plague. Coronavirus challenge! This is getting demonetized. If you're not familiar with the coronavirus challenge, yesterday I watched a video where a girl was licking a toilet seat as like a coronavirus challenge, and then she got the coronavirus. So yeah, what do you expect? It probably wasn't from the toilet seat, but you know, Corona. Several years ago, I'm sure the impact of my lifestyle would have been far more dramatic, but these days, I'm close to being completely cashless. It's not just because I'm skint, it's also because nearly all of my modern daily transactions are now digital. We did a video about this before, and I think I mentioned how I'd be really glad if all transactions were just card transactions and we didn't have to use cash. And so many people were like in the comments like, cash is amazing, it's completely untraceable, all this stuff. And it's like, why do you care so much? Like, what are you buying that is so dodgy? Even if I was buying drugs, I'd be like, yeah, I'll just pay with cards. I mean, no one cares. Whether I'm shopping or traveling or going to the pub, it's nearly always going to involve whipping out an electronic card instead of fumbling around in my pockets for notes and coins. One current exception is to go to the local hairdresser who has stubbornly refused to move into the world of digital transactions and makes me march all the way to the cash machine at the other end of the village if I ever need a main trim. I feel like Danny's just showing off now. There's one restaurant here that I go to sometimes and they don't accept card. And I'm like, it must be some sort of weird, dodgy tax thing, right? Like why not accept cards? The transaction fees are nothing and more people are going to spend more money if they can pay by card. And you go to pay every time I go to the place and they're like, yeah, here's your bill. I'm like, great. Here's my card. And they're like, oh, I don't. So I have to walk like 5 minutes to the cash machine and take out money. It's dumb. The other exception is the local public toilets, which these days will only grant you VIP access in exchange for a 50p coin. And by the way, that's bloody outrageous. It's no wonder that people have resorted to pissing freely in the streets. Yeah, honestly, I'd much rather just piss behind a tree than use a public toilet, because there's all sorts of things you have to touch. Like you go in, you've got to touch a door, and then what the actual go to a public toilet, and the next time you leave, if you haven't noticed this already, why is it always a pull door on the way out? Like, I've just washed my hands, and then it's like, oh, great, a door handle. So I've either got to go back and get some toilet roll, or do my favorite trick, just use this part of the jacket, grab the door. But why are we doing this? Look, architects, or whoever's responsible for this, not happy. However, the people of India certainly got a major shock on the night of November the 8th, 2016, when their relatively new Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, addressed the nation. It was an announcement that came completely out of the blue and the green. Is India's money actually green? Because I mean, I know like people say, the green, you know, money, but it's only America's money that's actually green. The money in the UK is like all sorts of crazy colors. The money here is all sorts of crazy colors. Anyway, I do think this deserves a ba-da-bum-bum. With immediate effect, all 500 and 1,000 rupee notes were no longer going to be considered legal tender, and citizens were advised that they had just a few weeks to exchange their old notes at the banks for new versions of the bills. In one swift move, Narendra Modi had rendered 86% of the country's circulating cash completely worthless outside of a bank. You're the Prime Minister of a country with over 1 billion people. How did you get here? Perhaps the far-sighted Prime Minister just wanted his country to lead the world into a new frontier of a cashless society, but that wasn't quite the case. Now, I'm pretty sure, wasn't this about like using the money for like crimes? Although that's a lot of money. Like, I'm pretty sure not 86% of the money in India is used for crimes. Who knows? It was actually an attempt to overthrow the shadow economy. Wait, shadow legends! That was financially crippling the country and drive all the black money out of the hands of criminal organizations and tax dodgers and cash hoarders. Oh, I get it. So like, I guess a ton of people work under the table in India, and they were like, if we just get rid of these bills, then people have to declare their income. Okay, Also, cash hoarders. Who hoards the lower denomination bills? Wait, were these the large denomination bills? I don't know. Let's move on. The bold new concept of demonetization. Oh, there's a word that's close to my heart. Was sold as a populist measure that would be carried out in the name of the poor. Yeah, because it's not really, populist measure. Why are we doing this? We love the rich! Oh, it's like, yeah, they proudly announce tax breaks for the richest of the rich. It would tackle corruption and terrorism and instantly wipe out the value of the stashes of illegal cash belonging to dark economy millionaires. Spoiler alert, it didn't quite pan out the way they had hoped. What a shocker. But let's just rewind a moment to examine the reason for the rise of the shadow economy. Raid shadow. I'm going to stop that. That's perhaps the last time I'll do it. Please don't sue me, Raid Shadow Legends. By 2016, most of the rest of the world had happily embraced the ease and convenience of digital transactions, but this certainly was not the case in India. Far from it. They had barely even embraced the concept of banking. Really? Do people just keep their cash at home? I know, some countries, people just keep cash because they don't trust banks. They just keep, big piles of cash. So, my house burned down. I was just storing too much cash at caught fire. The Indian economy was still utterly dominated by good old-fashioned cash. In fact, it's estimated that between 90 to 98% of all transactions in India at the time were handled in cash. About 230 million citizens didn't even have a bank account. So that's like a quarter of the population. Did you see what I did there? I didn't whip the script away. I had to turn it over because they're double-sided, these bad boys. Corona. I'm going to put this down here so I don't lose my place. Even expensive purchases like property or Simon Whistler merch. Danny, it's incredibly reasonable. I don't actually know how much it is. How do I? It's like $20. That doesn't feel outrageous. I feel like that's a pretty standard price for merch. I don't know. I don't actually set the prices. Such a sellout. These were often handled with suitcases crammed full of cash rather than bank transactions. Can you imagine buying a house with cash? That'd be pretty insane. Although, because cash is so small, I saw one of these great YouTube videos, where they show the size of everything. And it was like, here's $1 million. And it's just a little pile of money. And I'm like, wow, that doesn't look like a lot. Because it's all made up of $100 bills. And also, one of my favorite things that is wrong in movies is where they have just giant bags of cash and then the thieves just pick it up and walk out. I'm like, that would be extremely heavy. It would be, it's paper. Paper is not light, it's just really small. But think about I always imagine it it would be as if that bag was full of books. That's about the same weight as cash. It'd be really heavy. Naturally, the problem with the cash-in-hand economy is that a huge chunk of it slips under the radar of the tax man. A lot of that money wasn't going to go through the banks or anywhere near the coffers of the government. Instead, it was just being hoarded at home, creating a shadow economy, which was driven by these huge private stashes of untaxed cash. It's believed that this shadow, I said I'd stop, this shadow economy, Raid Shadow Economy, Raid Shadow Legends economy, Raid Shadow Legends. It accounts for 20% of India's entire GDP. Good lord. No wonder the government's pissed. One of the key strategies behind the sudden policy of demonetization, I gotta move this thing. I wanna roam while I blaze. It's gonna get cold, but whatever. One of the key strategies behind the sudden policy of demonetization was to render all of these illegal private stashes completely worthless overnight. The government wasn't planning on getting all of this money back in the banks. They were just assuming much of it would end up getting destroyed. But couldn't you just walk into a bank and exchange it for different money? I guess then they're going to be like, hey, where'd you get all that money from? Crimes. You couldn't just walk into a bank with thousands of rupees and expect them to get exchanged for notes with no repercussions. Any deposits over 250,000 rupees, that's about $3,500 would be investigated by the tax authorities. If you couldn't prove that you'd paid taxes on your deposit, you'd be charged the full amount of owed tax, along with a hefty 200% fine. Alright, well that's a pretty strong disincentive, isn't it? In many cases, that would turn out to be more than the original value of the money that they'd been trying to exchange in the first place. Criminals and tax dodgers wouldn't be able to do anything else of value with their stashes because it was now just worthless paper outside a bank, so big chunks of this money were expected to end up in the bin, wiping out the wealth of the criminally rich in one fell swoop. Now this actually is sounding like a pretty good idea. Obviously it's going to cause a huge problem for everyone who's using the money completely legally and likes to buy shit, but I mean in terms of getting rid of all the crime money, it seems pretty good. Walter White and his big garage full of cash is really going to struggle to launder all of that, $3,500 at a time over however many weeks it was. The scale of the concept was completely unprecedented. It would probably have generated far more global news coverage at the time if it hadn't been for the fact that all of this was happening during the same month that the guy from The Apprentice had just become the new president of the United States. Narendra Modi warned the citizens of India that they may face potential difficulties over the next few months. But that's the end. And by the way, like, in the time of the virus right now, I'm like, if you were like committing crimes, I bet Harvey Weinstein's like, if only this had happened a few years earlier. Although then he got coronavirus, and it's like, yeah, don't think anyone's upset about that. Except for Harvey Weinstein, but he's a dick. And you went to like, just the falling from grace of Harvey Weinstein is just so incredible. Where he was like this massively rich Hollywood producer or whatever, and now he's in Rikers, which is the prison that I imagine, other than Alcatraz, where it's talked about in American movies as being a horrible place to be. It's like, where are you going? Rikers. That's the Alcatraz one. Narendra Modi warns, he's the president or whatever, prime minister, something like that. He warned the citizens of India that they may face potential difficulties over the next few months, but that the endgame would be worth it, as India would conquer corruption, terrorist financing, and tax evasion. He wasn't wrong about the difficulties. The main problem here was that demonetization obviously didn't just affect criminals, it pretty much affected everyone overnight. It was a bit like the US or the UK suddenly banning 86% of its paper money in a bid to drive forward a cashless economy, but doing it in 1972. Yeah, it's a bit like, guys, you're not ready for this. Even now, if 86% of the currency went away, I think it would be an issue. The Indian government had just destroyed the value of about $320 billion worth of cash in a country that was still entirely dependent on cash. This was always going to be a lot more than just haircuts and visits to wildly overpriced public toilets. Not every money hoarder was necessarily a hardened criminal. Yeah, some people just keep cash because they're like preppers. They believe the end of the world is coming and all of this shit. Maybe it is. It was quite natural for many citizens to keep cash savings stored away safely in their home, perhaps for a daughter's wedding, or school fees, or medical bills. The idea of paying medical bills is, never something I've had to deal with. And then the idea of like paying for medical bills in cash. It's like, oh yeah, well I had a broken leg, so here's just a pile of cash. But it may have been difficult for them to prove that they had paid tax on those savings years and years ago. Oh, so many of those thrifty savers suddenly discovered that the value of their money stashed under the bed was now close to worthless. The morning after the big shock announcement, India effectively came to a standstill. Another problem is I ran out of coffee pods. I normally buy them from Starbucks on my way to work for my Nespresso machine, and Starbucks is obviously closed. And now I'm drinking instant coffee, which I actually don't mind. Instead of turning up to work, everyone joined mile-long queues at the bank, but not always with successful results. Only limited supplies of the new currency were available, which quickly led to a massive cash shortage as the banks began turning people away empty-handed and businesses struggled to pay the wages of their staff. Yeah, also, how do you keep this secret? Like, it seems like suddenly they just announced it. And it would be like, if you were the government, you gotta keep printing an absolute ton of money that looks completely different to your existing money, completely quiet. Some clever soul in the government decided that the new rupee notes should be a different size and thickness to the old notes. That's all well and good, but it suddenly meant that all 200,000 ATMs in the country weren't able to dispense the new cash until they'd been recalibrated, which naturally took a bit of time. At the peak of the cash crisis, over 60% of ATMs simply weren't capable of dispensing legal tender. Weeks of chaos ensued as the population of India queued without much hope outside banks and ATMs, which weren't always delivering what was needed for vital daily essentials. Around 150 million workers went weeks without pay as their employers couldn't source the cash to pay them. Many businesses buckled under the strain, and over 1.5 million people ended up losing their jobs. Holy dude, Modi. This was an error. And the crisis was directly responsible for over 100 deaths as people were refused medical attention because they couldn't get their hands on any of the cash that they'd rightfully earned. Maybe rightfully earned. Maybe they were criminals. That was the whole point, but probably not. Others were also, even if it was criminal money, it's like if it's paid for medical bills, let's just let that one slide. Others were collapsing from exhaustion and hunger while standing in the ever-growing queues. Ultimately, the Indian economy took a massive hit as industries slowed to a crawl. Whereas it had previously been enjoying a long period of economic growth, in fact the best of any global economy at the time, the demonetization policy caused a 2% drop in GDP and effectively halted the healthy economic success story of India for a long time to come. So, was it all worth it in the long term? Just as Narendra Modi had promised. I guess, it could be one of those things that over the long term, yeah, it worked out. And I mean, it obviously sucked in the super short term. Let's see what Danny has to say. No, not really. Oh. Okay. He had originally appeared to put his own neck on the line when he told citizens, "If any fault is found, I am willing to suffer any punishment." That sounds very noble, but he didn't stick to his word. That's weird. He's a politician, though. Why didn't he stick to his word? That seems just completely out of character for a politician. Weird. In the following years, he went out of his way to duck awkward questions and bury reports which might be so bold as suggest that the demonetization thing was a shitty idea from the very start. It's like, yeah, I'm willing to suffer any punishment. This is a brilliant idea. It's definitely going to work. If something goes wrong, it's on me, guys. It's on me. It goes horribly wrong. Bury those reports. Quickly, hide them. He even went so far as to remind critics that the state can be unleashed on dissent. Holy dude. That sounds democratic. It's like, if you say anything bad about me, I'm going to use, the security services to silence you.
This is outrageous. Where are the armed men who come in to take the protesters away?
The government issued a press statement in 2018 which claimed that the policy had been a triumphant success and that anyone who spoke against it would be swiftly executed. Not really. But none of the evidence remotely backs up this claim. The main issue with the demonetization policy is that it didn't really achieve any of its objectives. Although much of the money was expected to be destroyed, it turns out that 99% of the old notes were eventually handed into the bank. This would seem to indicate that not nearly as much illegal cash was being hoarded by criminal organizations as the government initially believed. That's not to say that the shadow economy was a myth, because like a quarter of the economy seemed to be... Was it without bank accounts or something? It was a lot of money under the table. It's just that criminals didn't like to be lumbered with piles of cash. They preferred to invest the dark money into assets such as gold, property, and interactive smart salt dispensers. If you get that joke, thank you for being an OG Business Blaze legend. Designed to enhance your dining experience. So the shadow economy didn't really receive much of a kicking from this radical policy. If we can take anything positive from this whole sorry mess, it's that demonetization did gently nudge India more towards the idea of banking and digital transactions. Yeah, it only cost like 1 million people their jobs and 100 people their lives, Modi. And then you were like, yeah, it's gone brilliantly. Silence!
Silence! I kill you!
Mr. Modi, I think people have been dying from this cash. Silence, infidel! Blah, blah, blah. It did bring more people under the tax net, but the results weren't as big as the government had hoped and certainly didn't justify the hardship that everyday citizens had to endure. Hell no, it didn't. There may have been a slight increase in tax collections, but this pales in significance when compared to the massive overall cost of implementing the whole demonetization policy, not to mention the ongoing cost of the aftermath to business, where jobs were destroyed. And whilst there has been an increase in debit card transactions, cash still very much rules India today. In short, the demonetization policy was a terrible idea that was implemented at breakneck speed without giving enough thought to ensuring that the population would have access to replacement notes. A wiser move may have involved a slower and more considered move towards the withdrawal of notes, the launch of initiatives and incentives to educate and push the population into cashless transactions, along with more effective and corruption-free tax administration measures. But as is so often the case, whenever a government is faced with a financial crisis, they resorted to the kind of desperate panic measures that usually involved either getting rid of money altogether or just printing shitloads more of it, or both at once. Yeah, I must have done like a couple of videos now on like hyperinflation and the train wreck that is. Turns out if you get rid of all the cash money, it's also a bad thing. Who knew? Although I have to say, I do understand it. There's merit to this idea until you find out that it's shit. At that point, I'd also be like, silence, infidel!
I kill you!
Oh, there seems to be very little middle ground. It's always the everyday man on the street who bears the brunt of the fallout. Bonus fact! Are you excited about this? Although the old notes had been banned nearly everywhere in the country overnight, the government made one notable exception. Ba-da-bum-bum! For a few days, you could still use the old notes to book trains and flights. Interestingly, ticket sales surged massively through this short period. But even the most expensive train tickets, which usually generated about 2,000 sales per day, were suddenly attracting 27,000 sales per day. That's going to be some busy trains. And I've seen pictures of trains in India. Is that the country where they're all hanging off the outside? I've been to India. I don't think I've ridden a train there. Probably because I saw these pictures. And there's also the one that goes through a market, right? And they all have to move their stuff away when the train goes through the market. This wasn't because the population of India had suddenly developed an overwhelming urge to travel, it's because the more cunning citizens were gaming the system. After booking the tickets, they would then immediately cancel the trip, knowing full well that the operators were now legally obliged to refund them with new notes. Clever! This has been Business Blaze. You watched all the way to the end, so of course you're a legend. You keep this channel alive and sort of thriving. It's doing quite well lately. Thank you for all of the support. If you'd like to support me, merch it up if you feel like it. I might include a link below. If it's a YouTube link, it's probably going to be a Rickroll. If it's a link to anywhere that's not YouTube, it's probably my genuine merch store. Or I found a very clever way to reroute you to a Rickroll. You will find out if you click. Thank you for watching. Raid Shadow Economy, Raid Shadow Legends Economy, Raid Shadow Legends. I hope your death was long and painful. Just before we start this one, I will say that pretty much everything that I know about Pan Am, I know from the movie Catch Me If You Can with Leonardo DiCaprio, and he made it look pretty cool. He made being a pilot look pretty cool. Also, no one told me when I was at school, did I mention this in a Business Blaze before? I recently read an article about how much pilots make. And I was like, no one at school, I went to the careers counselor when I was a kid and I was like, yeah, I just like a job that pays me lots of money. And they were like, well, go into business, son. And I was like, okay. So I went and did a business degree. That worked out great. No one was like, be a pilot. And I was like, I could have been a pilot. Why not? They make loads of money. Hundreds of thousands of pounds. It's crazy. But anyway, everything I know about Pan Am, I know from Leonardo DiCaprio. He made it look pretty cool. Although to be fair, Leonardo DiCaprio could make Raid Shadow Legends look cool, so there is that. Danny writes these scripts, I read them. My name is Simon. You probably know that. Welcome to Business Blaze. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Any of us who have ever had a proper job might recall the odd day or two when you turned up for work, as usual, but ended up going home much earlier than you had expected. I don't necessarily mean that time you sliced off the end of your finger during a careless moment with the paper guillotine and get rushed to hospital. Poor Danny. I assume that happened to Danny. It didn't happen to me. I mean those moments when exceptional circumstances beyond anyone's control leads to the closing down of the whole workplace without much warning. Here in the UK, it's usually something to do with the weather. Yeah, as soon as it snows in the UK, everyone's like, well, I guess I can't go to work. Everyone forgets how to drive as soon as it snows. And also, I'm not sure if this is true, but snow plows in the UK are not really a thing. Like, they'll grit the roads and they'll put salt down like the main roads, but like plowing the snow off it isn't a thing because it snows so, heavily, so rarely that it's just not economically worthwhile having snow plows and snow plowists doing the work, so they just don't bother, and then it's like, oh yeah, no one can go to work today. Used to pray for those days. Used to pray for the days where it would be so snowy you couldn't go to school. It maybe happened once. Ever. It was awesome. Many years ago, I used to work for the Royal Bank of Scotland, but please don't judge me for that. Oh, really? I think I've mentioned before a friend of mine works at the Royal Bank of Scotland, or at least I'm not sure if he does anymore, but it was basically bought by the taxpayer. I mentioned this before for sure, and we just used to make fun of him that he worked for us. I wasn't involved in banking or anything. In fact, I'm not sure what I did. I just used to turn up, and nobody seemed to mind me being there. But we often used to get sent home early if the weather was behaving in a slightly unusual manner. The whole country would grind to a halt at the first sign of a snowfall, indeed, or if it had just started to rain quite heavily. The only problem was that you were really screwed for getting home if you relied on public transport because all the buses and trains had stopped running too. Yeah, I remember once I was in London and I wanted to go home and it had just started snowing like crazy heavy. And I'm on the train and they're just like, yeah, we just can't go any further. And I'm like, what do you mean? It's like, well, I obviously didn't ask, but the PA system comes on. And it's like, so we're gonna go to the next station and drop you off. And we'll try and arrange some other form of transport for you. It's like, okay. It's like 9 o'clock at night. I did not get home. It was 45 minutes supposed to be on the train home from London. I did not get home until 7 o'clock the next morning. It was brilliant. I can remember during one particularly bad flood in 2008, it took me about 3 hours to wade home on foot, ended up losing a fight with a herd of swans who had taken over a local pedestrian crossing. Oh my god. Think you're fucking with, I'm the fucking boss. Danny is like the most unlucky person. The morning of the 4th of December 1991 was one of those funny days for the last remaining, oh yeah, we're doing a video about Pan Am. Business Blaze, Daddy's life stories. For the last remaining 7,500 employees of Pan American, World, Airways, many of whom turned up for work at the usual time for what would prove to be their last ever shift, and probably one of the shortest shifts that they would ever work in their lives. Within the space of just an hour, the 64-year-old airline closed down forever with immediate effect. All employees were ordered to just leave the site, in many cases abandoning stranded passengers waiting at gates for planes that would never land. That's brutal. Can you imagine you're just going on holiday and it's like, yeah. I don't say I need to imagine this. I was once on a trip to America and I got an email one day, it's just like on holiday, and it's like, we're really sorry, but we've got into administration, so you'll need to book another flight home. And I'm like, oh, thanks. I can't even remember what the airline was called, but it was really shit. The flight was really cheap, which is probably why they went out of business. There was no merger, no takeover, no long-winded legal wrangling. The world's most famous and most pioneering airline, which helped define the air travel industry that we know today, I'm glad Danny didn't say love, had just disappeared into the Bermuda Triangle with barely a wave goodbye. And just to be clear, not all of their planes crashed in the Bermuda Triangle. Fun fact, the Bermuda Triangle is totally not even a thing. It's just a fictional made-up thing that doesn't actually exist. There are no more plane crashes in the alleged Bermuda Triangle. Smash that dislike button, conspiracy theorists. Because you know what else happened? People definitely landed on the moon, and 9/11 was definitely not an inside job. Smash that dislike button! So how did such a cultural icon of the golden age of air travel end up dramatically running out of fuel? Well, it didn't have much to do with the weather or cocky swans. Ba-da-bum-bum. And although the demise of the airline most commonly known as Pan Am may have seemed sudden to some, it was a downfall that was nearly 20 years in the making. The airline was founded in 1927 by a team of aviation aces led by American entrepreneur Juan Trippe, although back then it was just a shell company with no planes, no assets, and no employees. Were these really aviation aces? Isn't like an ace a specific thing in aviation, like someone who shoots down planes? Essentially, it was little more than an idea on a beer mat with a few quid in the bank for startup capital. Yet, little more than a few months later, Pan Am had already got off the ground with its very first flight in a Fairchild FC-2 floatplane. A floatplane's one that lands on a lake, right? I'd love one of those. That would be awesome. Because my assumption is you can just go land on any body of water anywhere, right? I assume that's totally not true, or everyone would just be having float planes instead of actual planes. Back in those days, the name Pan Am perfectly described the initially quite simple ambitions of the new airline. The original goal wasn't anything to do with international commercial travel, it was just about hauling mail between America and the Panama Canal Zone, which was then still under US colonial control. In fact, the whole concept was largely just a retaliatory move against the Germans, who had been planning something similar. Fearing that the Germans were seeking political influence in the Canal Zone, the US government lent a strong helping hand to ensure that Pan Am became the first company to create air links between the US and Latin America. Within the space of just a year, in fact, isn't it a rule that foreign operators can't, I guess maybe it wasn't back then, it's a super interesting one, if it's correct, not sure, speaking from my memory here, which might just be a made up fact, that a foreign aircraft company like Virgin or BA or Qatar or one of these can't fly domestic flights in the US. I think that's against the rules. And I guess this would be a domestic flight because if Panama was, that was a little enclave of the United States in Panama, the Panama Canal area. So I guess that would kind of fit under those rules. Within the space of just a year, Pan Am had expanded its horizons to offer commercial passenger services from Florida to Cuba, and one of the big reasons that this took off so quickly is because Americans were so desperate to get smashed. Okay. Bear in mind that most American citizens were still suffering from the effects of having to be stone cold sober under the 13-year era of prohibition, and so Pan Am's marketing campaign invited potential passengers to fly away and drink rum in the sun in Cuba, and it certainly hit the spot. You bet it did. It's like, you can't drink at home. It's like, well, I guess we're going to Cuba every night. Those poor Americans were so bloody desperate for a bloody drink that they probably would have made do with even a can of Heineken at that point. If you get that joke, you're an OG Business Blaze legend. Thank you. If you're not, well, I'm not going to tell you what video it is. You'll just have to go back and watch every single one of it was the Heineken video. I just imagine if they tried prohibition in the UK, like an American style, let's just outlaw alcohol in the UK. I do think that is the thing that would finally get us, because we don't have a constitution, we have a monarchy. I do truly, you can have a constitution and a monarchy at the same time, like a constitutional monarchy, but I do think that this would be the final tipping point that would get us a constitution and get rid of the monarchy, because people would go apeshit. There'd be a revolution. By the 1930s, Pan Am was expanding its horizons even further, providing new international routes for the very first time and leading the way in making the world a smaller place. Not every international destination had a proper concrete runway in those early days of aviation, but Pan Am got around this problem by operating a fleet of flying boats, most commonly known as clippers, which could land the aircraft on water instead and sail the passengers to shore. This is so cool. Anyone who's into aviation is like, obviously this doesn't work, Simon, but I'm like, why can't we just land all our planes on lakes? Like, why? Everyone's, oh, we gotta build like another runway at Heathrow. God forbid we have 2, 3? It's like, why not just land all the planes at sea and take people in by boat? Sure, it's more complicated than that, but that'd be awesome. Just land them on the Thames. You don't need city airports, just land them in the river. Imagine a mother A380. These could land on water instead, and the passengers would sail to the shore. There was the inspiration behind the sea captain design of early Pan Am uniforms, and explains why today most aviation uniforms have more than a whiff of the Navy look about them. Wow, I didn't even know that. Except, of course, Ryanair, who I believe have now resorted to just running clown costumes. Probably it's cheaper. Over the course of the next few decades, Pan Am went on to become the founding member of the International Air Transport Association and blazed a pioneering path for today's international commercial flight industry. Although they didn't bother with any of that small fry domestic flight nonsense, Pan Am evolved into the first airline that could pretty much get you all the way around the world. Well, except Antarctica, but nobody really wants to go to Antarctica anyway. They haven't even got a Taco Bell there yet. Oh my god, the comments on like, Simon, it's taco. And I'm like, no, it's not. I mean, it might be in America. Guess where I'm not from? Taco Bell. You really want me to speak American the whole time? Do you really? My American accent is not very good. In 1958, they became the first airline to embrace the jet age. You gotta get all southern. In 1958, they became the first airline to embrace the jet age as the Pan Am Boeing 707 made its maiden commercial voyage from New York to Paris in just 8 hours, marking the beginning of a close relationship between Pan Am and the US aircraft manufacturer Boeing. 8 years later, Pan Am CEO Juan Trippe met with Boeing CEO Bill Allen for a particularly fruitful fishing trip in Alaska, during which the world's first jumbo jet was effectively put into production. I feel business meetings were cooler in the day. I bet they were smoking cigars and fishing giant fish in Alaska. Today it's like, yeah, I got a business meeting. It's like, if we could crush it down into 20 minutes on Skype, that would be great. By the end of this fishing trip, Bill Allen had landed a pink salmon, a Pacific halibut, a yellowfish rockeye, probably, and a $525 million order to build the Boeing 747 for Pan Am. I didn't know the 747 was built for Pan Am. That's super cool. Also, the Boeing 747 has been around 1958? No, 8 years later, so 1966? Boeing 747 has been around forever. If you guys wanted, there's a great channel where a Boeing 747 pilot breaks down like movie scenes with planes, and it's just like, yeah, that's not real, that's not real, that's definitely not real, not real, not real, that's real, not real, not real, not real. It's brutal. It's called 747 Crew. Worth subscribing to. I might link to it below if I remember. Maybe it's a Rickroll. Search for it. I'm not your secretary. One Trip reportedly told Bill, if you build it, I'll buy it. And Bill responded with, if you buy it, I'll build it. So Bill built it and Juan bought it. Fascinating. In 1964, Pan Am also became the world's first airline to introduce a computerized reservation system, la-di-da, in collaboration with IBM. Wow, this is all a blast. I know IBM still exists, but it's like, I feel like IBM, did they matter more in the past? Because it's been a long time since, I've had any interaction with an international business machine. Pan Am commissioned the installation of the Panamac computer system in their swanky head office in Midtown Manhattan. These days, you could probably achieve similar results with an app on your phone, but back in the 1960s, the innovative Panamac computer took up the entire 4th floor of the building. I bet your phone can do a ton more. Still, they had plenty of room. The head office in question was a $100 million skyscraper called the Pan Am Building, which had 59 stories. That's cool. It's worth it when your company has its own skyscraper. It's like, yeah. And I was incredibly disappointed recently, a couple of years ago. You know, you see those big skyscrapers and they say like, you know, XYZ Bank on the side or XYZ Law Firm. And I'm like, wow, that's so cool. But no, they just have the naming rights, because you go into one of those buildings and you see like behind the reception, it's like, so who are these other companies? And why is this company only on floors like 37 and 38? And it's like, because they rent the naming rights to the building. So it just looks really awesome to people who, you know, don't have any interaction with big law firms, but it makes you look powerful. So I guess when someone threatens to sue me and I'm like, oh my God, I've heard of them. It's like, it's worth remembering that Pan Am flights of the 1960s and 70s were very different experiences than the typical flight today. This was the era of decadence. You'd fly in the lap of luxury and would often dress for the occasion in suits and evening dresses. The college-educated and multilingual stewardesses would bring steak, champagne, and caviar to your lavish cabin. This was pretty much what a Ryanair flight would look like if you stepped into a mirror universe where everything was the exact opposite. Without a doubt, this was truly the golden age of aviation, and Pan Am was right there at the very heart of it. And this is interesting. You know, it's one of those like internet memes. You look online and you see like, oh, well, flying was so much better in the past. And there's a picture of like a woman carving like a giant roast by a seat with like this much legroom. And everyone's like, wow, it was so much better. It's like, yeah, because it was 10 times more expensive. If you want something like that, fly first class. It's 10 times more expensive. There you go, problem solved. Without a doubt, this was truly the golden age of aviation, and Pan Am was right at the heart of it. By 1970, Pan Am was flying 11 million passengers over 20 billion miles across 86 countries. This seemed like the perfect time for Pan Am to invest another $500 million into a huge fleet of shiny new Boeing 747 jetliners. But the airline couldn't have foreseen what was waiting for them just around the corner. This has got to be the 1970s, right? Was the oil crisis? Epic. I'm so smart. It was the 1973 energy crisis. Oil crisis, energy crisis, whatever. Oil suddenly became incredibly hard to come by, and this naturally sent fuel prices rocketing to unprecedented heights, creating huge financial problems for a company like Pan Am, who accordingly put up their ticket prices. However, the energy crisis was merely the tip of a much bigger iceberg, which led to a 2-year recession period for most of the Western world. So while Pan Am was forced to increase their prices because of their dramatically increased operating costs, demands for international travel was naturally dropping anyway during a financially difficult period for anyone. Nobody could afford this extravagant anymore. Pan Am had been left with a huge new fleet of expensive jumbo jets which were just taking to the skies with barely anybody on board. By 1976, Pan Am was estimated to be $500 million in debt. This is all rather appropriate because this is happening at a time where I think it was it BA or one of the big American airlines was like, yeah, we need 12 billion pounds in money from the government just to knock out a business. That'd be great. It'll be really interesting to see, like, watch this video in the future. If you're watching this video in future, I'm very curious. I mean, I'm sure they get bailed out, right? Most of them are gonna get bailed out by the government and they'll be fine. But I wonder how many, how many airlines are gonna go out of business. It's early 2020. No one's flying anywhere. But it gets worse. The new Airline Deregulation Act of 1978 opened the door to new competitors while only fueling further problems for poor old Pan Am. Up to this, stupid regulations making everything safe. Up until this point, the airline industry was largely regulated by the government, who even decided the routes and the cost of a ticket. Oh wow, that's a bit intense. This isn't just a safety thing?
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
But the new act freed up competitors to fly on their own wings of glory and offer cheaper alternatives to the high-end luxury flights of Pan Am, which now suddenly seemed an incredibly expensive option. Stupid competition, ruining my business. But maybe there was a glimmer of hope for Pan Am with the new Deregulation Act. In the past, Pan Am had continually been refused permission to operate a network of domestic flights, while their smaller competitors had been allowed by regulators to establish such crucial networks. This is like, what's the point of this regulation? It's good it seems pretty smart they deregulated this, because why? Come on, America, you're better than this. You're like the anti-regulation kings. And I like you for it. Mostly. Some shit is crazy. This seems too far. The fear had always been that Pan Am would use their vast clout to crush smaller competitors, but the new Deregulation Act meant that they were now free to pursue domestic options for some time. They certainly felt as if they had to do something. I feel like it didn't crush the competitors. I mean, just look at Europe. There are tons of small, big airlines operating small flights at incredibly low costs. It's really awesome. I mean, it's horrible for the environment, but it's pretty great that I can fly to London to Prague for it's like 30, 40 pounds return. They certainly felt as if they had to do something. By now, a ticket consisting of a domestic leg on a rival airline with an international leg on Pan Am would work out much more expensive than a ticket that just cut out Pan Am altogether. And that's exactly what customers started doing. Pan Am's response to this was to acquire the domestic operator National Airlines in 1980, but it didn't come cheap. Following a furious bidding war, they eventually seized hold of it for $437 million, which is a lot more $1 million today. But it didn't solve the problem at all. The whole acquisition was a bit of a muddled mismatch between two very different companies and cultures. The airlines had incompatible aircraft, the integration of the two companies was very poorly handled, and Pan Am continued to struggle to compete with new emerging airlines. It was another very expensive purchase on the balance sheet, which hadn't been paid off. Things were getting so bad that Pan Am were forced to spend most of the 1980s selling off all kinds of crazy shit. That big, nice, oh no, that 59-story skyscraper that had housed the mighty Panamat computer was sold for $400 million. It now goes under the name the MetLife Building, and it's one of the largest commercial office spaces by square footage. The company also resorted to selling off some of the most profitable routes and subsidiaries, raising hundreds of millions of dollars in the process, but it wasn't enough to stem the negative cash flow. On top of all of this, customer confidence in Pan Am flights had taken a battering in the 1980s following the 1986 hijacking of Pan Am Flight 73 in Pakistan, resulting in 21 deaths, and the 1988 terrorist bombing of Pan Am Flight 103 above Lockerbie in Scotland, which killed all 259 people on board and 11 citizens of the local community. And by the way, the dude who was arrested for this, I believe this is correct. He was imprisoned for life, obviously, in Scotland. I gotta look this up because it's the most absurd shit ever. Okay, so just for some context, if you're not familiar with the Lockerbie bombing, which, you know, is pretty famous, at least in the UK, 259 people were killed. So this dude called Megrahi, he was basically responsible. He was this Libyan dude, and he was sentenced to life imprisonment on 270 counts of murder. And he was imprisoned in Scotland. The other defendant was found not guilty. They appealed it. Obviously, 270 counts of murder, you're going to prison forever. Except he didn't go to prison forever. Get this. In 2009, Megrahi appealed to be released from jail on compassionate grounds. 3 weeks later, on the 12th of August 2009, he applied to have his second appeal dropped and was granted compassionate release for his terminal prostate cancer. Which, even if he was going to die next week, I'd be like, you. You deserve to die in prison, you absolute dickhead. Get this. So he returns to Libya, and they'd given him an approximate 3-month prognosis on his prostate cancer. Great, I wish it was shorter. And he was given a combination of drugs that extends the survival rate by 14.8 months, median. This motherfucker didn't die for 3 years. And it's just like, compassionate release. Like, Scotland, are you kidding me? They should have just shot him. It's like, yeah, I want compassionate release. I know I killed 270 people. But I'd really like to go home and spend my last months, which turns out to be 3 years, with my family. Megrahi. I remember this coming out and I was like, this is actually absurd. I hope your death was long and painful. Perhaps the final nail in the coffin was the Gulf War in 1990, which not only caused a further spike in oil prices, but also sent demands for international travel plummeting to new depths. By November 1991, Pan Am found itself in a position where it needed $25 million just to keep on operating for the week ahead. They had come close to persuading a US bankruptcy judge that a life-saving deal with Trans World Airlines was imminent. Is that Howard Hughes' company? I think it was, right? Not sure. TWA, sounds right. But the deal never happens, possibly because Trans World Airlines had noticed that Pan Am was now losing $3 million a day every day it's open for business. It's like, that looks like a great acquisition. Oh, you're losing $3 million a day? Never mind. On the morning of the 4th of December 1991, after many employees had only just turned up for work, the Pan Am CEO delivered a message to everyone in head office, which was simple and blunt: shut it down. Delta Airlines spent $416 million on acquiring the spoils of the collapse, including the aircraft, the European network, and the Terminal 3 Worldport at New York JFK Airport. Surprisingly, the Pan Am brand is still alive and kicking today. Wow. But it has nothing to do with commercial flights. Not surprisingly. The name and iconic blue meatball logo was picked up by Guilford Railways, a Class II regional railroad covering northern New England in the US. Why? God knows why they bought the name. You can only assume it was going fairly cheap. I'd love to buy something like this. I wonder how much that was, because, I don't know, it'd be really cool to own like Pan Am's logo. I've no idea why. I guess I'll sell Pan Am merch. And it's a shame that the name didn't end up getting attached to something a little more exciting and relevant, like maybe a fancy hot air balloon service that served oysters and sparkling wine halfway through the trip. That sounds pretty awesome. Looking back now at the ascent and descent, ba-da-bum-bum. of the most famous airline in the world, you can't help feeling that much of the downfall can be blamed on sheer rotten bad luck. Of course, they made some bad decisions. Desperately flogging everything they had of value when things turned bad was never likely to bode well for the future, and the costly acquisition of National Airways could have been handled better. But it could also be argued that things may have turned out very differently if regulators had allowed them to operate domestic flights much earlier, instead of thwarting the company at every turn. The $500 million purchase of a new fleet of Boeing 747 jetliners in the 1970s was a shrewd move at the time, but the company could never have foreseen the looming energy crisis that would drive the passengers away from international travel for the rest of the decade. And of course, you can't blame Pan Am for the terrorist hijackings, bombings, or the Gulf War. They were held culpable for implementing inadequate security measures during the Lockerbie bombing, but it seems a little harsh as they were simply implementing the exact same security measures as every other airline in the world. Yes, let's just all blame the actual dude who blew up the plane. Just like those adverse weather conditions that sent everyone in the UK out onto the streets to wrestle with pompous swans, the downfall of Pan Am was largely out of the company's control. Bogus fact, and yes, I did say bogus. One of the company's most mysterious flights was Pan Am Flight 914, which took off from New York in 1955 with 57 passengers on board. It then disappeared for 37 years before landing safely in Miami in 1992 with all the crew and passengers safely intact. That amazing story ran on the front page of the US tabloid Weekly World News, and if it sounds like a plotline ripped off from an early Twilight Zone episode, that's probably because it was a plotline ripped off from an early Twilight Zone episode. The story was completely fake, but Weekly World News had a bit of a habit of bending the truth. Bending the truth? It's a total fiction. A little more to create an exciting front page. But if people want news, they're not going to buy that then. Over the years, they also claimed that Elvis Presley was alive and well, the original apple from the Garden of Eden had been uncovered, and a news reporter had been eaten alive by an 80-foot dinosaur. So like the original Onion. This has been Business Blaze. Thank you for watching to the end. If you did, you're a legend. Thank you. Like, subscribe. My YouTube shilling is done. Thank you for watching. The Economist is smoking crack.
Is it crack? Is that what you smoke? Do you smoke crack?
Hello everybody, welcome to another episode of Business Blaze. This one brought to you by my merch. Brought to you by my merch. This is actually merch for my other channel, but you can buy it through the link below if you want to. I feel a bit weird wearing a t-shirt with my own face on it. I'm looking at myself on my little screen over there. It's a little bit weird, isn't it? I also apologize, I've left this chair here. This, as you all know, is Business Blaze. Obviously, as always, I'm Simon, I read the scripts, Danny writes the scripts, he does all of the hard work, I just show up here and make fun of him. So in this one, it's all very meta because we're looking at how many YouTubers actually make a living doing this. Now, part of the inspiration from this video, this is one of my ideas, is I see, like, they pop up on my YouTube homepage, like, I made this much money from this many views, I make this much a month on YouTube. And I was like, well, this is all great because these are the guys who actually get appearing on the homepage, so obviously they're doing quite well. But I was like, what actual percentage of people actually make this work and actually make a living off it? Because, I don't know, I'm also in this world and I feel like, yeah, loads of people. But then I think about it, it's like, yeah, I knew no one before I started doing this. And now, of course, I know people because it's what I do for a living. Let's begin by sparing a thought for those poor, desperate souls who feel that their last remaining hope in life is to try and become a professional YouTuber. Danny, it's all right. Like, I'll say it's pretty great, to be honest. You've exhausted every other avenue for earning a living wage. You've even tried pyramid schemes, Ponzi schemes, shoplifting, light armed robbery, and tabloid journalism. What exactly is light armed robbery? It's like, yeah, we just use knives. But there's only now a dark path left to take. Standing in front of the camera with your shirt untucked. Oh, it is untucked. But it's a t-shirt. I think I can get away with that. Drinking an empty cup of coffee. Well, it's almost empty because I was having a glance through the script and I drank most of the coffee while doing that. And reading out the script from the guy you've got chained to a radiator down in the basement. Danny, we've talked about this. You can't mention this in the script. About a year or two ago, I found myself working on quite a big project for a fashion shopping platform, which, considering my own hopelessly limited knowledge of fashion, was a bit of a joke in itself. I ended up writing thousands, literally thousands of short biographies related to today's top fashion fashion influencers as social media influencers. Does Danny mean thousands of words or thousands of biographies? Good God, that sounds horrible. I cannot imagine anything I care about less. The most interesting thing about putting together the project was that just how many of these people described their primary job as professional YouTuber. I don't even describe myself as a professional YouTuber. I just call myself a YouTuber, to which people's usual response is like, what? I like, YouTube. I make videos on YouTube, and they're like, really? And I'm like, yeah. And then they assume I'm poor. By the end of the project, I was convinced that millions and millions of people around the world must be pulling in some serious money by prancing about on YouTube and advising their legions of devoted followers on the best way to put on high-heeled shoes or apply a bit of lipstick. Dude, I mean, yeah, we're making fun of it, but I watched a video from one of these finance guys. I think it was Graham Stephan, whose channel's great. Like, I'm not even American. Most of what he talks about isn't relevant to me, but I just find like his making fun of people's finances really entertaining. And he was talking about Jeffree Star, who's a beauty guy, and he reckons he made $100 million last year, so we are not messing around. But just how many YouTubers out there are really making a respectable living by doing this stuff? The answer is surprisingly low. Well, to be more accurate, the answer doesn't really exist because Google refused to tell us. And it's also like, I don't know, I would say half my money comes from Google AdSense and the rest comes from sponsorships. Obviously with Business Blaze, it comes from neither because there are no ads on this channel and there are no sponsors, although buy my merch. Oh! My best guess is about 27,493 YouTubers are making a living from this platform. That's remarkably specific, Danny. I've reached their figure by analyzing data, studying pie charts, performing incredibly complicated mathematical equations, rolling a few dice, and harnessing the ancient mystical power of the Mattel Magic 8-Ball. In other words, it may not be absolutely definitive. I would say it's got to be more than 27,000. Because I would say, like, I've met 100. But then that's at conferences, like big conferences. Oh, who knows? It's really complicated. But then also be browsing YouTube and it'll be like, hey, how-to worlds. And you're like, what is this shit? And then you're like, oh my God, 27 million views on a single video. Holy shit. But by looking at the limited available data, research, and academic studies on YouTube, we certainly know for sure that the percentage of YouTube creators pulling in a living wage from the platform is astoundingly small. This just makes me feel good about myself actually pulling in a living wage doing this. YouTube currently boasts over 2 billion active users, as well as 31 million YouTube channels, more than 500 hours of video are uploaded every single minute, and over 1 billion hours of footage is collectively viewed every day. Hey Siri, what's 1 billion hours in years?
I hope you get SARS.
YouTube is now the largest search engine and third most visited website in the world, but how many of those 31 million channels managed to grow a big audience? I thought YouTube was the second biggest. I thought it was bigger than Facebook. Yeah, YouTube is second. That is so crazy. Yeah, YouTube is second. Do you know where Facebook is? It's 7 because of Tmail, Baidu, Tencent, QQ, Sohu, which are all Chinese. So it's Google, YouTube, 4 Chinese websites, and then Facebook. That's pretty intense. But how many of those 31 million channels have managed to grow a big audience? Let's first take a look at the number of channels that have managed to attract over 1 million subscribers. This is most definitely not a solid indication of how many channels are earning good money. That's far more complicated, but is a good starting point when considering the percentage of channels that succeed in capturing a massive army of followers. Yeah, and this I imagine we'll get into. Subscribers don't matter. It really doesn't matter. All that matters is views, or watch time, really. According to Social Blade, a platform that tracks social media statistics and analytics with particular emphasis on YouTube, there are around 16,000 channels with over 1 million subscribers. And as any good YouTuber will tell you, you spend significant time on Social Blade. This number seems to be inflating rapidly, as just a couple of years ago, only 2,000 channels had managed to get over 1 million. And I've got 3 of them. Of these 16, if you've just stumbled across Business Blaze and your recommendations, you've never heard of me before, and you're like, what are you talking about, Simon? You got like 40,000 subscribers. This is my smallest channel. Going a little further back down the chain, about 160,000 channels have managed to attract over 100,000 subscribers. I remember when I first started doing this, and I think I got like maybe 10, 20,000 subscribers, and I was listening to a lot of podcasts, and there was a comedy podcast making fun of This American Life called That American Life, and they had this one, and it was based on like some fake university, where to get in you needed like 100,000 YouTube subscribers, and I was like, wow. 100,000 subscribers, that's the dream. then you're like, people make fun of you. That was a while ago. That's a very impressive audience, but of course, it's still a very low percentage of the 31 million channels trying to demand your attention on a very overcrowded platform. If your channel has got over 1 million subscribers, you're clearly in a strong position and must be doing something right. Thanks, Danny. Not with Business Blaze though, are we, mate? We're working on it. I think I said in an early video, the one about climbing Everest, that if I got 10 million subscribers on this channel, I'd go climb Everest, thinking that is absolutely ridiculous. It probably is, but tell a friend. But it's not all about the number of subscribers you attract. In fact, the figure has very little to do with the big picture. Exactly. It's all about views. Well, it's all about ads, really, but whatever. For starters, a big chunk of the most popular channels on YouTube are owned by celebrities who are just building on their existing brand. Stars like Justin Bieber and Taylor Swift may be running highly profitable channels, but it hardly seems right to label them as professional YouTubers. I believe Justin Bieber got started on YouTube, which is cool. Also, Justin Bieber's music's terrible. Like, I'd never really listened to it before. And then I was like, okay, I think it was a podcast. I was talking about it on a podcast. I was like, I'm gonna listen to some Justin Bieber. It's really bad. These people have a few other irons in the fire, in Justin Bieber's case, selling music to 12-year-old girls who don't know any better. And so their YouTube fame is just a side product of this. Well, actually, Justin Bieber's fame is a side product of his YouTube fame, and now his YouTube fame, I guess, is a side product of being like a super mega star. They're certainly not making a living from YouTube. Another point to consider is that many of the top channels may not necessarily be posting regular fresh content. They may well boast stacks of subscribers, but the channel isn't considered to be a business venture, and nobody involved is even trying to make any money from it. That's true, there are plenty of channels out there, I don't know, like BBC or whatever, it's like millions of subscribers, but no ads or anything. It's just a hobby that's growing quite popular, or just hobbyists. But I feel like if you got 1 million subscribers on your channel, just turn on the ads. Just get some extra money in the bank. Why not? Also, some of the channels might be very old, and whilst they may still technically have a high number of subscribers, the channel itself has gone very quiet or may even have died altogether. And this is like something I live in fear of. And it's why I start some. People are often like, Simon, why do you start so many channels? Because channels die. Like, there is a lifespan. There are not many channels that were around 10 years ago that are still popular today. They'll have like 7 million subscribers, but they'll put out a new video, get like 10,000 views. That's like 20 quid, $30, maybe? Live in fear of that. It's like the life cycle. Far more importantly, the amount of money you can potentially earn from YouTube isn't directly linked to the size of your channel anyway. A channel with, say, 50,000 devoted subscribers could, in theory, earn much more revenue than a channel with 4 million casual subscribers. I don't know if I agree with that. Like, casual subscribers, 4 million still a lot. Like, I'd say a lot of, like, you guys on Business Blaze are much more devoted, according to my analytics, but like top 10s today I found out, much more casual subscribers. But still, I'm gonna make a lot more money than someone with 50,000 devoted subscribers. Like, this channel I'd say has 50,000 or 40,000 devoted subscribers. It doesn't make as much money as those other channels. However, of course, if you've got 50,000 people and they're super into, like, real estate, that's gonna make you a lot of money because you can be like, hey, buy a real estate course, or, you know, whatever. If you sell something or like your merch is super pimped, then you're gonna do well. First channel's audience is likely to stick around for a longer time on each new video that you produce, ideally right into the very end. And that's right. Doesn't matter if you click like or dislike or subscribe or any of that stuff. All that really matters to me is you watch to the end and then ideally watch another Business Blaze video or another one of my videos afterwards. That's all I care about, to be honest. Although you might think that YouTube presents a massive opportunity to start quickly raking in the dollars, it's actually very difficult to start a new channel entirely from scratch. The usual first step to monetizing a YouTube channel is to sign up to the YouTube Partner Program, which delivers payments from video views and advertisements that are served on your page. It's true. However, you can't do this on day one. It's true. This was a bit of a controversy a few years ago. I think a little bit unnecessarily, or then people are like, Simon, you're so privileged. I want to make my money off YouTube. It's like you're making 4 cents. Does it really matter? And they're like, yeah, the 4 cents matters. And I know in order to be eligible for the program, you must have over 1,000 subscribers on your channel and have accumulated 4,000 hours of watch time over the past 12 months. Even then, you don't get an automatic free pass. Your channel will need to be reviewed and approved by Google before you're allowed to start making money. I don't think they do that manually. I think they just like look at the analytics and they're like, jing, approved. I've done it many times, it's not a big deal. The earnings you're likely to make are to be determined by a myriad of different factors, including the number of video views, which advertisers show up on your video, and how many viewers click on advertisements. Yeah, the differences are huge. Like, if you're making, I guess, kids content or stuff, the advertising dollars are low. Actually, kids is probably, I don't know with kids, it's complicated. But like, let's just say what I do is low compared to like finance. If you're talking personal finance, your CPMs will be like $15. Even just choosing the right category or niche for your channel is a big consideration. For example, while some comedy and prank channels rack up high views and subscription levels, they don't always tend to attract the best advertisers. Yeah, and this was all fine a few years ago when advertisers didn't really care. Like YouTube would just sell the ads and you could be doing like pranks and stuff and like pretty crazy stuff, and you know, it'd be like, the new Toyota. And now these guys make way less money. There's a great video with David Dobrik, who's, if you don't know who he is, he's like a super popular vlogger. And he was like saying, like, back in the day when it was first, you know, when advertising was less discriminating, he was earning like $250,000 a month. And he was like, yeah, I felt like a drug dealer. And then these changes came along and he made way, way less. And it's like, yeah, YouTube's crazy. It all can go away tomorrow. I live in fear. Apparently, your best hope is to build a channel based around either food reviews, how-to demonstrations, product unwrapping, or animal activities. Yeah, all of those are pretty popular. I don't think I watch any of those. Maybe I watch some unbox therapy, just because I think it's pretty good, but that's about it. Also, there's that, it keeps getting recommended to me, and I've never watched anything like it, so you know it's gonna be driving crazy views. About someone like Husky Life, where it's just like about a dog, that's it. The problem with these though, is like, when it's not based on like a personality or like business plays, it's like me and you guys, we're having a good time, and Danny as well, like remotely. Then it's like, it's harder for someone to replace that. It's easier, like if it's just videos of your dog or like unboxing something where it's just your hands, someone will come along and replace you. So you'll be laughing all the way to the bank if you can come up with a channel that demonstrates how to unwrap a box of animal food critics. Ba-da-bum-bum. Buy my merch. I don't know why I got that in there, it just felt appropriate somehow. But one of the most crucial factors of all is engagement. I'm not necessarily talking about likes or comments, but the length of overall time which you hold the attention of your viewers, which is why I'm always banging about watching to the end, guys. There could be something great at the end. There's probably not, but there could be. Your watch time can have a huge impact on how much money you get per 1,000 views and improve your chances of appearing on YouTube's homepage of recommended videos. So, if you make the sort of videos that people tend to switch off after 8 seconds, YouTube won't bother recommending you to users who've enjoyed similar videos in the past, resulting in a lack of fresh exposure to potential new viewers. Hell yes. Super important. Although Google doesn't reveal full details of its payment formula, the amount each channel will get paid for every 1,000 views can vary from as little as 25 cents to as much as $6. Yeah. I'll be very happy with $6. It can go way higher than that, Danny. This works on the principle that advertisers will actually pay Google an average about 18 cents per view, and Google will pay out about 68% of this revenue to the YouTuber displaying the ads. 68%? Is it really so high? I thought it was 55. Oh my god, I'm so shit at business. Anyway, a typical channel can receive about $18 per 1,000 views of an advertisement on their video page, which equates to an average about $3 to $5 per 1,000 views of the actual video. So yeah, this is basically what we're going on about here, is there's this really complicated way they work it out, like, because they sell the ads, it's based on how many people click on them or watch like over 3 seconds or something like that no one really cares about. All that matters is really the final like effective rate you get, which is that like 25 cents to $6 figure. Again, it's worth stressing that this figure will vary considerably depending on your category, your breed of advertisers, and how many people watch your videos right up until the very end. Hammering that point home. Just to complicate matters even more, all this is just the traditional way of making money from YouTube. There are plenty of other revenue streams to explore. The Economist newspaper reckons that channels with 100,000 subscribers can rake in as much as $12,000 for a sponsored spot. The Economist is smoking crack.
Is it crack? Is that what you smoke? Do you smoke crack?
I wish. A figure which rapidly increases in line with your growing subscribers. So I've got about 6 million subscribers across all my channels. So according to this, I should be making about $720,000 if I did a post for a sponsor across all of my channels. Big shock. I'm not. I'm not even making anywhere close to that. Economist, like, I like you, but you know, that just feels made up, doesn't it? Although I suppose as much as 12,000. But that is the insane of high end. And it doesn't matter about number of subscribers, it matters about number of views. And then there's the merch! Buy my merch. Even a relatively modest channel with just a few tribe of enthusiastic followers has the potential to make extra bucks by flogging associated merchandise with my face. I really Just got this package yesterday with the merch, and I didn't intend to make this video, just this is a happy coincidence. The channel's stats may not look massively impressive to the naked eye, but they could be making a small fortune by selling zebra sex masks and Simon Whistler face masks to a small but devoted audience. I'd love to get one of those latex masks made. You know, where it like you pull it over your face and it looks like someone? I bet those are wildly expensive to have done though. Maybe I could do a Kickstarter. So the real problem here is that there are no hard numbers. And of course, Google and YouTube are under no obligation to release income rates. It's even very difficult to get a grip on the basic starting points. There may well be 31 million YouTube channels, but does that mean there are 31 million YouTube creators out there? Not at all. Anyone can upload a single fun video of their dog playing with a frisbee and ends up creating a YouTube channel by default. The number of genuine creators who are actually trying to make a successful and popular YouTube channel will naturally just be the tiniest segment of that figure. One of the most revealing studies in recent times came from the German professor Matthias Bartel, who reported that only the top 3.5% of YouTubers' most viewed channels are profitable. What does that even mean? Like the top 3.5% of the top channels? That's extremely ambiguous, Matthias. But even the majority of those pull in a modest advertising revenue of between $12,000 and $16,000 per year, which falls some way short of making a good living. Less than 1% of YouTube's most viewed channels. Again, what does that mean? Are estimated to bring in numbers that could be considered a living wage, but again, we have to factor in that many of those channels will be owned by celebrities in their own right, rather than professional YouTubers. What's a living wage? 35,000? Like, I'd guess in the US. I don't know, I'm really guessing. I think in the UK it'd be like 20-something pounds. I feel like the US is a bit more expensive, so like, obviously it depends where you live, but like $35,000? That's like only 1% of the most viewed channels make that much money. It's possible that I may be well off the mark and Simon may have his own take on this, but I reckon that the number of dedicated professional YouTubers making a responsible living from their work falls somewhere between 9,000 and 45,000. And for now, I'm sticking with my figure of 27,493, but I'm happy to be proved wrong. The bottom line is that growing a successful YouTube channel is incredibly difficult and ambitious. Millions of people will give it a go, and nearly all will fail. The best strategy seems to be rooted in building an audience of loyal viewers who are more likely to give you longer watch time rather than just trying to go for ridiculously high numbers. It's worth bearing in mind that the top 3% of channels account for 90% of YouTube viewing time, so millions of smaller channels are fighting amongst themselves for the remaining crumbs. Sorry guys. A cynic might suggest that chances of turning YouTube into a full-time career are pretty close to zero. Oh no, that's so sad. It's so great. But then I realized I'm insanely lucky. I feel like I accidentally got the cool job because when I was a kid, it was like, yeah. I mean, when I was a kid, I wanted to be like a TV presenter, and now I literally get to do the cool version of that. But let's end on a positive note. Simon seems to be doing all right from it so far. At the time of writing, the most successful YouTube channel in the world belongs to an American 8-year-old kid called Ryan Kaji, who is currently pulling in $26 million by posting videos of himself unwrapping and playing with new toys, so maybe there's hope for us all. Yeah, no one really knows how much anyone makes. Like, Ryan's Toys Reviews is doing super well, but then there's people like Jeffree Star who are selling an absolute crap ton of product, and there's so much money in that. Like, buy my merch, but also, like, I gotta make a product, man, because that's where the money is. Like, what would you guys buy? I make a series of zebra sex masks? I feel that could be good. Maybe I should get into beauty. Food for thought. Mostly joking. This has been Business Blaze. This one was really close to home. Let me know how you guys liked it. Let me know if you got questions in the comments below. Thank you for watching. Danny, we've talked about this. You can't mention this in the script.